I live in an apartment building that has 4 apartments on each floor. The apartments are split into 2 groups by something we call a bubble. Basically, 2 apartments share this bubble, and there's a metal door guarding them before each tenant goes to their own doors. My husband works as a doctor, so he had to go to work for his night shift. I usually do household chores when he goes to work, so the house is clean when he comes back in the morning. I turn on a Scary Stories podcast on my Xbox and do my work. I have 2 cats, Xena, who is 5 years old, and Marcel, who is 3 months old, that are usually very playful during this time at night. At one point, they both stop chasing each other and stare at the door without moving or blinking. Xena, my oldest, having her back curled and slightly hissing under the door. She never expresses such behavior. She's the chillest, most laid back cat there is, so having her act like this made me very curious. At the same time, one of the stories I was listening to was about home invaders. Also, from the local news, we had been informed how most of the times said invaders will check the houses out that they want to break into and learn the owner's schedules and such before trying to break into the home. This made me feel very insecure, and I turned on the volume lower in order to hear what was going on the other side of the door, which, by the way, it's impossible to get there unless you unlock the first metal door, which has the sole purpose of extra protection for me and my neighbor's apartment. My neighbor is a lonely old lady that has 2 cats of her own and is, ironically, the building manager. It must have been around midnight, and she most likely would be sound asleep by that time. I turn the volume on the TV down and go closer to the door, Xena still not moving from her position, pressing my ear against the door, searching for sounds. I couldn't hear much, except a distinguished sound of heavy breathing, like an alcoholic breathing heavily. It gave me goosebumps, and I immediately started looking around the house for something to defend myself in the worst case scenario, thinking that if he broke past the metal door all by himself, then my apartment door might not be a challenge for him. I took my husband's baseball bat and held on it with my life. I took my cats and hid them in the cupboard under the sink. I don't know why. I don't have children yet, but that was the first thing that came into my mind. Then I went back to the door. I opened the peephole to look at the person breathing through my door at midnight, and my heart sank to my stomach. All I could see was an eye, a very veiny, red, and popped out eye staring back at me, right into my soul, followed by repeated and faster breathing, as if it knew I was watching back. I didn't move or make a sound, hoping that the creep would just go away, but that was not the case. Even when I moved back from the door, I could see the knob moving frantically. He was trying to get inside, murmuring something that I couldn't make out, as if on a frenzy. I freeze, holding the baseball bat to my shoulder level, preparing myself to bash this guy's head in if he managed to get inside. As he was trying desperately to get inside, fighting with both the doorknob and the keyhole, I could hear noises coming from the keyhole, and an idea came into mind. I rushed into the living room, which was very close to the entrance door, and blasted out the Scary Story podcast. Luckily, this specific story was narrated by a man with a very heavy voice, and from the outside, it probably sounded like someone was having a conversation inside the apartment. I live in a country that English isn't the native language, and only a few people speak it. What I prayed would work actually did. The moment I blasted the volume to max, the doorknob stopped moving, and the breathing ceased. And as I went back to the door, I checked the peephole for that creepy man. He was no longer there, but the metal outside door was wide open. Of course, my neighbor only wakes up from my podcast and basically screaming at my house, asking me to turn it down. I tell her what happened and how come she hasn't heard anything. She said she had her TV on as well, so that she doesn't feel alone and didn't hear anything going on in the hallway between our apartments. We both examined the middle door, asking each other if we had left it open. I even called my husband at work to ask him the same thing. He told me no, that he locked it and checked twice, as usual. I don't know what I would have done if this expert in door breaking actually managed to break into my house, but I don't think he was in for the worst for me and my cats. I never thought that, of all the possibilities of salvation, the Scary Story podcast would have been what saved my life. Thank you, Being Scared, for narrating, and indirectly, of course, saving my life. When I was about 8 years old, my parents were going through a divorce, and me and my older sister used to spend a lot of time at our grandparents' house. It's a long ranch-style home on the corner of a very nice neighborhood that's a 10-minute walk from a gas station, grocery store, and the few fast food restaurants. The streets were long and lined with well-manicured houses, cradled by big, scenic California Valley hills all around. We were never very wealthy, but my grandpa bought a fixer-upper many years ago, and the property value skyrocketed since then. As you can imagine, it's a very safe spot, and although there weren't many other kids in the neighborhood, it wasn't uncommon to see our neighbors walking their dogs or pushing a stroller down the sidewalk outside our house. Although my mom was especially protective all of our lives, this particular neighborhood was densely populated, and my family knew just about everyone who lived there. She grew up in this neighborhood herself, so she was understandably trusting. She would once in a while let my sister and I walk to the gas station on the other end of the block to grab a snack. I would always get a ring pop, and my sister would grab a Three Musketeers before we made our way back home. My sister was about 11 at the time, and this small amount of freedom was a really big deal for us. Nothing compared to walking down the street all by ourselves in the summertime, laughing and joking around, a couple dollar bills in our pocket. I felt like I owned the world. The one oddity I ever noticed was a small camper parked on the side of the road opposite to the gas station, right along the backside of a fence of another house. It sat there in the shade like a permanent fixture, all the windows constantly covered by beige curtains. I can't explain why, but it always gave me this deep sense of foreboding when I'd pass it. I was almost positive someone was living inside it because, at times, I could hear the air conditioning running as it sat stagnant in the same spot. The hairs on my neck would always stand up on end as I passed it, particularly as I passed the camper door, and I'd always keep an eye on it for the fear that one day it would swing open just as I came to pass by. I think what bothered me the most was the drawing taped to the door from the inside. It was extremely messy, a sketch of odd lines in a brown colored pencil that was frustratingly indiscernible. I could see the outline of something, a vague shape, but could never make out what it was intended to be. I never had the nerve to stop and stare long enough to really investigate, but each time I walked by, I'd steal a glance. A year prior to the incident I'm about to describe, I was walking with my mom past a camper in the shade. We had just gone to the park nearby, and unfortunately had to pass the camper before we could cross the street and continue walking. I didn't want to seem afraid, so I kept walking right behind her and didn't object when she walked past it. This time, I felt a little more brave. I was frustrated not being able to decipher the drawing for so long, and while my mom was feet away, I stopped in front of the camper door and took a moment to really look at the drawing. Upon closer inspection, paper was filthy. I remember doing a project in elementary school where we soaked printer paper in black coffee to make it look aged, and that's what it reminded me of. My mom walked on without noticing I stopped, following her, but my eyes stayed fixed on the indistinct mass of dirt cake scribbles until I could make out what looked like a teeny, malformed face. My stomach turned. I immediately felt cold and disgusted as my eyes trailed over the rest of the image. I didn't know what kind of creature it was at the time, but now I can look back and say the drawing was a badly deformed fetus inside of a mass of large, perfect circles like those made from a circular ring ruler. Its face was contorted as if in pain. It was so graphically disturbing and seemed to betray an odd sense of suffering that stuck with me for days. As a child, I didn't know how to process it, and the mental image still makes me sick to think about. I'd never seen anything like it before. Adrenaline flooded my body and my chest hurt with fear. but I selfishly thought of my glorious trips for ring pops and said absolutely nothing as I followed behind my mom. This was, in retrospect, a classically terrible idea. It's one of those things you scream at the main characters in movies for. Ever since, my ill feelings towards this camper have been elevated by the drawing on the door. I thought about it every time we drove by, and about a month later, my mom once again graced us with several bucks and permission to walk down to the gas station to grab our respective snacks. I thought about telling my sister what I had seen there, but she was older and braver, and I was terrified she'd make me cross the street with her to check it out. It was a bright sunny day, and I told myself with false certainty that nothing was going to happen. If I didn't acknowledge it, maybe it would go away. We walked past the camper, and it was thankfully uneventful. On the walk back, I was feeling more comfortable and was focused on fighting open my candy wrapper, while my sister walked alongside me. We passed the camper for the second time, but I didn't give it half as much thought as the first time. I don't remember what we were talking about, but I recall being interrupted mid-sentence as my sister softly yet firmly said my name. There was distinct fear in her voice that immediately set me on edge, like a bucket of ice water. All my senses heightened and I became aware of everything, including the sound of haphazard footsteps about 10 feet behind us. It was accompanied by a heavy rustling sound, like a heavy backpack, and nervously, I half turned my head to look. A man with a long, unkempt beard, wearing many layers of ragged clothing, stood behind us, his eyes unmistakably burning into our backs as he walked. His movement wasn't normal. It was a drunken shuffle, like each of his feet were unimaginably heavy and needed to be moved in one grand effort at a time. His shoulders were skewed, head tilted downwards with a very strange arch in his neck. I could hear his shoes scraping the gravel with every step, but rather than seeming generally intoxicated, it was as if he was intentionally meandering our direction like a zombie with the direct effort to frighten us. Behind him, I saw that the camper door was wide open for the first time in all the years we spent living there, and realized this was the man who had been living inside. "He's following us," I choked out, my eyes filled with tears. My mind was spinning as I stared straight ahead. The wide street and sidewalks abnormally empty all around. My sister grabbed my hand. She squeezed it hard enough to hurt without looking my way, speaking carefully under her breath. On the count of 3, we raced home. She told me in a very serious tone of voice. I couldn't reply through the growing lump in my throat, but every single cell in my body understood we had to put some distance between us and this man as quickly as possible. She began to count steadily while we walked faster. The most terrifying part of this was he started running before we even had a chance to. He must have heard her direction to me and tried to get a head start by sprinting in our direction before she got to 3. But his footsteps were noisy and we bolted like a deer in an instant when we heard him behind us. I'll never forget it. The chase felt exactly like you imagine in your nightmares. The fear your pursuer is inches away from grabbing your arm or a fistful of your hair. I pictured myself being dragged into the van with no one around to see or hear me. We ran so fast we didn't even have a breath to scream. Peering back behind us about 10 seconds later, I saw him running in our direction with absolutely none of the impairment he had shown in those zombie-like steps moments before. I think back to it now, and he may have been deliberately pretending to be handicapped to lower our guard so we wouldn't start running. The thought is terrifying, but I can't rationalize it any other way. When we made it to our grandparents' house, and without looking behind us, we yanked open the stubborn old door before slamming it closed and scrambling past their dogs to get as deep into the house as possible. I don't even think we locked it, as our main goal was getting within the line of sight of any adults as quickly as possible. My mom was talking to my grandpa at the table and gave us an unamused look when we bounded into the living room. Since we were kids, running around wasn't anything out of the ordinary, and she didn't even ask what happened as we collapsed on the couch and tried to catch our breath. The inside of the house felt so safe and felt in such good spirits that I didn't even want to bring up what just happened. Like waking up from a nightmare you didn't want to talk about. I was desperate to go back to normalcy. I wanted to forget it entirely, to unwrap my candy and act like everything was completely normal, for the sake of my own sanity. And that's exactly what I did. I asked my sister a few years back if she remembered the incident. I'm 25 and she's 28 now, and her response was strange. She remembered it immediately, without the need for me to provide any details. But she quickly waved it off and insisted that it had to be a bored, homeless man looking to spook some kids walking home, with no real intent to harm anyone. I don't know. I like to believe it's some innocent misunderstanding, but like they always say about your gut feeling, they're rarely wrong. I feel in my soul that he wanted to hurt me and my sister that day. I never told her or anyone else about the strange drawing on the door, and I'm not sure if my sister saw the door opened and connected it to the camper or not. It's one of my biggest regrets, as I would hate for any other children to have been less fortunate after innocently walking past a camper in the shade. I believe he may have chosen the spot between the park and the gas station deliberately, due to the number of children walking around the area. I never sold the camper again. I'm not proud of how I handled this and would encourage anyone who finds himself in a similar situation to contact the authorities immediately for the safety of others around. I don't know if maybe this whole story comes off melodramatic, but it was very real and very frightening in a way I can't forget. So possibly deranged camper guy by the gas station, whatever your intent was, let's not meet. Back when I used to work for a large, public, four-year university, I would frequently visit some friends who lived in an apartment complex near the school. They were a married couple with a baby daughter. They are now amicably divorced, and the baby is a preteen, so this was definitely a while ago. Whenever I was over, the husband, Jay, and I would sit on the balcony and relax after work, while E, the wife, would mostly stay inside the unit with the baby. That is, when we weren't all inside hanging out together. The balcony overlooked a bit of the woods between the building and the street, with the main entrance to the school. The balcony wasn't very visible from the other buildings in the complex, which suited us fine. It was on such a night that we heard an ear-splitting shriek coming from the woods below to shatter the relative peace and quiet we were enjoying on the third-floor balcony. It sounded like a young woman giving her best effort to make sure someone could find her body whenever what was happening to her was over. The screaming broke out again, and after a few seconds, a third time. I immediately thought of Kitty Genevieve, a 20-year-old woman who was stabbed to death in the alley in Queens in 1964. It was a prolonged attack, reportedly witnessed or overheard by 38 neighbors who were either indifferent to the noise, unsure of the severity of the attack, or otherwise unwilling to get involved. This case has come to be associated with the bystander effect, the basic idea in which is that the more people who are around to witness something that might require intervention, the less likely that any one individual is to unleash their inner Batman, because it's such a diffusion of the responsibility over all the people there at the scene. Essentially, everyone stands around like a background extra, just waiting for their protagonist to do something heroic. I was jolted from my pedantic reverie when Jay shot past me through the sliding glass door, into the apartment to put his shoes on and rush out the apartment door. I followed, and E caught me by the arm. I could see in her eyes that she heard the screaming too. "Don't let him go out there. Make him come back," she pleaded as I shook my head. "Call the police," I replied, as I slid my shoes on without tying them and followed Jay down the stairs. I wished I had something to use as a weapon, and I mentally tried to review as much as I could of what my roommate at the time had taught me about hand-to-hand combat. I was feeling woefully unprepared and, at the same time, incapable of turning around. It felt like a moment where choices I make define who I am, and I knew I would always feel shame and regret if I didn't try to help her. When I got to ground level, I caught up to Jay, who was looking around in the woods, straining his eyes against the low light. I called the police myself. hoping a few calls from the same area about the same disturbance might engender a sense of urgency. The call dropped, but the police called back immediately. I told them where we were and what was happening. The woods were quiet at this point, but we started walking along the edge of the woods, looking and listening for anything that could help us locate the woman, her attacker, or God forbid, her remains. Above us, a window slid open, revealing a silhouette of a woman looking down at us, backlit by our kitchen light. "Hey, what's going on down there?" she demanded. "I've called the police." "Good," I answered. "So did we. We heard it too." "Oh gosh, what do you think it was?" she asked us. Jay and I looked at each other and then back up at her, as we collectively realized that none of us wanted to say out loud what we thought it was. I mean, we all knew what it sounded like. We couldn't see or hear anything unusual, and eventually we made contact with the police officer, who took our statements and contact information. Relieved that the situation had been handed over to people who were ostensibly better trained and equipped to deal with it, we went upstairs and back to the balcony, where we watched the police officer's flashlight beams pan back and forth across the depths of the woods for a couple hours as blue lights filled the spaces between the trees from the busy street across the woods, signaling the arrival of more police. The next day at work, I got a call from a number that looked vaguely familiar but wasn't in my phone. I picked up and found that it was a local police number from the night before. The person on the other end asked me to tell my version of the events once more for record. I don't know if he was trying to see any discrepancies in my story from the last time I officially told it, but I went through everything again, as well as I could remember it. The police didn't have any new information, at least none that they were willing to share, and I was never called to court or anything like that. I guess the main thing that still bothers me about it, even to this day, is that I'll never know what happened out there. Hi all, here's what happened. I'm at my parents' house with my mother drinking coffee. I decided to drop by unexpectedly to spend some time with her since I had worked a lot the weeks before and hadn't heard much from her. So we were talking when the intercom starts ringing. My parents live on the first floor of a neighborhood building. My mother goes to see, picks up the receiver, and there the expression on her face changes. She seems stressed, but she opens the doorway. She then comes back to me saying it's a guy she met on Facebook that she hadn't seen for a year and a half, and that we would have to say that we were going to grandma's so he won't stay for long. That's my mom's technique when she wants to dodge problems. We go to my grandma's very often. I'm starting to think it's weird, but we hear knocking, so my mom opens the door while I stay in my chair overlooking the entrance. I see a rather tall man coming in, of normal build, bald, with small glasses. As soon as he entered the apartment, I felt the atmosphere change. Something oppressive was squeezing my chest. He kisses my mother and turns his head towards the living room where I am. Then he frowns when he sees me, as if he was surprised to find me here. I don't like it. His gaze is empty, disturbing. He says hello to me from afar and walks into the living room, grabs a chair and sits down. My mother then asks him what he's doing there and why he arrived without calling first. The answer froze my blood. "I'm sorry, I didn't take my phone. I'm actually coming from the hospital next door." I escaped, and since she told me you lived around, I decided to stop by and say hello. At first I thought he was joking, especially since he said it with a big smile, but his eyes were really weird, and his attitude too. My mother laughed nervously and asked him if he was serious, to which he replied he was. He even gave us the name of the town he had came from and told us how he ran away. He tells us that he was outside with 3 doctors on the terrace, and that the doctors came in before him while telling him to follow them. He took that opportunity to leave, passing over a hedge that overlooks the road where there is a bus stop. He got on the first passing bus and found himself not far from our house. He didn't know our exact address, but thanks to my mother, who gives her real name on social networks, came to the last name and searched all the interphones in the neighborhood before finding out where we were. While he was telling the story, I went on Google Maps to check out where he said he was coming from, and everything matched. The hedge overlooking the road, the back terrace, the bus stop. But most of all, it was not just any hospital he escaped from. It was a psychiatric hospital. So I started to get really scared, for myself, but especially my mother. We have an escapee from a mental hospital in our house. He then explains to my mother why she hasn't heard from him for a year. He said it was because he came back there a year and a half ago after he lost his wife and all his money, but he didn't linger on it for very long. It was too much for me, so I got up and said I had to go to my room. I went in. The door wasn't closing, but I took out my phone and called my best friend, who is a security guard who lives 20 minutes away by car. I tell him what's going on, and he decides to come, armed with a knife just in case. When I hang up the phone, I go out of my room, and I see the man in the corridor near the door. He tells us that he's going to leave because people were probably looking for him, and that he has to go to a friend's house, but that he has to take the train. We say our goodbyes to him, and then he leaves. But that's not all. I then explain to my mother what just happened, that she was crazy to have given her name and address, even approximate, to a stranger on the internet. And then she tells me last year she was at his house with my father, that his wife was there, and that they all had a great time, and she didn't consider him dangerous. I still go on telling her that someone that you've only met once is not someone that you can trust. My buddy then arrived, sooner than expected. We decided to call the hospital to make sure what he said was true, and especially to warn and report that someone is missing. We call, talk to the secretary, and explain our story. She seems surprised and puts us on hold until she checks it out. When she comes back, she tells us that he's not in his room anymore, that all his stuff is there and they hadn't noticed he was gone. It had been more than 2 hours since he had escaped, but since the guards had seen his belongings when they passed by his door, they hadn't worried. She, however, warns us that he's a dangerous psychotic who had a crisis after his wife left him, that he can be extremely violent if he's upset. At that moment, I could only think one thing. What would have happened if I hadn't been there with my mother, if she had been alone with that guy? She told us that they were going to do whatever was necessary. We asked her if we could be kept informed when they had found him, but she told us that she had no right to give us that kind of information. We then raised our voices and explained that we shouldn't be afraid of him coming back every day, and she apologizes but says she can't do anything about it. We hung up the phone and decided with my friend to go walk around the neighborhood for several hours and over the next few days to see if he's still there, but we never saw him again. All this story, which really happened, has a great moral. Never give your address to strangers, and never reveal personal information on social networks. That's it. The story happened when I was a little kid in Trinidad. I'm not precisely sure how old I was, but thinking about the car and the uniform I was wearing at the time, I was in the range of 6 to 8. I'm 33 now, so this would have had to been in the early 90s. My parents had picked me up from school and were picking up my sister from school. This was a daily occurrence, and most of the time it only took a couple of minutes to get her and come back to the car. Most of the time I sat in the car by myself, listening to the radio. This day, however, they were taking longer than usual. I started to get bored and was looking outside the window when I saw this man walking down the street. This is the strangest part of the story. Something about him creeped me out, even before I could see him clearly. I wasn't a particularly fearful child when it came to strangers, and he didn't look scary at all, but every instinct in my little kid brain screamed at me to lock the car doors, so I did. As he came closer to the car, he saw that I was in there and started talking to me, and then he started telling me to get out of the car and go with him. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. I was so scared. Then he tries to open the car doors, When he realized that the doors were locked, he backed up a little and started asking me to open the car doors again. As he was doing this, my parents and sister came out of the school. My dad asked him what he was doing, and he just gave them some generic answer and walked off. To this day, I don't know what about him gave me the strong reaction I had, but I'm so thankful for it. And that one experience taught me the importance of listening to my instincts. This happened about 2 years ago when I tried to get into the dating scene using Bumble after my first relationship ended. This guy, we'll call him Kyle, was one of my first matches on the app. Everything went smoothly. He seemed very nice and goal-oriented. After about 2 weeks of talking, we decided to finally meet up. The whole date was a disaster. I'll sum up everything he did during it. I know some of you will ask, but I didn't have a license or a car to bail, as much as I wish I did. My brother drove me to the meeting spot. Kyle took me to a little airport cafe, since it's right next to our basic 3-seated airplane airport. He began talking about his ex and how she was pregnant. He went into detail about the hospital fees he paid, thinking that it was his kid, until the baby was born. She had cheated on him based off of a very different skin color of the baby, that it obviously couldn't be his. Then Kyle began to talk about his mother, who had some problems as she liked to tase her kids, including him, and watch them seize up. He told me that he had health problems from this. Then he began to talk about getting his pilot's license, and how he always wanted to propose to someone in a plane. Literally the next thing he said was, "So have you ever been up in one of those little planes?" With a wink. Then continued to say that he was in a midlife crisis and planned to die at 40, but that I had given him a reason to live. After we ate, we left. The date continued, as Kyle said that there was nothing to do in my town, and he wanted to drive 2 hours away to the next big one, where there's more stuff to do. I declined, and he changed his intent with actually wanting to see his friend down there. I told him that I would be okay if he dropped me off at a local store and he could go by himself. He got upset and pretended to turn around and head back into my town. Then Kyle pulled over on the side street with many houses and asked if I would like to practice driving. I said no, of course, because I hadn't even read the little book that DMVs give out, and his car was one of those expensive Mustangs. I wasn't going to crash it. Then he pouted, said he needed gas, and on to the gas station we went. When we get to the gas station, he asked about my previous relationships. I said it wasn't something that I would talk to someone that was so new, and clarified it wasn't a good one. This seemed like a good time to leave, as even though it's a gas station with only pumps, I could easily walk to the store and call my brother. But of course, Kyle wouldn't have that. He locked me in the car. I got frantic trying to find the lock to pull or push, but there weren't any. He said that he only had locks on his side, and he wanted to know about my ex. I began to have an anxiety attack, and scratched at my head, hyperventilating, crying. He simply sat there and watched me do it, without saying a word. After about an hour, I finally could breathe calmly, and told him my ex was a friend that I had known for 9 years. Then after the relationship started, he became abusive. He simply responded with, "Okay," and let me out. I called my brother a few times and he didn't pick up, and I wanted to get home, so I agreed to let him drive me home, with a plan of dropping me off near a neighbor's house, because I didn't want him knowing where my parents lived. After he dropped me off, he messages me on the app about how I ruined the date and made it awkward, and that I was weird. I confronted him about how uncomfortable and scared he made me feel, which he responded with, "Okay," and then unmatched me. I deleted the app after and didn't re-download it for another 6 months to try again. But it was the most terrifying day of my life. This happened a few years ago. I'm a female and was 20 years old. I had just gotten into the Tinder scene and was pretty new to the whole thing. One of my first matches I had was this guy named Zach. Zach seemed super cool, and we messaged back and forth on the platform about video games, anime, and about generic other things in our lives for about a week. Finally, Zach asked if we could meet up. I figured enough time had gone by, and he hadn't given me any red flags, so I said yes. We set a date for the next day, and then I made my first big mistake. I gave him my address to pick me up. Looking back on this now, I realize how stupid I was to do that, and things could have gone a lot worse than they did. The next day comes, and I spend much of the morning nervously getting ready for my first real Tinder date. Thankfully, my roommate Sarah was also home with me and experienced the whole ordeal. About 30 minutes before Zach was supposed to pick me up, Sarah and I watched 2 cars pull up in front of our 4-unit apartment building. 3 of these redneck-looking, creepy countrymen get out. They looked to be about 40, so Sarah and I paid them no mind. The next thing we know, we hear loud banging on the main door. Our building is locked unless you are a tenant, so they clearly didn't belong. Me, being as naive as I was, thought that they were there for one of the other building residents and stupidly opened the door to ask them who they were looking for. The guy in the middle said, "We're here for..." At that moment, I went from friendly to confused to scared. I didn't like the way they were looking at me. I told him that was me. Third mistake. He gave me the creepiest once over and said, "Oh yes, you look just like your pictures." This sent a chill down my spine, and I demanded to know who they were and what they wanted. The guy in the middle said that they were friends with Zach and that they were here to pick me up for our date. I asked him where Zach was. He just snickered and said, "He's in the car," and pointed to the second car, which was strategically parked behind a tree, so I couldn't see if Zach was actually in there or not. Luckily, I'm not that stupid. I told him that if Zach wanted me to go out to the car, then he could come and get me himself. Then the guy on the right steps up and asked if I would like to get with him. I went to shut the door, but he shoved his boot into the frame before I could close it. The man on the right then says, "If you won't fuck me, fuck my buddies at least." At that moment, Sarah comes out of the lobby, yanks me into our apartment, and locks the door. They banged on the door for a few minutes, and Sarah called the cops. They left shortly after, and we watched from the living room as they got back into the cars and drove away. There was nobody else in the car. What's even worse is, a couple hours later, I got a message from Zach saying, "I'm so sorry. My friends took my phone and thought that they would play a prank on me. Don't worry, you'll see that I'm a good guy when we actually meet." I blocked him instantly and deleted my Tinder. The cops couldn't do anything because I didn't get their names or license plate, so I never did find out what happened to those guys. This was in November in Scotland. I was desperate, I must admit. I had been single and alone for some time, and it was driving me crazy. That's when I met Laura. She came across as a very sweet girl and all, but she was in a hurry to meet me. So I did. She insisted that we go to a pub, and no fancy dates were necessary. And I didn't mind that. At first glance, I knew I'd been swindled. She looked different from what I saw before, but I didn't really mind. I was just happy to have a date, and I'm not exactly good looking myself. I gave her a chance to redeem herself. We got talking, and after a few beers, things started to get more intimate. Before I go any further, she was quite an overweight girl, with long dark hair, and she had eyeshadow similar to Amy Winehouse, and she said that she was a huge fan. I asked her about her hobbies and interests, but she asked me to talk more about myself. I told her about my job, and she yawned sarcastically. "Let's talk about your sex life," she said. She slipped her foot out of her shoe and started rubbing it on my groin. Needless to say, I was aroused. So yeah, I don't have much to say in that department, and it's been a while since I had sex, so I was very honest with her. I asked her about hers, and she said she has her kinks, and that she's done things that I never imagined. Want to see what I can do? she said, "Let's go to my place." So at this point, I was starting to feel very drunk, which I was amazed as I was only on my 4th pint. I did have 2 shots though. We waited for a taxi and she was holding my hand, excitedly whispered into my ear that she was going to do some things that I have never experienced before. In a way, I actually couldn't wait to just sleep. My head felt heavier than the rest of my body. It was like the ground was moving beneath my feet. The rest was a blur. I can't even remember getting into the taxi, but I do remember falling down the stairs and she was above me, laughing at me. "Come on," she said, "get your sexy ass up here." I struggled up the stairs, and before I know it, from what I remember, I was in her bedroom naked, and it was like I blacked out. I tried to sit up, only to find myself tied to her bed by my arms and legs. Then she entered the room dressed in bondage gear. I was deeply aroused but confused at the same time. She performed sex acts on me before having full intercourse. I laid there in delight, don't get me wrong, but something still felt off about it all. I had dozed off for a bit and had been woken up by a strange screeching sound. "What are you doing?" I said, as she was wrapping my legs in cling film. "Hush now," she said. "This is the best bit." I was no longer tied to the bed, but I felt numb, and I couldn't move my arms or legs. She kept wrapping me up, from my legs upward. I was screaming at her to stop, and she placed some cling film in my mouth to shut me up. I struggled to breathe at this point, and had tried my best to dislodge the ball from my mouth. Eventually, I was totally wrapped up from head to toe. I could barely see out of the cling film. She told me that this was my punishment for being terrible in bed, and that she has many other victims just like me, all wrapped up, waiting to die. She left the room, and I gave out muffled screams. Then I felt myself slowly fading away. I woke up to what was the next day, now able to breathe. This time, people were looking at me. They removed most of the cling film and resuscitated me. I wasn't aware of this till they told me. It turned out that I wasn't actually in Laura's flat, but an old-fashioned hotel. The police were all over, asking me questions about what happened. I attempted to show them her Tinder profile, but she had deleted the page. I'm grateful for my rescuers that had saved me, but I'm forever traumatized by the incident and ended up having panic attacks when I see people similar to her. It took me a few years to finally trust people enough to go on dates, but I'm still on the road to recovery mentally. I'm just glad I'm still alive, but wonder if she's still out there, and if there are others like me that didn't make it. This happened to me about an hour ago, and I can't seem to wrap my head around it. I was riding my moped back to my house when I pulled up to a red light. Next to me there was a budget moving truck, and before I could make a right on the red light, I heard multiple loud bangs and screams coming from the back of the truck. There were 2 pedestrians who also noticed it, and as soon as we turned our attention to the driver, the light turned green, and it took off pretty quickly. I wasn't able to get the license plate because everything happened so fast, but I can't seem to shake the thought of someone screaming for help in the back of that truck. It almost feels straight out of a movie. Anyways, I wanted to know what you guys think, or if you've ever encountered something like this before, and if you did, what did you do? So recently I moved to an older house with my whole family, my mom, aunts, uncles, brothers, and cousins. so that we could take care of our grandparents who were very old. The only house that had enough rooms for all of us and was available is a very, very old wooden house. In the room of one of my cousins, there's a small door that leads into a kind of a basement. The former owner of the house said that he lost the only key to that door a long time ago. That already left me with anxiety and nervousness. My cousin says at night it makes little noises, and my uncle says that there are probably mice inside. At that same time, some of my cousin's things and mine are disappearing. My room is right next to his. The food we buy in large quantities because of the number of people has been going too fast. My mom says it's because our cousins are going through puberty and eating a lot, but I hear strange noises in the house and I feel like I'm being watched. Everyone else says that I only have that impression because I'm a pussy and the house is old. I have always been a paranoid and very anxious person, and I confess that I am quite fearful. But I'm not able to relax a minute in this house because it feels like someone unwanted is in it. I know that no one in my family is going to investigate or worry about it because I'm just a 15-year-old kid with a big imagination according to them. But I can't stop this constant fear in this place. So I walk my dog every day at late hours so she can sleep through the night. She's a bit old by now, and she once got into a traffic accident, meaning that she can't hold her pee every now and then. The route is almost the same every time, at almost the same hours, 9 p.m. through 10 p.m. My fiance and I live in the more quiet part of town, and by this time of night, it's even more quiet, and no one is in the streets in this part. Additionally, it's more of a side street with less than no street lights or houses. There's a certain part of bushes and a part of grass where my dog likes to do her business. She's outgoing and very cheerful, likes to jump around and run. But this one day, at this part of our route, she was kind of acting up, like she was cautious or something. I felt her uneasiness and felt somewhat anxious myself by now. So we go out of our way where her favorite potty place is and proceed with our routine. As I stand there, I heard sounds behind me, like branches being moved and leaves being stepped on, and my dog reacted to it with a mixture of growling and whimpering. I'm fucking nervous at this point and just want to go home. I proceed on my way. No longer than several minutes later, a man came out of the bushes where I stood before with my dog. He stared directly in my way, just standing there. I froze in surprise and fear, and I couldn't move. My dog barked, and all of a sudden, he sprinted towards me. At this point, I kind of ran without thinking. I arrived then on a path with houses and, thank God, light. I looked behind me, and he wasn't there anymore. I always felt safe when walking there, but lately, I get a feeling that I'm being watched or followed. I can't describe it. My dog sensed something too a few weeks before. I didn't tell my fiance that this happened because I didn't want her to worry. Nothing similar ever happened again, but I still freak out when I walk that way. So shady man waiting in the bushes at night. Let's not meet again. Nowadays, it's so easy to connect with someone. All you have to do is pick up your phone, download an app, and boom, now you can see all the eligible bachelors in a close radius without getting out of bed. But just a year ago, something happened that changed my mind about online dating forever. I was 21 at the time, and getting a bit tired of my mundane life. I was scrolling down through a popular dating app, and that's when I saw him. Tall, blonde, blue eyes, pretty smile, perfect. We instantly matched and agreed on dinner and cuddles at his place. Yes, I know, never go to a stranger's house on the first date, but I was trying to score a home run, if you know what I mean. I shower, slip on my favorite pair of kicks, threw on a big t-shirt and shorts, rubbed my favorite perfume, and was out the door. When I pulled up to his 3-story townhouse, I said, his living arrangements seemed to match up with his line of work, so of course, I had no doubt he was who he said he was. I go up to his door and knock. About 15 seconds later, the most handsome man I've ever laid my eyes on opened the door. Instantly, we connected. We dated for about 4 weeks, but one day he looks over at me and says, "Can I tell you something?" "Well, of course, babe," quickly answer, eager to hear what he was going to say. He looks me dead in the eye, straight face, and says, "When I saw you on the app, I planned on killing you." His hand reaches over and caresses mine, but I changed my mind. Chills went down my spine as I knew he was not joking. Completely paralyzed in fear, I just stared at him, unable to speak, unable to move. He moves closer and says, "Babe," and that's when I snapped out of it. I grabbed my purse, ran out of his door, blocked and deleted his number, and quite frankly, deleted the whole app. Hot guy from the dating app, let's never ever fucking meet again. I'm a male, if that matters, and this has been happening these past few days. 4 days ago, I couldn't fall asleep, and when I saw a light coming into my living room from the window around 2:30 a.m. Layout of my apartment. The entrance door goes to my living room. To the right is the bedroom of my roommate, who hasn't been here for a week. To the left is my kitchen, then my bedroom, and then the bathroom. The apartment is on the ground floor, and the first one when you enter the building. When I get up, my dog, half Labrador, half Border Collie, is growling. The light moved towards my dog and me. It turns off, and I can hear someone walking away. This morning, I wake up at 4 a.m. to my dog growling. She likes to sleep under my bed, and I kind of saw a shape in the kitchen window. We do that half dance of moving to the left and right, kind of like seeing if it's real. My dog walks towards the door of the apartment and stays there. I grabbed a machete and a flashlight, walked out. My dog is going nuts, and I didn't let her out. The building door is closed, and I couldn't really see anything out of the ordinary. I went back inside and closed the door, and for half an hour later I hear someone walking down the stairs and around the building and opening the door. But this was around 5 a.m., so it could have been someone going to work. This is very tame compared to other stories that are posted here, but this situation has me unnerved. This happened a few years ago when I was 16 or 17. I don't remember. I'm a female. I was chilling with my best friend, who was the same age, in kind of an empty street. I live in a big city and it's broad daylight, but the streets are always like that. Some people walk by, but mostly in cars. We were sitting somewhere in the street and drinking Red Bull, listening to music. Then a black car stopped in front of us, and an old lady was inside, looking sort of rich. She seemed to be wearing nice clothes and jewelry, and her hair was well done. First, I thought she was going to ask us something, like most people do, but as soon as she opened her mouth, I knew something was off. The way she talked was weird. Just weird. I don't really know how to explain it. It was like hearing someone that was on too much Xanax or an opiate. I remember asking myself if she was on drugs. This kind of slow and slightly slurred speech. She said that she could buy us alcohol and beers. Then she insisted on how pretty we were, and how she could buy us nice things if we got into her car. My friend was very tense since the beginning, but she looked at me slightly panicked when the old lady said this. We both knew that there was absolutely no way that we would get into the car. I said to the lady that if she wanted to buy us nice things, she could just give it to us right there. But she kept saying that she could give us a ride. I kept looking around and in the back of the car to see if there were men with her, ready to run away with my friend. At this point, adrenaline was going wild, and I had flashbacks of the movie Taken and the kidnapping. I was ready to leave the spot with my friend when the old lady finally understood that we weren't getting into her car. When she left, my friend and I moved to a different spot. We talked about it and what the lady was planning for us. We agreed that it was probably sex trafficking because it had all the red flags. The old lady gaining our trust, the comments on our appearance, how she wanted to get us drunk with beers, etc. After that, my biggest regret was that I didn't take a picture of the car and the license plate number, and the thought of other girls getting kidnapped by this lady is haunting me, and I really hope no one got in her damn car. Just some background about how I sleep. It isn't hard to wake me up, but it's hard to keep me up. I'll almost always open my eyes for a few seconds, say something to shoo away whoever woke me up, and then fall back asleep without remembering anything the next morning. So me and my friends spend a lot of time together on PlayStation, and at night we would usually talk ourselves to sleep over Discord, or at least I did, since she never sleeps. She just plays a game while I fall asleep. One night we talked, and she was playing video games. I fell asleep around 9 or 10. I was pretty tired since I didn't get much sleep the night before. I woke up on my own about 8 a.m. and she was still awake, asking me if I was okay. I responded with, "Yeah, why wouldn't I be?" And she started talking about how last night, on my mic, she heard a girl scream and then start crying on my end of the mic while she played Overwatch. She almost thought it was me at first, but as the sobbing got a little quieter, she heard one of my sleep grunts in the background. She got really scared, and apparently woke me up after it happened, asking me if it was alright, and if anyone was in my room. I just told her that I was okay and my room was empty, but she could tell I didn't look as I didn't move. I learned later that this happened sometime around 12 a.m. to 12:30, and it lasted a full minute. My parents, who were both home in the rooms on either side of mine, didn't hear anything. As they both worked the night shift, they were both awake at this time and later in the night. This was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and one other time, more recently, I was only half asleep, and she said she heard the screaming, but she ended the call and called me back to wake me up. But once again, I didn't hear anything. Since then, we haven't been doing that, but I don't know if it still happens or what it is. She definitely isn't the type to lie, and she seemed really spooked about it, so I believe her fully. If any of you know what it could be, I'd appreciate some explanations or advice on what I should do. Last night, my roommate and I made a last-minute decision to go night swimming at the river in our city. It was around 8 p.m., so there were still a few people hanging out in the area, but it was quite dark. About 15 minutes after we got there, I saw a man shining his flashlight, seemingly looking for something near where we put our stuff. I said, "Hey, keep an eye on that guy," to my roommate, semi-loud, and he obviously heard us and scurried away. I began to feel anxious, but I waited a little bit to say something to my roommate. Eventually, I did, and we decided to leave. We packed up our stuff and began to walk up a staircase that led to the parking lot, using our flashlights to see the steps. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a dark shadow dodge into some bushes at the top. I stopped and grabbed my roommate's arm and said, nope, and started walking back down the stairs. I told my roommate what I saw when we got to the bottom, and she said it was probably just a tree blowing in the wind. I started getting the strangest feeling in my stomach that I had never had before. I just knew that if we went up the stairs, something bad was going to happen. I stood at the bottom and began to shine my light up at the top, trying to see if I could see anyone. And sure enough, I saw the outline of a man for a split second. As soon as the light hit him, he ducked behind some bushes again. Obviously, I went into full-blown panic mode and started looking for other people that were there, hoping that someone could walk us to her car. Luckily, we found a couple not far from the steps, and they walked us to the car, but seemed quite annoyed about it. When we got on top of the steps, he was nowhere to be seen. A few hours after we got home, I got a notification on my neighbor's app, the Ring doorbell app that sends crime alerts from your area, that someone was stabbed only a few streets from where we were. I'm 100% certain this guy's intentions were bad. I don't know if he was planning on kidnapping us or robbing us, but I know something really bad would have happened if I hadn't been paying attention and we had walked up the stairs. Not sure if it's the same person that stabbed someone, but the notification just scared me even more. I still feel sick to my stomach because of all this. My husband was a trucker with a cross-country firm at the time. His driving partner separated from his girlfriend. According to the hubs, he couldn't afford to get his own place. I did find it odd because he made as much as my husband, who could clearly afford to keep a roof over our head. My little one was a newborn, and I was off on maternity leave. So his buddy moves into the spare room and makes himself at home. I do mean at home. He'd walk into the living room and change the channel while I was watching TV, or turn on the stereo, fry himself a steak as a midnight snack, or eat an entire box of donuts and thought nothing of it. He would take a shower and drop his dirty clothes on the floor for me to pick up and wash, and he stared at me a lot. I found him creepy and inconsiderate and told my husband so. Finally, after a couple months of arguing about our unwelcome charity case, who never paid a cent, I told my husband that it was either him or me. This sparked a huge argument between the two of them, with his buddy accusing my husband of being pussy whipped and for not standing up for his friends. That did it for my husband, and he told the guy that he needed to get out now. My husband drove him to a hotel, and we thought that was the end of it. The next day, we went to get groceries, as I had stopped buying anything but essentials so his buddy wouldn't eat everything. Imagine our shock when we get home and Buddy walks out of the kitchen wearing my husband's clothes and smoking his pipe. As you could imagine, the shit hit the fan. I went straight into the kitchen and phoned the police. In those days, there was no dialing 911, so it was taking a bit, and he heard me talking. He bolted out of the house, and we never saw him again. He never turned up to work again, either. We discovered that he had broken in through the basement window, so we boarded up the basement and changed the locks. A week or so later, I decided to use my cat's nest egg I stashed in my underwear drawer. It was gone, and I realized that several pairs of my underpants were gone as well. I considered phoning the cops again at that point, but decided we didn't want to be reminded of him, and we moved shortly thereafter. I sure hope the next tenants never got an unexpected house guest. Yesterday, I met a man who really terrified me. I struggle a lot with mental health, and I don't enjoy socializing. Therefore, I got in touch with this particular man, whom my municipality found through their organization, where people with different struggles get support and help with socializing from a person who has this at their job. It's like a big brother, big sister kind of job. Literally anyone can get in touch and explain that they want this kind of job. It doesn't matter who they are. Anyways, as I sat down and waited for him, I was extremely nervous. I'm always nervous when it comes to meeting new people, mostly because I don't know what to say, how to interpret what they tell me, what to look at while talking to them, and so on. When he went up to where I was seated, my gut immediately said, "No, you're not safe with this person." I just pushed through this though, and tried to ignore my gut feeling. He didn't say almost anything. He didn't ask me questions. He didn't talk about himself. He looked and felt distant. He wore what looked like old clothes. When I asked him questions, he almost never responded. If he did respond, he weakly answered yes or no. The few times he actually talked, it didn't make much sense, and he talked so unclearly that I had to ask him multiple times to repeat himself. If I didn't keep the conversation going, he wouldn't talk at all. Occasionally, he would mumble something inaudible and almost expect me to give him a response. The only time he talked to me more clearly was when he told me, "I don't like people staring in at my house. I use blinds so no one can stare. There were a few people who would walk by my house and are able to take a look through my window, but it doesn't happen often. I should get a lamp in my house. It's so dark there." I freaked the hell out and wanted my father to come and get me. He said he wanted to keep in touch, but I didn't give him a direct answer to his statement. I told him I had to catch the bus for my ride home, and he immediately said, "So do I," and went the same direction as me. Luckily, my father told me that he was nearby and was able to pick me up. I know the situation probably doesn't seem very creepy or sketchy, but I was absolutely terrified. By the way, we went for a walk, and he wanted to walk into the forest, but I told him I didn't want to. He asked me why, and when I told him it felt more comfortable to walk in public, he just answered, "Oh." Also, when I asked him what he did for a living, he very weakly said, "I run my own company. I had many customers before, but haven't had any for a while." He didn't really tell me anything about what he worked with through his company and with his customers, and seemed reluctant to even share the slightest amount of personal information. He looked way older than the age he described himself as. One evening about 5 years ago, I traveled to the Loch Ness with my friend to see the loch and the surrounding area. We had planned on arriving by afternoon, spend the evening, then travel to the hotel when it got dark. We got there with no problems and spent the day together, taking in the beautiful landscape. The moon began to rise, and then we noticed it was time to head back. As my friend began to drive back, she went around a sharp bend. And I mean the word too, its very meaning. She narrowly avoided a man standing on the edge. She's quite understandably in shock and slammed on her brakes in sheer panic. She began to hyperventilate. As I tried to calm her, she believed she hit the man when she swerved. The man was okay, as we learned later, because he walked towards the car and apologized for standing so near to the road. After, he tried to make small talk with repeated apologies. He showed me 2 pictures and asked me if I knew who the 2 people were, because he was trying to track them down. It was dark, so I switched the light on and quickly glanced, then said I didn't. I showed my friend and she just shook her head without properly looking. She was still in shock. The man didn't ask for the photos back, nor did the conversation go any further. He apologized again and wished us a good night. Without realizing, I joked that we would be better back at the hotel. He laughed and walked off. We drove on. I looked at the 2 pictures more closely and felt a sick pit in my stomach. One of the pictures was of me and my friend standing over the water edge looking into the loch with my arms wrapped around her. The picture had been taken from behind. The second picture was of me and my friend walking together, our faces clearly seen. That picture was taken from the side, but it must have been done in a wooded area because you could see tree branches. We both sat there for about an hour with the pictures in our fingertips facing us, speechless. I tried to remember the man, but I couldn't remember any features because of the darkness, besides a beard, glasses, and that he was soft-spoken. Later that night, I was awoken by my friend who was screaming frantically. When I ran into the room, she said that the man with the glasses was watching her through the window. We packed up and left, and have never been back to Loch Ness since. When I was a kid, I used to go up to the Smoky Mountains and stay there with my friend and her family for a few days to a week. One time, my friend's dad drove me and my friend down to Asheville, North Carolina, which was about an hour and a half away. My friend and I had to put a lot of makeup on that day because we were preteen girls and we were having fun with makeup. Even with the makeup, it was still very obvious that we were children. We went into a mellow mushroom to sit down and eat when a man who was probably in his 30s or 40s started talking to my friend. The situation quickly turned sinister when it became apparent that the man thought my friend's dad was a pimp and he was interested in my friend. I'm pretty sure my friend's dad threatened to disembowel the dude, and then we all promptly left and drove back to the mountain home. My friend's dad had to explain to us later what happened and why we left so abruptly. Last year, I was packing up my apartment, ready to move out of my college town. This apartment wasn't in the best area, but it was mostly college students, so it felt pretty safe. I had a friend over and we were drinking some mimosas, just happy to be done with our undergrad, both 22 years old and female. It was around 2 p.m. on a Saturday when someone knocked on my door. I looked through the peephole and there was no one there. So I cracked the door, thinking my roommate had a package delivered, but there was nothing. This person must have been hiding behind the corner because as I closed the door, they lunged out and put their full weight into the door. But luckily, I was able to get it closed and locked. They began pounding on the door asking for help. It sounded like a woman, but I couldn't tell looking through the peephole. They continued knocking for a minute and pleaded to be let in. My girlfriend and I were standing there frozen. Why were you hiding if you needed help? Also, my apartment was on the 4th floor, back corner, so it's pretty unlikely my apartment was the quickest to reach. After a few minutes, they just calmly walked away. Later that day, I asked my neighbor if anyone came to their door, but she had no idea what I was talking about. Nothing else happened, but I'm still very curious what they really wanted from me. When I was in the 5th grade, I recall going to McDonald's with my 2 twin friends and their mother. We were standing in a line waiting to order. I was leaning on the wall behind me and looking around. This is when the altercation occurred. An old man was sitting at some sort of counter table thing, close to the registers. I don't remember what he was doing, but I recall his pen dropping. He seemed to notice it, but as I stated before, he was old, so he had a hard time leaning down. Being the sweet little 10-year-old that I was, I did a small jog over to him, bent over, and picked up his pen. As I did, he smiled at me and said, "Good thing my zipper wasn't down, huh?" Being so young, I totally didn't understand what the hell he meant, so I just awkwardly agreed and laughed. Afterwards, I went back with my friends, ordered the meal, and waited at the table with them. I finally asked my friend's mom, what does "zipper wasn't down" mean, and she only gave me a confused look. When further pressed, I told her about the encounter, and she got so pissed off that she tried to look for the man, but he wasn't there anymore. It wasn't until high school when I went back to that same McDonald's in which I remembered this experience, and that disgusting old man again. I would say let's not meet again, but I think we should. Being in the army and growing as strong as I am, I probably would deck him in the face now. I'm not sure how old I was, but I was really small, maybe around 6. I was with a bunch of people from my church, having a barbecue at the river. All the kids were swimming in the water. I didn't know how to swim yet, so I just stayed waist deep in the shallow parts. At some point, this girl came up to me and was playing with me. We were splashing each other and stuff. The weird thing is she was probably about 13 or so, and I didn't even know who she was, even though I knew everyone else there. Apparently, no one was paying attention to us. She started pushing me out deeper and deeper, to where I couldn't touch. She kept laughing the whole time. My head kept going underwater. I tried grabbing onto her arms when she would push me, but she easily knocked my grip loose. The slight current slowly pulled me away from my friends and my family while I struggled to tread water. I was panicking, but she wouldn't stop pushing me and laughing. I could not possibly have looked like I was having fun. I would try to yell, but was only ever above water long enough to take a breath. Every time my feet touched the mud, for a split second, she would just push me again. I couldn't believe she was laughing. I was sure I was going to drown, and no one seemed to notice. Of all the people to intervene, it would happen to be my childhood bully, Zachary. He had always been a jerk to me, mentally and physically abusive, but I still feel like that day he saved my life. He came up to her and told her to get away from me. He grabbed me by my arm and pulled me to where I could stand again. Then he ran off and continued to play with other kids his age, as if nothing happened. The girl was already a ways away too. I went on playing, and as with so much other things, I don't think I told anyone until I was much older. Pretty sure I never saw that girl again. My father's best friend, a man and his wife that I've known since I was a baby, always unsettled me. His wife hated me. She hates kids. And he would pay attention to me, watch me, even if I ignored him. By the time I was 12, I knew things about him that I shouldn't know. Like favorite sex jokes, positions, preferences. You know, stuff that you might say to your best friend, my dad, but not with their 12-year-old daughter around. When I turned 16, there was a night where he was over, and I was in a spaghetti strap shirt with night pants, about to go to bed. I was saying goodnight to everyone in the house. My dad had gone to the bathroom, and this guy's wife was in rehab for drugs, so she wasn't there. He got up from the table and went to give me a hug goodnight. This was really weird since I never initiated any hugging, and he would never initiate one with me. This hug lasted forever. My arms at my side, his arms trapping me against him. He finally released me from the hug, but placed his hands on my arms and looked at me. This look still makes my skin crawl. He looks down at my chest and whispers, "Wow, you've gotten so much bigger." His thumbs are ghosting over my arms and closer to my chest. I was too startled and unnerved that I froze. I couldn't think to move. This man, a man that helped my dad change my diapers, was lusting over how big my boobs got when I was 16 years old. Thankfully, before anything got worse, my father got out of the bathroom and this guy backed away. I would never go around him after that. I told my dad that when he would be there, I was not going to stay there. So Marvin, let's not meet again. This is a story which took a while to find out about from my parents. My family, mom, dad, big sister, and I were on holiday at a big family style resort in the 90s. For context, this happened somewhere in a South American country. I've told this story many times and don't want to dox myself by giving away too many details. For context, I have no recollection of this event, but I do remember parts of the holiday, the seas, the white sands, banana trees. The four of us were staying at one of those classic family hotels, the ones where the buffet breakfast has eggs, bacon, fresh fruit, and pancakes galore. The type where there's also a lot of kids and lots of animation for them. There was a kids club where I go, and I remember making a friend there too, a little boy my age. That's all I remember. The rest is all from my dad's recounting. We were in the hotel playing area, my parents and I. A woman working for the hotel and part of the kids club animation team was playing with me. I was a cute little shy blonde kid, and she started playing with me and talking to me. My parents relaxed, enjoying their holiday knowing that their daughter is being entertained by the kids club staff. All good, until my dad turns around and sees that I'm missing. I'm not next to them. The woman playing with me is also nowhere in sight. With Papa Bear reflexes, my dad stands up to see the woman walking slowly but surely across the hotel with his daughter in her arms. He begins chasing her down the hotel, and she takes up some speed, beginning to run with me. This was a vast hotel complex, so there's a long way to go. My dad says he ran after her through doors that she would shut in his face. By a stroke of luck, he managed to catch up with her just before she made it to the side exit and pulled me out of her hands. In shock, he grabbed me and ran back, letting the woman disappear into the forest. Immediately, my parents went to the hotel to complain and let them know either their staff or someone pretending to be staff tried to kidnap me. The hotel brushed it off casually and said, "Oh, don't worry about it. This happens sometimes." I hope this hotel changed since the 90s, but it really makes me think how fucked up it is that the hotel didn't give a shit. It was almost like they were in on it somehow. Let's start off with some backstory. My parents had shared custody of me until my dad went to start working away, so I moved in with my mom. She lived about 2 hours away from where I lived with my dad, in a pretty shitty suburb. Plenty of junkies and alkies. I was 12 or 13 at the time, maybe younger. This guy named Craig was my neighbor. My house was at the end of the road, then an empty house, then Craig's house. Craig's house was about the same size as ours, but he had about 10 people living there. They were aboriginals, so it's not unusual to have that many people living in a small house. It was about 8:30 p.m. and one of my small dogs had gotten out of the house and ran down the road. So me, being the good fur mom I am, went out to go look for him. I called for him a few times until I started to panic. Craig was sitting in his lawn drinking with plenty of empty bottles beside him. I was on my lawn when he stood up with only the vacant house lawn separating us. Craig waved me over, telling me to come closer, so I did. I walked closer. He told me that he had a small dog in his backyard, and if I didn't hurry up and get it, he was gonna fucking kill that mongrel and hang it all over your house. I was in shock, so I walked closer. Then, one of the women I lived with came running out and told me to get away from the man. I snapped out of it and basically ran inside my house. What happened was, my dog had basically done a lap of the neighborhood and came up right next to our house. He dug under the fence and into the backyard. One of the women I lived with heard him bark, so she asked the others if I was still looking for him, and that's when the lady called for me. To the old man who told me he was going to kill my dog, I hope you fucking die. This was after a Christmas Eve party. When everyone went home, I decided to stay because my cousin and I were watching a movie. My uncle, who used to walk his dogs into the woods next to a park, went off to take them out. Before this, my aunt told him to not do that because it was too dark out there. It was around 4 or 5 in the morning, so he went off anyway, with my aunt still worried, so I went along with him. Once there, everything was quiet. My uncle and his dogs were having a small relaxing walk as usual, and I wasn't paying much attention to the surroundings when suddenly, the dogs went still. This wasn't strange. They always stopped to stare and bark at other animals they noticed, like rats, birds, insects, and other dogs. However, this time was different. When the dog got still, my uncle noticed something was going wrong. The dogs weren't angry or curious. They were kind of nervous, anxious, afraid. One of the dogs, the largest one, was growling and shaking. My uncle started to worry about the situation when we hear it. People in the woods. We didn't see how many because of the darkness, but they were saying something. We all gather here by the blood of we, thee, and thy. As my uncle and I heard this, he yelled for his dogs to follow him out of the woods. As we all left, he turned his back and saw a slight movement of the branches and shrubs, perhaps because the people were trying to hide. After that happened, he wouldn't walk his dogs near those woods, or in the dark either. One night, I was in bed with my boyfriend. It was about 1:30 a.m. I get a random text from my number saying, "Is this my name? Sorry for messaging late and out of the blue like this, but I don't think my boyfriend's being honest with me, and I need to talk to you." We exchanged a few texts, and basically they're accusing my boyfriend of cheating on both of us. Obviously I was annoyed, but bear in mind, it was June 2020, in the middle of coronavirus lockdown in the UK. We'd spent every day together since March. He denied it all and insisted he didn't know who that person was. The same number started texting him angry texts, calling him a lying rat. Not looking good for boyfriend. But this is where it gets weird. This person gives no specifics. They won't tell me their name, what my boyfriend has done, only that he was a liar and that I was an idiot for believing him. I'd ask, but they would mostly reply with vague, angry texts. Their grammar and spelling was good, but they'd use slang words from our local area. We assumed that it might be some kids that found our numbers off of Facebook and were having a laugh, so we tried to ignore it. Then nothing, till my boyfriend gets a text the following afternoon asking him to meet them in a local social club for some company. My friend and I go straight in the car and went down there. No one was there and the club was closed because of COVID. We couldn't help but feel that we were being watched. It was really weird. A few days go by and the same number starts texting me again. This time, the text language is all weird, like spelling mistakes. It felt like it was a different person texting me. They seemed a lot angrier with me now, because I didn't believe them straight away. Then they text me, "You're so dull. I see him leaving your house earlier," laughing my ass off. Being cocky, I said something like, "Funny, then where's my house then?" And they reply with my fucking street name. They also knew things about us, like the fact that he was in the army, but I guess you could have figured that out from his social media photos. I called them Lowe's, but it would just ring twice and cut off. Tried searching the number on WhatsApp and on the other few social media sites, but nothing. Only on Instagram the number would come up with a local film company in Netherlands. When I googled the number, the provider is Tisme. I never heard of it, but it looks like it might be a fake number. They never asked for any money or anything like that either. Don't know why someone would go through that much effort just to wind us up. Last text I had was, "Okay, you will see eventually." Just creepy. Any advice, please? Sorry this is a bit long. I know this isn't a therapist office, but this has been bothering me for a long time and I wanted to get it off my chest. This happened June 2018 in Portland, Oregon. I understand that I acted like an idiot in this situation. Since then, I have become more observant, cautious, and honestly, much more paranoid. I went dancing with friends and was really drunk by midnight. Unfortunately, this was back when I had little money and I realized you could save money by eating very little before going out and it would take far fewer drinks to get drunk. So I was so drunk, I barely remember my friend ordering me an Uber ride home. My phone was dead, of course. I vaguely recall them helping me into the car and telling me to get home safe. I don't remember greeting the driver or the first minute or so. Soon after getting in, he asked me how my night was and if I smoked. Honestly, I was just thinking about bed at this point, so I sort of just slurred out that I did sometimes. He offered me a joint, and this is the first moment I sort of get nervous and begin paying attention. I'd tell him something like, "I'm really tired and just want to go home." I think he said something about it being an indica-based joint and it made great for sleep. Once again, I say something not exactly like no, but not a yes, which he takes as a yes. I'll take the joint now. Once again, I'm still drunk enough I can barely see straight or speak clearly. So when he says, "Okay, well I have to cancel the ride real quick because I can't give it to you while I'm on the clock," or something to that effect. It takes me a second to realize how dangerous that was. And by the time I start to say something, he has canceled the ride and pulls over. We were in an area just east of the Hawthorne Bridge, I think, and it was totally secluded. Some empty parking lots, a close by auto body shop with no one in sight. It started to hit me. I'm now in a car, not with an Uber driver, but with some stranger. I can't call anyone, and he's trying to give me weed that could have anything in it. For the next minute or so, we're pretty quiet. Or I just can't remember any small talk he tried to make because I was beginning to panic. And every time he handed me the joint, I would take fake hits, just breathing into my mouth and not into my lungs. I felt tired, clumsy, and weak. That kind of drunk where you're almost at the point of nausea. And I knew I couldn't do much of anything to defend myself at that point. I remember vividly being fixated for a moment on the fact that I didn't even have a pair of keys to defend myself with, as my building uses fobs for just about everything, and I didn't take my mail key with me. As I'm freaking out, I look up to see this guy sort of noticing, and I make eye contact with him in the mirror. He was staring at me, but I couldn't read his expression. Finally, he says something along the lines of, "Well, let's get out of here." I tell him I'll just call another Uber home, thinking at this point it might be safer to walk, and he says, "No, I still have your address. I'll take you home." For a moment I was relieved. I guess I wanted to believe him badly that I was going to get home safe. I tried to calm myself down, thinking he hadn't actually done anything threatening. Maybe he was just your typical stoner guy, and I was overreacting. At this time, I lived on the PSU campus in downtown Portland, in the southwest area of the city. He was driving me north, on the east side of the river. There are several bridges to our left, and as he keeps moving north, he has several opportunities to take the exit and hop over the river to get me back downtown. He keeps skipping all of them. We keep passing bridge after bridge that could get me home. Up in northeast Portland, there are some large industrial areas that can get very isolated at night. And Portland in general is surrounded by a lot of forests, so I knew he could take me to a secluded area really quickly. After he passes like the fourth exit for a bridge, pretty sure it was Broadway Bridge, I've been racking my brain for a way to make him actually take me home and say something to the effect of, "Hey, my boyfriend is waiting for me at home," which was true, though I said it in a very meek way. The driver says nothing, but did take the next exit bridge and basically hung a giant U-turn and started taking me home. Even as we were on the west side of town, heading south, I was still shaking, and my hands were on the door handle, thinking about just hopping out of the car at a red light the closer we got to my apartment. My phone is completely dead, and he honestly still had several chances to hop onto a nearby highway and speed off out of the city. We're getting pretty close to my apartment now, and I'm once again trying to convince myself that I'm being paranoid about a stoner that can't navigate the city. Although a few minutes before I was so scared I was crying. So once we get about 2 blocks from my apartment, I lie and tell him it's easiest to stop here and he can let me out. Again, he doesn't say anything, but does slow the car. I'm flooded with relief and even feel myself smile, but when I go to open the door, it's locked. I try to lift the lock mechanism manually, but it won't budge. I look up at him instinctively to see what's up, and he's got his head turned almost fully around towards me, his shoulders still facing the road, smiling at me. The worst fucking smile I've ever seen. I just started to cry and asking him to open the door. I was so freaked out and still very drunk, and thank God he did. I will never forget the sensation of vulnerability, not just being drunk in a car with no way to contact anyone, but even as I got out of the car, I kept feeling like he would somehow grab the back of my shirt and pull me back in, as silly as that sounds. When I got home, I found out that my boyfriend had actually gone out with his friends at the last minute and wasn't even home. He wouldn't have even known until much later if I had gotten back safe. The next day, I convinced myself that I was freaking out over nothing, which I realized still could be the case. But in my gut, I had truly felt in danger the night before. Technically, this guy could have been totally harmless, but I still think I should have texted my friend and reported him. The big thing that made me think of this was recently hearing about how Ed Kemper, the co-ed killer, would go for practice runs, picking up hitchhikers and seeing if he could get the passengers, potential victims, to trust him, and how far out of his comfort zone he could push them without them saying anything. Obviously this guy wasn't Ed, but I hate wondering if that night was a practice run of some sort for my Uber driver. So I'm temporarily driving for Uber while we're slow at my salon due to the virus. Today I picked up an older guy, at least my dad's age, 53. Things started out fine with small talk. Then he mentioned how I'm the cutest Uber driver he's had. Mind you, I had a nappy bun straight out of bed, no eyebrows today. My natural brows are very light, and a mask on. He proceeds to ask me if I have a boyfriend, to which I reply, no, I have a girlfriend. So he tells me about his son that's gay and shows me a pic. So I ask if he's married. He then tells me that he's not married anymore, but he was, and his kids' ages very close to mine. And then he tells me that he has a girlfriend and that they're swingers. Not sure why he mentioned the swinger part. Then it got weird. Right before we get to a stop, he started asking if I was completely lesbian, and I told him yes, and he asked why. I simply said that I didn't like any part of being in a relationship with men. He asked me to pull into the back of a building where there were no other people, just a bunch of parked 18-wheelers and trailers. When I pulled up into the destination, he asked randomly if he could show me a video with no context. I say sure, not thinking anything of it. He shows me a snippet of a homemade porno of him and his girlfriend. I won't say what was in the video, but it was disgusting. He says, "Isn't that so goddamn hot?" You could see all over my face that I was uncomfortable, and at this point, we were already at his location and he wouldn't get out. He continued to try to ask me inappropriate questions, saying, well, what's the difference between a strap-on and the real thing? And at that point, I was like, I gotta go. Thankfully, he got out on his own without me having to be hostile. I was trying to avoid being hostile because we were in my car alone and he was a tall man, and I'm very petite. With all the crazy people in the world, I didn't want to take a chance of upsetting him and it turning violent. Before he shuts my door, he says, "I'd love to talk some more, if that's okay with you. Don't tell your girlfriend what I showed you." I said bye, have a good day, and drove off. I reported him to Uber, and they have been in touch with me. My wife and I had recently moved into our first house, and we had just had our first baby. To make some extra money, I started driving for Uber a few times a week. Anyway, I got a hit and started driving to the pickup location, which turned out to be an extended stay America hotel. I've picked up people from these sorts of locations before, and some of them had been very unique individuals. I pull up out front. The notification was sent to his phone that I had arrived. I waited for a minute or two at the front entrance where I presumed he was going to be emerging. The sun had only just started to set, so the visibility was pretty good. A man emerged. When I say emerged, I literally mean that he must have taken a running jump because he bursted through the bushes and tree line and landed 2-footed. He was around 40, slim built, and had a spring in his step, which was noticeable. He wasn't dirty or unkempt in any way, so I presumed that he was just having a smoke or something. He had awful teeth, and his skin was pale. Either way, Him emerging from the bushes so dramatically was strike one. He got in the car and we greeted each other. He was immediately very chatty and started telling me about all aspects of his life without me asking or letting me get a word in. He told me that he had just got back from a business trip, that he had been kicked out of his house because he had been away on business for so long. No, he wasn't. We were on the way to his house so he could pick up a few things and head back. Delightful. He started asking me about myself, but between every new question, he would ask me again what my name was, to which I told him over and over again. He was in the back seat and I could feel him really close behind me, breathing heavily as I answered the questions in a guarded but friendly way. It sounds strange, but I am sure that he was sniffing me. When he started to twitch, it dawned on me that he was tweaking. Not terribly, but enough where it was pretty noticeable, if you were aware of the signs. Strike two. We arrived at his house, and I pull up in the driveway. He says that he won't be long, and he'll give me a good tip when I take him back to the hotel. He gets out. I leave the car on. Lo and behold, he doesn't seem to have a key. After trying the basement entryway, a few windows, and kicking the door multiple times, he storms up to the outdoor staircase to the ground floor main entrance. He starts aggressively trying to force the door while hurling a tirade of abuse at whoever he thought was responsible for his situation. A guy suddenly appears from the side of the house, presumably from the bushes, and he shouts that he told him to never show his face here again and to give him his money. Within seconds, they are full on fighting in front of my car. There's a large thud as the grappling duo land on the hood of my car and roll on the ground. I zone out for a second, thinking how the actual hell I found myself in this situation. At this point, they are rolling around on the driveway, fighting in front of my car. The actual homeowner must have been winning because suddenly the man I had picked up started screaming at the top of his lungs, "Uber driver, help me! Uber driver, why don't you help me?" Over and over. The look of exasperation I must have had on my face. How could this dude not know my name? He asked me like 30 times. Strike three. I calmly put my car into reverse and drove the hell out of there. I looked into my rearview mirror and they were still brawling. I have no idea what happened to the Uber passenger or the homeowner, but I went straight home and was thoroughly creeped out. I have been driving for Lyft ever since. When I was in college, I found myself Ubering to make money. This is Southern California, and LA at the time was a constant flow of work. Occasionally, you pick up people in a nice area, and they would tell you that they were sleeping with someone in a relationship, or that themselves were cheating. This was depressingly common. I think that saying what they were doing to someone gave them a weird kind of relief. Once I drove someone from Hollywood to Hemet, California. He was very charming and funny. When I dropped him off, it was a big blue building that they buzzed us into. He left me a $200 cash tip. I later found out that this was known as Gold Base for the Church of Scientology. If you don't know what that is, it's a completely normal, not weird at all in any way, location, owned by the Church of Scientology. Feel free to Google it. A few months into my Uber career, insurance companies started using rideshare service, and some people who were more down on their luck would use it. Sometimes this was people just trying to get their kids to school, but sometimes it was much more sad. I can't tell you how much times I showed up to the doctor's office to see someone with accessibility limitations, faces drop at seeing my tiny car instead of a van like they needed. The people with substance problems were interactions that would stay with you. Once I picked up a man going to a dental appointment. I drove him for about a half an hour. He told me how he used to run drugs in the 90s until they caught him with a few pounds of coke. He told me about when he was moved from Nevada to Florida for trial. How he traveled handcuffed in a van. How the cops would stop only once a day at McDonald's and for their $1 menu item of the day. He asked me to stop at a liquor store, and he chugged a teeny bottle of booze, shoved a mint in his mouth, then sipped on a soda. He smelled like pure alcohol when I dropped him off at the dentist. Near my house was a methadone clinic. I would get up before dawn to be able to take those rides. Early bird gets a worm. Almost always they were sweet and thankful. Sometimes they were a little out of it, but I never felt like I was in danger or anything like that. Just good people going through tough times. These rides were the most consistently depressing. People who were going to court clearly drunk or high. Older women who had trouble requesting a ride and had been waiting in the parking lot of their dialysis place into the night. They'd tell me their stories sometimes. A person who was going to court for a child custody case. People struggling with mental illness. Some mornings were exhausting. Being up that early, you'd hit another crowd that I never anticipated. Funeral goers. The saddest funeral ride was when a man and a woman got into the back seat. Rather than speaking to me, the man handed me a neon printout of a map of the cemetery with instructions on what plot to go to, with, "Hello, I am attending my father's funeral. My wife and I are deaf. Please follow these directions," written on the back of it. The whole ride, I could hear them signing to one another and trying not to cry. There were also a lot of retired gamblers. They'd leave their houses at 7 in the morning, take a $70 Uber out to the desert, and spend the whole day gambling at the reservation casinos. The desert is where I saw the weirdest things. The desert was the only place I ever felt scared driving. It was in Temecula, the wine country of Southern California. Lots of wooded roads and desert. I picked up a lady just off the freeway at what I initially assumed was at the edge of a golf resort, but it was an unpaved access road. It was late and the area was especially dark. I was getting ready to call the passenger when I saw them coming down the unpaved access road. It was a tall blonde woman with a very nice pantsuit. She was absurdly put together considering how she had just walked God knows how long in heels down a dirt rock road. She got into my car and she was very pleasant. She told me that she lived in a gated community that was hard for Ubers to get to and that it was easier to send me to the access road. I thought it was weird, but I didn't want to be creepy, asking about where she lived. She was friendly, chatty even. She was going to a dinner party, and as she spoke to me, I could feel her looking at me in the rearview mirror the entire ride. We drove a half hour away from the freeway to one of those rural neighborhoods that you would hear celebrities had huge parties at. Eventually, we reached the address, which was a paved road lined with trees. She told me to keep driving, and I didn't think much of it. Again, we were in a mansion-style neighborhood. We hit a white ranch-style fence after a minute or so going down the road. That was when I started feeling a bit uneasy. There were around a dozen no trespassing signs, and one of those classic, "Forget the dog, beware of the owner" signs with a guy pointing a pistol at you. I thought it was more than a little blunt to have that many signs, but hey, not my property. We drove for a minute when we came to another fence. It was at the top of a hill and overlooked a barn with some lights in the distance. I know this sounds weird, but it was unpleasant. I couldn't put my finger on it. It was just a barn with what looked like a barbecue going on. But being out in the woods without any lights had me freaked out. The passenger told me that I could just slide the gate open. As I approached the fence, I saw signs that made me stop cold. Off to the side of the gate, not quite in the dark, but on the fringe of my headlights, there were metal signs with bullet holes through them, swastikas, and Confederate flags brightly displayed. SoCal has a lot of white supremacist pockets. I had dropped off dozens of passengers in cities like Norco and driven down streets where people were drinking in the garage and Nazi flags proudly hung behind them. It wasn't my favorite, but I wasn't spending any time in those neighborhoods more than I needed to. This was different though. It was after 11 p.m. at night and I had no idea where I was. I opened the gate, and down the road I saw what I assumed were cell phone flashlights lighting up and coming up the incline. This made me very uncomfortable. I went back and told the woman I didn't think my car could make it back up the hill if I went down it. "What are you talking about? Just take me, it's right there." She was getting more heated, and I could see the lights slowly making their way up the hill. She kept telling me I needed to cancel the ride, and she wouldn't pay to not be taken the entire way. I told her the pin I was supposed to take her to was miles back up the road, but I was so nervous, I relented and canceled on my end. She slammed the door as she got out. I took off before I could see the cell phone light people get closer. The road back was much rougher at the speed I was going at. I felt a bump that felt like I hit a body, but I kept going. My car was driving like shit, but I kept driving till I passed the fence out of that rich neighborhood until I stopped at the gas station. My right rear tire was fucked up and I needed to change it. There were a few nails that looked like they had been attached to a piece of wood in my tire. I was freaked out so hard, and sometimes I wish I called the cops and reported it. But of course, all that happened was I got a flat on a back road and didn't want to spend the rest of my night waiting on the cop car. I know it's far more likely that I freaked myself out than a bunch of Nazis planning to mess with some random Uber driver, but when I picked up a well-dressed businesswoman from a remote location and dropped her off at a separate remote location, it gave me chills that I have trouble explaining to this day. I got off work around 10 p.m. and headed home. I live alone and always make sure my front door is locked before I leave for work, but when I got home, the door was unlocked. I knew for a fact I locked it when I left because, like I stated, I always lock it. I have severe OCD and would have not forgotten to lock my door as I am too obsessed with my routine to forget. I was thoroughly unsettled by this and immediately retrieved my 9mm pistol from the drawer next to the front door. I set the bag of fast food I picked up down and looked around the dark living room, fumbling for the light switch. Once the light flickered on, to my utter horror, my apartment was in complete disarray. Paperwork strewn all over the floor that had been put away in my office, and my social security card and birth certificate were among the mess. I quickly made my way into the office, and once I entered the room, I found that all the drawers were open, and my computer had been turned on and was on the lock screen, as if someone tried to get into my computer. I checked the rest of my apartment and didn't find anybody. I put my gun back and immediately phoned the police. They arrived fairly quickly, took a report of the break-in. They asked me if I had any enemies or if I made anyone mad recently, to which I responded that I haven't. No such thing had occurred, and furthermore, I'm not the type to have quarrels with people. I was quite dumbstruck by what I had come home to. I cleaned up the mess and attempted to go to sleep, but tossed and turned most of the night while laying with my gun under my pillow. I would like to add that I'm also a very paranoid person, so the whole thing naturally had me freaked out, and every night I go to bed, I have my gun under my pillow. The next day I had off, so I left to go hiking with my girlfriend. We had started dating 6 months ago. I left around 9 a.m. and stopped by the Starbucks next to my apartment. While I sat in the busy drive-thru line, I looked up and noticed a man staring at me from across the street on the same side as my apartment complex. The thing that was most interesting about this man was how much of a resemblance to me he bared. This guy had the same exact hair as me, was about the same height and weight, wore glasses like me, and looked about the same age as me too. He didn't appear to have any expression on his face and just stood there, still as a statue, staring at me. It was my turn to get my order, so I grabbed my coffee, and when I went to pull out of the drive-thru, the man was gone. The day went on as planned, and my girlfriend and I had a great day together. I told her about the incident at my apartment and the man who looked like me, and she joked that perhaps my doppelganger had broken into my apartment. After I parted ways with my girlfriend, I made my way home. I was a bit nervous to return to my home, fearing that whoever broke into my apartment might have returned. Whatever they were there for that night, they seemed to be looking for something. I arrived back at my apartment and made my way to my apartment unit. I live upstairs, and as I approached the stairs to my front door, I heard someone coming down the stairs. I was still a good distance from the stairwell and was alarmed as I didn't have a neighbor who lived upstairs. Therefore, no one should be coming down those stairs. I stopped to see who it was, and to my shock, it was none other than the same man I had seen earlier that morning. He walked quickly and looked down as he walked. I shouted at him to stop, but as soon as he heard me, he took off running and hopped the fence that separates the apartment complex from a large field and disappeared into the night. I ran upstairs to my apartment and tried the doorknob, which was once again unlocked. I went inside and was horrified. All over my living room walls were pictures of me and my girlfriend from that day. Pictures that looked as if they had been taken right behind the tree line next to the trail that her and I were on. I once again called the police and reported the break-in. They came and searched the apartment as well as the entire complex. I told them about the man I saw running into the field. They searched the field and returned with a pair of eyeglasses and a wig. The police took the items they found into evidence and opened a case. They stationed 2 police cars outside my apartment and informed my apartment manager about what was going on. It's been almost a week since this all started, and nothing else has happened since. No more random break-ins or creepy photos of me and my girlfriend. I have also been staying with a coworker of mine until things die down. I have no idea why whoever is doing this is targeting me. Based on the items that the police found in the field, my guess is this person is actually pretending to be me for some odd reason. I don't know what any of this means. Update. I returned to my apartment and everything is how I left it. The door is locked and everything is fine. I feel relieved and I'm hoping that this nightmare is over. I only have one small lead that I'd like to share. I text my old friend to ask him if he knows anything, and he sent me back laughing emojis and then blocked me. This is normal behavior for him, however, as he has mental health issues and acts erratic at times. Once again, I'll try to update you guys if anything else occurs. Take it back to 2007, 2008. I was 16 when this began, 18 or 19 when it finally went to court. Picture a Norman Rockwell-esque suburban family. Parents, 3 kids, a yard and a dog. In the blink of an eye you'll miss it, USA. One random day, a neighbor man has a mild dispute with his neighbor. As a totally warranted response, neighbor man, which I'll be calling NM from here on out, takes every hose he has and floods their yard. Solid decisions lead to solid consequences, so naturally, he was fined for waste of water. My parents run the water in small town USA, and because NM lived a block away from us, he decided to drive over to the water district shouting that he is an acquaintance of my parents. Second solid decision of many to come from NM. Absolutely no one takes kindly to name dropper folks, so tuck that gem away under life facts. My parents come in and tells him even if his kids did this, they would have the same repercussions, gracefully glossing over the fact that other than maybe driving by one another, none of us had actually ever interacted with NM. NM repeats the name of the man working in the front desk as well as my parents' name and claims it's now personal and storms out. My family members and I began to see NM at random places constantly. The DMV, the grocery store, our respective jobs. Apparently, when you're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and your parents pay for your house, you have all kinds of time to sulk. It went from random sightings while out and about to phone calls, the cliche 90s type of call, breathing, hangs up, and I can see you variety. At this point, NM was more of an annoyance than scary, but as I've stated, when you underestimate crazy, you lose every time. NM began parking across from our house, staying from 6 p.m. to 4 a.m., literally just sitting in his car, blasting music, staring at the house. For almost I had the determination and bladder of a racehorse, because what the fuck, who sits there for 10ish hours? His music was trash too. Maybe he was a masochist and into self-harm, seeing how long he could suffer through that shitty music and a full bladder. I doubt anyone with semi-rational concept of social interaction could fathom why. This went on from 3 to 4 times a week to a nightly occurrence. Imagine being a 16-year-old female that doesn't even feel comfortable to change in her own room because of the prospect that he might see through the blinds somehow. Try to sleep knowing he's out there. We were prisoners in our own home. He began to get bolder. NM drove his car speeding up and down the sidewalk at my siblings and her partner while they were on the sidewalk out front coming home from a date. They both had to physically jump out of the way to avoid being hit. He made lewd gestures at me when I brought my dog out for a walk and was waiting for my siblings to come out to join us on the walk. It was so bad I ended up crying and going inside. This has been going on for a year at this point. The cops always say the same thing. There's nothing that we can do unless a threat is made against you or someone is harmed. My parents confronted NM after my incident, to which NM called the cops and they came, asking us why we were harassing and threatening NM. I never understood why the system waits until you're a victim rather than prevent someone from being victimized. Almost 2 years in, and it's Christmas time. My parent has a brain aneurysm without any lingering effects, which is extremely rare. I convinced my other parent, who had been living in the hospital with their sick partner, to come home and shower and eat. About 9 p.m., we get a knock on the door. A random man with ratty clothes, holding a Christmas present, says he's here to deliver it to my family's name. We ask him who sent him, and he says he can't say. We ask him who he works for, and he shoves a gift at my parent and leaves. We are obviously uncomfortable to open it. My parent decided that they needed to know what was in it, and opens the present. Inside is a 17-page document on the grounds of why NM is suing my parent that was currently in the hospital. Even I could tell it was fake, with the grammatical errors and typos. NM took the time to sit and type this up himself, thinking it would scare us. The document and the fake details he put in did not. The fact that this 40-something-year-old man was fixated on my family, that he sat and typed a 17-page fake document, did scare us. Things progress, and NM begins pacing in front of his car and pretending to have cell phone calls where he talked about pushing my parents down the stairs, or knowing where us kids went to school and worked, and how easy it would be to access us at any time. At the time, I worked closing shift that let me off about 1 a.m. He would park his car next to my car and follow me home. One time, I even tried to take random roads, and he still stayed right behind me, pulling up to the house with NM parked across the street. Think neighborhood streets with maybe 5 feet between a car parked on the side and one on the other. And having to get out and run to the door was a nightmare. We were all exhausted from not only the aneurysm scare, but also living looking over our shoulders. My parents' friend told her friend, who was a DA, about the situation. She called and came over and took our case pro bono. Testifying was a wild ride. We had to put in official statements prior to being called to the stand. We were not allowed to be in the room when a family member was testifying, nor were we allowed to talk in the halls as we waited for our turn. Imagine reliving 2+ years of traumatic experiences, being cross-examined where they made you out to be a liar, and then not able to have your family comfort or support you afterwards. This was not ideal. There was enough to put him away for 1.5 years, as well as to grant a felony restraining order. We moved while he was still incarcerated. My sister passed while he was in prison, and he immediately tried to sue her estate. She was 21 at her death when he was released. He claimed her testimony of him running his car at her and her partner was false, and the only reason he got locked up. Not the case, as there were harassment and stalking charges, and that the money donated to a GoFundMe for her accident he was entitled to. There's so many more details, but this was already long enough. So NM, let's never ever meet again. You made us prisoners in our own home for years, are clearly still the same person, and have not learned a thing from the time you were locked up. Okay, I don't know where to even post this, but I need advice. It's long, but it's weird as shit. A little over a year ago, I was approached via Twitter by a girl claiming she wanted to work together. Her location was not only in the same city as mine, but in the same community as well. After a brief convo in DMs, I realized this profile was strange. It was fake. I immediately blocked her and kept it moving. After this, it just gets so strange. This person continues to make fake profiles pretending to know me, and eventually went into using fake phone numbers and numbers to text me via WhatsApp and a texting app. I never gave them my number. It's weird enough that this person is persistent in stalking and harassing me. I'm a freelance entrepreneur. A great portion of my income comes from online. So if it was up to me, I'd just unplug. But I can't let this harm my career. This person has went onto my friends' profiles to contact them. I have no idea how. I am very discreet. I do not interact with these friends online, and somehow this person is finding them one by one over the past year and persistently harassing them, even making fake Facebook profiles to harass certain people I deal with. Not only my friends in the same area and group, but friends I have scattered in different cities. When I tell you, and this is not exaggerated, I have blocked over 100 Instagram, Twitter profiles, texting app numbers, and emails from this person. And keep this in mind, you need a new email to make an Instagram. I'm a single man. Of course I have lady friends. I have no bad blood with any ex or former fling. I'm on good terms with everyone as far as I know. But someone is targeting me and any person they think I date or talk to romantically. It has affected relationships with people I deal with. Either someone I know secretly hates me and wants to make my life living hell, or a stranger is obsessed with me and wants to run everyone around me away from me. I have prayed on this man, like honestly just asking God to reveal who this is or make it go away. After a year, the persistence is starting to wear down. I have no idea who this is pressing me. I reported to the police, but they haven't done much. I even tried to hire a digital private investigator, but the few I've contacted say they can't help me. Can anyone please give me some direction? It's sick. Something has to give. So this process happened just a few months ago, so it shouldn't be hard to find. So at the start of the year, we were introduced to our teachers. All of them were good teachers except Miss C. So we went through our classes, and in each one we got those cheesy beginning of the year introductions. It was quickly clear her class wouldn't be a normal health class, as evidenced by the fact that during her introduction she went off about how terrible her divorced husband was. So classes started picking up, and her insecurities somehow kept making it into lectures. One day, a few weeks into school, she just stopped showing up to class. You know, her job. Consistently. And now at this point, everyone was cutting her some slack because she was a single mom. But it just got worse. We would have to do the whole units from a workbook with improvised substitutes, who were actually most of the time school staff with no idea what they were doing. This culminated when Miss C missed 2 weeks of school for no apparent reason. Most of the class could see her mental deterioration. Me and some friends in class started noticing some form of distress from Miss C. More and more stuff about her personal life would leak into lectures when she was there. Suddenly it came to a head. She suddenly became distant and developed a tough shell around her. Miss C actually started coming to school consistently too. She started bringing her kids into class, closer to toddlers but still. I have a hunch that she started doing this to help justify her inaction to her employers. One day she just sort of broke down in class about how horrible her ex-husband was for not taking equal responsibility for their kids. It was a bad joke at this point about how long Miss C would last before being fired. Unlucky for us, it was too long. We just sort of endured lectures from this mentally unstable woman. Mind you, she was doing a fine job at suppressing traits associated with that around other school employees. One day, we come in and she wasn't in class, breaking her streak of actually coming in. We then got our answers about how long she would last. A counselor walked into the room. Everyone knew what was up. She was gone. But what had gone down exactly? She had walked into her ex-husband's house on a Sunday before that class period. Her excuse to her ex was to deliver cold medicine to her kids. After threatening to call the cops after her home invasion, she locked herself in the bathroom. She called the cops and unlocked the door to the bathroom. She then walked over to her coat, pulled out a gun, and opened fire on her ex's girlfriend, killing her. Missy was pinned down until the cops showed up. This wasn't her first offense either. Suspiciously close to the time when she hardly showed up to her job, she had several assault charges against her and somehow managed to keep it a secret from her job. Weirdly enough, students who didn't have her as a teacher didn't take it seriously. It took less than 30 minutes after the info was made public to the students for them to make a meme page about the incident. Weird how that worked. It got taken down. Anyway, mentally unstable teacher who committed aggravated murder and let your insecurities leak into your teaching. Let's not meet again. Ms. M, it's been about 12 years or so now. I know you don't work there anymore, thankfully. I don't know what could have possessed an adult woman, 50 years old no less, to torment and torture a child to their breaking point. Maybe you're just a miserable old bitch, or was a loser in school, so you targeted other losers to bring yourself up. But how you treated me, and evidently others, was not only unprofessional, but very cruel and damaging. I was a good student before. Ms. M had my family members in years prior. Unlike me, my cousins and siblings are rowdy and can be a handful. She had words with my family before, so when I came along, I was a symbol of my family, which she would take out her anger upon. I was meek and obedient, a perfect target. Ms. M would humiliate me any chance she could get. She would bring me in the front of class, call me stupid, idiot, ugly, pointed out when my legs weren't shaved, told me I looked like a boy. Mind you, I had long hair and stuff, just didn't wear makeup at that age. You would talk to me very slowly if I asked any questions. Talk to me like an actual dog. Bad girl, go fetch, beg, etc. Told me I smelled bad. The list goes on and on. She would sometimes aggressively pat me on the head and shout, "Good girl," when I completed one of her dog commands. She would actively encourage the other kids to make fun of me as well, and further isolated me from everyone. I started to fear any interaction with her. I feared my classmates as well. A boy in my class was being relentless and made me cry one day, so I retaliated and threw a pencil at him. I was berated heavily and treated even worse after that. So I learned to shut down and take it all. My grades slipped. I cried every day at home. I kept most of it to myself, which Miss M probably knew I would, which is why she went so hard on me. My parents did try to get my class switched, but the school refused. Not only did Miss M act like an angel around other adults, but the other classes were apparently packed to capacity, so I couldn't switch. But I also think my parents didn't try very hard. The teacher conferences made things worse each time. She'd be alright for a day or two, but the hammer would come down harder. I had to keep all the torment inside to survive. She made fresh hot chocolates for the class the day before Christmas break. When she gave me mine, I was scared and accidentally knocked it all over myself. Always was a clumsy kid. Instead of being concerned in the slightest, because it was literally scalding hot, she just let out a flurry of screams and threatened that I had better get it cleaned up quickly and spotless, or she would make me sorry. I did as I was told, and ignored the searing pain in my foot. I was not allowed to call to get a change of clothes, and I was the only one not allowed to have more. The pain in my foot stabbed literally every second. It didn't let up all day, but I was so terrified, I said nothing and didn't shed a single tear, though it hurt like hell. When I got home and pulled off my sock, my skin came off with it from the burn. My mother was livid and finally stood up for me. After Christmas break, Ms. M was overly sugary to me. "Why didn't you tell me about your foot, sweetie?" And was overly accommodating. It scared me. I thought it was a trap. To my surprise, it lasted about 2 weeks. Must have had her ass handed to her. She wasn't as bad as before, but still sought to crush my spirit. On the last day of school, she refused to let me take any pictures of her. I wanted one to burn. She was very grouchy that day towards me, almost acting defeated. Although my grades were bad, I skimmed by and was moving to middle school. Her dog was off its leash, and she was powerless to keep her toy. She was hoping I'd fail. After 6th grade, I stopped caring about school. I failed a year, barely skirted by others. Landed in the dropout prevention program in high school. I had few friends, none of which I still have. I found it hard to trust teachers or authority figures anymore. I never made scenes or anything. I just sat there quiet and did nothing. Before I actually tried, actually cared. I had teachers' disappointment in me because of how well I performed in math and on tests. I never had test anxiety, and they wanted me in the math leads one year. But I just didn't care, which I attribute, at least in part, to Ms. M. She changed my life for the worse. The psychological damage Miss M did to me cut deep. It's hard to convey in a brief post what it was like every day for that whole year. She tore down what confidence I had. She made me afraid to trust anyone. She made me believe I was worthless. She made me feel every insult and criticism to the bone. She made me close into myself and learn to take abuse. She made me believe I was completely alone and had nobody in my corner. I was stupid, ugly, worthless, not even human. The kids from my school that came with me reinforced it as well. They also believed I was just a dumb dog and treated me as such. She dug her claws in deep, and the scars still remain. I have tried to grow past it, but it's a hard thing to overcome. So to you, Ms. M, you're not a teacher. You're an abusive psychopath who used her powers of authority to tear down and relentlessly torture a child. I hated you then, but as an adult, I just feel sorry for you. I don't know what could possibly go through an adult's mind that would make them see a vulnerable little girl as a target for sick games. Maybe you saw yourself in me and hate yourself, since we were both kind of outcasts. So you desperately tore me down and encouraged others so you could finally feel like you belonged, even if it was a bunch of children. Either way, I'm glad you were finally removed years later, and I hope your stain on the world is soon wiped clean. I hope that others you did this to, which is why you got removed, live happy lives without having you as even a passing thought. We are not weak, and do not deserve to be held as your victims. You did teach us that there are bad people out there. We may have struggled from it, but we pushed on. Hopefully none of us will ever meet you again. I'm not quite sure how to even start this story. A lot of things I've experienced never really fits in the subreddit's guidelines until yesterday, when this story wormed its way into my head again. This story happened when I started at a new school in the middle of 6th grade. I'm 19 now. This was technically my first middle school, and for so many reasons I transferred out. This definitely didn't help. About halfway through, I switched into Spanish to finish out the year. I had almost always had a foreign language class, so I thought it would be a pretty easy grade to end with. There was a lot of buzz surrounding the Spanish teacher, Mr. D, and when I first saw him and how he acted, I thought I could tell why. He was a pretty eccentric guy, who if you only heard his voice and weren't looking at his stern face, you would think he was pretty jovial. He almost always pronounced our names wrong, and he had this gigantic windmill on wheels in the corner of his room. The windmill reminded me that I actually heard about this teacher from an older boy called Jay in my Sunday school class. I remember telling him I was going to a school. My mom and I had ran away in the middle of my 6th grade year, and I would start a new school after Christmas break ended. It was nice to know I had at least a couple people that I knew, so I asked them to tell me about the school, or if they had any advice. Jay told me that if I ever got Mr. D, to transfer out immediately. It sounded a bit dramatic, but as we got more acquainted with Mr. D, so too did he get more acquainted with us. One thing that always made us uncomfortable was how he would rub chapstick on his lips very aggressively for like a minute, which was definitely made worse when he'd stand with one leg resting on something and his crotch leaning forward. Sure, it's pretty uncomfortable, but not the worst thing in the world. Just a bit odd. Have you ever seen a woman with her boobs rested on a desk? Sometimes it's on purpose, and sometimes it's on accident, especially when you're short and sitting down. Mr. D started doing this, but with his dick. He'd stand close to the desk to look at our work, but his bulge would be laying on their desk. He wasn't desk dick height either, so he had to stretch a little to do it. But given how strange he already seemed to be, I brushed it off as him not being self-aware. I just feel bad for the first row. Flash forward, all of his little idiosyncrasies seemed to be more prominent as the days marched on. I remember once he even answered his phone and carried on a conversation for a bit before stepping out of class. A side note, he wasn't a great teacher. He wasn't even a good teacher. English obviously wasn't his first language, which was fine. But he was there to teach Spanish. Unfortunately, he didn't speak Spanish either. He always tried to use the school PC to pull up Spanish videos on YouTube for us to mindlessly stare at on his personal laptop. Like I said, a pretty easy class. I just feel bad for the other students who didn't already know certain things when the test came. We walked in one day, and on my desk, and the desk in front of mine, there were semi-straight lines of off-white liquid. It was mainly on my desk and thinned across the chair and the desk in front. Mr. D came over, not quite fast enough, as the kid began to ask me what it was. All we got was nothing, as he very quickly wiped away with his hands and rubbed it on his pants. He couldn't say it was water because it wasn't clear. It really only looked like one thing, but there wasn't any way to definitely prove it was. I tucked my hands in my sleeves and did my best not to touch my desk. A few weeks after that, I came into my English class I had at the end of the day to hear one of the girls having a pretty loud argument with our English teacher. I walked in at the middle, but the girl, Megan, was extremely upset and asking why she shouldn't go to the principal. Megan was a bit of a hothead, sure, but she was still a really nice girl. I couldn't see her dramatizing a situation this much. I found out what happened from my best friend at the time, who was in Mr. D's class when it went down. Their class was ahead of us, so their test was scheduled for that day. After papers were passed out, Mr. D went back to zoning out on his laptop until Megan needed to ask a question. She had her hand up for ages, and he never noticed her, so she went over to where he was and freaked out at him. He was watching porn with the sound off on his laptop that he always brings with him and gave all his attention to. So when I came in, Megan was being reprimanded for being pretty verbal with Mr. D. Our teacher was basically telling her she shouldn't have been upset with the teacher watching porn in class, and that that's his laptop, as if that nullifies anything. Looking back, it explains so much of his shifty behavior, the desk dick rest, the hardcore stares, the personal laptop all the time, and the definite cum on her desk. It wasn't the first time he had done it, and it wouldn't have been the last time if he hadn't got suspended for the rest of the month. Mr. D disappeared, and we had a sub to finish out the rest of the school year with us. I got the fuck out of that school after everything that happened, but still keep in touch with a couple of friends who went. They told me that Mr. D was back for a while as the gym teacher and co-soccer coach, and the next year taught English. I really want to say it surprises me that he was brought back even without knowing about anything he teaches. In hindsight, that school was atrocious. I have so many memories of bad shit students and teachers alike did. Another teacher was also given suspension for actively looking down girls' shirts and up girls' skirts when they bent over. It's just concerning to know Mr. D still works there. I've had a lot worse shit happen to me, and I still suppress this memory for ages. So teacher, who came on my desk and definitely scarred some kids for life, let's not meet. So when I was 7 years old, I was in kindergarten. My birthday is late in the year, so I couldn't apply when I was 6 like most kids, since it was through the school year. We had a teacher, Mr. H, but this isn't about him. It's about a substitute I had one day. I admittedly don't remember his name, as he was only there for one day. Mr. H was amazing, very caring, very good with kids. This substitute was not. He was generally weird and quiet and didn't talk to us much, besides what was absolutely required, like our daily story time. Issues arrived at story time. I was wearing a skirt with leggings underneath it. I was never feminine. Turns out I'm trans, so it makes sense. So I didn't cross my legs like a lady, and like my parents taught me. But hey, I was 7. So after story time, we had a little time that was like a free period. So kids painted, some just talked, some napped, or ate snacks. I was an avid reader, so I was reading like usual, sitting in the reading corner. The substitute was sitting there too. Nobody else was in this corner. The substitute turns to me and says, very bluntly, "Are you wearing panties? Because it doesn't look like you are." Keep this in mind, I didn't have my legs widespread, just not crossed. I also had leggings under my skirt. Also for the record, I was wearing panties. At the time, I was being abused sexually at home, so I honestly didn't think much of it. That sort of stuff was normal to me at the time, but I was still a little put off. I decided to read somewhere else and got up to move to the other side of the classroom. The substitute followed me. Throughout the entire block, the substitute followed me around the class, keeping his eye on me as I did various kid stuff, like playing with the sand table, painting, and reading. Every time we were doing anything complicated, like basic addition or spelling, he'd be hovering over me, even though I didn't need help. He was also very touchy. He was constantly touching my shoulder, running his fingers through my hair, among other things. He never directly touched me inappropriately, but I was very uncomfortable with being touched at all due to the abuse at home. I ended up going home unscathed, and honestly, I didn't even tell my parents. I didn't realize it was even weird until years later, when I was about 11 and coping with the rest of my trauma, that I realized that was really creepy. So creepy kindergarten substitute teacher, let's not meet again, and I hope someone braver than I caught you, and you got what you deserve. When I was younger, every year for Christmas, I would drive upstate to my aunt's house on a long stretch of highway. I can't for the life of me remember the name of the road. All I know is it runs nearby Akron, New York at some point. However, most of the drive is through rural areas with little to no towns nearby. So it was the dead of the night, and my groggy self had gotten off a long shift and had to drag my ass to my aunt's house, since my extended family was expecting me the following morning. Near halfway through my drive, I realized I was low on gas, which irritated me. My brother told me that he would fill it up the day before, so either he had forgotten or he was straight lying. I saw an archaic looking sign for a gas station off the next road. It wasn't an official road sign, literally a pole with a slab of metal attached with gas off next exit or something along those lines painted on it. That seemed a little sketchy, but people do the same thing for fruit stands on the highways. So whatever. I pulled off the next exit on some dilapidated country-ass road through dense woods. The whole thing was creepy and surreal. I kept expecting Leatherface to come running out of the trees with a chainsaw. Anyways, eventually I came to a gas station and quickly realized it hadn't been open for years. It was all rusted and the convenience store's roof was caving in. The gas pumps had all been taken out as well. I pulled over next to it and checked my gauge. I would probably only make it another half mile before running out, so I called AAA and asked them to send a truck over. Now I played the waiting game. I left my engine on because when the headlights were off, everything was pitch black and my paranoid self was sitting there in an abandoned gas station in the middle of the forest in complete darkness. Most of the wait was uneventful until I sensed movement around the side of the old store where my lights are pointed. I looked up but didn't see anything more, so I looked back down at my phone. Then over the sounds of the night, I hear someone yell, "Hey buddy, come here," in a demanding tone. I look up and I shit you not, there's a dude standing by the old store, looking towards me, illuminated by my headlights. He looked like a run-of-the-mill homeless guy. I was honestly spooked and figured he must be squatting there. Still watching him, I rolled down my window and yelled something like, "Yeah, what's up?" Still mentally crapping myself, I had my foot ready to floor it out of there at the first sign of trouble. "You got any change?" "Nah, I don't, sorry man." I looked up at him. He has this kind of vacant expression and he's standing stiff. Then I see more movement. There are heads, about 20 or so heads, peeking out from behind the trees beyond the man I was talking to. I can't see them clearly at all, but they were definitely people, literally just heads staring at my direction from all around the trees. I see another guy beginning to walk from around the gas station, so I then turned around and sped off. I got as far away from the place as my tank could take me and updated AAA on my location. The driver came back over and filled me up, and I didn't say anything. After he left, I wanted to call the cops, so I called the nearest town's sheriff department. They said that they would send a trooper over, and I gave them the location. When I got to my aunt's house, they called me back and said whoever it was gone, but that they could tell a large number of people had been living there for a while. Blankets, canned food, the usual. The whole situation still freaks me out, but frankly, I can consider myself lucky, as I'll always have such a creepy story to tell, and I'm just glad nothing bad happened. To the creepy dudes at the gas station, let's not meet. I went to college that was integrated into a big city, so even though there was a campus, there was plenty of shops, back streets, public transportation, and just regular people walking around. So I was part of a club that went late into the night. I usually only stayed till 9 or 9:30 and then would leave, usually with a friend. The club was in the center of campus, while I lived east of it, about a 15 to 20 minute walk. This was a foggy late fall, early winter night. My friend had left early because they weren't feeling well. I ended up staying late and began to walk home close to 10:30 p.m. So I started walking down a back street that was quiet but led right to my dorm. It was after a few minutes that I heard some footsteps somewhere behind me. I stopped, thinking it was a jogger, and moved to the side to let them pass. Then I noticed that there was no one coming and the footsteps had stopped. I shrugged and started walking. Then the footsteps started up again. I stopped, and it stopped. I started to get a bad gut feeling and quickly walked to the side street that connected to the back street to the bigger main street. This street had a lot of lights, plenty of cars, and still a good number of people on it. I walked back to my dorm from there. The next morning, I wake up and check my emails. One was from the campus alert system. Apparently, an hour after I got back to the dorm, someone was stabbed on the back street. Victim was rushed to the hospital and survived, saying that the perpetrator followed them down the back street before stabbing them. The perpetrator was never caught, but I have no doubt that that was the person that tried to follow me, and I'm glad I trusted my gut. After this, I made sure to never stay at club past 9:30, and to always leave with someone that was at least walking in the same direction as me. This happened earlier today, and I'm still creeped out. We live in a cozy neighborhood where we know all of our neighbors. We have a huge front yard, and since I can see them from the front window, while I stay in the living room, I sometimes let my kids play outside alone. We live directly across the street from my mother, and like I said, we know basically everyone else too. Today, my 3-year-old wanted to go out in the front yard and try out her new sand toys. I send her out while I finish my breakfast. She's out there for a while, and then she walks out of sight. I step out to remind her to stay in the front where I could see her. I take the dogs out with me and put him on his leash. My dog immediately starts barking at something, and I noticed a van parked in the corner of our yard that was previously blocked from my view by the other car in the driveway. A man is parked in our yard, watching my daughter. He looks up, sees me, and then speeds away like a bat out of hell. Before I could even process what's going on, kid didn't even seem to notice, and I hurried her inside. So yeah, guy in the van, let's not meet. Hey guys, I'm going to tell you something that happened around 4 months ago, and I'm a 14-year-old male. We have a Bernese mountain dog called Ava, who is 2 and weighs about 120 pounds, so she is very big. She's quite a lazy dog, but also seems to be alert at all times. So one night, my parents went out for dinner and left me home with Ava. I was downstairs watching TV, and my lounge is right next to the front door. Around 8 p.m. the door rings and I open it to see a guy in fairly plain clothes standing there, and he told me that he had a delivery here. I was confused because he didn't look like a delivery driver and had no parcel. Suddenly I turn my head to see another guy on the side of the driveway, which goes to the back door, and he starts to walk towards the back door. I freak out, and the guy at the door notices this and barges through, shouting for the other guy. This is when Ava wakes up and begins to let out the loudest bark I've ever heard, making the guy stumble back. She rushes towards him and jumps up, grabbing his shoulder and literally throwing him out the door. His buddy came along but saw Ava and started to run. The other guy managed to slip out of Ava's grip and run down the road. I somehow managed to get Ava to stay, so I didn't lose her, and they got away. I was shook up and rang my parents and the police and gave them my statement. Safe to say Ava got plenty of treats from then on, and I always keep her nearby when I'm on my own. When I was a student teacher, I was 21 and working with mostly seniors in high school, many of which were 17 or 18 years old. One day, the mentor teacher I was working with pulled me aside from teaching class to inform me that the other teachers have overheard some students telling each other that they wanted to do me. While disturbing, many of my friends and colleagues insisted that is a fact of being a young teacher, working with high schoolers. The next day, I had a few girls in my class approach me and inform me that 3 boys were no longer just talking about what they wanted to do, but were graphically describing what they were planning to do with me in the coming weeks after school in the parking lot. Far more details than I'd like to share. I went to the administration immediately, and they handled it very quickly and professionally. I was very grateful for their support. I was never touched or harmed by any of these students, thankfully. What scared the absolute crap out of me, however, in the later weeks, one of the boys was arrested and pulled out of school. I didn't find out immediately, but eventually learned that he was being held for the alleged sexual assault of his younger sister. It makes me sick thinking about. I generally hope I never meet him again. It's terrifying to think what could have happened if I had not had some wonderful staff and students looking out for me. Back when I was in the 3rd grade, there was a hill with a playground at the top. One day, while everyone was playing at the park, as it was recess, this middle-aged man wearing nothing but cargo shorts came to the bottom of the hill and leaned over the fence that was there. He began to call kids over to him. When kids came over to him, he wrapped them in blue tape, mainly around their hands. This went on for 15 minutes when the 4th grade science teacher, the saint she is, began to run down to the guy. Now, this woman can be very intimidating when she wants to be. She later became the principal. Anyway, the second the guy saw her, he walked away. He obviously didn't really care about getting caught. So a creepy blue tape guy, let's not meet. I don't have a car, so Uber and Lyft is my main mode of transportation to get to work. This morning, I requested an Uber a half hour before I had to get there, and the pickup was supposed to take less than 5 minutes. For some reason, my Uber driver kept going in circles. He ended up calling me, asking me for directions, and I was telling him exactly where he needed to go, and so was the GPS in the background. At that point, I was irritated and asked if there was a way he could cancel it because I was going to be late. He said that he couldn't and ended up finding his way to my apartment. At the time, I was supposed to be at work. He kept apologizing and I mumbled, "It's fine, I just need to get there." He ended up taking me to another store that was on the way and asked, "This is right?" It took all of me not to just blow up. I calmly gave him directions to the actual store I worked at and just told him to please listen to the GPS. He finally gets me to my job and I'm nearly 20 minutes late. And as soon as he parked, I muttered, "Thanks," got out and bolted to the office to clock in. An hour or so into my shift, one of my managers came up to tell me that the Uber driver has been harassing the people in the front of the store, trying to get a hold of me, my manager, to take fault for me being late and apologize to me. You need a membership to go into the store, so he kept getting kicked out. He tried 4 or 5 separate times to come in. Another hour goes by and a different manager approaches me to let me know that the Uber driver had resorted to blowing up the store's phone, begging to speak to me. She asked me not to leave alone and to be on the lookout in case he came back. I contacted Uber support multiple times to let them know, and you want to know what they did about it? They gave me a $3 credit. I made sure to give him a 1 star, so I wouldn't get him as a driver again, but it's just scary to think that he knows where I live and work. In December of 2018, my ex and I split up after 7 years in a relationship. I was new to the dating game, so I didn't just want to jump into it. In February, I met this guy at a bar. The second time I met him, we exchanged numbers. By the end of March, I was feeling pretty comfortable and invited him to a party at my house. He stayed after the party, and one thing led to another. Well, after it was all said and done, I had a weird vibe. He was too pushy and made me uncomfortable, so I asked him to leave. I planned never to speak to him again. That is until he started to text me from random numbers. He would say things like, "Hope you're having fun fishing," when I didn't even post to social media that I was fishing. I hope the movie was good. When I hadn't even posted anything online that I was at the movies. He would text me to ask me where in the bar I was, at different bars, when I never told anyone or posted where I was going. We had no mutual friends, so he was following me. The final straw was when my friend took me to Washington, D.C. for my 25th birthday celebration. We bar hopped all over the city. Around 2:30, we come out of the last bar we were at and decided to get some cookies across the street. As we were coming out of the cookie shop, guess who pops up? You guessed it, he does. He goes, I hope blank blank and blank were fun. I wanted to say hi earlier, but since you haven't been replying to my messages, I didn't want to freak you out. I was terrified. My friend's husband thankfully stepped in and called him out and threatened to call the police. I changed my number and moved, and thankfully, I haven't heard from him since. So to the guy I mistakenly had my first one-night stand with, let's not meet again. So I was 13 at the time this happened. It was coming up to my mom's birthday and I had no idea what to get her, so I called my aunt for help. We agreed to meet in town Saturday afternoon after my piano lesson so we wouldn't have to rush. I went to my piano lesson as usual, dropped my books back off at the house, and went to the bus stop to get a bus into town. As I was waiting, a taxi pulled up and the driver rolled down his window and called out, "Are you off to town, hon? I'll give you a lift." Without moving closer to the taxi, I replied that I couldn't afford the taxi and the bus would be there in a few minutes. It was as usual running late. The taxi driver became insistent that I get in the taxi and that he wouldn't charge me to go to town. I stood my ground, refusing to get in. His tone became more aggressive as he demanded I get into his taxi. Over the next minute or so, someone else arrived at the bus stop and the taxi driver sped off, swearing at me for not getting into the taxi. I told my aunt what happened when I met her in town, and she asked if I got the license plate number so she could report the incident. I explained that I didn't want to move closer to the taxi to get the number, and that at first I thought he was just looking for a fare. My aunt was pretty sure that if I had gotten into the taxi, I wouldn't have been dropped off in town, but taken somewhere else, and told me if this ever happened again to tell him, "Fuck off, or I will scream," and if they were to approach, that I should run. So taxi driver, who may have been trying to kidnap me, let's not meet again. This story is about a man named John that I met while working retail. John is an older white man, in his mid-50s, well-dressed, well-spoken, shoulder-length steel gray hair, and a low ponytail tied back. At the time, I was working at a farm and a pet supply store. I was called over to help a customer look at electric fences and shock collars for dogs, which I am steadfastly against, but I had to help the customer. I asked him what I could help him with, and he said he was interested in an electric fence for his dogs, since he had a cabin in the woods and wanted to make sure they didn't get away. He said, "Oh yes, I'm looking to use shock collars, maybe on you." Thoroughly creeped out, I tried to laugh it off and tell him no thank you. I finally got him someone that knew more than I did, and thought that that would be the end of it. Of course it wasn't. The next time he saw me, he said, "I've been looking for you. I bought what I wanted. I wanted to slap you the next time I saw you." I told him if he ever hit me, I would absolutely hit him back. So then, a few days later, he told me that he would really like to take me out for lunch one day. I politely declined. He would come into the store and look for me, but I would see him before he saw me. One day, I saw him first. I tried to hide until he left, but no, he found me in the back of the department. He said, "Just so you know, I'm not dressed up for you today. I have a meeting with the bank, but if I didn't, I'll be taking you out for lunch. You know, I can tell you dye your hair. You look so beautiful, but that doesn't mean anything to you, does it? It might mean something if you like me back." He was never banned from the store, even after one of my managers heard him say these things to me. This was about an hour ago. It's not nearly as bad as some of them, but I'm still shaken up. It was roughly 9 p.m. It was a Tuesday night. Nothing ever happens on Tuesdays. I went downstairs to get my dog so she could sleep in bed with me. I said goodnight to my parents, got my meds, and got a glass of water. I set the cot down and turned off the lights, totally forgetting about my glass of water. I placed my dog on my bed, turned on my laptop, and realized I left my water downstairs. I went back downstairs to get it, and I saw a car pull up through the kitchen window. I thought it was my older sister, but she was staying at a friend's house. I looked out, and it was a small compact car, from what I could see, with 2 men inside. I had no clue who they were, so I began to stress out. I tried to get a closer look, while making sure not to be spotted. I'm a small guy, 5'5", and weak as hell. A 14-year-old kid can't take on 2 tall, buff-looking men. I saw something in the back of the car, but couldn't quite make out what it was. I snapped out of it and grabbed my water. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw one of them walk around towards my house. I lost it at that point and ran to my parents' room. I asked, "Who's outside?" My dad was confused and said, "Is it your sister?" I shook my head. I told him that we don't know them. They weren't our neighbors, plus their houses are in walking distance, so there's no need for a car. My dad got up and my mom followed. They looked out the front door and saw a tall man in a gray Under Armour hoodie walking up, carrying something. My dad instantly went out there and freaked the guy out. My mom rushed me upstairs and had her phone ready. I went to my room, still holding my water. I have no clue what happened. To those 2 guys who creepily drove up to my house when it was pitch black outside, I hope I don't see you again. First time living alone in my apartment. I was walking out to my car in heels to attend an evening church service. I hear this guy saying, "Hey, hello, can you help me?" I'm standing about 10 feet away when I stop to observe this man in a wheelchair. He had 1 sack of groceries in his lap and 2 on the ground beside him. He had on what looked like veteran attire and combat boots. But what stood out to me most is I noticed how incredibly buff he was. Not just his arms, but his calves. The hairs on my neck instantly stood up. I guess while silently observing, he was waiting for me to walk up to him. I took a few steps back and shook my head. His immediate response was, "I'm not going to do anything to you. Can't you see I'm in a wheelchair?" He then pointed to his door and said, "Look, I just need help putting these bags inside my door on the floor. That's all." I declined politely and began to walk away. The screaming, cursing, and insults is what made me basically run to my car. Safe in my car with the doors locked, I couldn't shake that awful feeling off of me. Fast forward a couple days later, and I'm driving down the street headed home. Who do I see walking without a limp or a cane? My heart dropped. I stayed in my apartment for a week, too scared to go out, just in case of any more encounters. To this day, this strange encounter haunts me. Edit. I did not call the police. To be honest, I think I was sort of in shock. About 5 years ago, I was living with my parents and my twin brother was there too. Every morning at about 7 a.m., we would both head out for a run. We had mapped out this giant loop that we would run. To make it a bit of a competition, I would run it in one direction and my twin brother would run it in the other direction. That way we could run and stay focused. Part of this loop was on the main street of the city where we live. On the main road, there is this shady apartments hidden by a bunch of trees. The direction I was running, the view of the apartments was obscured by a giant hedge bush, and I couldn't see the apartments until I was right in front of them. Out of my peripherals, I see this woman standing among the trees, staring at me. I immediately got the chills. I did not turn to face her. So I ran and forgot about it. I pass my twin about 10 minutes later. He's going in the opposite direction as I get home and my twin isn't back yet, so I go about the rest of my morning routine, including taking a shower. I get out of the shower and my twin still hasn't came back yet, and I'm starting to get a bit worried. An hour after I had gotten home, he's still not back, so I call him. He tells me he's on his way back, but he has something that he needs to tell me and my parents. Finally gets home and tells us that when he was running in front of those apartments, he saw a woman hanging from the trees in front of the apartments. As soon as it's obvious that he's seen her, a man comes sprinting out of the apartments wailing and screaming, "No, I can't believe she did this," and grabs her body and lays it on the ground and starts performing CPR. It's obvious he is her husband. My brother called the local police and they dispatched an ambulance and police officers. My brother had to stay for questioning. He was obviously troubled by it. Since he was going in the opposite way that I was running, he didn't have that huge hedge blocking his view and got a straight view of the woman hanging there. It's still hard for me to believe that that woman that I saw staring at me out my peripherals was dead the entire time. I do find it sketchy that the husband came running out as soon as it was obvious that someone had discovered the body. That's a bit too convenient if you ask me, but I don't want to say this man killed her without any evidence. My brother was never followed up with by the police, leading me to believe that the death was ruled a suicide. I still can't fathom that if I turned my head to face this woman, I would have discovered her about 20 minutes earlier than my twin, and it deeply troubles me that I didn't. Before my mom married my dad, she dated a man named Craig. At first, he was sweet, but slowly became abusive. My mother tried to leave him multiple times, but Craig always threatened her. After one violent argument, my mom waited and fled in the middle of the night. Years passed, and she got married and had me. My dad's work includes a lot of traveling, so it's mostly my mom and I alone in our big acreage home. My mom was in the kitchen making lasagna while I was sitting in my high chair. It was extremely hot that day, so she opened the kitchen door to let some air in. She heard heavy footsteps enter into the kitchen behind her. My excited mom assumed it was my dad, so she turned around with a, "Hello, my love." Her excitement immediately turned to terror. There was Craig standing in the middle of our kitchen with a gun visibly tucked in his pants. Craig smiled at her and asked what she was making. My mom mustered enough courage and said, "Lasagna." She was physically shaking, and Craig sat himself down beside me. He playfully pinched my cheek, and I laughed at him. My mom was holding back tears as she finally asked what he was doing at her house. Craig said he just wanted to visit, and he would leave when he was done eating. When the lasagna was ready, my mom served him. My mom took me and sat across from Craig so she could keep an eye on him. Craig said he still had her things at his house and that she was welcome to get them. My mom said she didn't need any of it and he could throw it out. Craig started to get agitated and said that she threw him away like garbage too. He said she was acting tough, but he knew deep down inside that she was still the stupid girl that he had dated. Craig claimed that my mom needed him in her life and that she couldn't function if he wasn't there to help her. He said that he needed to be there to raise me because my dad was a bitch who would never be able to protect me or my mom. Craig said that if he was crazy, he could have easily kidnapped us or done things to my mom because my dad was a pussy that couldn't protect what was his. My mom started to cry and told Craig to leave her house. Craig replied that it wasn't her house and that he had every right to be there. She told him that she'll call the police, which really made him angry. He threatened her that if cops got involved, he would hire men to cut her up into pieces and film it. My mom started to cry even louder, and it agitated Craig threw his plate and yelled at her to stop crying and that he loved her. I got scared and started crying, to which Craig stood up and approached my mom. She jumped out of her chair with me cradled in her arms. She begged for Craig to spare my life. Craig tried to reach over and touch my mom, but she got scared and fell on the floor sobbing. The phone began to ring, and Craig became so overwhelmed that he just ran out of the house. The cops and his family found him about to shoot himself in the head. His adult son had to convince him not to do it. My mom was so traumatized that she didn't want to deal with any of it, so she got a restraining order against him. Her and my dad moved across the country. I was curious and searched this guy up and was shocked to see that he was dating a college-age girl who looked like the woman he couldn't have. As of recently, strange people have been coming to my house, and I fear that they're casing my home for a robbery or something similar. I live in a rural area in New England, and not much happens here. There's definitely not a lot of crime, and not too many dangerous individuals. I was doing schoolwork one day in my room with my window open and the curtains closed when someone stopped their motorcycle outside. It was a man in his mid to late 50s with gray hair. He was wearing a brand new leather jacket. It was obviously he had bought it that day or the day before, and he had boat shoes. He was definitely not a biker. Anyways, he knocked on my door and asked for gasoline for his motorcycle. I noticed his bike was parked on the opposite side of the street, right near the driveway to another house. He had came across the street to our house rather than asking the neighbor across the street. It was extremely strange. Nevertheless, we gave him gas and he drove away. The second occurrence is much less intrusive, but strange nevertheless. I was in my room as usual and I heard a car outside. It stopped right in front of our house. I didn't get a look at the car, but someone inside of it was having a phone call. They appeared to be talking to a coworker. I heard them say, "Tell boss that we're right in front of, insert address," and they drove away. Why would they be telling their coworker where they were? It's just weird. Those are two notable occasions that strangers were being weird, but in general, unfamiliar cars have been slowing down near my house, gone in my driveway, backed out, changed directions. One time, I was in my bathroom and I heard a sound from upstairs. It sounded like someone was in my house. I also swear I could hear footsteps outside my window one night, but didn't see anything. I'm probably just paranoid, but it seems like something weird's going on. Edit. Thanks for the suggestions. We actually have security cameras, one in front and one in the back, but nothing's been caught on them right now. There's always someone in the house, so hopefully if these robbers are casing the house, they will realize that someone's always home and get scared away. If anything further happens, I'll make a new post. My husband Joe works at his family business with his dad. It's a shop, which his dad has owned since before he was born. My husband has worked there all his life. He's now 40. So a lot of the customers knew him pretty well because they've been shopping there for a number of years. About 8 years ago, Joe came home one night and told me about this customer in the shop called Bernard. Bernard was a similar age to Joe and I and had become a regular customer. Bernard and his wife Vanessa and their 2 kids lived nearby and had bought numerous things from the shop. Joe had even been to their house to deliver some purchases, so we got to know them. Bernard and his family were originally from France, but moved to the UK a year earlier because of Vanessa's job. Bernard's younger brother Alex and his best friend Victor also moved to the UK with the family, and they all lived together in the same house. Joe thought Bernard and his wife seemed like lovely people. They told him that they hadn't made many friends in the UK yet, and he thought maybe that they were hinting that we should spend more time together. As Vanessa often told Joe, she'd like to meet me, and they always took time to stop and chat with him when they were in the shop. Joe said that they seemed like nice people, and he felt bad that they didn't have many friends, so he asked me if I'd be willing to go to dinner with them. I'm quite social and trust his judgment, so I was more than happy to meet them. A few weeks later, we arranged dinner and went out for a meal as a foursome. Alex and Victor, Bernard's brother, and his friend, babysat their children so we could go out on a double date. I really liked Bernard and Vanessa. The conversation flowed easily, and I enjoyed their company that evening. They also had a lovely time and invited us to go out again a couple weeks later. After that, we went out with Bernard and Vanessa quite regularly. on average every 3 to 6 weeks over a course of 2 years. We'd meet up with each other and go for dinner, bowling, or to the cinema with them. Alex and Victor never came because they were the babysitters, and being a little younger than the four of us, it didn't seem like we'd have much in common anyway. Bernard never told me whether Alex or Victor were a couple or just friends. He just referred to Victor as Alex's best friend, and we never asked. We met them multiple times when we go to Bernard's house before our evening out. They'd invite us in as they were getting ready, so we'd meet Alex, Victor, and their children on quite a few occasions. Bernard and Vanessa came to our house multiple times too. Eventually, the friendship fizzled out when Bernard and his family moved further away from us. We only visited them once or twice, and after that, eventually lost touch altogether. Fast forward a couple years later, and one day, out of the blue, Vanessa and the children come into the shop to buy some things. Joe was surprised after not seeing them for so long, and they started chatting. He asked how Bernard was, and Vanessa told him that he was in prison. Joe was really shocked and asked why, but Vanessa wouldn't say, and mumbled something vague about it being a long story, and that he shouldn't really be there. Then she left as quickly as possible. Joe came home and told me, and we were both in shock and wondering what he'd done. But we kind of forgot about it because at this point, these people weren't in our lives anymore anyways. We assumed he must have done something small or accidental. A couple weeks later, Joe is reading the local newspaper and cannot believe his eyes. Bernard's photo and full name is in the paper as part of a murder story. Apparently, Bernard and his brother Alex had been on trial for the murder of Alex's friend, Victor. Victor was found beaten to death in their garden shed. They were both charged and found guilty and have been sentenced to life. Their photos, full names, as well as Victor's, were in the article as well, so there's no doubt it was definitely them. The article didn't go into detail as why they killed Victor, but it was believed that there was an argument over money, with Alex admitting that he killed him because he wouldn't give him the money that he agreed to. Bernard was still denying it, I think, but had been found guilty nevertheless. When we had been going out with Bernard and Vanessa, Bernard had mentioned to us once about how Alex and Victor gave him their salaries to mind, and he controlled their money because they were bad with their money and needed help managing their finances. We thought it was unusual because Alex and Victor were in their early 20s, so although young, technically they were old enough to manage their own money, but we thought maybe because they were living in a foreign country, they just needed a little extra help with their bills, and it was none of our business, so we thought nothing more of it at the time. Joe and I expect that the arrangement hadn't been working for Victor anymore, and perhaps he refused to hand over his salary, resulting in Bernard and Alex beating him to death and hiding him in the shed. We obviously don't know this, and it's just a guess. Shocking considering Bernard's 2 young children also lived in the house. So I was basically friends with a convicted murderer. Gives me chills to think I visited the house and met the victim and both the killers, and had been friends with one of the killers for nearly 2 years. This story took place 5 years ago, when I was 13. I should point out that I look quite young for my age. It could be easily mistaken for being 11 or 12. One day after school, I was bored and decided to go to the mall. I used to go to a lot of places alone, so this was nothing out of the ordinary. It was quite a big mall, which was super busy at the time. I was walking around for a bit, and went and sat down at one of those little couches in the middle of the mall. It's for a few people to share. So I'm sitting down, minding my own business, just scrolling through my phone, like any teen would, when this guy, who was alone and not carrying any bags, which is a bit strange when you're in the mall, he walks up to me and looks at me, and then sat down next to me. It was a bit creepy because it didn't seem like he intended to sit down until he saw me. He was alone, late 20s, and looked to have money, judging on his coat, watch, and shoes. He sits down next to me, and I'm already feeling a bit uncomfortable. I'm usually fine with strangers sitting next to me, but the way he sat down made me feel uneasy. He looked at me, and I could see it from the corner of my eye. I could tell that he was about to do or say something, and it didn't feel right, but my stupid ass didn't get up either. I thought nothing would happen since it's a busy mall, so nothing would happen, right? Well, after a few minutes, he pulls out a piece of paper and a pen. Who the fuck carries a pen and paper? Not many people do, so it seemed odd. He writes down his number. He gets up and looks at me while standing up. He handed me the piece of paper. He said that I was pretty, and if I ever wanted to hang out with him and be friends or whatever, then to text his number. He then left. My heart sunk to my underwear, and I really felt like something was wrong. Even if his intentions were harmless, to think he handed me his number, and I physically looked no older than 13, does not sit well with me. And we didn't even talk, so why would I text his number? Anyways, I left and go home afterwards and tell my parents. They contacted the police and told us not to contact him and that it could potentially be sex trafficking, but they were unwilling to take his phone number to investigate any further. Moral of the story, either don't be alone or get the fuck up when something doesn't feel right. Let me start by adding a little context. I'm a 29-year-old female, but often get mistaken for being much younger than I actually am. Sometimes people would mistake me for being 13 to 15 years old, as I have a baby face and am 5'2", which I usually use to my advantage if I don't want to talk to someone. So yesterday, I went to the mall to pick up a dress since my cousin is getting married next month. Small ceremony at our house due to COVID. I wasn't picking anything too fancy since the wedding isn't super big or traditional, but dresses that I thought were still nice. As I picked the last of my 5 options and made my way out of the dressing room, I was approached by a woman who asked how old I was. I told her not to worry about it and went to trying things on. I picked out a dress I liked and exited the dressing room. When I returned the unwanted dresses to an employee, I was again approached by the same woman, who again decided it was her business to ask how old I was. Again, I told her not to worry about it and continued on to find some cute shoes to match my dress. When looking at shoes, I was approached yet again by this woman, who all of a sudden decided that I was a child and then proceeded to go on a rant about how 12-year-olds shouldn't be left alone in the mall. Where is your mother? I, as nicely as I could at the moment, let her know that I'm an adult, that I was fine, and could she please leave me alone? This, I guess, upset her, and she reported me to a security guard as a lost child. When approached by security, I answered his questions and even showed him my ID to prove that I'm an adult and let him know that she had been bothering me. As far as I know, he told her that I was an adult and to leave me alone. The rest of the day, wherever I went in the mall, this woman followed me into every store. Finally, I got annoyed enough just to leave, and this woman followed me to my car, where she proceeded to tell me to get into her car and she would drive me home. I let her know again that I was an adult, I had my own car, and was going to drive myself home. I got in my car and drove around for a good hour before finally going home. A couple years back, I was without a car and lived in what we consider the downtown area of Pensacola, Florida. Being that I didn't have a car, I'd frequently use Uber to and from work and sometimes from bars downtown if it was late and I felt unsafe as a small lesbian walking home. Our town doesn't have a lot of hate crimes, but unwelcome confrontations from religious people or just ignorant people. Never really had a problem with any of the drivers until I met James. James, I assume, was from somewhere else because his English wasn't that good. Obviously not a problem. He had picked me up to take me to work a few times, but I had a hard time understanding, so our conversations were short and confusing. One time, instead of talking, he sang to me the name game. I have an unusual name that rhymes with Bailey, Haley, Kaylee, etc. So when that happened, it was okay, kind of funny, but it lasted a 20-minute ride home, so I got weird and didn't know what to say for a while. Fast forward maybe a couple months later, I had a drink and a few beers at a local dive bar, and it was time to walk home. I realized I was probably too drunk to walk, so I called an Uber. Well, it was James. He recognized me. I climbed in the car and we proceeded to my house. I was maybe only 2 miles away from my house. Not a bad walk during the day, but at night, nah. Well, James decides that instead of driving me home, he wants to stop by and buy me a Whataburger because I needed food before I got home. Sweet, right? So instead, he drives towards Whataburger. At this point, I'm cool and happy with what's happening. Well, here comes Whataburger, and he drives past. I'm like, hey, that was it. He said, yeah, I know, but I forgot my wallet at my house. We had to go there first. That's when I start to sober up and tell him, no, just take me home. Well, he doesn't stop at first and argues that I should be nicer to him and he's doing me a favor. So I get a little more vocal. After that, he says, fine, I'll turn around, and something in another language that I could only assume meant bitch or whatever. I felt like I couldn't wait, so I hopped out at a red light and just risked the walk home, which would have been just 2 miles, but is more like 4 miles because we're down by Whataburger. I did make it home safe, but sadly, on my way home, the police stopped and searched me, asking me why I was out so late in what would be considered a bad neighborhood. They didn't care about the weird driver because nothing happened. So yeah, sort of creepy to me. This happened last night. I had taken some mushrooms with my friends earlier, just a small dose. I had a bunch of energy from them, so I couldn't sleep and decided to go for a walk around the block. I live in Los Angeles. It's a relatively safe area, but not the best. Since COVID started, it's not as busy or lively as it usually is, because the main draws to my neighborhood are the local theaters, comedy clubs, which have been shut down for months. My apartment building is between the two very busy streets that connect in a V shape, for reference. There were a lot of cars still driving at 1 a.m., so I felt safe. Still, I'm a young woman who has consumed a lot of true crime stories in her lifetime, so I didn't really feel that safe late at night by default. But nothing ever happened, and I wanted fresh air. Of course, my senses were super heightened because of the mushrooms. I took a left out of my building, then another left down the busy street. After walking for 5 minutes, I started to kind of get a sense that someone had been following me. I turned around and there's someone like a few meters back. I figured that I'm just paranoid and they were not actually following me. Still, I felt sketched out. I get to the end of the street and realize I can't go anywhere except to go straight or take another left down an alley, which was my original plan for my walking route. There is a hedge separating the alley from the next busy street, and I'm now standing at the point of the V. The person behind me was getting closer and was very clearly approaching me. I tried to lose him, and I was hoping that there would be a sidewalk on the other side of the hedge, but it was just the street. I basically just ended up walking directionless into the street, and anyone looking at me probably thought there was something seriously wrong with me. I wasn't going to just keep going straight because to get home, I would have to come back this way anyway. I'm also new to the neighborhood and wasn't sure where to go in general, so I'm basically at a loss. Also probably not thinking that clearly. He comes up to me and goes, "Hey, I was calling you. You didn't hear me honking my horn?" At this point, I was just like, "Dude, what do you want from me?" And he was like, "What's your name? I just came back from a party and saw you and wanted to say hi." It was probably a mixture of factors, but I was way more shaken up by this than I normally would have been. I reached into my bag to grab the can of mace that I carry with me, and he goes, "Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to talk to you." And I was like, "Okay, well, I have to go home." He keeps persisting, getting closer to me, and asked me, "Well, where do you live? I'll come with you." I said, "No, leave me alone. I just want to get home." He still would not leave me alone, and I was trying to figure out where to go because I wasn't just going to start walking down the alley with this guy behind me, and wasn't sure whether he would follow me in either direction I went. I was very clear about the fact that I had mace though, and finally, I think he just gave up and walked away. I stood at the corner of the intersection and just started to sob. I noticed the dispensary across the street was still open, so I ran there. Once I made sure he was gone, ran back across the street to my apartment, still shaking. All in all, this situation was harmless, I have no idea if he was harmless or not, though. I am a victim of sexual assault, and my old roommate was attacked outside of our apartment building. I was just expecting the worst, and because I was on mushrooms, I was shaken up. I really hope I don't see this man again, and that's probably it for the late night shroom walks around here. Real quick though, let's get some things straight. 1. If you see a woman alone late at night and you want to approach her, leave her alone. If you're trying to get someone's attention and they're ignoring you, leave her alone. I haven't thought about this in years. I don't know what made me remember this repressed memory of mine, but here we go. As a 15-year-old girl who wasn't the shiniest coin in the jar, I very much craved attention from guys. I didn't date at all until I went to college. No guys at my school really showed interest in me. The ones I thought might never made a move either. So I found the Whisper app. On the Whisper app, you can post anonymously. Things like your thoughts, feelings, where basically everyone could see, as well as people only a few miles away. In fact, there is a separate tab for whispers from your area. You can heart people's posts, reply to them, or direct chat with the person. You choose what info about yourself is available to be seen when someone decides to direct message you, such as age and gender. I chose not to make that information public. I don't remember what I posted, but someone DM'd me. Their info didn't say much either besides their gender. I was obviously very naive and assumed that it was a guy my age who wanted to talk to me because the words that he chose and how his messages were written made him seem younger. He asked some questions about me, like how old I was, my interest, what I did for work, etc. I answered those questions. He also asked to see a picture of me. I sent him a picture. He told me how beautiful I was and how I was out of his league. He would dodge questions about himself. He would say that he was boring and that he just wanted to talk about me. I eventually managed to get him to send a picture of himself. You guessed it, mid-40s man. I was surprised he sent an honest picture of himself, but at this point, I was very understandably freaked out. He then started asking to take me out to dinner. I stopped talking to him at this point, but he kept trying and saying stuff like, "I'll take you somewhere really nice. I'll throw in a massage." I figured out how you can block people, so that's what I did. I didn't really think much of it after that. I basically forgot about the conversation after I fell asleep that night. A couple weeks later, I was at work and it was slammed. The checkout line was starting to wrap around the small store I worked at. There was only one line, but 2 checkout registers at the counter. I just finished checking out a large order, and I kinda just looked up to see how bad the line was, and if it seemed like it was gonna calm down soon. That's when I made eye contact with a familiar face. I couldn't quite place it at first. Then the man smiled and slightly mouthed, "Hi." The image he sent in the chat immediately flashed into my mind, and I felt my stomach drop and my heart race. I was fucking terrified and really didn't want to check this guy out. I made sure to check out people way slower than I normally do. My coworker checked him out, but I could feel him staring at me. He even tried to wave goodbye to me as he left, and I refused to even slightly turn my head in his direction. As soon as it calmed down in the store, I went to the bathroom and had a huge panic attack where I nearly threw up. When my mom came to pick me up from work, I very closely watched the side mirror to make sure we weren't being followed by anyone. After that day, I stopped answering DMs if it wasn't someone who wanted to have an actual conversation about something I posted. Long story short, monitor your children's online activity. They may hate you at the time for it, but trust me, they need supervision. I made this friend on Reddit, Carl. I suppose it's risky posting this because Carl could still be on here, but I actually don't care. This is a new account anyways. I met Carl because we frequented the same subreddits and always bumped into each other in threads. I used to be an active Redditor, now I'm just a lurker. Carl private messaged me one night when he was drunk saying that he needed a friend because he had no one else to talk to, that he needed someone to vent to about shit in his life. I obliged, and we became friends. Then we became pen pals. We just email each other every day, or message on Discord. We talked about all kinds of stuff. We vented a lot about our lives and personal situations. As far as I knew, Carl was a couple years older than me, originally from Russia, but living in Colorado. He had a child and a girlfriend. He posted pictures of himself on various subreddits, and also on the genealogy subreddit, with his DNA results. This is important later. Carl started getting mad if I didn't reply quickly enough, and acting weird. Other than that, things were fine. He loves drama, loves talking shit about people, so we would do that a lot. I also noticed that he was extremely paranoid about many things, but I didn't really take it too seriously. I made a subreddit based off a 2007 live journal where we would basically shitpost and we would post stories every day. This other person joined us, John, who apparently was already online friends with Carl. They claimed that they went to the same high school and randomly found each other on Reddit. It had been about a year of a friendship at this point. I noticed that some of Carl's stories weren't adding up, and neither were John's. Something seemed a little off, but I didn't know what. We continued being friends, and I got close to Carl and John. However, I lied a little bit to them. I didn't give them a real name. I said I lived in Wyoming, even though I don't. I looked up information about the city that I claimed to live in. Other than that, everything I told them was true. I was just concerned about privacy. For some reason, I didn't want them to know exact names and details. Carl was creepy sometimes because he would look at Remove Reddit or other websites to see the shit I posted, then deleted, and then ask me why I deleted it. I got increasingly suspicious. I sent a link to a Facebook meme to Carl and John. However, you could only see the meme if you were joined to the private group. John ended up joining the group, and I found his real Facebook. I found out that John lived in New Hampshire, not Colorado. I messaged him and asked him if he really went to school with Carl. He claimed he did. I asked him not to tell Carl, but apparently he did tell him that I asked him this. I forgot exactly what went down, but I sent a picture of an art piece I did to Carl. In the background was my cat, with her tag visible. Carl blew up the photo and zoomed in, saw my mother's phone number on the tag, used an app to find her, then found her Facebook, then found me. This is part of the reason why I deleted Facebook. Carl then confronted me, saying he knows I don't live in Wyoming. He knows my name and my address. He asked me why I lied and tried to guilt trip me for lying to him. He said that tracking me down was revenge for trying to track down John, but later claimed the revenge thing was a joke. I was so creeped out, but I continued to be friends with him. I tried asking if he wanted to Skype or talk on the phone, since it had been so long and we never tried that. He made an excuse to why he couldn't do that. One night, he eventually broke down and said, "I have something to tell you." It took days of prying for him to actually tell me. He finally told me that his name was not Carl. He's not from Colorado. He has a kid, but she's older than 3 like he said before. That the pictures were not him, and most details about his life were fake. Most importantly, that he's not even Russian, so the DNA test posts were fabricated. I'm not sure whose they were in that case. And John, he didn't go to Carl's school. He and Carl met on Reddit, and they never knew each other in real life. For whatever reason, John lied for Carl to me. John also helped Carl blow up my photo in order to track me down. John's real name was John, and that was indeed the real Facebook I found. But Carl would not budge. He would not admit who he really was. Carl started joking that he knew everything about me, and I knew nothing about him, and that he was going to message my girlfriend or mother and tell them some lies about me. Amateur jokes, not serious blackmail. I eventually ghosted him, and as far as I know, he never messaged any of my family members or my girlfriend. He never shipped anything to my house. We just never spoke again. Creepy encounter, because I think it was creepy as fuck that some stranger out there knows all about me, and I know nothing about them. I'll never know who Carl really was. His original Reddit account has been inactive for over a year. Hi everyone, I've been online dating for a while. I've had some interesting experiences, but none quite like this before. I wanted to share with everyone what happened on this crazy date. About 2 weeks ago, I matched with this girl on Tinder. She was really cool and fun to talk to at first, and we hit it off pretty well. She was funny and had an interesting sense of humor. She was attractive. Nothing stuck out as weird or odd about her appearance really. She had a lot of tattoos, which I liked a lot. There were certain comments that she would make at times that just seemed pretty dark and morbid. Another thing I found weird was that she insisted on driving. I figured it was because she had a nice car and wanted to show it off. Nope. When she came to get me, she pulled up in a pretty beat up, dark brown van. When I got in, I noticed an awful smell. It was messy, with trash and dirty clothes everywhere. I didn't want to say anything about it, and I just made casual conversation. We went out to eat, which was normal for the most part. After we left, she said that she wanted to drive me to a spot she likes to go to. She said it was secluded and deep in the woods, so I figured she just wanted to make out or something like that. When we got there, she got out of the van and ran off sprinting. I was confused and in shock at this point. I looked around for her for a second, but it was pretty dark, so I just decided to go back in the van and lock the doors. A few minutes later, I heard beating on the window. It was loud and pretty scary. It did appear to be her, so I opened the door and let her in. She was completely naked at this point. I gave her a confused look and she said that she just ran off to freak me out. She kept laughing and then started kissing me. I went along with it even though I was a little freaked out. I don't want to share graphic details, but she requested doing some really weird and odd things that I didn't feel comfortable doing. She was rough and violent when we were messing around. I finally tell her to stop and tell her that I wasn't comfortable anymore. She told me to get out of the van. I asked if she could drive me back home, but she insisted and shoved me out and left me there while driving off. I still had my phone, so I decided to call the police. I let them know where I was and that I felt unsafe. They shortly arrived and I told them what happened. While we were talking, she came back in her van. They talked to her and said they were going to take her in. The next day, I got a long message berating me over calling the cops on her. She said what I did was uncalled for and childish. I haven't spoke to her since. Never actually met any of these individuals, but got too close for comfort. Let me explain. When I was younger, I got to the point where sexual frustration pushed me to the point of desperation, so I made a grinder. Finally, an outlet for my repressed sexuality. My virginity became a burden, a curse I wanted to pass off. I didn't want it anymore and was willing to give it to anyone who would take it, and thus the predators swooped in. They could smell my desperation and started circling. Anyone who has used Grindr knows about the amount of weird older guys looking for any men is surprisingly high. Now, that's in a normal environment. How about in the middle of Arkansas? The levels were sickening. They were everywhere. Now, granted, a silver fox has a certain allure, but these weren't silver foxes. These were mangly coyotes prowling on young prey. Most of the population around where I lived at the time, and unfortunately where I live now, are what can only be described as white trash, meth head hillbillies. So these weren't attractive older men looking to lead me down a path of discovery. These were 40-year-old creatures looking to take advantage of my desperation. Now, fortunately, I always chickened out or came to my senses before it went too far, but sometimes it got a little too close. One time, the individual was just down the road from my house when I changed my mind. So I never met these people face to face, but the thought of what could have happened if I had still sends shivers down my spine to this day. Though this is more of a virtual encounter, it's still plenty creepy, so don't worry. In the past week, I have came across this TikTok account by the name of You Shouldn't Be Looking. Allow me to paint a picture of the post featured on this account before you decide to be brave enough to check it out yourself. Its first post, October 4th, 2020, is a video of a rotting pumpkin being filmed by shaky camera work. Nothing too sinister, right? How is that even a little creepy? Well, it's about to get a whole lot worse. On the 7th, they posted 6 more videos. These are the ones that really started freaking me out. The first 2 videos posted that night were of a seemingly empty road surrounded by trees and 1 street lamp. In one of those videos, you can hear a cameraman walking. In the back, faint singing and voices can also be heard. The third video posted after those 2 is showing something wrapped in a plaid blanket laying on the floor of the woods. The man filming, assuming it's a man, and I'm fairly certain it is kicking leaves on top of the bundles. The video after is where it starts getting heavy. We can see this man dragging along a small blue suitcase. The suitcase appears to be leaking blood on the floor as he drags it along. The suitcase seems to be very full of whatever the fuck it is and has bounds of duct tape around it. The 5th video posted that night is perhaps the most chilling in my opinion. The video starts off with him walking slowly to the edge of a bridge. He only has 1 sock on and is clearly soaking wet. He follows a small trail of blood until he finally shows a large patch of it. And what do you think is sitting on the ledge of the bridge? If you guessed the suitcase, you are correct. He then proceeds to show his gloved hand, pushing the suitcase off into the water. Oh, and did I mention the song playing in the back of the video? It was "It's So Hard to Say Goodbye" by Kenny Vance. The 6th and final video posted that night is him showing various drawings, all of which of course are terrifying and disturbing. What gets me though is the fact that his hands are 1. Shaky as fuck, 2. Covered in scratches, like seriously, I mean covered. Before I saw the scratches, I thought that maybe he could be just another thing, like Ash Vlogs, the ARG. I don't know if you remember that, or it ends up just being some little film project. But those scratches, they make you feel like it was so much more real. Lastly, before I go, I would like to mention that every single one of these videos so far have been captioned with the same exact hashtags every time. Hashtag don't look. Hashtag you shouldn't be here. Hashtag hide. Hashtag don't you remember the summer by the river. Hashtag leave me alone. Hashtag go away. If you are brave enough to check out the videos posted so far, please do so, but I will continue to update the situation. I have also been saving every single video to my camera roll. This account I feel is real and shouldn't be taken lightly. It feels too real at this point. It feels way too real. So I was like 6 years old. Me, my mom, my stepdad, and my 2 half-brothers lived in a house that we were renting in New Jersey. Our area never really had much wildlife around, besides deer. One night, we hear a bunch of howling in our backyard. So my mom tried to figure out what the sound was on her phone. Apparently the sound that she was hearing was a fox in danger. So my mom told me and my brothers not to go outside in the backyard until they could get the fox out of there if it was still there. I didn't listen, and on the next day I went to the backyard, and the fox wasn't a problem. It was dead, with a giant cut from its stomach to its neck. It didn't look like an animal killed it. It was way too surgical. We never found anyone or anything else in the backyard, but man, that really freaked me the fuck out. Thank God we moved out of there the next month. I'm a 12-year-old boy, and one night my mom and me were at home, and my mom wanted to go out with her sister, and I wanted her to go have fun with her sisters, so she went, leaving me home alone. I was watching TV when I heard a voice. I muted the TV and listened. Then I heard what sounded like a drunk man talking to himself. But what he said still haunts me to this day. "Hey kid, I got this candy in my jacket if you come out of the house." I was very terrified, but I also have 3 German Shepherds and 3 Bulldogs who are very protective over me and my mom, so I didn't think he would try to break in. I decided to call my sister's husband, and he raced over in his car. and when he got there, the guy ran into the woods, and my brother-in-law pulled out his gun and fired into the woods. Sadly, he missed this sick fuck, and my brother-in-law called the cops and explained everything. But the cops couldn't find him, and I still live at that home. I'm now armed, just to be safe in case something like this happens again. About 3 months ago, I was babysitting my younger siblings while my parents were out. It was around 8 p.m., and everyone was watching TV while I was in the room folding laundry. Note that this room was located in the back of the house. While I was putting the clothes away, I heard a knock at the window. Without thinking, I opened the blinds a little instantly, and my soul left my body when I was face to face with a pair of wide, hazel eyes staring back at me. I let out an ear-piercing scream and ran into the living room to grab my siblings and take them into my parents' room to hide. While my siblings were confused and asking why I screamed, the back door was practically shaking as I could also hear someone banging on the living room windows. My sister was already on the phone with the police, and my brothers were hiding under my parents' bed while I was in the hallway with a long kitchen knife trying somehow to protect them. Minutes later, the banging and shaking stopped, and I could hear 2 people jumping out of the front yard gates. The police arrived 5 minutes later and took our statements. After that incident, my parents got a dog from the local shelter named Buddy, who we love very much. 2 weeks later, I was alone in the house with the dog getting ready for school, since school started for me at 10 a.m. because the underclassmen were taking the state exams and the high school seniors like me came to school later. I was feeding Buddy when I hear the front gate shaking, then footsteps walking quickly next to the house. Someone was trying to open the back door. Instantly, Buddy's ears picked up and he began growling and barking like crazy. I was about to call the police when the person fled. Unfortunately, the police never caught the person, so I soon forgot what happened. Then a week ago, someone broke into my dad's car and stole the radio. Yesterday, I was up at 7 a.m. cleaning the living room and decided to have some light in the house by opening the curtains, when sometime later I see a truck slowly approaching my house. I hid behind the bookshelf so that the driver wouldn't see me through the living room windows. The truck windows were very tinted, and I felt like the driver was staring at me, as if he knew where I was in the house. He sped off quickly after that. I honestly don't know what's going on, and I hope it doesn't escalate. It all started and ended the day after I took the last final at this community college. I don't know if he was a stalker or if it was a break-in gone weird. So from the beginning, I was so nervous I was going to fail this one class and was not going to be able to receive my AA degree. Later in the day, I was out in the pool at my apartment complex with some friends and my roommate when I checked my phone and saw that I passed my class. I got so excited and I told everyone that we were celebrating because I was the last one to have a final. It was 3 days before I got to walk and graduate with this degree that I decided we should have some fun before we all went our separate ways. As it got later in the night, we decided not to go out and to stay in. We invited a couple people over and went on with the night. Around 2 in the morning, people started to leave. The only people left were my 2 roommates, both of the people that they were dating, and one other friend. We were still messing around, and because our apartment was on the first floor, right next to the pool, we went to go night swimming. As soon as we were done, I was ready just to hang out and be in for good that night. My roommates and other friends left to go somewhere else for a while, which was fine. Nothing out of the ordinary for me to be home alone. I got some food and went to my room to hang out until they got back. The way my room was set up in the apartment is that it's all the way back furthest away from the front door and patio door. My room is behind the kitchen and you have to go through the whole apartment to get there. Because our apartment was the front of the complex near the pool, it was near the front gate, and at times the gate was left open because it was broken. I had never had an issue with living this close up front until this night. My room had this one big window, and it's easy to see into my room when I don't have the blinds or curtains shut. I had a closet with mirrored doors, which if you look through the window you could see every part of my room in it. So while I was waiting for my friends to get back, I fell asleep, the last time looking at the clock being around 3:30 in the morning. Also a key part in this, my bedroom light was on when I went to sleep. I woke up around 5:30 a.m. There were still flashes going off. It was like a strobe light in the corner of my room. I woke up really confused and thought that it was my friends coming back to mess with me. Once my eyes got adjusted, because the room is now dark, I realized the fact that my friends were not messing with me, but there was a single man, at least 6'1", wearing a green Nike hoodie with the hood on in the corner of my room by my closet. He was holding the phone and taking pictures of me. Mind you, I had on teeny shorts with my legs hanging out of the covers. I don't think he realized that I had woken up, and when it really sunk in I said, "What the fuck?" And instead of coming at me or running out of my room, this man just put his phone down and walked out of my room, not saying anything, not in a panic, just walked out. Me being a dumbass, I ran after him saying, "Hey." I tried to follow him out, but once I got out of the front door, I didn't see him anywhere and ran back in to wake up my roommates, asking if they were messing with me. When they said no, I called the police. I looked around my room and saw the only thing missing was my laptop that was on my desk chair in the far corner of the room. The weirdest part about that was the fact that the laptop was in the furthest part of my room with my door closed, and outside in the kitchen on the counter were 3 MacBooks, 2 wallets, and at least $300 worth of speakers. But the only thing missing in the whole apartment was my laptop. Later I found out that the front door and the patio door were never locked when everyone got back, and the police couldn't find this guy, nor my computer. What made this worse was that there was a disk from my camera in the computer, with all my personal photos now accessible to this guy. Some things I saw a couple days later while I was getting ready to move out freaked me out even more. Like I said earlier, if you looked in my window you could see my closet mirrors and see just about anything in my room. One thing that was super noticeable was my tapestry. It was very distinct and a different kind of tapestry. It had wolves howling to the moon and it's all black and white. One day when I was packing up my car and it was starting to get dark, I looked up and noticed the apartment above mine through the blinds in the window having the same exact tapestry as the one that was in my room. What creeps me out even more is the fact that I had these little lights I put on that I got from my mom because she knows that my favorite color is purple. In the room above, the lights in the fan were switched out for purple ones. As if I wasn't creeped out enough, an all-black cat came up to the window and my stomach started to feel weird because a year before I got this baby kitten that was all black. In the end, this guy was never found and I never saw his face, which freaks me out to this day, and I hope I never come across him again. I never got my black laptop back, never found my SIM disk to my camera. The best advice I have to anyone is no matter what, always lock your doors. You never know what you could wake up to. To preface this, I live in an apartment block where there's a ground floor apartment and a first floor apartment. Each apartment has its own front door that faces the courtyard area. The apartments are more like large houses that have been split into 2 bedrooms, 1 bath units, with a large opening for the kitchen living room area. I live on the ground floor. The apartments are surrounded on each side by alleyways, and there are large gates which used to have coded padlocks on them, which do not work anymore. I tried to get the property management company out to fix them on multiple occasions with no luck. This means the gates are effectively left open for everyone and anyone to gain access to the front doors from 2 busy streets. Last night at approximately 2:30 a.m., my doorbell rang. I woke up from a deep sleep and without thinking to check my phone, I quickly wrapped a blanket around myself and went to open the door. I assumed it could have been my sister or a family member who was unable to contact me and arrive due to an emergency. I was wrong. I looked through the frosted glass on the door and could see a light shining through. I opened the door and there's a man standing there whom I have never seen before and knew was not a resident of the block of apartments. He was wearing a headlamp and asked me to open the bin storage for him, which is a shared space only accessible to residents through calling a phone number to unlock it. All the residents have access, so it was even more obvious that he didn't live there. It generally frightened me to have a stranger standing at my door at 2:30 a.m. asking me for access to the bin storage for reasons I didn't find out. I was too scared to actually ask for any information or what he was putting in the bins. I can't see the bin storage from my front door, so I couldn't actually see if he had bags to put out there or what he was disposing of. I was pretty much frozen on the spot, holding the door tightly and not opening it more than a few inches. I blindly accepted his request to open the bins as I couldn't physically bring myself to decline. I told him it was open for him, swiftly locked the door, and pushed my 15 kg kettlebell against it. My mind was absolutely racing and my anxiety hit the roof. I was physically shaking and could barely string a sentence together as I tried to explain to my partner what had just happened when I got back into bed. We got up together to sit in the living room for a cup of tea to try to settle my nerves. We stayed up for about an hour and a half, talking through what happened and trying to explain it or come up with scenarios that made the ordeal make more sense in a positive light, given that all the ideas in my mind were darkly negative. I don't know if he was scoping out the place to break in. He knows there's an adult female living in one of the apartments, presumably alone, as he didn't see anyone else when I opened the door. About an hour after the incident, my partner went outside to check the bin storage. The door had been left open, indicating that someone had in fact been in there. He didn't notice anything suspicious or out of place, and came back inside. We stayed up until the paranoia began to subside and exhaustion took over. I eventually had myself convinced that if it had been 10:30 p.m. or 6:30 a.m., it wouldn't have been nearly as suspect as 2:30 a.m. So I was trying to picture the scenario as though it was a normal time. What won't go away though is the way the man greeted me when I opened the door. Through the gap, the first words I heard were, "Hello, love." It still freaks the fuck out of me hours later. I unfortunately have a plethora of these kinds of stories. I've encountered a ton of creeps as a teen, and this is about one of them. Back in high school, I lived pretty close to my school building. It was maybe a 15 to 20 minute walk, at the most. In my senior year, I had 2 free periods at the end of my day instead of class. I took extra courses in night school and summer school the year before, so I usually start walking home around 1:30 or so. The area I used to live in was extremely quiet to the point where, depending on certain weather or time of day, it was unnerving to walk the streets. It was suburbia, but the kind where people barely came out of their houses. It was a super rainy day, the sky was murky, and no one was outside, not even for a walk, despite it being daylight. I had my headphones in, listening to music on the way home. I was nearing a small library around the corner from my house, when out of the corner of my eye, I noticed this large van with tinted windows. No one was parked near the library because it was closed that day. Odd, I thought, that someone was choosing to park there now. I continued walking until I heard a muffled sound. Curious, I took one of my earbuds out and looked up to my right. The front seat of the van had rolled down their window, and I could see the face of a middle-aged man with a mustache. I was confused, wondering, was he talking to me? And he drove slowly alongside me, presumably repeating what I didn't hear earlier. "Are you alone?" An alarm immediately went off in my head. There was no one in sight, and I was a small teenager who didn't know what to do. I panicked, put my earbud back in, and as I turned around promptly to walk the other way, he began to glare intensely at me. and turned his van around to follow me. My music was paused and I was pretending I didn't hear him. I had two choices, the elementary school coming up ahead or back where I came from. The back of the elementary school was hard to reach quickly and I was scared that I'd corner myself in. I kept walking quickly, not looking at the van following me. I was on the way back to my high school. Once I got closer, the van sped away quickly. It was getting towards the end of the day there, and people were starting to leave. Almost hyperventilating, I got to the office to tell the secretary everything that just happened. I got my mom to pick me up, and as we drove home, I described the van to her. We reported it to the police, and the next day, I was picked up early from school. The smart woman she is decided to drive by the library that day, around the time I usually walked home. It was quiet out, as usual. Then, she saw the van with tinted windows, as I described it to her. It was parked, waiting for someone. Waiting for me. We gave the license plate to the police, and explained our concerns. When we checked back in on them, they told us that they found the owner of the van. He was renting the basement of a house nearby the library. He said he was waiting there to pick up his kids. The elementary school wouldn't have been let out until nearly 4 p.m., so why was he hanging out there around 1 p.m.? It was clearly a lie, but the police said that they'll keep an eye on him and they weren't in their rights to do anything else. Frustratingly, the last update we got was that he moved shortly after, with no consequences. So I just turned 18 a few weeks ago, and due to the pandemic and all, I wouldn't, or rather couldn't, throw a big party. I just had two of my closest friends over. Let's call them Melissa and Carla. They both were 18 as well. We planned on having a fun evening the night before I turned 18, and just made some fancy dinner and have some fun, and that's what we did. We didn't have any alcohol. So when 12 o'clock rolled around, we celebrated some, and I unwrapped their gifts, one of which was one of those realistic looking seal plushies, which was kind of a joke because I went through a phase when I found a fat seal incredibly adorable and got Instagram ads for those things all the time. Anyway, we were really hyped and we decided to go walk with our music box and the plushie at about 1 in the morning. Just for context, we live in a relatively small, rural town, but it's next to a big lake, so there's a bunch of tourists in the summer, and we also have multiple clinics around, one for eating disorders, and the other one, a rehab center. It's usually really safe and quiet, especially at night. So we dance and sing along loudly on the empty streets, just having fun with it. We passed a few people, but they seemed normal and nice. But generally, it's really empty and deserted on the streets. As we approached this big empty parking lot, which we needed to pass by in order to get back home, I noticed a guy in a dark hooded pullover coming from the parking lot across the street to the side that we were walking on. We turned the music down as he passed, and he greeted us briefly in passing, and we greeted him back. He looked to be in his mid-30s, but seemed totally non-threatening and normal to us at that point. We thought nothing more of it as we walked and turned the music back up. Now, in order to get home, we had to go through some small patch of woods where there was no street lights or houses nearby. As we started approaching the area, a few minutes after we met the man, we suddenly started hearing talking behind us. We realized that someone was walking about 10 meters behind us. At first, we thought he was just talking to someone on the phone, but it was pretty dark and we couldn't see if that was the case. When we passed one of the last streetlights before the patch of woods, we realized it was the same guy that had walked past us a few minutes before, who was walking in the opposite direction as us, and he would have had to turn around after he passed us in order to be right behind us. That was when we really started to get creeped out. We also realized that he wasn't on the phone, but because of the loud music we had on, we couldn't make out what he was saying. So in that moment, I, for some reason, figured it was a good idea to say, "I always have a knife with me," in a loud, speaking tone to my friends. They later told me that they actually bought it, but in reality, we had nothing with us, in the case that we would need to defend ourselves. I kind of figured that maybe it would scare the guy off or something, but it sadly didn't. So there was one last house, which was actually an inn, that we would have to pass before we had to go through the patch of woods. I said to my friends that maybe he was staying there, but we all agreed that if he kept following us after that point, it couldn't be a coincidence, and he was indeed following us. In hindsight, we should have just turned around at that point and stayed in the well-lit, populated area, but I guess we weren't thinking that clear. So we passed the inn, and he was still following us. One of us turned our phone flashlight on, as there were no more street lights and it was pitch black where we were going. We kept turning around and checking if he was still behind us, each time increasing our walking speed until we were nearly running, but he kept getting closer and closer. My heart felt like it was going to beat out of my chest. I was scared for my life. I kept thinking that he could have some kind of weapon on him or something. Then one of my friends, Melissa, stopped and turned around. Carla and me stood a few meters behind her. Immediately the guy approached her, asking her if we had any alcohol or cigarettes. She answered in a totally sober tone that we in fact didn't have anything with us. He took a few steps towards her, asking again if we really didn't have anything with us that we could give him. Melissa answered more firmly this time that we didn't have anything. This guy really seemed desperate. At this point, Melissa said that she was ready to kick him in the balls if he took one step closer to her. She actually does kickboxing and knows how to defend herself, but still, he was a grown man and probably had more power than an 18-year-old girl. Carla and me were just frozen and didn't know what to do. I just kept standing there, saying nothing. He asked Melissa if we lived nearby or if we were here on vacation, to which she answered that we live in the area, as she figured it's better that he thinks we know the area and the people well and wouldn't get any ideas. Luckily for us, after a few more times reassuring him that we also didn't have anything for him at my home, I think the guy realized that he was getting nowhere with us and decided to just turn around and walk back the way he came from, leaving us half scared to death as we sped walk back to my house, glancing behind us every few seconds to check if he had decided to follow us home after all, which luckily he didn't. We arrived safely at my home, still scared, and I double checked that I locked the doors behind us. I couldn't really fall asleep that night, always thinking that I heard something outside. So creepy man who decided to follow 3 18-year-old girls into the dark woods in the middle of the night to ask them for alcohol and cigarettes. What the heck were you thinking? Second post here. I had forgotten about this particular encounter until this morning. I was about 14 and in middle school when this happened. My mom picked me up from a sleepover, and we went to our local Dollar General to pick up a few things. While inside, a man entered the store, maybe in his late 20s to early 30s. He seemed to be aimlessly walking around. People do that all the time in the store, so I didn't think anything of it, and wasn't paying much attention. As a teenage girl that I was probably on my phone or something. Inside the store, the aisles are pretty close together, so seeing into the next one or listening to things even 2 or 3 aisles away was pretty easy. While as my mom and I were walking down the aisle, I occasionally saw this guy walking towards or around us, giving us glances but never actually coming near us, and I would hear him slowly shuffling behind us or the next aisle over. It is a small store with limited amount of space, so once again, I didn't really give it a second thought. Then, it was like every time we went to turn the corner or change aisles, he was darting to another aisle as if he didn't want us to see that he was there. I'd get a feeling that I was being watched, so I turned around and see him doing the same thing. Sometimes I was able to see him out of the corner of my eye, just peeking around the corner or at the end of the aisle, just watching. It was the creepiest thing ever, at 14 years old. I remember my mom telling me to grab something from the other end of the store, and I refused to do it in fear of running into this guy without an adult present. As we were checking out, I saw him make a beeline for the exit. He was gone from the parking lot when we went to leave as well. I never said anything to my mom about it, as nothing actually happened, and there's really nothing that could be done. Well, sometime later, maybe a month or so, my mom gets a call from the sheriff's department, and they say to her that I need to come down immediately because I may have been a witness to a crime. Naturally, I panicked, as any teenager would do, because at that point, I had forgotten about the previous incident. The officer rolled the clip from the Dollar General with us on the footage, as well as the dude. It confirmed my fears that day, and showed him literally following us around the store the whole time we were in there. And as soon as I turned around, he tried to hide. Later in the video, he was actually touching himself as he was watching me and my mom. I was disgusted. Turns out, right around the same time, he was arrested for exposing himself to an 8-year-old girl in the same store. I was completely freaked out and didn't want to think about what could have happened if I wandered off alone in that store that day. I was on my way home from work one day. The time was around 9 p.m., so I was rushing. Because of the time, there were only a few people around. As I was getting close to home, I had to pass by a gas station. I got close and looked up. I spotted a dark green van parked by the road. I started having stupid thoughts about how if someone opened the van door and dragged me in, no one would see me. I brushed off the weird thought and passed by the van without anything happening. I was a block away from my house now and saw the headlights from behind me, but they never passed me. I was paying close attention and waited for the car. All of a sudden, a loud car honk rang through the air. I turned around to see the van stopping right beside me on the road. The car that honked was behind the van, a frustrated driver wondering why the van was going so slow. As I looked up to see the driver of the van violently pulled away and sped down the road. I was scared. As this happened, my first instinct was to memorize the license plate number. My house was at the end of the block, and I was sure I saw the van pass the block and went off. I was almost at my door when for some reason I turned around because I felt like I was being watched. That's when I spotted the van across the road. It couldn't have been the same van, I thought. I couldn't see the color clearly as there weren't any streetlights across from my house. The van was parked as if it was going towards the gas station. That's when my eyes adjusted and I could just make out the license plate. It was the same van. I was shocked and looked up to see the driver. There were two men sitting in the front. There was a light on inside the van that was illuminating their faces. They looked angry. They were both looking right at me. It seemed like they were talking about something while still keeping their eyes on me. I had enough at this point and unlocked my door and ran in, slamming it and locking it. I ran in looking and calling for my mom. No one responded, so I was worried that the men would come in and kidnap me. I slowly crept to the window and looked out and found that the van was no longer there. This happened a few months ago, and I've been careful whenever I see a van near me. This happened to me when I was 15. I was in the city center by myself after finishing school and checking libraries and the video game stores. When I got bored, I went to the bus stop, which was about 10 minutes away from the shopping zone. At one point, I had to cross a big street, and while I was waiting for the stoplight to change, I felt an unknown man really near me. He was maybe around 30, short, with his face all red. He had balding blonde hair, and his clothes were dirty. I felt his breath on me, but I was just ignoring it, thinking that he was just waiting to cross, like everyone else. He waited alongside me for a few minutes without saying a thing, and again I just ignored it. When I was near the bus stop, he started talking to me. "Hi, what's your name?" A bit of small talk, and I answered him. I told him I was going home, and something sparked his eyes. He told me that he was coming with me. I said that my parents would be waiting for me, so he told me, "Oh, I'm sure they won't mind me sleeping with you tonight." I freaked out on the inside. That's when I realized he would follow me everywhere no matter what I said. I stopped answering him, and he asked me for my phone number and everything. Then the bus came. He got up and followed me. When I was about to pay for my ticket, I just thought to myself, no way, did a U-turn and started running away, leaving him at the bus. He didn't follow me. I went to the previous bus stop to take the next bus, waited for it in a hyperventilated state, but luckily I didn't see him again. I was driving around town late today, around 3 a.m., with a friend of mine, just cruising and talking about random stories. I noticed a car behind me, following me closely and aggressively. It was weird because I was driving calm and slow, without bothering anyone. I immediately noticed and figured something was wrong, so I took a right at the light. I noticed the same car followed me. I kinda made an abrupt but stupid decision and took the next right, which ended up being a dead end. This didn't stop the car from following me, which I thought it would. At this point, I was a bit confused and worried as to why someone would follow us this late at night. I went to the end of the dead end and quickly made a broken U-turn as the other car did the same. However, the car stopped for a second and basically had us pinned in. At this point, I got a glimpse of an old lady looking and smiling weirdly at us. I was confused as to what she wanted from us. She rolled down her window, and I did as well. She's laughing and smiling weirdly, making me very uncomfortable. She states how she's putting us both on the FBI extortion list, and how we'll both amount to nothing before she sped off. I didn't say a word as I was confused and shocked as to what was going on. I still don't know what the whole ordeal was or who this old lady was. I don't even live near this area, and all I was doing was having a calm drive at 3 a.m. with a friend to clear our thoughts. It all happened so fast and unexpected, and it was just too weird to grasp. The car hadn't followed us for long, I'd say roughly 5 minutes, give or take. I make sure to watch my rearview mirror at all times, so I always notice when something odd or someone is following too closely. It was weird to say the least, but also confusing. This is my first post, and something happened a week ago. My blood still runs cold when I think about it. Keep in mind, this isn't like any of the really scary stories on here, but it scared me, and was definitely out of the ordinary. My brother wanted to get a drink from a place both of us loved to go. It was going to close soon, and he had work to do, so I went by myself. It wasn't very late, but it was already dark, and my parents had drummed into me since birth about the dangers of walking alone at night. I was kind of nervous that day, and even thought I've done it many times before, so I went and got both drinks, and for some reason, I didn't get a bag. I was walking along with both hands full. Bad idea. As I'm walking towards the street where my house was, I suddenly become aware of 2 men very close to me. One was in front of me, wearing a maroon pullover, and the other one was behind me, wearing a gray zipped up hoodie with the hood pulled up. I only turned around for a flash of a second, so I couldn't describe his face to you. I was weirded out because I was walking between them and was beginning to feel uncomfortable, like they were trying to herd me. Just as I was telling myself that I was clearly overreacting, I came across a garage that was down an alleyway, and a black Subaru was coming out. I had time to cross before they reached me. The person inside clearly wasn't counting on me doing that, so they swung around and parallel parked next to me, at most 2 feet away. So now, I was between the 3 men and a wall. When I saw the door open, I thought that was the end for me. I bolted and didn't stop running until I reached my house. So yeah, black Subaru driver, gray hoodie, and maroon pullover guy. Let's not meet. I live in a safe neighborhood in the Bay Area. We are lucky to have numerous outdoor parks nearby, which have been a saving grace since COVID started. Since gyms are closed, I've taken to running outside, and oftentimes I'll be running in the early evening. It's cooler, there are fewer people and less crowds. Makes it a lot easier to run, especially in COVID times. I like decompressing after a stressful workday. As the days have been getting shorter, even though I try to start my runs when it's still light out, sometimes it does mean that it's dark during the latter half of my run. One day when I didn't have much daylight, I was sticking to running loops in the park closest to my home, which is well lit. I ran there all the time and have never felt unsafe until one night, perhaps a month or two ago. On that night, I was running my usual circular route in the long, skinny park that perhaps is a mile long. It had just gotten dark when an intimidating looking man dressed in all black, baggy clothing appeared from the grassy wooded area. He approached me while I was running on the sidewalk, the loops around the park, and started jogging next to me while calling out to me. I had my headphones in and I couldn't make out exactly what he was saying, but it was catcalling of some sort. Unnerved, I turned my music up and tuned him out and run faster, thinking he would leave me alone. I was wrong. He began running faster, pretty much in sync with me and parallel to me on the grassy part of the panhandle, so a smaller circumference of the loop I was running. I had just turned the corner of the end of the panhandle loop, so there was nowhere I could go to escape, and I began to panic because there weren't others around, and this section of the panhandle I was in was not particularly well lit. After rounding the end of the loop, still panicked, with this man still chasing me, I saw an older white man with AirPods in. He was walking up ahead on the path. I neared him. I slowed my run to a walking pace with him, but just a little bit behind him, so he did not know I was there. But I had effectively positioned him between the man and myself. Seeing this, the man chasing me also slowed down, but at this point he had already ran a bit ahead and couldn't slow down or come closer to me without raising the suspicion of the oblivious Samaritan I was using as a human shield. He began jogging ahead on the path in front of us, continuously looking back at me, only somewhat deterred. I kept walking in the pace with the Samaritan, all thoughts of continuing my run over, focused on trying to figure out how I was going to get back home safely. We walked like this for perhaps a couple minutes until my cross-street exit approached. The man had jogged ahead, further now, but kept looking back at me as if he was waiting for the oblivious Samaritan to go wherever he was headed, presumably assuming that I would have to continue my run on the path towards him. At my cross-street intersection, the Samaritan just happened to turn left, which was the opposite direction where I needed to go. So I took it as my cue to peel right and sprint home as fast as I could, praying that there was enough distance between me and the harasser to lose him. I don't think I've ever ran so fast in my life. I made it home safely and didn't see him on my block when I finally got to my apartment, so at least he doesn't know where I live if he did in fact continue trying to follow me. I want to pretend like nothing bad would have happened had the oblivious Samaritan not been there, but I really got bad gut vibes and was just so sketched out by this guy. How bold and persistent can someone be to chase a solo female that is running in a city park at night for a fair amount of time, no less? I can't imagine he just wanted to chit-chat. If he did, he needs to seriously reconsider his tactics. I went to a small school. There were 8 girls in my class. It was a bit chilly out, so none of them wanted to go hang out after school, which was the usual plan on Fridays, as there was an ice cream shop about 15-minute walk from our school. However, my best friend stepped up and we agreed to go alone. There was no problems at first. The town is small, friendly, clean, and our parents gave us permission to go, even though it was just the 2 of us. It wasn't long until we noticed a white van trailing behind us. I distinctly remembered being told to avoid white vans at a young age, so I grew up terribly afraid of them. My friend and I laughed because we noticed it at the exact same moment, and I told her I was afraid of them. We picked up our pace, but so did the van. We didn't want to seem like scaredy cats, so we stopped, but so did the van. We began, along with the van, to inch forward. but eventually the van picked up speed and came even closer to us. It was terrifying. I grabbed my friend's wrist and with a painful smile told her to go along with me. I held her hand and walked up to the front door of the nearest house, fiddled with my purse for a non-existent key as we carried on an equally non-existent conversation. The van stopped right in front of us, and a scuffy man driving it rolled down his window and stared at us. Just then, my friend's mom drove up and asked if we wanted a ride. The van immediately sped off. We didn't tell my mom what happened right away. We took it lightheartedly, but as someone who grew up afraid of kidnappings, it was terrifying. When I was 15 years old, my friend and I, both female, used to walk from school to her house, about a 30-minute walk, on Fridays afternoons to start our weekends. We usually stopped at the sub shop in town for early dinner to eat while we played video games and hung out. After we got our sandwiches, we walked outside and continued to her house, about 15 more minutes. Outside of the sub shop, there's a man sitting on a bench outside the shop who I didn't see when we walked in. He was really tall and muscular, around 6'5", pale and bald, probably in his early to mid-30s, and very intimidating wearing his bright orange sweatshirt. The hairs on the back of my neck instantly stood up as soon as I saw him. I noticed right away that after we passed him, he got up from the bench and started walking behind us. Not so weird, maybe just going his way. But what made me instantly realize that this dude wasn't right was that he was holding his phone to his ear, but not talking at all. This was just before smartphones became a thing, so it wasn't like he was just swiping along on Tinder or checking Instagram. In this time, if he had a flip phone out and clearly weren't talking to someone, that was weird because that was the only thing you did with those cell phones. We actually spoke to people. So weird now, right? He did this for so long that he couldn't have been listening to his voicemail. I had a gut feeling that something was wrong, so I stopped walking and pretended to fumble around with something in my purse, so the man ended up in front of us and no longer following behind us. I tell my friend why I pretended and stopped walking, and she kind of blew me off, as if I was being paranoid. We start walking again, and there's a gas station up ahead. You can either walk across the gas station to the main road, or go down a side road around the gas station that will also eventually lead you to the main road. Just a longer route. My friend and I cut through the gas station, and the man went around and ended up being behind us again. He was still holding his phone to his ear, but not speaking. At this point, I'm eternally freaked out. I know he's following us, but I'm trying to play it cool and come up with a plan. While my friend still doesn't take me seriously. We get to a turn that's a shortcut to my friend's house. Now, this road is pretty remote. Cars usually don't drive down there often, and there isn't a house for quite some time. But it was the fastest way to get to my friend's house. Just past the road was a large shopping center. I told my friend that if we started walking down this remote road and the man follows, that he's 100% following us because no one goes down this road, really ever. And that I would just book it to the closest store in the shopping center. I looked behind me to check where the man is, and he somehow got significantly closer to us, and of course, started walking down the road. We made eye contact, and he gave me the creepiest grin. I instantly started running with my friend following me, and we ran into a Rite Aid, while the guy continued to follow, but he doesn't go in the store. We get into the store, and the cashier takes notice that we are freaked out and asks what's wrong, so we tell her. She asks if we need the police, but we decline, and I just call my dad to pick us up and drop us off at my friend's house. My dad arrives about 10 minutes later with a cashier clerk keeping an eye on us, and the man was nowhere to be found. My dad wanted to find the guy, but my dad was older in his 60s, and this man was in his 30s and huge, so he definitely would have beaten my dad up, or worse. So I just begged for him to get in the car and get away from here. I was only 15 in hindsight, and we should have reported it to the cops. Here's the creepiest part of the story, As we were getting in the car, I see the man pop out from the parking lot from behind a parked car and started walking the other way. This guy was definitely waiting for us to come out of the store, follow us, and do God knows what. I didn't say anything because I didn't want my dad to try to fight him and have something bad happen, but it just confirmed that this creep was following us and planning on doing some harm. Thankfully, my friend and I were fine and we never saw the guy again, but my friend told her friend about the incident, and she said that she knew the guy because he lives near her and that he's definitely a creep who has had multiple complaints against him. I haven't heard of or seen him since, and I hope he never did anything to harm anyone. I still think about the story 12 years later, and there's a reason I'm so aware of my surroundings at all times, especially when I'm walking alone. To start off with some background, I'm a female, and at the time this happened, I was 12 years old. I lived in a quiet suburb in South Carolina at the time, and used to spend hours just walking my dog around the neighborhood because there wasn't much else to do. At the time, we had a 70-pound basset hound named Rufus, which kind of looked like a sawed-off St. Bernard. So I was walking him late in the afternoon in the fall, and it started to get dark. I was on the other end of the neighborhood from my house when I first saw a beat-up, rusty red pickup truck just kind of driving around. I didn't think a whole lot about it because it's the South, so pickup trucks are all over the place around here. I saw the truck cross the street I was gonna pass and then come back out the other end, further down, and go back the way I came from. To give you an idea of the neighborhood, it wasn't set up like regular blocks. More like a main road and a bunch of roads that looped around and came back to the main road. At first I figured this guy was lost or something, and still didn't think much of it. But as I was getting closer to my house and it was getting darker, I saw the truck again. Another thing about my neighborhood was, even though there were a lot of houses, everybody pretty much kept to themselves in their house for the most part. So there wasn't really anyone outside this time of night, even though it was still fairly early. So I come out of the neighborhood onto the main road to my house, and the truck is there again, this time just parked on the side of the road, facing the road I came out from. I turned onto the road to my house, and it started moving, driving slowly behind me, with the lights out. Now, if you know anything about a basset hound, they're not the most threatening kind of dogs. They're short and stubby, with big ears and a goofy face, so even if Rufus was a big dog, he wasn't exactly the greatest guard dog. They also didn't walk very fast, and tend to trip over their ears when they run. So I was stuck with him setting a pace, and with him weighing as much as I did, it's not like I could reach down and pick him up, or try to run or anything. So here I am, walking down the dark road in the quiet neighborhood, with my slow-ass dog, and this creepy truck behind me. I knew I couldn't really run from it, and I doubted that anyone would hear me if I tried to scream or something if they came after me, so I finally came up with a plan, even if it was probably a stupid one. When I got to one of the handful of streetlights on the street, I stopped and turned around and just stared the truck down. The truck stopped moving and just kind of sat there about 30 feet away from me, like it was trying to look like it parked or something. I stood there and stared at the truck for what felt like forever, but it was probably around 2 or 3 minutes. After a while, the truck started moving again, turned on its lights, and turned off down another road. I booked it to someone's backyard and took the backyards the rest of the way home. I never told my mom about this creepy truck because I knew she would probably freak out and wouldn't let me take the dogs out alone anymore. This happened a few days ago. It was about 10 p.m. and it was trash night. I had a lot of homework, so I didn't end up taking the trash out earlier. My mom came in and told me to take the trash down to the side of the road, where we always do. For context, we have a church behind our house, and it has a parking lot and a shed right behind our garage. We set our trash cans up against the garage, close to the parking lot. Anyways, I went outside to grab the cans, and noticed a dingy, busted up looking van with 2 doors in the back. I've seen this van before, and for around a month it was always parked at the other end of the parking lot. It was parked right beside the shed, big back doors facing me. This was not a church van. It was very dirty and rusted, nor did it have any logo. I was standing near my garage, not quite at the trash cans yet, and I had a really bad gut feeling. Something just didn't feel right. I looked closer at the van and noticed the silhouette of a person's head in the driver's seat. I couldn't identify this man or woman because it was dark. This is when my fight or flight senses kicked in. I ran inside because I didn't feel safe and told my mom about it. She said I was overreacting, which was probably true, but told me I could just take the cans down before I left for school. The next morning rolled around, and it was 7 a.m. I went to grab the trash cans, and the van was gone, which in a way gave me relief that I didn't go near it the night before. I don't know, maybe I'm overreacting, but it's just an unsettling encounter. So I had biked about 10 minutes to take the bus to work during the week. I had spent the weekend with my in-laws, so I didn't have my bike with me last Monday, and I had to walk after the bus got me to the closest stop. It was a 20-minute walk. Basically, it's all residential and numbered by streets. So I get off on, say, 50th Street and walk to 40th. When I first started walking, there's a black car that was on the other side of the road, driving slowly. It pulled off to the right next to somebody's driveway. I didn't think much and just kept walking. When I got to the next street though, the car is doing it again. I walked faster and trying to watch for it. It followed me most of the way there, finally turning off a side road. I didn't recognize the person in the car, which was an older male, but now I'm freaking out. I already have agoraphobia, and when I bike in the mornings, it's dark out there. Can't help but feeling that I'm being followed. Trafficking is a known thing here, and I'm female. Someone please tell me what I should do. I need to get to work, but biking and walking is the only way I can afford it right now, and I'm scared of next Monday. Update. I'm amazed by all the comments and support from y'all. Thank you. I do have pepper spray and a taser, as well as an alarm I carry around my neck that yells really loud. After some suggestions, I downloaded the Noonlight app, and that's given me the peace of mind that I needed. We have a neighborhood watch on the same street that I'm on, and I've let them, as well as the local police, know. For now, everything is okay, and I'll keep staying alert. It's sad that we have to be so aware of our surroundings, and even worry about things like this. This happened to me about a year ago. I've only ever shared the story with a couple of people. However, I thought it couldn't hurt to share it here. Big disclaimer before going forward. Don't worry, I realize I'm a huge idiot in this situation, and my choices could have put me in danger. However, I made it out alive and unharmed, and that's all that really matters. Even if I was too panicked to think properly and acted like a complete idiot. Also, before I forget to mention, I'm a 21-year-old female. So it was around June 2019. I was doing a closing shift at the McDonald's I worked at in town. I live in England, originally from Scotland. We close up at 2 a.m. on weekdays and 3 a.m. on weekends. It had been a Saturday night shift, so I was finished and out the building by 3:15 roughly. When this happened, I was living about 10 to 15 minutes walk from my work in a flat that was mostly taken up by students. I didn't have money to spare to consistently get taxis, and I had been walking home at night for the past year with no incidents, so of course, I didn't think anything differently of doing it again. The majority of my walk was fine, and I was about 4 minutes away from my flat when I noticed a guy just standing near the corner that I had to turn to get home. I am wary when I see people, but usually they're drunk, or mind their own, or just ask for directions. Or it's a homeless person, as there's quite a lot in the city I live in. But at this time at night, they usually keep to themselves. This guy was dressed nice, but casual, looked around mid-20s, well-groomed, tan skin, and a really strong smelling aftershave. He was obviously a regular at a gym too, because He had a muscular figure, and he didn't seem to be drunk by the look of things, but who knows. I tried to keep my distance, but he approached me and started making really casual conversation, asking me what my name was, complimenting my accent, and asking where I was from. I stupidly engaged with him, but gave him a fake name and made it clear I wasn't up for a chat. I should have been firm with my words, but I'm way too introverted and shy to speak up. Even my boyfriend complains that I talk too quietly sometimes, and I struggle to be direct with people. Throughout the whole conversation, he was giving me an unsettling smile and would try to touch my arm or play with my hair, which I made it as clear as I possibly could that I did not approve of. Not that he was listening. He would just say something along the lines of, "But you're just so pretty." Not flattering at all when it's a man who won't take no for an answer. Anyways, this guy asked me for a hug, and even though I refused him as politely as possible, he did it anyways. I froze up for a couple seconds before I moved away, which thankfully he let me do. He was being extremely creepy at this point and tried feeling over my sides as he gave me a hug, which gave me even more alarm bells ringing in my head. I told him I had to leave, and as I was walking away, I heard, "I'll walk you home. Where do you live?" Unfortunately, I had nowhere else to go but home. Nobody else was around, and it was too early in the morning. My roommate was also back at his own house, as he went back home every weekend. I had a hold of my keys in my pocket and just hoped once I got to the building I could find a way in without this guy being able to invite himself in. I refused his walk home, but he followed me anyways, walking about 8 to 10 feet away from me as I was speeding up at this point, but caught up as I crossed the road. I don't know why I decided to go the long way to get to my building, which was an extra 2 minutes or so not that long. As I was approaching the flat, I felt a horrible sinking feeling in my chest. The door to the building closes really slow at first, before slamming shut, so I knew if I walked in, he could potentially follow me inside, and that puts me at an even greater risk. By this point, he was begging me to let him inside. He said he was extremely thirsty and wanted some water, but I told him that my roommate was sleeping, a subtle way to deter him by showing that I wasn't alone. But that didn't seem to faze him. He was trying to be touchy and just kept pleading with me to let him inside. But I kept my ground and said no as best as possible. As he was talking to me, I managed to use the fob on the door to open it, just enough to carefully slide through. However, he was right by the door and I didn't want to make him upset, so I apologized and told him no once again. Luckily, he had moved away from the door as someone wanted to get into the building. The guy asked if everything was okay when he saw me, but I stupidly said everything was fine. That did give me a chance to move away from the door and let it close once the guy walked through. I didn't even look back to the guy as I ran upstairs to my flat as fast as I could. I didn't get any sleep that night, and from that moment on, I made sure I always had money aside for a taxi. I think I walked home once more between June and October before I moved. Really scary stuff, and I'm glad I never saw him again after that. This all happened probably about a month ago, from Thursday to Monday. Night 1, Thursday. I just gotten off of work and walked a bit to get to my car. It was 10:30 p.m. as I usually got off work pretty late at night. As I was unlocking it, a Jeep turned the corner, saw me, and slammed on the brakes on the opposite side of the street. He started yelling something at me, and I was pretty scared, so I didn't say anything back, and I got into my car right after that. I was watching the Jeep in my rearview mirror, and he flipped a U-turn and sat behind my car for a few minutes. I didn't move my car, as I was scared he was going to follow me home. After a few minutes, he had driven away. I drove around taking random turns because I was freaked out. I texted my coworker, and she had seen the Jeep as well. I got into work the next morning. He was in the parking spot I was in, so we all laughed about how paranoid I was. Night 2, Friday. My coworker and I had just gotten off work again, and it was possibly around 11 p.m. She decided to drive me to my car because parking on the street where my work is located sucks, so I had to park 3 streets away. We had just crossed the street and gotten into her car, and the same Jeep whips around the corner. I told her, look who it is, and we had a laugh about it. Once I was in my car, I was driving down the street her truck was just parked on. The Jeep once again whipped around the same corner where us 2 girls were. I thought it was slightly strange, but chalked it up to being paranoid again, and I didn't think anything of it. Night 3, Monday. It was around 10:30 p.m. and us girls were still at work waiting for a few more clients to pick up their pets. I was just giving a woman her dog when the same Jeep parks in my work's parking lot. He had told me that he had been driving around the area for the past 45 minutes trying to find a parking spot. Again, the parking on the street my work is located at is atrocious, but nothing so bad that you would spend 45 minutes driving around looking for a spot. It takes about 10 at the most. I know, I've timed it. I had said, okay, you can just sit here, but my car's right there. I can move it and you can take my spot, no big deal. He looked at me dead in the eyes and said, no, I want to sit here. I got a pretty bad feeling and went back inside and let the girls know that the guy was in our parking lot. They all thought it was pretty weird and creepy, especially because I had offered him the spot. He just turned his car completely off. He didn't have his phone on that we could see or any other light source. 11:30 rolls by and we see his car turn back on. He had just been sitting there for about an hour at that time of night. We found it pretty weird. After he finally left, we made sure we saw his Jeep turn the corner and booked it to our cars. This may just be me being overdramatic, but I believe he had bad intentions for one of us girls. I've only seen that Jeep twice since these incidents, and I'm constantly looking for it. This story happened to me about 3 years back, when I used to work at a gas station very close to where I live. The event really creeped me out, so I can vividly picture everything that happened that day at work. I had went in for my shift about 6 p.m. that day. Our gas station was open 24/7, so some days I would end up working till about 1 in the morning. The first half of my shift was nothing out of the ordinary. They put me on the floor shift instead of working in the kitchen, so I was mostly just cleaning up the store. Every now and then, we would get a lot of customers at a time, so I would have to cash them out and handle the register. But that was just a normal thing. After some time, I had stocked the cooler, cleaned up some dishes, and finished up some tasks, so overall, it was a very easy day. I can remember at the time of her first arriving, I was finishing up cleaning the kitchen. We normally close the kitchen around 10:30 every night, but the person on the kitchen shift ended up doing a horrible job of cleaning up. My manager put me back there just to tidy things up and clean the machines. I was just about to take off my gloves when I saw an elderly woman with a book bag on enter the store. I normally don't stop what I'm doing to look at customers who come in, but there was something just really off about her. She was walking with this very awkward limp, and her hood was up. That alone would raise concerns, but for the first 20 seconds that she was in the store, her head was facing directly towards the ground. She made a loop around the one part of the store, and then went up to the counter. She looked up at my manager, and in almost a whisper goes, "Can I use your telephone, please?" After this, I thought maybe she was just homeless and was calling someone for a ride, so I shrugged it off. I made myself a flatbread sandwich before closing up, so I went behind the counter to eat it before I got back to work. Every now and again, I caught myself looking up at her on the phone, and I realized she had her back turned to both of us and was speaking quietly. The creepiest part was that she kept looking back at me. She would talk on the phone inaudibly, then whip her head back, stare at me for like 3 seconds, then turn around and go back to talking. This made me super uncomfortable. After she got finished using the phone, she went behind the counter of the store and just sat down. This is the first time I've ever seen someone just sit down in our store. At this point, I had finished my sandwich and went back to grab the floor scrubber because it had been a while since I cleaned up the floor. When I came out, I was directly across from her, and I could just see her staring at me. She wouldn't take her gaze off me. Everywhere I went throughout the store, I just felt her eyes peeled on the back of my head. I stopped the scrubber for a moment and decided I should stock some drinking cups because one of the slots was completely empty. I looked back at her and she was still looking at me, but this time she got up and went back to the counter again. She looked up yet again at my manager and asked if she could use the phone. The eerie part was that she kept doing the same thing, where she would talk on the phone, look back at me, turn around and continue talking. She didn't even grab her stuff or anything. She just had her hood on and kept awkwardly staring. I obviously had to continue working my job, but I got really worried about who she was talking to on the phone and why she wouldn't stop looking at me while she was talking to them. I got back on the scrubber and she went back into the corner of the store to sit down. I was making my way up the aisle towards her when I got a really good look at what she looked like. Her stare gave me the chills. She had really big eyes and they looked very dark. They might have been very dark brown, but to me they appeared almost black. She still had her hood up and she was just sitting there staring at me. Now, it's normal for a person to look at someone when they're coming up to you, but I was literally 10 feet away and she was staring directly at me for 5 seconds. If you've ever seen the movie Drag Me to Hell, she looked like the old woman from that movie. I quickly looked down at the floor but continued scrubbing past her. After what seemed like forever, I finished a small bit of floor in the area and made my way to the back of the store. I was halfway there when I heard a rustling of the book bag and realized that she grabbed her stuff and walked out. She did it so quickly it startled me. As she walked out, I looked at the window and realized that there was no car there to pick her up. Whoever she was talking to on the phone obviously was not her ride. She was just walking all by herself on the road. I recently got a job at a hotel downtown from where I live. I had never worked in the hotel industry before, so I had no idea what to expect. The time between applying for the job and being hired was less than 24 hours, which made me nervous. But I had been looking for several months and couldn't find anything, so I thought I'll take the chance. The hotel is about 150 years old and has plenty of character. Behind the front desk are places where the wallpaper has torn away, revealing the psychedelic wallpaper from what I could only guess to be the 1970s. We're talking bright pink, neon green, hookah-induced vision-type wallpaper. The walls in the upper floors are painted bright yellow and orange, and the hallways are narrow and even give off that shining kind of feel to it. But I'll elaborate on that later. My manager was a young Chinese man in his mid-20s, only 5 years older than me. The man who owns the building is also Chinese, and literally a walking stereotype. The owner is friendly and kind to his employees, but he's also rich enough that he doesn't really care if the hotel is up to par. I learned recently that he also owns one of the more run-down shopping centers downtown, so this might explain the less than 5-star quality of the hotel. Probably about 3.5 stars, in my opinion. Some people describe it as quaint, unique, full of character, while others describe it as outdated or disappointing. As a history enthusiast, I would agree that this place is full of character, but I think the owner should be a little more concerned about keeping the place clean. There are lots of problems in this hotel, including mice, broken toilets, falling ceiling tiles, leaks, and other maintenance nightmares. The fancier rooms on the top floors have real fireplaces in them, So that also adds risk of fires at the hands of careless guests. Mice are a common problem, and thankfully the guests don't have to see any of the dusty traps filled with dead rodents in the basement. But by far, the most interesting aspect of the hotel is that it's supposed to be haunted. There are 2 ghosts that have been reported in the building, as well as the adjoining pub next door. Back when the hotel was first built, it had a reputation of being a complete dive. A lady, now named Lady Churchill, died in the hotel, and her spirit lingers in the haunted room 49. Guests will occasionally smell her perfume or see her face in the mirror. One of the most frightening stories includes someone opening the door only to have Lady Churchill fly at them in fury. On my first day, when my boss toured me around the hotel, he pointed out the haunted room to me. Lady Churchill had also been spotted at the fireplace in the pub, arguing with her boyfriend, the other resident ghost, Brady. Brady was stabbed to death in the basement stairwell. The stairwell is not in use anymore and leads directly from the street into the basement. Instead, it's used to store extra chairs and miscellaneous items. The light is never turned on, which adds more of a creepy factor. My shift is a day shift from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Every morning when I come in, I have to check the entire hotel by myself in search of homeless people sleeping in the back stairwell or trying to get through the basement. I'm not an intimidating person. I'm a short female, not physically fit, and too friendly for my own good. If I did find someone hiding in the hotel, what was I supposed to do about it? I'm not sure what creeps me out more, the fact that I'm going to look around for people that shouldn't be there, or the idea that I have to walk around in the dark, silent areas known to be haunted, all by myself. My sweep of the hotel includes all 4 floors and guest rooms, the kitchen, the back stairwell, and the basement stairwell, as well as the basement. To give you some context, the back stairwell serves as a fire escape connecting all the floors together. It goes straight down to the street level. It's always cold and echoey in there, and as I said before, full of dead mice. When I was first told about the haunted stairwell, I mistakenly thought that they meant the fire escape stairs, as they go down to the basement level. The 4 floors for the guest rooms, in all their overlook hotel glory, are shaped like a square horseshoe, which means more enough blind corners. Lady Churchill haunted the room at the end of the hall, around one of these blind corners, and yes, I do think about it every time I search the hotel. There's an elevator and an interior stairway, the one guests are supposed to use. Behind the elevator is an old connecting hallway that basically serves no purpose anymore. In the past, it may have been useful, but now it just serves as a secret passageway that goes behind the elevator and comes out the other end of the horseshoe. This hallway especially needs to be searched for homeless people, drunks, or people having sex. The basement is by far the creepiest part of the hotel. To get there, you either take the elevator or go through the pub and down the stairs. I prefer to go through the pub because there are some fantastic black and white photos of when the hotel was first built, and I love to look at them. It was almost the best place to see the age of the brick foundation. Anyway, the basement is used for storing beer kegs, firewood, plant potters, housekeeping items, and maintenance tools, among other things. It was usually deserted. Now that I know the dark, unused basement stairway is not where Brady's spirit is supposed to be, I think I try to spend even less time down there. This week is my 2nd week of work, and my boss had put me on the afternoon-evening shift, just so I can get a sense of what it's like in case I have to cover someone in the future. Yesterday was my first late shift, and in that time I learned a whole bunch of things that I didn't know from the lady I worked with. This woman, let's call her Peggy, has been at the hotel for 14 years. She has seen all there is to see, and is well known for her stories. I've listened to some of the stories, and honestly, part of me thinks she's full of shit, but the other part is going to cautiously believe her on the off chance that it's true. Here are some of the things I learned about the hotel in the span of one shift. The man I'm replacing was not actually fired for chronic lateness, as my boss had told me, but instead for sexual harassment. The head of housekeeping, a man I get along very well with, is a friend of his. 2. The day before, Peggy caught a drug addict rooting around in the private back office after hours. We looked over the security footage and he was definitely searching for something. We now keep the office doors locked. 3. There were 2 guests several years back who stayed at the hotel, and the next day they robbed a jewelry store downtown and fled back to the hotel with everything they had stolen. There was a massive police standoff on the roof, SWAT teams and all. There's a news article about it online, otherwise I would have not believed it. 4. The bedrock of the hotel can be found in the boiler room. There is a slight gap that has been filled in on the top right corner that connects directly to the street. One time Peggy came down there to the boiler room to find a man halfway through the gap head first, trying to get in because he wanted to know what was down there. That image terrifies me. In that span of one night shift, an alarm bell went off in the basement. The police showed up at the pub and a guest verbally abused the day staff over a non-existent shuttle to the hospital. No, not an ambulance, a shuttle. Taking the bus was beneath them, I suppose. And at my bus stop after my shift, a man was shooting up in public. My city has a drug epidemic going on right now. My bus took about a half hour to arrive, and when I got off at my stop, it was as foggy as Silent Hill. I thought as if I should be looking around for Michael Myers or Jason Voorhees. It is October after all. That's one night shift down. I have another one tonight and one more the day after. If anything interesting happens, I'll keep you folks updated. I mostly wanted to get this off my chest. So this is my first post here, and I figured I'll share the most recent thing that happened to me. I just moved not too long ago to a house on the other side of the city. I was barely even settled in when this happened. One of the first things I took care of was to get my home security up and running. I am a very cautious person because of things that have happened in the past, and I don't feel comfortable without cameras and motion detectors. I was on my second day in the house, as in actually living here, with everything set up. I was at my desk working on my newest Unreal Engine project when I glanced at the monitors for my cameras, which showed a man standing in the street in front of my house. He was by my mailbox, and I watched for a minute as he reached towards my box, then stopped like he was hesitating, and looked up at my house. I found it odd and decided to see what was going on. I wasn't too concerned as I own a .45 and had it with me. By the time I got out there, which wasn't very long, the guy was gone. He already crossed the street to the next block and was walking pretty quickly. I didn't think much of it. I really figured he just had the wrong house or something simple like that. I checked the mailbox because he was right there and it was still empty. I very briefly entertained the notion that he had placed something inside. Maybe something grisly or frightening, but that was probably a result of reading too much Stephen King. It didn't take long for me to forget about the incident entirely and bury myself into my computer. Hours passed and before I knew it, midnight had come and gone. I decided that it was time to go and relax and went to lay on the couch and watch some TV. About 20 minutes later, I started hearing noises from outside. I pulled up my phone and checked my cameras, but there seemed to be nothing going on outside, and the motion detectors hadn't triggered, so I went back to my show. I looked up just a little later to see a man looking through my window, staring right at me. I yelled, "What the fuck?" and jumped off the couch, grabbing my .45 off the table. He wasn't at the window anymore, so I went outside to the side of my house and didn't see him. I checked my entire property, but the man was gone. The camera showed that he had ran into the backyard and hopped the fence to the alley. He was pretty fast about it too. I realized it was the man from earlier and wondered what the hell was going on. I debated filing a police report, but decided not to. I haven't had a wonderful experience in the past with law enforcement and tend to avoid that if at all possible. I did note at the time that none of my motion sensors had been triggered when this happened and figured that they were probably not set up right. I didn't want to check them as it was early in the morning and dark, so I planned to do it later in that day. I ended up dozing off on the couch and woke up to the motion sensor alarm going off. I'm not a heavy sleeper and it didn't take me long to respond. All in all, it was probably a few seconds before I got outside. It was, of course, this man again. He's running down the street in the same direction as the first time. I found something quite bothersome on the footage. The man hadn't triggered the motion alarm. He had been looking in my window for several minutes already by the time the alarm went off, apparently watching me sleep. The alarm was triggered on the other side of my house by the neighbor's dog of all things. To this day, I don't have answers. A neighbor of mine saw the footage and thought it was the son of the house's former resident, who was known to be pretty unstable and disturbed. I did file a police report, and of course, nothing came of it. They didn't waste too much time and energy looking into it. I have no idea how he avoided triggering the motion sensors or what he wanted from me. I do keep my windows closed and curtains drawn now. Never know who's watching. I was staying over at my grandma's house with two of my sisters for a few days, while my grandma was visiting a friend. They were discharged from the hospital and needed someone to take care of her, so my grandma went to help. She had a good security system, with lights on the sides of the house that sense movement. She has a lot of cats, but they've never set the lights off before. I was in the kids' room, my oldest sister was in my grandmother's room, right across the hall from mine, and my sister Haley was in the room right next to hers. I have a pretty big thing about making sure all doors and curtains are shut. I can't sleep without knowing that I've checked them at least twice. When my sisters went to bed around 10 p.m., I stayed up until about 1 in the morning, just drawing. I finally decided to go to bed at that time, so I was just about to take my contacts out when I decided to check the doors and curtains again. I got out of bed and made my way to the front door. I checked it and moved on to the kitchen, where the back door was, and did the same. There was one more door that led outside, and that was in the laundry room. I had just walked in when I looked across the room to see a window. The security light was on, which meant that someone tripped it. I didn't even make it into the room when I heard the doorknob jiggling. I don't mean like they were trying the door and then realized it was locked. I mean, whoever was on the other side was trying their damnedest to get in. I thought the doorknob was gonna give in. My heart dropped. I knew it wasn't my sisters. I saw them through the open door sleeping, and there's no need for them to be out at 1 a.m. I couldn't move. I was so scared. I could clearly hear whoever was on the other side trying to get in. I didn't have my phone with me, and I couldn't call my sisters because I didn't know if the person on the other side would hear me. The thought did cross my mind to look, but they would have seen me, and I don't know what would have happened if they did. Eventually, the rattling stopped and I ran back to my room, where my knife was. I stayed up for hours listening to the house and for whoever was trying to get in. The next day, I called my dad and he told me I shouldn't tell any of the others. It would freak my grandma out and my sisters wouldn't have wanted to stay. I never did tell them what happened. To this day, I have no idea who was at the door. Whoever it was, I know their intentions were not good. If somebody really needed help, why would they go to the back door and not the front? This happened when I was around 6 years old. When I was little, I would get scared to sleep in my bedroom at night, and I wasn't a big fan of the dark. I usually ended up sleeping in the living room. My mom's bedroom door was right off it, just in case I needed her. My dad was overseas at the time, so it was just me and my mom in the house. She was also pregnant with my little sister at the time. I would say it was around 1:30 to 2 o'clock in the morning. I woke up out of a dead sleep. It took me a little bit to finally come to and sit up. As I was looking around the room, I looked at the front door. We had a storm door, and then an old wood door with like 4 to 6 of those glass little windows. When I looked over the door, there was someone standing on the porch, looking through the glass. Their hands cuffed around their face, trying to block out the light from the porch so they could see in the house. I hurried up and laid back down, pulling the covers over my face, like he couldn't see me right in front of him. I was 6. I was scared. I felt like I was frozen. I wanted to yell for my mom, but I didn't want the guy to hear me. I probably lay there for 5 minutes, then looked up again. He was gone. I got up and ran to my mom's room, waking her up and telling her that someone was on the front porch. It didn't take much for her to believe, as we had got some random calls from people telling us that they were going to break into our house and that they knew that my dad was gone. She grabbed her phone and called the police. They all knew what was going on, considering we lived in a small town and knew everyone here. It felt like it only took 2 seconds for them to get to my house. They checked the yard and the building in the back. They went through the alleyway and the blocks around us. They didn't find anyone. So finally, we moved in with my grandparents until my dad came back. I'm 24 now, and I moved back to my hometown where this all took place. Sometimes I still think about waking up and seeing someone looking into my house. But creepy old man looking through my door at night. I'm glad we never met again, and I hope we never do. Over the past few years living in this house, many strange things have happened. Mostly noises, loud banging, or knocks on the window. The manhole cover in the ceiling being opened up constantly, even when there had been no storms. Stuff like that. I'm a bit antisocial, and I don't necessarily answer the door if I'm not expecting anyone. We never have unexpected visitors, and our neighbor has our mobile number, so a knock on the door is usually a door-to-door salesman or religious nut. One day, I heard knocking on the door in the morning. I was working, and my kids were still asleep. I peeked out the window, and there was an old man there, and he was standing awkwardly in the entranceway. I decided he didn't look like a psychopath, nor did he look like he was going to give me a Jesus pamphlet, so I decided to answer the door and see what he wanted. He apologized for knocking because he had noticed my kids were asleep in their room through the side window. Then he asked me if he could pick some of the fruit from the vines in our front yard. I thought it was a super weird request, but didn't really care, so I said sure thing. I went into the room to check on the kids instinctively, and when I came back out of the room, he was gone. I never noticed a car. Not a big deal, I know, but before this happened, another day when I checked on my kids, also early in the morning, I had just woken up and again was the only person awake. I peeked out the window from my kid's room, and through the window I saw a tall, lanky, very old man at the door. I generally have no idea if it was the same man, because I have pretty bad face blindness, and this was months earlier. I held my breath and watched him through the window. He didn't knock, nor did he seem like he was planning to knock. He instead was sort of taking side steps and looking at our flower bed, which was full of weeds. He barely looked towards the front door at all, and just kind of calmly walked around in a very small area, nowhere near our fruit vine by the way, just near our front door. Because he hadn't knocked, I was super confused. I watched it for a few minutes before I decided to confront him and ask him what the fuck. My kid's room is right next to the front door. It's maybe 7 feet from it. I walked the 3 or so steps from my kid's door to the front door and swung it open. No one was there. We have bay-type windows showing the side of the house and the backyard, so I could instantly see he wasn't in the backyard or the side of the house. I walked out the front, down the short path onto the driveway, and then onto the road, consistently looking back to make sure no one snuck in the front door. No cars were driving, no neighbors had anyone at their door. I even checked the other side of the house. The dude had literally vanished into thin air. No idea what this is all about, but I thought I would share my story. Hey guys, this is my first post here. I definitely have other encounters, but this just happened a few hours ago, and I knew I had to post it. So I'm currently at college in Boston, and have an apartment on the North End with my buddy, both 21-year-old males. My girlfriend came up for the weekend to visit, and we were doing our normal weekend things, drinking and just hanging out. My roommate convinced us to watch The Green Inferno because it had just made its way to Netflix, and I had been meaning to watch it. Horribly fucked up movie, but pretty good if you like gruesome horror, but also don't mind bad acting. 3/4 through the movie, I kept hearing banging noises coming from what sounded like inside our building. At first, I ignored it, thinking I was just hearing things, or it was noise from our busy main street that our apartment building is on. But after a few times, I thought I heard a girl scream. I paused the movie and asked my roommate and my girlfriend if they heard it, and they both did, but we shrugged it off as random kids getting drunk. I heard it twice more, and it wasn't sitting right with me, so I paused it and said to my roommate, "Let's take a walk down the stairs and check the halls." We left our place on the top floor and headed towards the stairs, where we saw a man who looked to be in his mid to late 20s. He was sitting on the stairs outside an apartment, and he looked like he was a mess. We asked him if this was his place, and he kind of said yes, but not definitively, and he sounded a bit drunk. We had no reason not to believe him, so we went back to our room. However, right when we got back, I remembered that the only people that lived in that unit were 2 or 3 girls, and my roommate agreed. We decided to head back out there, and at this point, my girlfriend was freaked out. We approached him again and asked, "Are you sure this is your place?" He stood up and said yeah, and then proceeded to aggressively bang on the door multiple times. When he stood up, I immediately noticed poop stains on his white jeans and pointed it out to my roommate. We are both in shape and realized right away if anything happened, we could easily take this guy. At this point, we both said that we think he should leave to this guy because clearly that wasn't his place and he was not at all there. I mean, the dude shit himself. He looked at us, then back at the door, where he tried 5 different keys to unlock it. Obviously, none of them worked, so we firmly told him to leave the building. The whole time, he didn't really argue with us, and never gave us firm answers, further proving our point that he messed up, and didn't belong here. At this point, something must have clicked in his head, so he started heading down the stairs with us, closely in tow, making sure that he left, while plugging our noses and gagging on the stench of his poop pants. When we were inside of the landing, at the base of the stairs, the sight we saw made our stomachs drop. We saw a phone with earbuds on the top shelf that sits there, a hoodie strewn across the floor, with a mask a few feet away, a satchel-looking bag even further away, and a package that I'd seen in the lobby earlier. As soon as I saw this, I thought the absolute worst, as it looked like a struggle had taken place. I immediately asked him in an aggressive tone, "What the fuck did you do?" And I could tell he was scared now. He refused to answer me and tried to bang and open an apartment door on the first floor, claiming that that was his place. He then went to collect his things from the floor, and just to be sure, I made him unlock his iPhone right in front of me to prove that it was his. It was a Touch ID, and he opened it. We did not like the way he was acting, so we kept insisting that he should leave, as he formed answers back that were barely English. After this, he proceeded to walk towards the back of our building in a rather brisk pace. There is a tighter staircase at the back which leads to all floors, as well as an alley out back of our building. This is probably the strangest part, as very few people know about this exit to our building, but he headed there with speed and confidence. My roommate followed close behind to make sure he left and the back door shut firmly, as once it's shut you can't open it from outside, and I was far back gagging on the stench. The alley behind our building goes behind a restaurant that connects with a dirt parking lot that is accessible to the main street in the north end that our building faces. After this, we went out the front door together and walked around to the back door to make sure that this man was completely gone. We slipped a note under the door of the girls saying that we saw the man and made him leave, and to come knock or text us if they needed anything, as we wanted to make sure they were okay. Luckily, this man left without any problem occurring between him, my roommate, and I, as that would have definitely ended in an ugly manner. We knew the girls lived there, and this man was giving off terrible creepy and distraught vibes. We aren't oblivious and knew that there was a strong chance that this man had ill intentions with these girls, so we felt like we needed to do something. So anyway, creepy man who terrorized girls down the hall, let's not meet again. If we do, it won't end well. Also, you might want to pick up some adult diapers. Update: the girl who lives in the apartment was luckily not home when this all went down. She ended up texting us, so we explained what happened, and she was obviously freaked out. She called the landlord, who called us to get our side of the story, and she believes it had been an old tenant who was subletting over the summer that constantly got locked out. He would come back drunk and bang on his door, and one time actually broke it down. It's hard for me to think that it was the same guy, as he didn't start banging on the door until we mentioned that a girl lived there. Also, this apartment was a floor above and a different spot than the one that the old tenant was in. While on my way to work at the apartment complex, I saw something unnerving. Us employees typically use the back door with a keypad to get in the leasing office. So I was on my usual walk along the sidewalk that eventually brought me to face the bedroom windows of a few apartments. My gaze was aimed upwards towards the windows as I came around the bend to the back door, and I noticed something strange. At first, I thought it was a towel that someone draped on the door, but as I walked closer, I realized I was wrong. It was a person standing in the window with a sheet over their head. They were staring at me. A chill ran down my spine, and I realized how out of place this was. The keypad was directly across from the window, so I hurried up and pushed the code and let myself into the office. Once inside, I looked out the glass panel of the door to find out they had gone. I don't know if they had ill intentions or if they were just trying to scare me, but it's the strangest occurrence I've ever experienced. The story takes place the night before Halloween. I don't remember my exact age, but I'm sure I was in middle school, either 6th or 7th grade, so I couldn't have been older than 12. To provide some details to the story, I didn't weigh more than 100 pounds until I reached high school. I was always very skinny, flat from just about every angle. Wasn't particularly tall or short for a girl. I was overall pretty low energy, but the holiday that always had my excitement through the roof was Halloween. I was, and at 22 years old, still am, huge on costumes. That night, my mother drove my sister and I to this mini strip mall where a discount clothing store had just opened, maybe 3 months prior. The reason why I call it a mini strip mall is because the only other 2 open businesses on the strip were Sally's Beauty Store and Marshall's. It was a last-minute trip, and it was easily around 8:30 or 9 p.m. So Sally's was closed, and both Marshall's and the clothing store we were going into were going to close within the hour. That being said, the clothing store was surprisingly massive once you got inside, and for Halloween they decorated the place from wall to wall with really cool decorations and costumes. It was very easy to get separated from your group in a place this big. It had many tall rows and was nearly impossible to see over. Shortly after my family and I had entered the store, one of the workers in the dressing room section puts on a skeleton mask and jumps out from behind the rack of clothes, frankly scaring the shit out of me, and me only. My mom and sister, of course, have a great laugh and separate from me, go shopping on their own. I know it was in good humor, so I go looking for a costume of my own. I had a serious addiction to my MP3 player during this time and had my headphones in while browsing, but kept getting the chills on the back of my neck because it felt like I was being watched or followed. At one point, I took one of my headphones out and turned the volume down on my music, and noticed whenever I got a feeling that a person was watching me coming closer, I'd hear the creepiest whistling noise. There were a few other families in the store shopping, so I told myself I was just being paranoid, but went to go find my family anyway. They tell me that they're gonna go a few doors down to Marshall's to shop before they close, and that I was welcome to keep costume searching at the store and to come find them when I was done. My mom gave me $20 and she and my sister left while I continued shopping. The feeling that I was still being watched or followed never left. and I eventually started looking under the clothing racks as I walked and saw a dirty pair of black sneakers on the other side of me more than once. However, I never saw the person's face. At this point, I knew I wasn't finding a costume there and was starting to leave the store to walk to Marshall's to find my family. I distinctly remember hearing the footsteps not far behind me as I was leaving, even weaving through different aisles like I was. My heart starts beating fast at this point because I knew I wasn't imagining it anymore. I ran track in middle school, so I was able to pick up my pace smoothly without losing my breath. The footsteps behind me did not falter. It wasn't until I was out the store that I finally turned around and looked to see who was following me, and I remember my heart freezing when I saw him. It was a white male, probably no more than 35, dressed in all black with his hoodie up, just staring straight at me. He didn't have any bags, so he clearly wasn't shopping there, and while I'm staring at him, making eye contact, he doesn't stop following me. In fact, it looked like he was even smirking. Looking back on this, I want to hit myself for not screaming for help then and there, but sheer terror just locked my vocal cords. I immediately turned back around and broke out into a sprint. The Marshalls was several doors down and a good running distance from the original clothing store. But I'm not slowing down at all because I can hear the guy running behind me and how hard he's breathing to keep up with me. This guy was determined. I remember making whimpers when I realized he was gaining on me and was a lot faster than I was expecting. I was terrified that he would snatch me in this dark, mostly empty strip mall and that I would never be able to get to my family in time, and that no one would question it, probably write it off as a Halloween prank they'd seen. The last minute burst of strength got me through the Marshall's automatic doors, but to my literal horror, the guy runs after me in the store. We're both still going full speed. My brain hasn't stopped to think of anything besides run at this point. To actually scream and notify the other person in the store that they were not witnessing a prank and that I was in serious danger. Luckily, I was as teeny as I was and quick on my feet because I last minute jumped between two revolving stands with phone cases and headphones and knew he wouldn't be able to jump through because of his size. He literally shoves one arm through the gap and lunges at me, trying to grab the back of my shirt. But luckily, he makes a lot of noise doing so, and more people in the store look over. I haven't stopped running at this point, and I have no plans to, and by the time I find my mom, I'm babbling and sweating and crying. The last thing I see was this man making a quick retreat from the store. To this day, my mom and sister still think I'm over-exaggerating this story. They both still firmly think that it was a prank being played by a man working at the store in a skeleton mask. And I hate that it even happened because it really discredited my story. The man working at the store with the skeleton mask was a teenage boy with a bright red uniform on. The man that stalked me and almost successfully kidnapped me was a grown man who had the most terrifying atmosphere I've ever been around. There are many things I wish I'd done differently, but to this day I thank my lucky stars that I was small enough and quick enough to evade this man. I didn't have my cell phone that day either. I had gotten into some sort of trouble, so if I had been taken, there would have been virtually no way to find me. Just writing this gives me chills, but because of what happened, I'm extremely protective around all my young girl cousins when we're out in public and someone stares at them just a little too long. This story is tame compared to most on here, but at the time it terrified me. For context, I'm 21 now. When I was 12, my family and I had just moved from the Midwest to a town in South Georgia. I was just a 4'6", 85-pound, teeny homeschooled girl that has always grown up in suburbia and now was thrusted into a small town with rampant crime and very heavy gang activity. My dad was deployed to Iraq at this time, so on Halloween night there was no adults to take me and my brothers trick-or-treating because my mom was staying at the house to hand out candy. my older brother decided to stay home because he was 14 and too old to trick or treat. Well, growing up in a most organic, sugar-free household, I sure as hell wasn't going to let that stop me from getting my annual sugar binge, and I set out with my 8-year-old brother to trick or treat in our neighborhood. It was a very small neighborhood, well lit by streetlights and full of people walking around, so my mom was fine with us going and just told us to be back soon. Well, we started to make our rounds. I was dressed as a chef, and my brother was wearing a fluffy lion costume, like the one from the Wizard of Oz. We went down our street and the one next to it and turned to walk down a way that would take us in a circle back to our house. Something felt off all of a sudden. The streetlights were all out on this street, and I started feeling really uneasy. It was so still and quiet, and none of the houses had their porch lights on, and there were no people trick-or-treating, which was strange because it was only about 8:30 p.m. I keep walking tentatively, my brother just bouncing along, happy besides me with his bag of candy. Suddenly, in the dark, I am able to make out a tall figure, about 15 feet down the street, sitting in one of those metal cubes that holds the electric shit that all neighborhoods seem to have. He was sitting extremely still, not looking at us, but staring straight ahead of him, like he was trying not to move. He was wearing a black hoodie with the hood pulled up and clenched tight around his face. Well, my big sister instincts kicked in, and I grabbed my brother's hand, slowed down my steps, and tried softly to say, "John, slowly turn around and start walking the other way, but don't say anything." Being the loud kid he has been, he said, "What?" in a piercing loud baby voice. I said, "Turn around," through clenched teeth, then pulled him by his hand and started to walk back in the direction we came from as casually as I could. All of a sudden, the figure jumps up and starts sprinting after us, yelling angrily. I don't remember exactly what he was saying, but it was something to the effects of, "You little shits, get back here." We ran for our lives, and I still don't know how we ran so fast. My heart was racing and my little brother was lagging behind. I could still see and hear the man running after us. We booked it around the corner to the first house we saw and burst into the garage where there was a nice old man handing out candy. We clearly startled him. He looked like a nice old grandpa, and I started blurting out what just happened loudly and manically, and he calmed me and my little brother down and offered to walk us back to our house. Before we left, 2 kids who were sitting in the garage with him walked over to us. They were about our age, and I assumed they were his grandchildren. They handed us a pillowcase full of candy and told us to take them because they already had a lot and we needed it more than them because we weren't going to go trick-or-treating anymore. To this day, it was one of the more striking and generous, unprovoked acts of kindness by children that I have ever experienced. I said thank you, and the friendly grandpa walked us to our home and told our mom what happened. She thanked him profusely and gave him a hug, and we went inside to eat candy safe and sound. I'm really grateful for the old man and his family. This story took place in 2010 in a town I used to live in. It was Halloween, and since I lived in Colorado, it was very cold and snowing early that week. I was 9 at the time, so naturally my mom made me wear bright pink sweats under my butterfly dress. Soon, we began walking the streets alongside my mom and my best friend. To get a better description of our surroundings, we lived in a circle with 2 no-exit streets in the middle. Soon after we started walking, we passed this tall man. He was wearing a white t-shirt and had no hair. I also noticed he had no children with him and was just walking alone. We made eye contact and I was very uncomfortable, but soon forgot about it. About a week later, I'm sitting in my room when my mom came to look out the window saying that there were police all over. I went to look out myself and saw a SWAT car pull up and men with heavy guns walking down the street. My dad went outside to ask someone what was going on, They explained that someone they were looking for was in one of the connecting streets and to stay inside. I was extremely scared, but eventually fell asleep, considering it was a school night. When I was asleep, my parents heard loud bangs and shouting through a megaphone for the rest of the night. Soon after, my mom called me into her room to show me the newspaper article about that night. The first thing I recognized was the mugshot of the bald man in a white t-shirt. So this happened about 10 years ago when I was in high school. My friends and I went to a local corn maze like we did every fall. It was probably a week before Halloween. The place we went to had a large regular corn maze and a smaller one that was a haunted house version. I love scary movies, but I've never been able to handle haunted houses. For that reason, me and my friends only bought tickets for the regular corn maze. I don't remember how long we had been walking around and trying to find the exit, but all of a sudden we turned the corner and there's this man, maybe in his 20s, laying on the ground curled up in the fetal position. We slowly approached and my friend Sarah called out and asked if he was okay. He then jumped up super fast. When he did, we were able to see his face. It was painted all white with black circles around the eyes and a black outline around the mouth like a creepy clown. He then started chasing us. I lost it. I turned around screaming and honestly peed my pants a little. This wasn't the haunted maze. People weren't supposed to jump out at you. We started screaming and running through the maze to get away. He only chased us for a minute before he disappeared. I don't know if he turned around or we just lost him. We found the exit, went to the ticket counter and told them. They said it was definitely not one of their actors and that they would go and check it out. And that's the end of my story. We just left. I don't think I realized then how creepy the situation was. An adult with his face painted chasing young girls in a corn maze that you can easily get lost in. I feel like anything could have happened, and we're lucky it didn't. This happened almost a decade ago when I was 13 years old. I remember my friend and I were excited about our first time trick-or-treating without our parents. We lived in a small town where nothing ever happens, and we thought it would be the same that night. It started like any other Halloween night. We collected candy, ran into many of our classmates, and had lots of fun. At around 8 p.m., we realized we had to head home, but on the way back we dropped by our teacher's house. She wasn't home and the street didn't have many street lights. To add to this, most of the houses had their lights turned off. My friend and I were slightly spooked and disappointed by the lack of candy. We wanted to get out of the street as soon as possible. That's when a man emerged from under one of the few streetlights. It was a police officer. None of us seemed to notice him before this, possibly due to the darkness. He startled us, but seemed very friendly. The cop introduced himself and pointed to an inconspicuous bungalow. He said an older man living in his house was inviting trick-or-treaters inside. Someone had called the police, but when he arrived, no one was answering the door. He kept telling us that his police car and partner were just around the block. We looked around but couldn't see them. I was a paranoid kid. Growing up, my mom had watched a lot of crime shows, and she would always tell me tidbits of lessons. One of these was a story about fake cops. Although I didn't remember the details, I remembered people could pretend to be cops to gain trust. Throughout the whole exchange, I was terrified. His lack of badge, police car, and partner did not feel right. I was also conflicted because he was smiling and seemed like he just wanted to help. That was until we heard a strange request. He said he needed to speak to the potential predator and needed our help. Since we were young girls, the man would answer if we knocked. The officer claimed that he would hide in the bushes next to the front door. He'd wait for the guy to invite us in, jump out, and catch him red-handed. At that moment, I knew my friend felt the same way I did. We both fell silent, but one of us managed to ask if we could discuss. The cop said yes, but told us we had limited time. The street was silent, and he could hear everything. I remember the feeling of wanting to say something, but fearing that he would hear us and escalate the situation. We just stared at each other for what felt like forever. The cop was getting increasingly impatient and told us we had to decide quickly. Around that moment, a family came down the street and noticed the officer. They were coming over to see what was happening. That's when the cop said he'll be right back and not to go anywhere. My friend and I scrambled to collect our thoughts and decided to run away. We sprinted out of the street and didn't look back. On our way home, we discussed theories that ranged from him being a fake cop, him playing a prank on us, or him being a real cop, but we misunderstood the situation. When we told our parents, we downplayed it a lot and doubted our experience. In the end, we didn't call the police, but our dads drove us to the house, and in the area around the house, no cop cars or police officers were in sight. Over the years, I could say I regret not calling the police. At the time, my friend and I were convinced that we misunderstood what happened. We even told our class the next day, and most, including our teacher, thought it was not alarming. I wonder what his motives were, but it will unfortunately remain unsolved. When I was little, like 8 or 9, I was walking ahead of my mom and aunt with my cousin on Halloween. My cousin and I knocked on the door of a house that looked kind of run down, but not out of the ordinary. We lived in a pretty poor part of the city. An old lady answered. She looked like a stereotypical creepy lady. Dirty hair, kind of hunched over and really skinny, with long fingernails and a huge smile. Once again, due to the people in this part of town, like junkies, it doesn't look too off-putting. Without hesitation, she looked around and started trying to get me and my cousin to go inside her house. She kept saying, "The candy bowl's too big to carry, so you have to come in and get it," over and over again. My cousin and I weren't stupid and started getting ready to walk away, until we heard the toilet flush and a door opening before an old man, most likely her husband, came out and grabbed the candy bowl from the counter and gave us a couple pieces of candy, before telling his wife, "No, they are trick-or-treaters," and then closed the door and immediately turned off the porch light. Due to other similar scenarios that we had heard from classmates and my personal experience, it didn't click with me that I could have been in danger, since I lived in this area for my whole life, and it wasn't out of the ordinary for sketchy people to act up around this neighborhood. After moving from there a few years later, I started realizing that stuff like this wasn't normal. I just left a Halloween party and was dressed as Beetlejuice. An Uber dropped me off by my house, and I started to wander around looking for a food truck. I had seen them out before and didn't really feel nervous walking around as a woman at night by myself, because it's not exactly an abandoned area or known for its crime. I figured I'd find something within a few minutes and be on my way home. Plus, I only had 1 or 2 drinks, nothing to really take my level of alertness down. The problem occurred when I decided to walk between avenues. I wasn't having any luck on Melrose, so I decided to walk north down a residential block to get to another avenue where I'd have more luck. I remember I really wanted to listen to music, so first mistake. I was looking down at my phone, queuing up a song to play out loud without any headphones while I walked. I didn't realize a man was running behind me at full speed until he was almost on top of me. 2 things happened at once. I realized that there was a person literally sprinting at me, and right as I stepped out of the way, he tripped over some fallen palm leaves that weren't visible in the darkness. He stumbled but did not fall, and I said something like, "Are you okay?" But he didn't reply. He just kept running at full speed until he reached the corner and turned left, out of my sight. I immediately felt that what had just happened was very, very sinister. Looking around, there was no one behind him or in front of him. No friends or someone who dared him to pull a prank, and I got a good enough look at his clothes to know that he wasn't in running gear. Even if he had been, why would he be out at 1 a.m., alone, running full speed? He legitimately would have slammed right into me if I hadn't stepped out of the way at the last second. I could only help but to think something terrible would have happened to me if I hadn't hurt his feet or those fronds hadn't have tripped him. What do you guys think? When I was a kid, about 10, I was allowed to go trick-or-treating alone around the neighborhood with two friends both my age. I dressed as a witch or something of that nature. Long time ago, so I don't quite remember. Anyway, we got to the house where this man was probably in his mid-40s. He answered the door and says, "The candy's inside, and we can step inside to get it." Being up to date on stranger danger lectures, we politely declined and offered to wait outside. He looked annoyed but didn't press it, and said to wait there and shut the door. Maybe 30 seconds pass and he flings the door open. There's a flash as he takes a picture of us and slams the door in our face. We run down the main street and stood there for a second, wondering what just happened, but then decided to keep trick-or-treating. Luckily nothing happened, but it scared the shit out of us. I went to Walmart today with two of my friends. I made a return, then we went back to see the Halloween decor. As we go, we see this man, a good-looking man in a nice suit. He looks like he really doesn't belong in Walmart. He looks at me, stops for a second in the middle of the walk path, then keeps walking and takes out his phone. Now I thought maybe he knew me, you know? Like I reminded him of someone, or maybe he found me attractive. I didn't think anything of it till I was in the electronics section and I was by myself for a moment. My friend had gone to another section. I was looking at earphones and I happened to look up for a second and he was standing there. He was acting like he was looking for something, then looking at me. He smiled at me and our eyes met, and he started walking towards me, but kept looking around. A very weird feeling came over me. I quickly turned and went out to find my friends. I moved quickly and found them in the dog food section. I quickly told them, and they said that I was probably just paranoid, but that we would stay together just in case. I nodded, but the feeling never went away. I was on edge for the rest of the trip. I kept seeing him. I passed him at least 4 more times throughout our trip, and then nothing. My friends felt like he was definitely following us around, and we went to go check out. When we were walking to my friend's car, and he went into a black Escalade, we put all our bags in the car quickly, put the cart away and hopped in the car. We waited to make sure he was gone. We were so freaked out. We didn't go to our apartment for a couple hours, but went to Red Robin in case he was going to follow us home. We made it back and we are never going to Walmart again. I haven't been this creeped out in forever. I hope to never see this man again. So I was literally just browsing here, and a certain post made me remember this. Also, not as creepy as other stories, but still creepy to me. So this was like 10 or 11 years ago. I'm not sure. All I remember that it was Halloween, and I was around 5 or 6 years old. Also, since this was a long time ago, some details may not be exactly the same. So I was doing the typical Halloween stuff. Was in a costume and knocking on doors. I get to the sketchy house, and my dumbass thought it was decorated that way. So I went to knock. Some man answers the door, and I ask for candy. All from what I remember, this dude was kind of old. He said he didn't bring the candy, but it was inside, so he told me to come inside with him to go get it. Luckily, my older brother wasn't as much of a dumbass as me. He hurried up to me and gave the excuse that my parents were calling us. And before you ask, my parents were somewhere else in the street, but at the time we were out of their view. So I go with the man, and my brother got mad. He told me that I should never go into a stranger's house again. And me, with an IQ of 0 at this point, didn't understand anything and was so confused. My brother told my parents, and they told me the same thing. So that's the whole story. Not exactly exciting, but if I was smart at the time, I would have been scared shitless. This happened back when I was in high school. At the time, I worked part-time in the grocery store, and it had become a tradition for a bunch of us to all go to some sort of haunt for Halloween. The first year, we went to a haunted forest and then a haunted corn maze. That began with me falling face first into a mud puddle. Seriously, this was at the very beginning, and then included things like getting stuck in a shed type building with a slew of Jason Voorhees characters, being chased by Leatherface, and other such fun things. It was fun. If I find the right subreddit, I might tell some of those stories sometime. Anyway, I want to say that this is our third year doing this. We all headed to a haunted factory in a nearby city. As it was before the advent of cell phones, we relied on printed directions. Because of the size of our group, we traveled in 3 cars, and I was in the last car of the caravan with my co-workers, Noel and Janie. We got lost because the people at the head of the group were terrible at navigation, and we ended up at a rough part of the city. At one point, we drove by a parking garage and heard someone scream. Eventually, our car got separated from the rest of the group at a stoplight, and by the time it turned green, we lost everyone else. We drove around for a while, talking to each other on the phone and trying to find each other. I was in the back seat talking to someone in the first car, Laura, and trying to direct my driver, Noel, while Laura tried to do the same with her husband, who was driving their car. It was not going well. Eventually I was like, Noel, just pull over somewhere and let them come find us. Now there were a lot of places Noel could have pulled over, like a Burger King or office building parking lot, but he chose the parking lot of a shady bar. Why? I have no idea. Perhaps it was because there was a large key bank sign nearby that served as a good landmark for the others to find us. So we were waiting in this lot for the others when a line of 7 cars pulled into the bar. This wasn't so surprising since it was a Friday night, but they didn't park normally. No, they surrounded us, the front end of the cars pointing towards us, and because of their closeness, there's no space for us to drive out of there. We were trapped. For a few minutes, they just stared at us from their cars, and then they started to get out and walk towards us in masses. There's about 10 rough-looking guys, and at this point, I was convinced that we were about to get robbed. Get your wallet out, I told Noel and Janie, as I did the same. I didn't have much money anyway, to be honest, which worried me because I wondered what they would do if it wasn't enough. I was terrified but was trying to keep calm, and Noel seemed generally not worried. But I can't believe he wasn't at least somewhat concerned, especially given his car contained both the teenager, me, and his girlfriend, Janie. As for Janie, she was so scared that she was crying. The guy I presumed to be the leader reached the front door first, approaching the passenger side where Janie and I were. He looked inside the car at us for a moment, and then he and his group all went back to their cars and parked normally. Well, I wasn't taking any chances and ordered very sternly, Noel, go to the Burger King, for God's sake. We eventually grouped up with everyone else and made it to the factory, which was far less scarier than what we had just endured. It maybe doesn't sound scary, but I really fucking was. I have a few theories. 1. The guys got out of the car and saw that we probably didn't have much to offer and changed their minds about mugging us. However, this seems unlikely. 2. They thought we were someone else until they reached the car and looked inside. Definitely possible. And 3. They were just fucking with us. Whatever the reason, I was truly scared. And to this day, 13 years later, I regard the city with caution. Here's my creepy pizza delivery story from college. When I was in college, I got a job delivering pizzas late at night. Typically, I would work until 2 a.m. It was a shitty job, and the shop was extremely dirty and unsanitary, as well as falling apart. But I typically made really good tips, so it was worth it. I was 18 at the time, and I'm female. It was summertime in Colorado, so even at night, it was still fairly warm. Important details for later. This was the second weekend on the job, and I was still getting used to it. I'm already a paranoid person, so I preferred just dropping off the pizza, taking my tip, and then leaving right away for the next delivery. I pretty much never went in someone's house, and if I did, I would just step in real quick, but leave the door open. It was pretty close to midnight when I got the delivery to a house on the east side of town. It was supposed to be my last delivery of the night. I pulled up to the house, and it looked pretty normal from the outside. The street was really dark, but I didn't feel uncomfortable. I walked to the door and knocked. This big shirtless old dude with a beer belly answers the door and tells me to come inside. I got weird vibes from him right off the bat. I declined to come in and tried to give him the pizza right there. But then he goes, "Come inside. It's freezing out and we don't want the cold air coming in." This didn't make sense to me as it was summer. So stupidly, I get nervous and I take one step inside the house, not going all the way through. Then he goes, "No, come all the way in. It's cold out." I should have left at this point, but I was freaked out, not thinking straight. So I went in and he closed both the screen door and the main door behind me. I'm trying to calm myself down, telling myself I'm overreacting. He then yells to his wife that the pizza's here. I could see her in the kitchen cooking, which seemed weird that she ordered pizza but was also cooking. I don't know. I look around their living room and it's filled to the brim with stuffed animals, completely covering the couches, tables, windowsills, everything. Gave me a really weird vibe. Then his wife comes into the living room holding something outstretched in her hand. She walks up to me and I see that it's some kind of bread or cake. She goes, "Eat this banana bread, and don't worry, it's not poisonous." What the fuck? I try to politely decline, lying and saying that I'm on a diet. She just stares at me, still with her hand outstretched, waiting for me to take the bread. I didn't take it, and then she got really upset. She starts yelling at me to eat the bread. I decline again, but this time, I'm not trying to be polite. I tell the couple that I really have to get back to work. I'm still holding the pizzas too, and thinking about just running out the door at this point. She gives up on trying to make me eat the bread, and walks back into the kitchen. Then the man's like, "Let me find some change for your tip." He starts looking around the living room, digging through the couch cushions, trying to find change to give me. I tell him to forget it and I don't need a tip, that he can just take the pizza, but he insists on finding a tip for me. He spends the next several minutes searching his stuffed animal infested living room for change, and I start to think to myself, maybe he's trying to stall me. Most people have the tip ready when I get to their house. I was so worked up at that point that I just tell dude I'm leaving and start to open the door. He took the pizza and gave me a few quarters that he found. I booked it out of there and went back to the shop. I told my supervisor what happened and he didn't seem to care. He just sent me on another delivery. I was pissed. I don't know if that couple was actually creepy or just really socially awkward, but I never delivered to that house again. On my first summer back home, from freshman year of college, I picked up a part-time job delivering pizzas in my town, around 30 minutes from where I lived. The area in rural Georgia is known for having places in the middle of nowhere, and the pizza place whole shtick was that it delivered to even the most remote areas imaginable within the town limits. I could fill books with the weird experiences from that summer. From the call that came in from a long abandoned warehouse to a dog that got excited about the pizza in my hand and accidentally shredded my pants with her claws. But one will always stand out in my mind as the creepiest. It was fairly late at night, around 10:30 p.m., so I was confident at this time that I would be set on no further calls before closing at 11 p.m. However, someone barely managed to miss the cutoff time, and our clerk accepted their order since they were so close. I was given the address and a single box of hot dough and set on my merry little way. The first red flag was the driveway, or rather, the lack thereof. There was a mailbox, but no actual driveway, not even gravel. It was just grass and barely distinguishable trodden pathway that resembled more of a service trail than it did something frequently used. I bumped along, wondering if I was en route to the place, when I saw a slightly above average sized house come over the horizon, horribly dilapidated and completely surrounded with overgrown woods. I guesstimated where the rest of the driveway led and ended up parking in a grassy patch that could have been a walkway just as easily as it could have been the front yard. My headlights were aimed towards the porch, as per company policy. I walk up to the door, but I believe that calling it a door is generous. It was a door frame, alright, but the door itself was a large slab of wood, propped haphazardly against the side of the house, barely covering the entrance. This was red flag number 2. The third and fourth red flag were also the door. This included an A4 sheet of printer paper with the words, "Around back," scribbled in all caps, which was hanging just below the place where someone had self-engraved the door with the title, Manson Family Ranch. Typically, I would not go around the back of the house, especially a shady, unlit house, and especially at night. However, it was my last drop off of the day, and I was ready to get it over with and be on my way home. Against better judgment, I trapezed over the back of the house. The door back here is actually a door, but it's covered with black cobwebs and fresh spider webs. Clearly this door has not been used in some time. I found the cleanest area available and knocked. I counted to 45 and knocked again. There were no lights on in the house, and I could hear no movement from inside. I knocked and counted again, and repeated the sequence 3 more times before I was finally creeped out enough and decided to return to my car. As I turned, I finally heard a voice coming from inside the house, clearly agitated, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. I tried to knock 1 more time, and I was counting, and I heard something in the woods behind me. It started out as just movement deep in the trees, but soon enough I could make out distinct running footsteps coming directly towards me through the brush. As I'm standing there, coming to terms with my impending demise, I follow the direction of the noise to the edge of the woods, which is around 15 feet away from me. In the moonlight, I could clearly see the woman who stepped out. She was relatively old, maybe in her 60s, I would guess. She had long blonde gray hair, which was tangled and matted and hung down past her hips. She was in what looked like to be originally a white nightgown, but at this time it was dingy and closer to beige brown color. She was absolutely barefoot, and her feet were covered with dirt and what had to be blood, presumably due to the fact that she had just sprinted through the prickly woods where there's no trail to be seen. I never learned her name, but I still referred to her as red flag number 5. She stopped short when she saw me and started to shake her head no, eyes wide. I stood there like a terrified deer in the most fucked up headlights ever as she took a few more steps towards me, reaching out to me, fingers pointed. Her voice came out way stronger than mine would have been at that time. You know how southern people can either sound like loving grandmothers or backwoods murderers? Well, she sounded like the latter when she drawled, "Oh, no, honey, no, you get on, you get out of here." I wish I could say I listened, I ran, I left, but I was so in shock at how the events were playing out that my own self-preservation was put on the back burner when I tried to figure out just what in the Kentucky Fried Fuck was happening. She seemed to realize that I was not moving, even if I could not make my mouth move to ask her what was happening, or even what to do with the stupid pizza in my hands. She looked at me like she could have smacked the hell out of me right then and there, and proceeded to deliver red flags 6 through 12. Darling, you hear me? You deaf or dumb? Young girls like you come out here and they don't get to leave. So I finally quit being the white person in a horror movie when I realized that this was not a funny little ghost story. This was a 5'3", 116 pounds me potentially being targeted to be robbed or kidnapped or worse. So I dropped the dumb little pizza, which had serious serial killer toppings by the way, and started running back to my car, which I stupidly left on and unlocked, as was my usual for most of my deliveries. As I neared my car, I heard the slam from behind me. I looked over my shoulder to see the wooden door had been pushed over and had fallen into the porch beneath. As I'm closing into the car door, an older man was limping down the front steps, waving his arms like an airplane runway attendant to me, calling me little bitch, telling me to get out of the fucking car, now. At a loss for what to do, I called out something muttering and shaky along the lines of, "Pizza out back." I floored my dad's shitty late 90s Lexus and somehow managed to avoid the trees on the old trail back to the main road, which was still 12 miles and several turns from the road that actually had a name, let alone painted lines. I reported it to my manager and he said that he would contact the police, but nothing ever came of it that I'm aware of. Either way, this was my first and hopefully last personal encounter with a self-proclaimed Manson family ranch. I was about 10 at the time that this happened, and even after 13 years, I feel so gross and uneasy thinking about it. My mother bought me Heelys when they had come out, and I practiced day and night to skate with them so that I could do it in public without looking silly. I remember I mastered it and was always so happy to skate around Walmart getting stuff for my mom and bringing it back to the cart while she did her shopping a couple aisles down. It made the trips go faster, and I enjoyed helping. My mother had a habit of going to Walmart after 12 a.m. though, because she didn't like lines and people. It was always a much more carefree feeling during that time, so I didn't care. I enjoyed being out of the house. This was all very common. I say all of this because it was another 1 a.m. trip to Walmart for me and my mom, and since it was so common and so empty, she wasn't at all concerned to watch over me or where I went. She knew either I'd find her, or worst case, she'd find me in the video game section. So I was skating around just looking at different stuff in different aisles. An employee in the dishes section told me to stop skating in the store. He was a short and chubby older guy. I wasn't one to argue, and I got told that often. So I say, okay. I walked into another aisle and then skated into the frozen meat section, rolling my eyes. I remember thinking how stupid it was for an employee to be upset that I had brought my Heelys into the store. When I heard some guy behind me yell, "Hey!" I ignored it at first. My mother had just turned the corner at the far end of the long aisle and I was focused on catching up. Then the guy yells, "Hey you, kid!" I stopped immediately and turned around. This time, it wasn't the heavy-set older guy. It was a younger, skinny guy, maybe in his mid-30s. He had short, greasy black hair, and some facial hair as well. He was storming up to me, and immediately, my stomach started sinking. Something about him just felt off. Looking back now, he looked like a tweaker. His right eye twitched slightly a few times, and even though he was looking at me, he wasn't looking me in the eye at all. His hand twitched a couple times too while he was coming up to me, and his face was slightly turned down instead of straight. I expected him to lecture me on skating, and at first he did. "You shouldn't be skating in the store," he said. He didn't yell, but it was very forceful in a lowered voice. "Sorry," I replied. I started backing up because this guy kept advancing though, until I was backed up against one of those lower coolers that were in the middle of the Walmart aisles. He walked right up to me, literally on top of me. His whole body was just a couple inches from me. I got scared, and I remember feeling so sick. I remember panicking and hoping that my mom would turn back around. I honestly don't know why I didn't yell for her. He put his hands on either side of me on the cooler and then leans in like he's trying to kiss me. I immediately looked away, so his mouth just ended up a couple inches from my ear instead, and he starts quietly talking to me while shifting his weight between his feet. It was like he couldn't stand still, or like he was trying to decide if he should get even closer. "Why are you skating here? You know that's bad, right? You're gonna get in trouble." All while saying this, the fucking creep was waving his head back and forth like he was trying to get an angle to kiss me. I just kept abruptly turning my head and looking at the floor. He continues, "You should be a good girl. Can you be a good girl for me? Stop skating around here like that?" "Yeah, sorry," I mumbled, trying to shrink away. He kept talking for a minute or two, but I tuned him out and just kept repeating, "Yeah, okay," just willing him to quit, having made his point. He then raises one hand like he's gonna cut my face. Before he could, he stops and his head snapped back. He looks off at something behind me, then drops his hand and backs away. He backed up until he was between the two side aisles, and I quickly bolted down the aisle. I could feel him watching me as I went, but I never looked back. When I got to the end of the aisle, my mom wasn't there, but an old lady was, and she had been coming up the aisle towards me. I ran past her till I found my mom 3 aisles away. I never told my mom what happened, but I stayed by her the whole rest of the time. I felt disgusted and scared and was internally freaked out, but I didn't tell her. I don't know if I thought maybe I would get in trouble or what, honestly. But I was looking over my shoulder the rest of the time, trying to spot him. I never saw him again, not that time or any other time after. I never felt comfortable being on that side of the store again by myself. I will say, in a weird twist, it did not deter me from skating in Walmart though. Just a creepy Walmart employee. I hope we never meet again, and I hope you get some fucking help. So this takes place in August of last year, right before I moved to a different state for school. This story involves myself, 18 at the time, and my sister and cousin, both 14 at the time. And on the day in question, we decided to go on what we call an Uzi adventure, where we basically get in the car and drive until we find something to do. That day, we decided to go to Target, but instead of the one that we usually go to, we decided to go to a different one that was in the south end of the city we lived near. A little background about the area I lived in. I grew up most of my life outside of Detroit. The part of this area I lived in was more of a suburban, downtown side of the south end. It was known for all the weird, dangerous people living down there. For example, a few months before this incident, a boy was shot walking to school by some retired firefighter for asking for directions, and just this year, a lady was found nude, attacked, strangled, and bitten multiple times in the face by an attacker at her apartment just down the road from the Target, but thankfully, she survived. Anyways, for some reason I still don't know why we decided to go to the South Target instead of our usual one. We got there, and my sister and cousins get a couple of things for school while I pick up a CD. We check out, and we get out to the car when we see a green Chevy Trailblazer is now parked next to my car. I didn't notice anything besides the fact that the driver's seat was reclined all the way back, the window was slightly open, and it looked like someone was sleeping in the car. My sister gets in the passenger seat, and my cousin right behind her, and literally the second she got into the car she said, Drive now." I didn't really think much though, because she didn't sound panicked or anything. So I drive, and once we pull out to the main road, she told me that when she saw the old man lying in the driver's seat, he was jerking off to people walking past, more specifically children and their moms walking past. My cousin then says that she saw him too, and of course we freaked the fuck out and tried to decide what to do. We ended up pulling over into a Staples parking lot and sitting there trying to decide if we should call the cops. My sister is crying at this point and having an anxiety attack because she thought that she would get in trouble with our parents for calling the cops. Eventually, I convinced my cousin to call 911 and put in a report because my sister was still crying about not wanting to call the cops, and I suck at phone calls. Maybe a half an hour later, after the incident, we had a call from the police pretty much telling us that they found him in the car with his pants off and his tic tac out, and that he was a repeated offender and had done this apparently extremely often. They told us that we needed to come down to the station and file an official report. At this point, our parents had no idea what was going on, and I'm not sure we wanted them to know, specifically my aunt, because she is known to blow stuff extremely out of proportion and would probably never let my cousin leave the house again. But now that we were going to be at the station, we had no other choice but to tell them. So we tell our parents, and my mom, dad, brother, aunt, uncle, and cousin meet us at the station. I also remember that there was maybe 1 or 2 police officers on duty that night, and we had to wait a couple hours while they called the detective at his house, and he ended up interviewing us in his pajamas in the fax room. Months later, I was at school in another state when I got a subpoena to come to court. We ended up having to go to court 2 separate times, and I would have to fly home for a month or 2 the second time because he had appealed or something, before eventually pleading guilty the second time around. And he's now out on parole after pretty much serving no jail time. To end the story off, we don't go to that Target anymore, and the last time I heard about this was a call from his parole officer asking pretty much my viewpoint and if I had to go to therapy because of it. I guess on the lighter note, because my family and I have a warped sense of humor, we now refer to this as the pickle tickler incident. Anyways, 74-year-old man we found tickling his pickle in the car to little kids and caused us to spend hours at the police station. Let's not meet again. At the time, I was about 5, and I was living in an area of Florida that surprisingly was one of the most prevalent spots for human trafficking in the country, apart from the big cities. It's cleaned up now, but at the time I thought this area was pretty nice. My mom has never been that great, so when she took me to Target, I pretty much knew the drill. No tantrums, no asking for anything, and no wandering. I can't quite remember why we went to Target, but I remember us passing through the pillow aisle. Some part of my kid brain wanted to test out the comfort levels of all the pillows, so I kneeled on the ground and told my mom to wait. She stared at me for a few seconds and said something along the lines of, "Hurry up, I don't have time for this," before disappearing around the corner. I don't really think she left me there on purpose. Maybe she thought I would get scared for being apart from her and scramble quickly to follow her. I tested out 2 pillows before getting freaked out, and I went looking for her. She had vanished. I began calling her name, and I remember she told me to go to the front if I ever got lost, but the Target was so big that I got confused. A woman grabbed me by the wrist. She wore a bluish green blouse and had dark hair, but I think it was a wig. It didn't look right. She started pulling me to the front of the store, and I began to cry really loudly. I shouted for my mom while this woman dragged me out, and we got to the automatic doors before my mom barreled out of the aisles and grabbed me out of the woman's grip. The woman ran out of the store quickly, and I only remember this because of how my mom gripped my face and screamed at me to never walk away from her again. Even though she left me, she apparently forgot about this. After that, I never wandered, but I recently learned that Targets are known for their kidnappings. Pretty strange to think what I might be doing now if that woman actually kidnapped me. Would I even be alive? Pretty sure if my mom didn't find me, a few seconds later I would have been gone for good. When I lived in the city, going to Target was a daily thing. I had to go find some pants to wear to a party, so I went to Target to see what they had, and if I could find anything that I liked. I noticed this guy had walked in right behind me, and every time I turned around, he just happened to be there. So I thought it was just a coincidence, and maybe he was into the same stuff as I was, since we always ended up on the same aisle at some point. I had walked over to the makeup to look for some new foundation because mine was gone, and I just happened to turn around and he was standing right there in front of some makeup. So at that point, I knew something was up. He wasn't holding anything and was just standing around trying not to make eye contact with me every time I looked at him. I walked out to the checkout line because I wasn't feeling comfortable anymore, and I had a gut feeling that if I stayed in the store, that something would end up happening. He followed me over to the checkout line, again, with nothing in his hands, so he had nothing to pay for. He just stood there looking around every time I looked at him. He was acting like I couldn't see him or even feel him looking at me. I paid and grabbed my stuff, and I was walking out the door, but I didn't want him to follow me to my car, so instead I walked out the other end of the store to go to the bathroom. He didn't follow me to begin with, but when I walked out of the bathroom, he was standing there right in the men's section looking at underwear and socks. Again, not holding a single thing, but just watching me. So I walked around some more, just to see if he would follow me again, and he did. I found a manager and pulled him to the side and whispered to him that an older man had been following me around the store the whole time that I'd been in here, and that I didn't feel safe enough to walk to my car alone, so I'd just been walking around trying to lose him. The manager told me that people have been caught trying to kidnap people for sex trafficking, and they had a prior incident a couple months ago. He told me that it was smart to stay in the store. He called the police, but the guy left the store before he showed up. If you ever have a gut feeling, please listen to it. That day could have ended a lot worse for me. Creepy guy in Target, let's not meet again. So this didn't happen when I was a child, because I'm still a child. I'm a stupid teenager. It happened maybe a couple weeks ago, when my brother decided to take me and my older brother to go to Best Buy. By the time we were all in the parking lot, I realized I had forgotten my mask, and there were only two for both my brothers. Now, since you're not allowed to go to this Best Buy without a mask on, I just decided that I would stay in the car in the parking lot. Then, because I'm indecisive, I got out and followed him. Then because I'm still indecisive, I bailed at the last second, because I didn't feel like going in and having to be around people. I turned back around and headed for the car. By this time, both my brothers were inside. I get to the car and it turns out my brother had locked it and I couldn't get inside. Whoop-de-doo. Now I'm stuck out in the sun of a rundown Best Buy parking lot, leaning uncomfortably against a car, completely out in the open. I couldn't go anywhere for shelter. It was a really odd, vulnerable feeling. So anyway, I'd been standing there for at least a long, painful 10 minutes now, and this other old car just seems to roll right into the parking lot. As soon as I see him, I get nervous because trafficking has been reaching crazy highs around here, but I dismiss it as nothing. Obviously, he's going to park, right? Nope, he just starts circling me, driving in circles around the parking lot, looking right at me from every angle. This is when I started to panic. I didn't have my phone, so I tried to get out of the line of sight. I walked quickly to the shady side of the car and sat down behind the front wheel, knees to my chest. I could still hear him circling me, and I knew he was slowing down now. This may sound like I was just being paranoid, but I promise you that you would know that feeling if you were there. It was really creepy. So this guy is really close to where I am now, and slows to a dead stop right next to the car. He opens the car door and is seconds away from stepping out when, praise God, my brother comes out from the front doors of Best Buy and calls my name, angry as hell for me being such a dumbass. This guy slams his door and takes off. I never saw that car after that. After that, we went to Best Buy because apparently they were providing masks. I'm a 16-year-old male, and I used to be a bit skeptical to all things paranormal until one weekend at an abandoned house. To give you some backstory, I was with my two best friends at the time, Danielle and Julia. We were home alone and bored at Danielle's house with nothing to do. I can't remember whose idea it was, but one of us had the idea to drive around on some of the old dirt roads and check out abandoned buildings. There were a lot of abandoned places, and where I live is pretty far out in the country, surrounded by either farms or woods. So we went to the first two old tobacco houses, took a few pictures, and just sort of goofed off. We got back on the road and saw an unkept driveway. Keep in mind, hardly anyone lives on this road. We decided to drive down the driveway, despite Julia saying that we shouldn't because it didn't feel right to her. Not the fact that it would be trespassing, but that she was getting extremely bad vibes about this place. However, Danielle and I insisted. We drove down it, and it was pretty far back in the woods. This is where weird things started to happen. We parked the truck in a little clearing and noticed an abandoned house in the distance. However, before we got out of the truck, the front sensor went off, beeping like crazy. So did the back one. It was as if something was walking around the truck. The weird thing is, we were parked in a clearing, so there was nothing that could make the sensors go off. Even if there were, it would have gone off before we even parked the truck, and wouldn't have just randomly gone off in that order. Danielle and Julia were kind of freaked out, but I just ignored it. It wasn't until later that this would freak me out too. We all got out of the truck and started walking towards the house. I was in front with my friends walking a decent distance behind me. If I'm honest, I was showing off and acting fearless. I wasn't that scared until I saw her, a woman. A woman with dingy, unkempt looking hair and a colonial style dress looking around the corner of the house. She looked at me and just kept her finger up to her lips and hushed me very loudly. The feeling I had is almost indescribable. Imagine feeling all senses of safety and protection is gone, and you don't feel at all happy. My heart felt like it stopped. I started crying. I was so scared. I knew she wasn't human. I don't know how, I just knew. I turned around to my friends and screamed, "Run!" and started sprinting back to the truck. My phone flew out of my pocket about halfway back to the truck. My friend Julia told me that this had happened, and I told her just leave it. Now if you know me, you know that if I'm ditching my phone, I'm serious. Julia and Danielle got back to the truck. We tried to open it, but it was locked. Danielle reached for the keys, but they were gone, and so was Julia's phone. It was as if whatever this thing was trying to keep us there. Danielle ran back to pick up Julia's and my phone and found our keys. We got in the truck and floored it out of there, back to Danielle's house. You might think that it's just coincidental that we dropped our things, but the thing is, our phones and Danielle's keys were deep in our pockets, and it didn't make much sense for them to fall out on their own like that. Later at the house, we were all talking about the entire situation, and I was explaining what I had seen. My friends didn't even hear the shush, nor did they see the woman. I was so afraid that they didn't believe me, but Julia reassured me that the look on my face and tears were proof enough to her to run as well. We later found out that there had been a few sightings of a ghost on that road by workers at the Fort Pickett, a military facility nearby. I'm a female, and at the time of this story I was 16. It was summer, so school was already out. My parents were hardly ever home since work kept them away. My little sister was staying out with my grandma. I had decided that night that I didn't want to be alone, so I called a couple of friends to come over. While I was waiting for them to get there, I had gone up to my room. As I walked in, I got a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach, and it felt as if I was being watched. Now, mind you, I was completely alone in the house upstairs on the second floor. I brushed it off, thinking it was just my imagination. I walked into my own bathroom to find all my hair products and jewelry on the floor. and the window was wide open. That was when I started to panic. My first thought was that we had an intruder, and I ran to get my dad's rifle in the closet. I kept it by me while I hid in the living room behind our couch. After about an hour passed, I started telling myself that I had just forgot to close my window and the wind knocked over my stuff on my counter. There was a knock on my door, and a wave of relief rushed over me. I ran to the door and opened it, only to find no one there. I slammed the door shut and started panicking again. Were some jerks messing with me, or was it something else? I didn't want to find out. At the time I was thinking, where the hell were my friends? Just when I took my phone, I heard a faint laugh come from inside my room. I sat and listened for a moment. It sounded like a little girl's laughter. Of course, that just freaked me the fuck out more. In the movies I watched, that usually means get out of there, and fast. But the laughing abruptly stopped. I was so scared I didn't know what to do. Just when I thought it was over, a huge bang came from the kitchen. All the pans had fallen off of the pot hanger. I was so scared, I couldn't move. Then I heard the little girl's voice again, though this time it was right behind me. And she whispered, "Help me." I turned so fast that I could have probably broke my neck. And surely, there was a girl in a blood-soaked white dress. I can't tell you how fast I booked it out of there, never looking back. I stayed outside until my friends got there. I ended up going to my friend's house. I never went back into the house again. This happened just yesterday, so it's fresh in my mind. I'm not quite sure what to think of it, because it was just so bizarre and unbelievable. I might have just been sleep deprived. So last night, maybe at 11 p.m., I was walking around my block. My town is relatively safe, so I didn't feel in danger. Plus, it was a pretty night. I had been walking around for 5 minutes when a pale woman with blonde hair caught my eye from across the street. She was about my height and looked around my age too. I didn't actually pay attention to her after I first noticed her. I circled the block again, and she was on the same street, a couple feet in front of me. She was standing on the curb, staring at cars passing by. It was a main road, so even that late, people were still driving on it. I said hello to her, and she turned and gazed at me. I couldn't see her face super well, but from what I think I saw, she had no pupils or color in her eyes. She just stared at me. After a while, I asked if she was okay. She didn't respond again and simply pointed to the road. I was really confused and didn't understand. Right as a red car started coming down the road, she stepped into the road. The car slammed into her, and it was a bloody mess. The driver immediately stopped and jumped out. It was a man in his mid-20s. We both spoke about it, freaking out. He called the police, and I went around the car to see the state of the girl. Once I circled around the car, she was gone. Not gone as in dead, gone as in she wasn't there. The blood on the road was gone too, but not gone from his car. After the police arrived, they concluded that it was a big hoax from a kid who doesn't know what they are talking about, and some guy who went along with it. A sample of the blood of the car was taken and found out to be paint. I'm still not sure what happened. I'm still not sure if what happened was real. It felt so real, but I don't believe in the paranormal. I don't know what it was, if it was a dream or if it was real, but I remember it like it was real. I feel like I can't leave the house now. I don't understand anything now, and I feel like I'm going crazy. Has anyone ever experienced something like this? Back in 2011, I was having a really bad time health-wise for the year before that year and the one after. My lungs filled up with fluid as soon as the cold weather hit, and I was in the hospital for at least 10 days at a time. 2011 was the worst. For reasons yet unknown to me, the specialist in charge of my care incorrectly diagnosed me with tuberculosis and gave me drugs that would either kill or cure me. It nearly killed me. It reacted poorly with my diabetes, and my lung specialist was a douchebag who didn't care that I was throwing up for 3 straight days. I almost died from ketoacidosis, and I was in the ICU for 3 days, in the hospital for 13. I also had a gnarly near-death experience, but that's for another story. While I was in the ICU, passing in and out of consciousness and completely unaware of the passage of time, I hallucinated a cat. I'd be on the edge of sleep, and something would jump on the bed with me, chirp, and curl up so I could feel the warmth and purring. Sometimes he would knead my leg through the sheets, waking me up. I saw him come in the room only once. He was a big black, long-haired tomcat with an aggressively cheerful disposition and huge yellow eyes, such that I nicknamed him Lambert in my head. I even asked the nurses about him, half out of my skin I was, and that's when I realized that he wasn't a real animal. I made a promise in my head all the same. He had kept me going by letting me think there was one creature there with me 24/7, keeping me tethered to life. So if we meet again, I would return the favor and look after him however I could. Fast forward 8 years to 2019. My childhood cat, Lupin, had finally succumbed to old age. She was born in 2000, and to try to deal with the grief, I was Facebook scrolling through local cat sanctuaries and rescues, and who should I see but a kitten who was the same exact match to the hallucination, spirit, dream, whatever that kept me wanting to stay alive back then. I was sure in that moment that I saw him, and I was even more sure when I went to meet him at the shelter. I saw the same white freckles on his shoulders that had less than inches away from my face as I drifted, and he purred in the hospital bed. Mom vetoed the name Lambert, so we called him Jet. He has chronic anxiety issues and no food security from being on the street for the first 3 months of his life, and he kept me on my goddamn toes while I was getting over the death of my friend. But he's got the softest fur ever and is a chronic cuddler, and I owe him a lot. He still chirps when he jumps onto my bed. I'm not exactly a gold star believer. My philosophy is weird shit happens, but I'm inclined to look at the logical explanations first. I know I was super sick and my brain was throwing up all kinds of nonsense. I know that 8 years is a long time for memory to change, especially of such blurry and confused period. But emotionally, I can't shake the feeling that I met this cat nearly a decade before he was even born. I ghost hunt at the Mansfield Reformatory in Mansfield, Ohio a lot. In fall of 2019, I had discovered someone lingering in the east showers. No one had known about him, so I kept him a secret for a bit. We got really close and I learned some things about him, and he visited me at my home, which isn't a problem for me. Mind you, I used my pendulum to speak to him. Months later, on another hunt, we discovered that he was being abused and was very badly hurt. He was hiding in a corner, scared for his life, so my father helped him out and escorted him to the hospital to get checked out. We went up a couple hours later, and he felt safe there, so we encouraged him to stay. After this happened, that's when I started to tell people of his existence and inform them of what had happened to him. When I first met him, I found out that he didn't know that he was dead. I felt like it wasn't my place to tell, and if it ever did become my place to tell, I knew that it was too soon. June 2020 rolls around. I invite some of my friends along with me to help my dad speak to him, because I knew that there was something that had to be talked about. Up in the hospital, another spirit had been harassing him and telling him what to do, and he couldn't escape it. My dad was helping him understand that he doesn't have to listen to this guy, especially because he has no superiority over him. He's basically just a guy who was trolling him. My dad started to slowly ease into it, asking him how it's possible that he hasn't eaten in a while, explaining to him that he's able to go through walls and leave rooms whenever he wants, telling him that he can leave whenever this troll is harassing him. My anxiety and intuition started to rise, but the anxiety wasn't my own. I knew that straight away. Something was telling me that he was nervous about what my dad was saying to him. I ended up taking over and explaining how we were all dressed differently, how we were all wearing masks because of the pandemic, because it's 2020, not the 1890s. I said, "Do you know where I'm getting at?" And my pendulum responded with yes. And right after that, I could feel tears coming. I said, "I can't do it." I couldn't tell him he was dead, but he already knew. I started crying really hard and felt a huge pang in my chest, the kind you feel when you have just been told a loved one has died. And I knew I wasn't crying, it was him crying. I've never felt another's emotions before, and the pain I felt, I knew was his, and so did everyone else that witnessed it. A friend who took an audio recording of the session told me that she heard a male's voice say, "Dead?" after I asked him where I was getting at. And when she played it for me, I heard it too, and we knew it was him. I cried for a good couple of minutes and was telling my dad how heartbroken he was to hear that. It was very hard for the both of us, but eventually, he grew to accept it. Ever since then, I've been sensitive and sometimes feel the emotions of the spirits I speak to. Sometimes it's strong, sometimes it's not there. It was one hell of an experience, but I love him to death, and I hope I never lose him. That's how close we have become. I was told we have a special connection, and I don't doubt because I feel it. Anyways, thanks for listening to my experience. I've been wanting to share it somewhere. So I've never really talked about this, but it all started 3 years ago when I was talking to this girl for a little bit. Her name was Natalie. She lived in an older house and had the entire basement to herself. I remember her saying things like how her house was haunted. I didn't really believe her until this one night. So me and my friend Nick are spending the night at her house, and I remember my friend laying down on the couch at like 9:30, and he was just staring blankly at the wall. I didn't think anything was wrong, and I thought he was just messing around, so I started calling his name. "Yo, Nick, Nick, Nick." Nothing I said could get a response from him. Meanwhile, I was across the room, and Natalie was sitting on her bed. After about a minute of him just staring blankly, he jumps off the couch and says, "I don't mess with that. I don't mess with that." Freaking out, and Natalie started laughing. It didn't really dawn on me until later that I think she knew what was happening. Anyways, I started laughing too, thinking it was a joke. About 5 minutes pass, and he calms down and sits back on the couch. This is where things get a little creepy and interesting. She had a screen door in her room that opened outside. I specifically remember as soon as I took 2 steps out of her room, every single light in her room, including outlets, all blew out and it was pitch black. It got really creepy for a second. We tried everything, and the only thing in her room that would work was a lamp next to the couch, right next to Nick's head. Anyways, this was all kind of new to me, and I didn't really know what to think about the situation. I then remembered things getting weird in the room, like Natalie was getting super agitated over the littlest things and wouldn't let me sleep in her bed. So I was like, whatever, I'll just sleep on the floor at the foot of her bed. I remember I couldn't fall asleep that night. I was laying there for a while everyone else was asleep when I had this sleep paralysis type of feeling. I couldn't move or anything. I remember this happened to me once when I was young, and all I could think to do was to pray and start saying the Our Father prayer in my head. When about halfway through it, it stopped and I just tried to go back to bed. About 30 seconds pass and it hits me again that I can't move. This is giving me chills as I type this. So I start praying again, and halfway through the prayers, it stops. At this point I was like, whatever this is gone, until about 30 seconds pass again, and this time it's much more frightening. I remember it felt like someone plunged me onto an outlet, like I was being shocked through my whole body, and I was kind of shaking or whatever. It was just holding me down. I remember trying to move my arms as hard as I could to rip the blanket off of Nick to wake him up and help me. But in my head, I was saying Our Fathers, and it left halfway through again. At this point I was freaking out. I was literally scared for the next few months after this, and I slept in the same room as my mom for a month or so. It took me a while to kind of make sense of what happened that night, but I think some entity or demon or something, I don't know, tried messing with my friend Nick, and when I laughed and taunted it, it targeted me. But this story is not over. So this happened about 2 years ago when I moved into my new house, which I still live in today. I remember my aunt was visiting, and it was late night, around 2 a.m. I was just chilling, playing video games, doing my thing when I hear a weird sound to my left and right. I had my gaming headset on, so I ignored it and kept playing. When I thought I heard the same sound for the second time from behind my bed, I took my headset off and waited, trying to hear it again to find out what it was. I sat there for like 2 minutes, just waiting, when I heard the sound right next to me. Woo. It's literally all I could make out, and it was just weird and creeped me the fuck out. So I ran to my mom's room and told her something was making sounds in my room, and she was like, oh, it's probably the sprinkler system or some other shit outside, and went outside to look. I remember I walked back into the hall to my room and stood there waiting for my mom to come back inside, when I literally heard the loudest woo in my ear. I ran out of the house crying and freaking out, and my mom thought I was crazy. I remember hearing a voice another time while I was trying to sleep, and I just kept telling it to go away. Since then I haven't heard any other crazy shit, though I do get sleep paralysis sometimes. The most recent experience, I had what was like a presence of a woman in my room, and I couldn't move. I don't know, all this stuff is just kind of creepy to me. When I was younger in the 60s, we lived in an old house built before the Civil War. It was up in Oldham County, Kentucky, in an area known as the Devil's Backbone, on Dawkins Road. I was around 12 years old and had an encounter I would never forget. One night, I was unable to sleep and I was laying on my side when I got this very uncomfortable feeling. I turned on my back and saw a young man with dark hair and a mustache staring at me from the foot of my bed. He was wearing clothing from the 1800s. I looked at him for a while before I lost my nerve and ducked under the covers. When I looked back up, he was gone. Several weeks later, I was upstairs in my brother's room and I was home alone. Suddenly, someone loudly ran up the stairs to the door. I opened it only to find a cold breeze. I left the house until everyone else came home. Sometime later, I was in town with my dad. We met an old man that said he lived in the house when he was a boy. He said the house was haunted and that a young musician hung himself from the second-story window, which was my brother's room. I'm a water treatment plant operator. Been doing this for about a decade. I've been the night shift guy my whole career. The nights are normally quiet and can be boring if everything is going as planned. My plant has a few different buildings. The oldest is 60 or so years old. The main building is where I spend the majority of my night shifts, and is only roughly 20 years old. For more backstory of the area, this used to be a booming, energized area. This area was littered with railroad tracks and drifters coming and going on the trains. Our farms and factories were very bountiful back then. Now that you all understand that with success in the area, there's also a darkness. From the settling of the area, wars with natives, and even into the 30s and 40s of people being killed on train wrecks and bad business deals, the grounds are laced with darkness. The silence of night shifts can be eerie all on its own. Lots of bumps and bangs in the dimly lit darkness. On the night that I'm about to speak about, everything started as normal. I came around sunset, got the nightly Passover, and began my work. Around midnight, I had to do my rounds around the whole property while getting the nightly pump numbers. I made my rounds with nothing but a flashlight around the main building. The oldest building is a good walking distance away from the main building. I set out in the darkness, heading for that building. I must also add that we aren't in the nicest area of the town. However, I'm a big guy, and I can hold my own. As I made my walk, I got an uneasy feeling. I've gotten this before, but I have a job to do, and nothing came of it. I rounded the corner and unlocked the door. As I did this, the hairs on my back and neck stood up. Again, I have a job to do though. I opened the door and there stood nothing. I walked in and proceeded to get my numbers. As I turned to shut the door, I looked down the hallway to see a woman in pure white looking at me through the other door. I almost jumped out of my boots and pissed myself a little. As I came back to reality, I once again made eye contact with this entity. As soon as I met her gaze, everything in me said, "Hey, your life is in danger, buddy." Her face was distorted and started to shift around. I was now frozen as she shifted into what looked like an Indian warrior. His eyes were glowing. As I got to my feet, he shifted into a huge wolf creature. The growls were chilling to say the least. It snarled, then ran towards me. I didn't even have time to shut the door. I ran as fast as I could, screaming bloody murder. I felt as if it was trying to bite my backside. It got a hold of my pant leg and tore it to shreds. I stumbled and rolled, but somehow managed to get back on my feet. I darted to the main building, and as I shut the door, I heard a loud thud on the other side. I locked the doors and cowered inside. I could hear the thing growling and scratching at the walls. I got the courage to look out the window, just to end up face to face with the white lady again. I called the police and had them sit with me until the sun came up. No one else has ever seen the white lady since. It's still quite freaky, but I had a job to do. Please, someone, help us. We don't know what to do. It's getting so bad. It's been bad over the last 20 years, but this is the worst by far. Both of my parents grew up in haunted houses, and of course my siblings and I have all grown up in haunted houses as well. At first my parents thought my brother just had an imaginary friend. His name was Joe and he lived in the closet. My brother woke up screaming in the middle of the night when I was a baby, so I don't remember. My parents ran in there and he had blood all over his sheets and 3 very long cuts on his back. They had bunk beds and my brother was on the bottom. My parents said he was pale and wouldn't say a word. Things calmed down for a really long time until I was 10. I had one of my friends stay over and we were staying up really late playing games and doing what little girls do. We started hearing scratching sounds coming from outside my door. I had a cat, so I thought it was her. So I went to open the door, but there was nothing there. We ended up shrugging it off. Then it started again, and the doorknob started to jiggle, and it slowly opened. There was a dark figure standing there, looking at us. It was out of breath, and its shoulders were going up and down. Then it lunged at us, and we screamed, causing my parents to come in running. Nothing and nobody was in the house. My friend never stayed the night at my house again, and we stopped being friends shortly after. 9 years later, just little things were happening, nothing too scary. My boyfriend went off to basic training, and I still lived with my parents when I was 19. I had a dog, Zeus, who was sleeping on my bed, and he's a yellow lab. It was 6:30 in the morning, and I had to be up at 8:30 for work. He woke me up growling. Then I heard a weird voice in my ear speaking a language I didn't understand. When I started to open my eyes, it started growling in my ears. I opened my eyes fast and my door slammed. My dog was standing over me, with his hair standing up, looking like he was about to attack someone. Everyone was already at work and I heard banging coming from my parents' room. I got Zeus off of me and jumped out of bed and ran to my parents' room. The cabinets were opening and closing fast and things were being thrown everywhere around the room. It wouldn't stop. I turned around and went to run out, but the door slammed shut. My dog was running around the house barking and growling and started running into the door. I said screw it and ran out and grabbed some work clothes and got my dog and got the hell out. I dropped off my dog at my friend's house and went to work early. When I got home, my parents' room was destroyed. My mother was crying and my dad was pissed. I told them everything and we decided not to talk about it again and went on with the rest of the night. My brother still lived with my parents as well. That night, his door kept opening and closing, and I kept hearing running in the hallway, so I thought it was him. I slipped on my slippers and stomped to his room. I was gonna yell at him to knock off his stupid shit, and when I opened the door, he was snoring. I woke him up and he promised me it wasn't him. He told me to leave his door open to see if anything happens again. I'm halfway down the hallway and my brother yells at me to run to my room and not to look back. But of course, I turn around instead. As I turned around, I see a large black figure standing in the doorway staring at me. It had large red eyes. I froze and started to whimper. My brother, being the protective big brother, came charging out of his room, telling the thing to leave me alone, and then it disappeared. My brother ran to me and led me to my room and slept on the floor all night. I didn't sleep. Now a year later, I'm 21. My husband is away in the army at the moment, and we are waiting for our plumbing to be done at our new house. Last night we had a bad rainstorm. I woke up to growling again and couldn't move. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure with red eyes just staring at me, and it opened its mouth so wide it could fit my whole head in its mouth. It had huge sharp teeth and a long skinny tongue. It screamed in my ear, and my ears started to ring. I wanted to cover them, but I couldn't. My parents come running into my room, covering their ears, but it stopped mid-run when they saw the thing. My dad came running to me and picked me up and carried me to his room, and Zeus followed. I was finally able to move and started shaking uncontrollably. My brother still lives there, as well as his girlfriend. We heard her scream, and then she started banging on the door, and then my dad opened it, and she came running in, crying and shaking. We all started to ask where my brother was. Before she could answer, he came out of his room on his hands and feet with black eyes, just staring at us. We all froze, none of us knew what to do. My brother then popped his neck and started running for us. My dad slammed his door shut and locked it. My brother ran right into it. My mom was screaming for it to get the hell out of the house and just kept repeating this while things were being thrown, then it goes quiet. My dad opens the door and my brother was passed out on the floor with his nose bleeding. When my brother woke up, we told him everything. He didn't remember a thing, but remembers hearing screaming, and then it all went black. Nobody slept last night, and we all called in and are trying to figure this out. Now it's the next night, and it's 11 o'clock. We are hearing growling and scratching through the entire house. We can't do this again. Please help. I will keep you updated as soon as I can. Thank you. About 2 years ago, I moved into a new apartment. The walls were very thin, and because of fire safety laws in my city, my bedroom had one window, which led into the living room, and none with outside access. The window will be important later. It was 3 bedrooms, one for me, one for the master tenant, and one spare, which at the time was rented by a pretty friendly guy. Well, friendly guy had issues with his work visa, and had to move back to Canada last minute, leaving us about 2 weeks to find another roommate. Our quickest and easiest option was Craigslist. Due to my work schedule, I had no part in the selection process, but was content when the new roommate moved in a little later. He seemed a bit off, but friendly. He was a very tall, large guy, but pretty quiet, and not someone I wanted to go out of my way with to hang out, but was okay being around and cordial with. About 2 weeks into his move-in, the master tenant left for Hawaii, leaving him and I alone in the home for the month-long duration of his stay. For the first few days, things are normal. All of a sudden, about 4 days into the trip, I am woken up at 8 a.m. to frantic knocking at my door. Roommate, we'll call him Kyle, is standing there when I open up, looking frazzled. He looked me dead in the eye and says, "So do you want to tell me what went down last night?" To which I was shocked and confused because I had came home from work at 9 p.m. and immediately showered and went to bed. I explained this to him and he tells me that he heard me screaming and arguing with someone in my room. That he saw me in the side alleyway out the window arguing with our landlord, whom I have never even seen at this point. That he heard people coming in and out of our house. I tell him no way, none of that ever happened. After staring at me for a little longer, he leaves and doesn't bring it up again. The next morning, I wake up to the same thing. This time, he says that I was arguing with my boyfriend. I was single at this time. That he had seen me talking with our other roommate, who was still in Hawaii, and asking me for a badge number of the officer I spoke to, since he had apparently seen me talking to a bunch of police as well. This time, I get angry and more or less tell him to cut his shit out because I'm not doing anything and don't know what the hell he's talking about. He gets a weird look on his face and says, "I think I had seizures in my sleep. The next time it happens, call the ambulance," and leaves for a bit, only to start knocking again about an hour later. And when I open up, Kyle repeats the exact same story verbatim. This happens once more before I tell him to leave me the fuck alone, and then I leave for work. I go to work as normal, and I am reluctant to return that night, but I am too tired to switch to an alternate location. Big mistake. About 1 a.m., I wake up to slamming doors. Kyle's pacing back and forth between his bedroom, the living room, and out of the front door. Walking in and out of each room, turning the light on and off, mumbling angrily, and slamming the doors. I can see his figure pacing back and forth through the frosted window in my room that leads into the living room. Since my room is dark, he cannot see inside. Suddenly he screams, "I can't live like this! Why are you doing this to me?" I think he's on the phone and don't respond. A few minutes later, he screams my name out repeatedly, and I realized he was directing it towards me. I knew I had to get the fuck out of there, so I very quietly crept out of my bed and started getting dressed and packing a bag of clothes for work in the morning. I'm almost done when he screams, "I hear you," and charges over to my room, slapping the wall next to my door, but not touching the door itself. I look towards my window and see his shadow leaned all the way forward, pressing his ear against the glass. I was fucking terrified and sat completely still, unmoving. He eventually screams out my name again and moves away from the window, and I hear him start pacing back and forth between the rooms again. Now, my shoes are kept on a rack outside my door and not inside my room, so I know that when I leave, I'm gonna need a moment to put them on. I decide to wait until his pacing takes him out of the front door again, at which time I plan to grab my shoes, put them on, and run. As I was formulating this plan, the pacing stops. He screams, "Do you want to fucking fight me about this? Come out right now, and we'll fight, I swear to God." I'm a very small 5-foot girl, and this guy was easily 3 times my size, so I'm definitely not looking to fight things. After a few minutes, he turns off all the lights again, and I hear the door to his room open and close, followed by silence. I waited for a moment to be sure that I couldn't hear any movement, and that's when I decided to take my chance. I took a breath and pulled my door quickly open. I step out and grab my shoes before I look up a second later and see him standing shirtless with just a pair of boxers and socks on in the dark of the hallway. His arms hung slightly outwards in an awkward position. He says in a low, calm voice, "Ma'am, we need to talk." That was a hard no from me, so I grabbed my shoes and ran out the door with them in hand. I ran about half a block barefoot before I stopped and put them on. When I looked back, he standing in the porch light of our front door, watching me run but not moving. Luckily, I had a friend that lived 2 blocks away, and I had a spare key. I let myself in and crashed there for the night. That's where I stayed for the next week or so while working things out with my master tenant, and Kyle agreed to move out within the week. He says he doesn't remember anything that happened, or wasn't sure if it was real or not, but if I said that's what went down, then it must be real. The day Kyle left, he sent me a photo of the house key sitting on the table and says, "I'm out," and nothing else. I take a friend over with me to scout it out and ensure that he actually left. When we get there, we discover that not only had he left a ton of food on the furniture, but he had ripped all the fire alarms out from the ceiling. He had unscrewed and removed the deadbolt from the front door and had left them lined up near the front table. We then realized that the front door can only be locked by using the key from the outside, and it had been locked when we arrived, meaning Kyle still had a key. We called the locksmith immediately. Even after changing the locks, I was still terrified to stay there alone afterwards, and never went to sleep at night without barricading the doors with chairs and other furniture. To this day, I still fear for his safety. He was obviously psychologically unstable, but I also wonder what could have happened if I hadn't been as lucky as I was. Since the moment I started working at this restaurant 6 months ago, the alley behind the restaurant has always given me an uncomfortable feeling. To gain a layout of this restaurant, it's located in the middle of downtown, 5 minutes from the Mexico-US border. Since we are located in the tip of Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley, the alley itself is not located right behind the establishment. You must walk past its patio, then past our garage, until you reach the side back door that you have to prop open as the door locks behind you once it's closed. During the day, I usually see people walking back and forth across the alley when I have to take out the trash. It's typically a safe location, though it's also prominent for its homeless population. They are usually harmless, despite a few that are noticeably mentally ill. My colleagues have even got to know a few of them, and have given them leftovers whenever possible. I work as part of the kitchen staff at the restaurant, and most of the time we'll work past 10 p.m. At night, my boss usually never lets the women take out the trash just to be safe, especially a petite, 5-foot, Hispanic, 28-year-old female. Anyways, since the quarantine started, our kitchen staff has become quite small, so I'll usually help take out the trash with one of the other men working. This night was pretty slow, and my fellow co-workers and I were encouraged to clean up and leave early. At around 9:45, I decided to get 2 of the slightly full trash bags and take them out back myself, assuming someone will see my actions and take the other 2 after me. As I walked past the patio to the garage, my gut began to fluster. I got to the back door and paused. Maybe you should wait, I told myself, but the smell protruding from the bags was nauseating. I pushed the door and propped it open with a brick we usually kept nearby. The alley was dark and silent. The air felt menacing. The only light illuminating was the bulb above the door. I walked quickly to the bins and lifted the top and dumped the trash. Then, slowly, a man stood up from the other side of the dumpster. He wasn't very big, but he looked a lot older. He was sweating. His demeanor seemed agitated. He must have been crouching there and waiting for some time. I jumped back, holding my hands above my heart that seemed to be pulsing through my chest. The man looked at me, eyeing me as my steps moved backwards. He shook his head, motioning me to stop. He was far too close for me to outrun him. I looked at his bushy brows and dark black eyes. Most of him was still cloaked in the night that surrounded us. His clothing didn't look homeless, but I assumed he was, since it was common for them to be out here at this hour, usually waiting for food. I told him I had no leftovers, and he shook his head again and took out a medium-sized knife. My eyes widened as I took in a breath. The following exchange took place in Spanish, but I'll translate. I don't have my purse, I was working. I'm still working. Just come with me, he said, using his knife as a pointer. My mouth grimaced. Having no idea where the small amount of courage came from, I said, "My friend is coming right now with the rest of the trash." "No, come now," he said more hurriedly and stepped closer, and I stepped back again, speaking again with him, a little more tenacity. "They all saw me come over here. There's more trash, and he's coming right now. He's outside right now. I just need to yell." "You're not gonna scream. I'll gut you." To this day, I don't know what came over me, but I replied with, "Mírame, watch me." We looked at each other, daring each other. Then we both heard footsteps coming from outside the garage. He ran past me. I stood there breathing again. I didn't even know I was holding my breath. I turned to see my friend, John, come out of the door. "We're almost done over." He stopped after seeing my face. "What happened?" I explained everything, and tears ran down my face. My friend decided to run down the alley to try to catch him, even though I told him not to, and that he's gone by now. It was about 5 minutes until he came back. John relayed to me that no one was around except for some homeless guys we were familiar with. He asked them if they saw anyone running from the alleyway, and they said yeah, but they didn't recognize the man, and he took off in the opposite direction towards the border. John took me back inside and told our boss what happened. They called the cops, whose station was pretty close by. They sent someone to patrol the area, from the description of which I gave. My boss let me leave early, and John walked me to my car. He told me it's too bad we didn't keep a camera back there. It would have been cool to see how I handled the guy. I smiled slightly, but my stomach was still in knots. He looked at me and apologized. I moved my hand to stop him and told him I'll be fine. Unfortunately, I still have to work there, but I have been excused from trash duty from now on. Obviously, they never found him. I don't want to think what would have happened to me if I had been more complicit. Something gave me the courage to argue back to him, and thank goodness that my friend came out just in time. So man, waiting behind the dumpster, I hope we never meet again. To put this into context, I'm an 18-year-old girl living in New Zealand. I suffer from anxiety and shut down in stressful situations and become rather overwhelmed when I'm not sure how to deal with something. This story happened yesterday while I was waiting at my bus stop. I had a long day at work and my legs were in pain, and I wanted to get home and watch some YouTube in bed. It was getting dark and the sun was almost completely down. As I was listening to some music in a rather deserted area of the bus station, a man considerably larger than myself walked up and sat directly next to me on the bench, which I didn't think much of. To put this into perspective, I'm roughly 55 kgs. He must have been at least 100 and could have easily overpowered me. I noticed out of the corner of my eye that this man was staring at me, and I began to feel a little uncomfortable, but pegged it up to him looking at my mask. It's rather nondescript and just black. I ignored this and acted busy on my phone to avoid talking. As I said, I had a long day at work. The man began to talk and I pulled on my AirPod to listen to what he was saying to me. The AirPod fell and landed on the ground, to which he picked up for me, held onto it, and stared at it for a few seconds before handing it back to me. I was getting pretty bad vibes from this man. The conversation went something like this. "Your eyes are beautiful. Did you get them from your mom or dad?" Mom, I guess. I kept my replies short, trying to signify I wasn't in the mood to talk, but he continued. "What bus are you catching? Where do you live?" I laughed nervously and told him I don't feel very comfortable sharing where I lived, but told him it was farther up north. He then said, "Why? It's not like I'm gonna rape you. Isn't it fancy up there?" This is where I began to feel seriously uncomfortable and began to shake. He asked me if I had a boyfriend, to which I said yes, and he proceeded to ask me if I planned to marry him, to which I laughed and said yes. "Oh, it kinda sounds like you're just rooting him. Are you sure you want to marry him?" I was shocked and looked at him again before telling him, again, "Yes, I do plan on marrying my partner." "How old are you?" I don't know what came over me, but I told him I was 21, to try to make it come across that I was old enough to stand up for myself. "Are you on the pill?" "I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable sharing that, and don't see why you need to know that." "Oh, so you use condoms instead, eh?" I wanted to walk away, but I was grounded to the bench and couldn't move a muscle if I tried. I was uncomfortable and confused as to why he was asking me these questions. "Do you have someone waiting for you at the bus stop, or are you walking home? How far do you live from the bus stop?" This is the question that made everything click into place, and I realized this guy had malicious intent. He's not being friendly. The man is going to follow me home and either rape me or kidnap me. I started to really panic and desperately looking for onlookers. A young man walked out of the public bathroom and had overheard the conversation and was looking at the predator rather skeptically. I knew then I'd at least have someone to help me if I asked for it. I didn't. By this point, I recalled a video from r/ about a highly pregnant woman and her daughter being followed to their car in an empty car park in the dark by an older man. This lady stressfully tried to find her keys in her purse, and the man was standing beside her daughter on the opposite side of the car making small talk with them. He got impatient and walked away just before she found her keys. Someone commented on her submission saying this was a popular thing and that he was waiting for her to unlock her car so he could get in and control her via threats to her children. It occurred to me that I should skip my bus and catch another one at a later time. I did exactly that. He kept trying to ask me where I live, and I continued to refuse. He also continued to ask how far I lived from the stop and if my partner was waiting for me. I deflect all his questions, and after 40 minutes, he begins to get grumpy and walks away from the station. He wasn't there to catch a bus at all, but to prey on a young woman at a bus stop. I caught the bus 10 minutes after he left and ran home, where I completely broke down and cried in the arms of my partner. This morning I was so stressed. I contemplated taking the day off and staying in bed to rest for the day. I didn't. I'm at work posting this, but I was petrified. I live in France, and this story happened to me this summer, just after the lockdown ended. I was and still am 19. After the lockdown ended, I went to my grandparents to spend a few weeks. I got tested before, and no problems there. My grandparents live in a small city in the north part of France, and they have a dog who's quite a big boy. When I was young, I lived with my grandparents for a year, and at that time the dog was only a puppy. Her name is Chippy, in French, which kinda means little devil in English, but in an affectionate way. Considering when I was living there, I played with her a lot. We are both really close, and that will have its importance later. Two of my hobbies are long walks and running. Thus, every evening, I would go out for a long walk with the dog. There's a track that follows a path through the forest. Then there's a small hill on the top of a big place with lots of fields there. I ran there a lot, so I know the place. The air is fresh and the view is quite beautiful. So I was going there with the dog every day. It was also helping my grandparents to have her doing a lot of exercise. The first time we went there, nothing special happened. We just enjoyed our walk. It's about 6 or 7 kilometers, so basically an hour's walk. The next day, we arrived on the top of the hill, in the field. It was probably around 10 p.m., but there was still some light because it's summer. There were 3 people walking in the fields, and they were younger than me, probably around 15 or 16. I also noticed that they were smoking. My guess was that they came here so they wouldn't be seen by their parents. We went past them, I greeted them, and they greeted back. Once again, nothing special. The second week, as usual, I went for a walk with the dog and arrived at the fields. There was one of the 3 boys. He wasn't smoking this time though. When he saw me, I was at the entrance of the field, just after the hill climb. So the entrance of the forest was just behind me. He did a sign with his hands to catch my attention and asked if I had a lighter, which I actually had one in my pocket. I told him, yeah, sure. So he walked to me, hands in his pockets of his hoodie. When he came closer, for some reason, I felt a shiver. It's crazy how sometimes your instincts know there's a problem, but you don't listen to it because nothing looks weird to you. I handed over my lighter when he passed by. At that moment, my dog was staring at him. Then, everything happened really fast. He did a really fast movement with his hand coming from his hoodie, and I only saw something shining. I had a reflex of throwing myself back so hard that I fell down. Just then, I realized that it was a knife he was holding, and he was trying to stab me. What saved me was my dog, God bless her. When she saw the guy try to stab me, she jumped on him, and he fell down. As I said before, it's a really big dog. I immediately got up to my feet and heard something behind me, and from the entrance of the forest, I saw the 2 guys wearing animal masks running towards me. They were probably the 2 friends. In those type of moments, your brain acts for itself. You don't think at all. The other guy was still on the ground. I just watched my dog and told her to run. I started running and she followed me. And just then, I heard the worst possible thing from the guy who just got up. Catch him! Don't let him go! At this moment, I was totally terrified. I was just running and hearing them running behind me. The only thing I was thinking was, how long will they follow me and who the hell are they? This was the first time I was really happy to be a runner. I was clearly better than those guys, and it totally saved me because they chased for some time and it felt like an eternity to me. Fortunately, at the end of the field, there's another entrance to the forest, and this time, it's a descent with the road at the end. I heard the steps of the 3 guys vanishing as I arrived to the end of the forest, though I didn't stop running until I arrived at my grandparents' house and locked myself in. I caught a big breath and gave a huge hug to my dog. I saw their eyes and she totally understood what happened, and I had never been so happy to have her in my life. After this, I told everything to my grandparents. We called the police, but they never found anyone. I don't know what those guys wanted, but the animal masks really made me think something satanic. I really don't want to know anyway. I still take long walks with my hero dog, but I now go earlier and places with a little more people. I'm an 18-year-old kid in culinary school. This happened back in 2009. Our program has an underground parking lot attached to a lounge of our own, located behind the cafeteria. Couples like going there cause it's always empty and partially dark. I hated it cause it had a back door leading to the parking lot that was barely lit up. Barely anyone parked there, so I found it creepy. Plus, being a horror fan, I knew that was a perfect opportunity for things to go wrong. Long story short, I came out of class one day, and this kid I don't know starts walking up to me, almost confrontational like. I have a knife set with me, and pull out the handle, ready to defend myself. He stops and hands me a paper. It reads, "Meet me in the lounge." I look at him in confusion and ask who sent him with a note. Was it my boyfriend? Or someone in the culinary program? Or maybe a friend from high school? He shakes his head and says he doesn't know, but I should go. I question him on what this person looks like, and he refuses to give me any information. I chuckled nervously, put the note in my pocket, and walked past the kid to head to class. He starts following me, asking me if I was going to go. I try ignoring him, heading into the library to get into a public place. He follows. He tries telling me I should go, that it's my destiny or some crap along those lines. I glare at him and pick up the pace, trying to head downstairs to the cafeteria in hopes of finding a classmate and losing the kid. He runs at the same pace, telling me he doesn't understand why I'm not going. I tell him, because I don't want to, now go away, and head into the cafeteria. By now, he's really creeping me out. I grab my phone to call the police, but instead, see a classmate and run towards him. The kid follows me, pointing towards the lounge and telling me I'm going the wrong way. I instantly panic and tell my classmate what's going on. He approaches the kid and tells him to leave me alone, that I have a boyfriend and that I'm not interested. The kid tells me that they're waiting for you in the lounge and not to take long. His words just give me chills. My classmate walks me to the student restaurant and asks for some others to come with us. 3 of my other colleagues come with us to the lounge, and there's no one there. I get freaked out and decide that I need to go home. They walk me through the campus to the parking lot where I call my parents to get a ride. One of the others stays with me, while the classmate who defended me goes to report the behavior to our teachers, who use the lounge as secondary offices sometimes. He then comes back to tell me that they're going to keep an eye out for any suspicious activity and for that kid. A few days later, I learned that a girl had been assaulted in that area, having parked there during the finals and gone in through the lounge. The school newspaper had reported it, but there were no details as to who did it and if they were caught. I literally felt my stomach drop, hoping that the girl was okay and hoping that those people get caught. I reported my incident to the newspaper team, but they claimed that she never dealt with anything like a note. They never found the suspects. My mom is glad I listened to my gut and didn't go. To this day, I still get chills about it. She recovered and escaped with only a few minor injuries. She got jumped, but had no money, so they left her. All I can think of is, why me? If they were going for money, I was poor and literally lived off sesame crackers donated by my classmates because I had no money. I'm just glad the other girl's okay and that I listened to my gut. Who knows what would have happened to me if I had gone. This happened to me 7 years ago when I was 16. I'd all but forgotten about it until a few weeks ago when my mom brought it up. Necessary backstory. I grew up in a rural town in Australia. My house was 30 minutes out of town with 20 acres of thick brushland behind it and a driveway that was about 5 minutes drive on its own. The neighbor's house shared the driveway, but was surrounded by 5 acres, so incredibly isolated. It always felt like a really safe place because it was so far away from other humans, but of course, that comes with its downside. No one can hear you scream. In 2012, my brother graduated from high school, and my folks got sick of being so far out. So they decided to rent a house and move closer to town. By then, my mom was so used to not having neighbors that it annoyed the shit out of her. We once heard the neighbors sneezing, and that was the last straw. So a year later, at the end of the lease, we moved back, but this time without my brother, who was settled in uni. When we went back, we moved into our original rooms, and put all the furniture back how it was, more or less. My room was the only one on the left side of the house. I chose it for the view of the shed, which used to have chickens, ducks, and alpacas roaming around it. The room felt different somehow, like it wasn't mine. Instead of swapping rooms and having to do all my posters and stuff again, I just started sleeping with the light on. The only other thing that was different was the renters had left a horse float and a caravan and a padlock next to the shed. I couldn't have cared less, but my mom was calling the renters every other week to get them to move it as soon as possible. Also, at this time, my dad was working for a mining company and installing a pipeline to an island off the East Coast. So he was away 4 weeks at a time, then home for 2 weeks. So onward to the point. One night when my dad was away at work and it was just me and my mom at home, I was exhausted and went to bed really early. I ended up having the absolute worst dream of my life. I was a little shit at the time, being a 16-year-old girl, but I barely spoke for the next few days. It had truly shaken me to my core. It started with my dog barking, as she would do for the entire 5 minutes that anyone was coming down the driveway. I went out to get her, but it was pitch black. I could only just see her standing at the edge of the grass by the drive. She was standing really aggressively, in a way I only ever saw her do to the kangaroos and the neighbor's dog. I started hearing footsteps crunching on the pebbles, then a male voice comes from the other side of the house. The dog was now running from left to right, going absolute apeshit, and getting gradually closer to me, like they were closing in, and she was trying her hardest to protect me. I was trying to scream, but the only sounds I could make was labored breathing. I was completely paralyzed with fear. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but they were laughing to each other and whispering. This kept going on for what felt like an eternity, the mysterious male voices getting closer and closer, but never coming out of the shadows enough for me to know who they were. Eventually, I woke up. It wasn't like the movies where I jump up and was out of breath. I was just laying in bed like a dead pharaoh, with my eyes open like I had never been sleeping. After a few days of acting weird, my mom finally asked me what's going on. She's not a talkative person, so she asked it offhandedly and wasn't looking at me. As I told her, she stopped what she was doing and looked at me, like I had just spoken in tongue. Turns out, the night I had the dream, shortly after I went to bed and just before sunset, 2 guys rocked up to the house, saying that they were there to collect the horse float. The dog went bananas at them, which was only strange because normally as soon as you were close to her, she'd fall on the ground and demand belly scratches. My mom didn't recognize these guys from anyone in the family that rented from us, but they knew about the shit my mom wanted gone, so she put the dog in her lockup and took them to it. One of them took it upon himself to walk around the back of the house, parallel to the shed, behind the dog lockup, then came back and pointed out that there was only one car in the driveway, that he had noticed before that there was a van, even said something like, "Husband not home tonight?" while looking at my window with a light coming through the curtains. To say the least, my mom freaked out. How did they know how many cars we had when she had never met either of them before? In an instant, she thought they must have came around before, seen 2 cars, and gone away. Following the man's gaze to my room, she let out a relaxed laugh and said, "Oh, he's just in there cleaning his guns, but he's probably done now. I'll go get him so he can help you with the float." The most intense weapon my dad owned was a rusty machete, so I have no idea where that came from on my mom's end, but I'm eternally glad for it. They protested and said that they could manage it, but she bolted inside, locked the doors, and stood there by the window with a knife and watched them drive away without the horse float. When my dad got home a week or so later, he called the renters up in a fit of rage and found out that they hadn't sent anyone to get it for them, but all their friends knew it was there because they had been trying to organize help to get both in one day. Purely because I was sleeping with the light on at the time this happened, and because I went to bed early at night, my mom and I escaped a potentially serious, horrific situation because you just know if my dumbass was there, I would have instantly declared, "Nope, just us home tonight." For the record, I'm female. I'm turning 19 this year, and this story happened when I was 15. Oh, also, I'm from France. When I was 15 years old and just got into junior year, I created my first Twitter account that I deleted because of the story. Some information. I didn't tell anyone my username, neither my family nor my friends. My profile picture was an avatar, so no pictures of me on the account. And as location, I said Paris because I lived in the suburbs. I didn't have much followers, 20 or maybe 30, and I didn't follow that much people, so my timeline was not really interesting. One evening in October, someone sent me quite a strange direct message. It was a 200 follower account, and the message was, "Hi, my name is Rob. I just turned 17 and wanted to know if you lived in, because I will be moving there soon and go to the town high school, and I'm looking for friends." That indeed was the town I lived in. I immediately thought something was wrong because there was nowhere in my profile that I said where I actually lived. But after some time thinking, I remembered a tweet I made a few weeks ago about buses and mentioned the city. So I told myself he just looked up the city and found my tweet. His age wasn't shocking because I'm 2 years ahead of my classmates. I was bored and he was polite, so I answered him. I told him I indeed lived in that city and go to high school there. The discussion was natural, and we talked a lot that night, mainly about high school, about the food at the cafeteria, about the teachers, that kind of thing. But as it was getting very late, he tried to impose some personal questions, like, do you live far away from the high school? In a house or an apartment? Do you live with both your parents? There's 5 of you? You're not often home alone, right? I never answered because it was way too shady for me, and unfortunately, he didn't insist. I said unfortunately because if he did, I would have probably blocked him. The next day, same thing. We talked a lot, and he was still asking personal questions to know me better. So I asked him too, and he always answered with what seemed like honesty. I still didn't answer the questions about my house though, because he didn't need to know anything. It lasted 2 or 3 weeks, but it was enough for me to develop feelings for him. He was handsome, super kind, and it was everything I needed because I was bullied for years and still am today. I still developed strong feelings, but most importantly, blind trust in people who are friendly to me. In France, it was October and we had a 2-week-long vacation, and the day before back to school day, he finally told me he was coming to my high school because he finally moved in with his mom, and he asked me for a place to meet during morning break. I was so happy and relieved to be able to meet him and told him to join me in the hall. When he realized that there would be people around, he said he would prefer an isolated area because he was afraid he would not recognize me and didn't want to spend the whole break looking for me. It was a good excuse for me, so I told him to meet me in the 3rd floor bathroom because we weren't allowed to stay there during the breaks and no one would disturb us. In my head, even though it was a little bit creepy, I was still in school, so nothing could happen to me. Next day, back to school day, I made myself pretty. I wore my best clothes and counted the minutes, and finally, when break time arrived, I ran to the bathroom and waited. When he arrived, it was him. He was not a catfish. He looked quite like his profile picture, but I still noticed that he seemed a little bit older than he told me. I thought more like 20 years old instead of 17. We talked a lot. We got along well. I was so pleased. At the end of the break, he asked me to go with him to get fast food on lunch. I said no, because I didn't have any money, and I always refused to let people pay for me. It's a principle. He seemed disappointed, but offered to walk me home after class. I explained I have to take the bus, but that he could walk me to the bus stop. He looks disappointed again, but finally accepts. And that's exactly what happened, and it was so great that it quickly became some kind of routine. We'd meet in the 3rd floor bathroom during the morning break, and he'd walk me to the bus stop after classes. Surprising fact, I never saw him in the hallways nor at the cafeteria. but I thought at the time that the building was huge and there was over 1,500 students in there. So if our schedules didn't coincide, there was no way we would run into each other. This little game lasted until December, so almost a month and a half. The 14th of December, a Thursday, I complained about how lonely I was going to be that evening because my dad was abroad for work. My brother always stays at his friend's house. My little sister was on a school trip and my mom had to work late that very night. It was very reckless of me, but after weeks, I thought I could trust him. That evening, he walked me to the bus stop. We both waited. I got on the bus, waved at him, and put on my earphones. I had 2 stops before my house. It was about 5:45 in December, so it was already really dark outside. As I got out of the bus, I had a real bad feeling. There was that very uncomfortable sensation in my stomach, and I felt like I was being watched. I pressed pause on the music, but kept the earphones in, so people thought I couldn't hear anything, and that's probably what saved my life. I lived in a suburban neighborhood, very silent, especially at night, with no visibility on the big main road the bus passed. I heard footsteps behind me. I understood I was right, there was someone following me, and he does not have good intentions. At least I could hear that he was not accelerating, so he was not trying to catch up to me, but I couldn't guess how long that would last. As quietly as possible, I tried to reach for my keys in my pocket, and when I finally pulled them out, I ran. I ran as fast as I could, best sprint of my life. I don't know how it worked, but I managed to open the door and close it before he could reach me. I then deactivated my alarm, which, by the way, confirmed that I was home alone. I took a look through the glass panel on the door. We don't have a peephole, so I'm looking through the whole window, so if someone wanted to see what was happening inside, they could. It was Rob, a few meters away, looking at me with a really creepy face. He followed me home, probably with a car, and he was clearly not here for a chit-chat. I still don't know why I didn't call the police. I was totally paralyzed. We both stared at each other for a minute, and when I finally took back control over my body, I ran into the kitchen to get a knife, and then went back to the door. He was still there, banging against the door. I feared for a second that the glass would break, but thankfully it didn't. That moment, when I was pushing against the door, praying for it not to break, while he was kicking it harder and harder, was the longest, most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. After maybe 5 minutes, he stopped and went around the house, knocking on every shutter, and got to the back door. He looked very angry, but then my neighbor's car pulled up in the driveway, and Rob ran away, probably thinking it was my mom coming home. On Twitter, Rob sent me 1,000 messages before I could block him. He then deleted his account, and I thought I was done with the story. But quickly after, some accounts which had been created just to follow me started popping up. Their ads were all a series of numbers with the first letter of his name, and as soon as I blocked one, another one followed me. I chose to delete my account because I couldn't make it stop, and it was too hard to endure. They were literally sending me dozens of insulting DMs. Later, I talked to the people who were supposed to be Rob's classmates because I haven't met them, but not a single one had ever heard of Rob. This guy was never a student in my high school. That's why we never met apart from our daily meetings, and probably why he seems so old. I don't hear about him anymore, but I still ask myself what did he want and what could have happened that night. So Rob, let's not meet again. This happened a few years ago when I was bartending in college. I was coming home down a stretch of divided highway at around 3 a.m. when I noticed a car heading towards me in the wrong lane. I doubted myself at first and thought that the car was on the other side of the highway. Sure enough, the white Ford sedan passed me at really high speed, at least 90 miles per hour. It's worth noting for later, I also drive a white Ford sedan. I was used to seeing drunk idiot drivers in the middle of the night, so I pulled alongside the road and let him pass me. I had a moment of clarity and thought to call the police, thinking that this person could hurt themselves or someone else. The dispatcher answered, and after telling them which road and exit mile marker I was at, they told me that they would send a car. The state police station was only a few exits away, so I figured they would send someone and I would just drive home. As I headed back onto the highway, I noticed lights a few miles behind me. I live in a more rural part of southern Pennsylvania, and traffic at 3 a.m. tends to be truckers and cops. The car gains on me when I was getting up to speed, and I stayed on the right lane and waited to pass. Instead, it flipped on the high beams, making it uncomfortable to drive, and rode my tailgate. At this point, I thought I would be pulled over by the police. I drove a white Ford sedan, and it just called about a different white Ford sedan. So I grabbed my registration from the glove box. Suddenly, the car behind me audibly slammed on its brakes and stopped in the middle of the highway. They must have just shut off their car because the lights went out, and I saw what looked like the same sedan from earlier. I thought it may have been a police car. They had a roof rack, and it also could have looked like I reached for a gun from my glove box or something. I panicked and called 911 for the second time. I asked the dispatcher if they had sent a cruiser to investigate. The dispatcher assured me that they had sent somebody out. Dispatcher:
We've sent a trooper out to find the car, sir.
I only asked because someone is following me and acting weird. It could be a cop, and I think I freaked them out by getting my registration.
Are you pulled over?
No, they didn't turn on their lights.
Let me try to get the trooper we sent out.
As she was talking, the car sped towards me again and stopped inches from my bumper. Again, the high beams were on, and again they slammed on their brakes. I told the dispatcher, I'm pretty sure it's not the police behind me. The car sped up on my bumper again and turned their high beams on, this time laying on the horn. Hearing this, the dispatcher asked me what was happening.
What's happening? Did you honk?
That's a car behind me. I don't think it's a cop.
I'll try to get the trooper again, but I don't think it's him behind you.
For some reason, this is what shook me. Before that, I thought that I was getting pulled over and maybe get a ticket. Up until then, I was going the speed limit and trying to avoid getting pulled over. I told the dispatcher, I don't care if I get pulled over. I'm speeding, and if they put their lights on, then I'll pull over. I started accelerating, and the person behind me just kept up with me. The speed limit was 55, and they kept on my bumper the entire time, but this time they were swerving. I tried to signal for the exit, then bailed on it, but they followed. At the next exit, I took the off-ramp and continued on the on-ramp, and the car behind me followed me the whole time. I thought about trying to go to the Wawa, a convenience and gas station that was pretty much the only populated place in southeastern Pennsylvania at 3 a.m., but the dispatcher thought that would be unsafe. She was calm and talking to another person trying to send police to me. The other person, maybe a supervisor, asked if I could drive to the state police station. Realizing that I was one exit away, I told her I was coming there, and she said that she would have troopers to meet me outside. As I pulled off the exit, the car followed me. I blew a few red lights to get to the police station, and the car tried to pull into the other lane to pass me or pull up alongside me. Once the police station was in view, I put on my turn signal, and the car slammed on its brakes again, turned off their lights, and turned into a parking lot. The story kinda ends anticlimactically as I pulled into the police station and met the troopers. 2 of them went out to find the car, and I stayed with the 3rd trooper. I thanked the dispatcher and her supervisor, and the state trooper escorted me home after taking the statement from me. I was never called for a follow-up, so I can only assume they didn't catch this person. As unbelievable as my story may sound, I promise I'm not trolling, and every word I'm about to write is the honest truth. I can't specifically remember what grade I was in, but I do remember I was in the middle school. I remember this detail because when this event took place, I was with someone that was only my friend during middle school years. After that, my friend moved away, and we lost touch. This story takes place on the outskirts of St. Louis, Missouri, during the 1980s. For reference, we will call the friend I was with Amy. It had been a fun day with Amy. My mom dropped us off at the mall, where we had been wandering around, window shopping, and trying on clothes. This was a very teeny mall in a small town on the outskirts of St. Louis. Because this mall was so tiny, it didn't have a lot of restaurants or even a food court. However, there was a McDonald's across the way. To get there faster, you would cut through a field that was between the mall parking lot and a street. Once you cut through the field and crossed the road, the McDonald's was right there. So Amy and I went to McDonald's, ordered our food, and sat down. We were eating our ice cream and chatting away when a man walked in and sat down at the table in front of us. The way we were sitting put Amy's back to him and left me facing his direction. Almost immediately, I began to get an uneasy feeling because not only did this man not order anything to eat, he just sat there the entire time staring at me with the angriest look on his face. He wasn't even trying to hide the fact that he was staring. I also remember he had piercing eyes that were bright blue. Now keep this in mind, this was before cell phones were abundant, so calling my mom wasn't an option. Also, being as young as I was, it never occurred to me in my childlike mind that I should maybe get the attention of an adult working there and ask to use the phone. All I could remember thinking was, this scary man is making me feel very uncomfortable. So Amy and I finished our food and ice cream. I had to use her head to obstruct the man's view of my face and whisper to her what he had been doing. I told her if he followed us out, we needed to run. Sure enough, as soon as we got up to leave, so did he. We rushed out the door as fast as we could. Then we began to sprint. I looked behind me, and he was getting into one of those boat-sized cars that they made in the 70s and early 80s. Lucky for us, there wasn't much traffic, so we were able to cross the street before he had a chance to get us. When we got to the field, I turned around to look to see where he was again. Before I go further, let me note that next to the field was a street that ran horizontally, the one we just crossed, and then to the left of the field was another street that ran vertically. The street intersected the one we had just crossed, so the field was basically in the corner of these streets. The street to the left didn't run in a perfectly straight line though. It ran in a diagonal direction that would eventually take you to the mall parking lot. This was good because when I turned around again, I could see that he was watching us to see where we were going. Next, he turned onto the street to the left of us and was driving very fast. He was definitely coming for us. Like I said, the street that ran diagonally took him in the direction away from us, but would eventually end up in the same parking lot. It was obvious that he was trying to get to the mall parking lot before we could get there, because the road he was on went away from us, and we were shortcutting it through the field, plus running as fast as we could. We were able to get inside of the mall before he could catch us. We got very, very lucky. Once we got inside the mall, we frantically ran up to the security guard and told him what happened. Shockingly enough, he blew our story off as an exaggerated tale of two dramatic middle school children. Things were much different back then. Today, if kids approach an adult with a story like that, the police would be called right away, and a description of the man and vehicle would be taken. Even worse than that, when Amy and I told my mother the story, she blew it off as well. My mother was emotionally neglectful, and was definitely not the best parent growing up. I had serious trust issues towards adults growing up because of many situations like this. I never felt protected by people that should have listened and kept me safe. I felt alone and unheard. This event being an important reason why I felt this way. But that's another story. So fast forward to a few days ago, my husband was watching a YouTube video about serial killers. I stopped dead in my tracks because as he was watching it, a familiar picture popped up on the video. One of the pictures of the men mentioned in the video was a man from McDonald's. I'm 95% certain it was him. His name was Tommy Lynn Sells. Let me add, I have an excellent memory and am definitely a visual learner. I suck at names but never forget faces. I can even remember a few people and events from when I was only 3 years old. This was such a scary event that I never forgot that man's face or the angry look that radiated off of him. It definitely stayed engraved in my young mind. No doubt that man was evil. My husband already knew my story. When I told him I thought that was the man who attempted to kidnap me, he was a bit skeptical, so together we decided to do a little further research on the guy. What came up only solidified what I expected. Tommy Lee Sells was killing people, sometimes young girls my age. and he was indeed killing people in the St. Louis area during that time. He was also working carnivals and traveling, killing other people in other states. Unlike most serial killers, he didn't have a type. Anyone he could get his hands on was fair game. He just liked the rush of killing. What made this creepier was the mall that Amy and I were at had a carnival going on every summer in the parking lot on the other side of where we were. I can't remember what month it was when this happened, but I do remember the weather was hot. I'm relatively positive it was summertime. I wonder if he was working for that carnival. The picture of him on Wikipedia is exactly what the man in McDonald's looked like, even down to the same evil, angry look. I will never forget that expression. I've been mulling over and over this ever since. I don't know if I should contact the FBI with my story. Though he was executed in 2014, law enforcement knows of 22 murders he committed, but they suspect there are many, many more. The story might place him in an area someone disappeared from, but I don't know how helpful, considering I can't remember the exact month or year. I don't even know if I would be believed. What would you readers do? I'm a 35-year-old female, and my story takes place when I was 15, but it feels like yesterday. It was a day that would change my innocent youth forever. I'm from a little village in Ireland with a population of a few hundred. The nearest town is about 10 miles away. Growing up in rural Ireland was very idealistic. Summers were spent playing football with neighbors or going to the lake swimming till the sun went down. I was lucky that even though the population was small and the houses are far apart, my best friend's house was only down the road. So during those summer months, Mary and I were inseparable. My friend and I grew up with lots of brothers and sisters in a safe village. We were given a lot of freedom, and sometimes we're gone all day, only to come back before dark. It was the mid-90s, with no mobile phones, but our moms knew that we would be okay and look out for each other. One thing I liked during these summers, besides going to the lake and hanging out at each other's houses, was to go to town and look around the shops. The easiest way to get to town was to hitchhike, as there were no buses. Here in Ireland, we call it thumbing. Hardly anyone hitches now because most households have 2 cars and parents are a lot more protective, but back in the 80s and 90s, it was very common. Our parents were okay with it, but there were certain rules we had to follow. I'm not entirely sure who came up with these rules, but I assume our parents did. Rule number 1, never hitch alone. You must thumb with at least 1 or 2 friends. Number 2, never take a lift if there are 2 men in the car, but 2 or more women is fine. Number 3, never take a lift from someone in a van. There could be more guys hiding in the back. Number 4, this is the most important rule. When the car stops to pick you up, always ask the driver where they are going first. If you tell them where you're going first, they can pretend they're going the same place to lure you in. We were innocent, but had common sense, so we followed the rules down to a T. At least we tried to. My friend Mary and I used to hitch once a week during the summer. We would go to town with a population of a few thousand and look around the shops, eat ice cream, and hang out. When we got a ride, we had to make small talk with the driver, and as 2 shy 15-year-olds, this bit sucked the most. To make it fair, we took turns sitting in the front and did most of the talking. One day, we spent a few hours in town. It was pretty uneventful, so we decided to thumb back. At around 3 p.m., we went to our usual spot to hitch from, just on the outskirts of town. We were only waiting for about 5 minutes when a car pulled up. Before we could ask where he was going, he asked us first. My friend told him, and he said he was passing through our village on the way to another one. Rule number 4 broken, but he seemed nice enough, and we just wanted to go home. It was my turn to sit in the front seat. The driver introduced himself as John, a farmer, and was super friendly. He was dressed in a worn tee with holes in it. He had tattered pants and smelled like cow shit. The car was full of bits of straw and was old and battered, like the driver. He was about 60, had no wedding ring on. Don't ask me why I noticed these things. About halfway between town and our village, he asked if we heard a noise. We replied no. "There it is again. Sounds like a banging noise," he said. I didn't hear anything, so I just sat there quietly. "I think it might be the exhaust pipe. I'll have to pull over to take a look." He pulled up on a busy road and went to go take a look. "I didn't hear anything," said Mary. "He seems like a weirdo," I said. Call it intuition, but even though he was super friendly and chatty, I got a bad feeling from him. Next thing, he comes back to the driver's side and tells us that the exhaust is hanging down and was hitting off the road. He tells us that he needs help to tie it up. It was then I noticed that he had a string holding up his pants instead of a belt. I thought this was odd. Anyway, he got some string from his boot, same color string as the belt, and we both got out of the car. Although I got a bad vibe from him, I didn't feel scared at this stage. We were on a really busy road, and it was about 3:30 p.m., so we both got out of the car. He showed us the exhaust pipe hanging down, and used a rag to hold it up, since it was hot. My friend Mary took over holding it up, while he secured it with a string. They were both kneeling, while I stood back and watched. It was then I noticed his fly was open, and I could see his privates. He was clearly not wearing any underwear. He didn't have a belt on, so I guess I wasn't that surprised. In my head, I thought, "Oh fuck, what is going on? Oh shit, oh shit." But I said nothing. I just stood there in shock. Mary hadn't noticed this at the stage, and continued to help with the pipe. When John was standing, he noticed his fly was open, and acted all shocked. "Oh girls, I'm so sorry and embarrassed. I only have a safety pin holding the fly together, and it must have come off. Please forgive me, and get back in the car." Mary was stunned because she got a close-up on his privates, which left me to do the talking. I told him it was okay, and that it was an accident, so we both got back in the car. He fastened the safety pin, even though I didn't see him look for it. At least all was hidden again. Back in the car, the atmosphere was very different. We both felt mortified, and he kept apologizing over and over again. I looked at the passenger window and repeated, it's okay, it's okay." Then he said something that made my stomach turn. "Well, girls, you're taking it very well. If I didn't know better, I swear you liked it." Then he nudged me in my arm with his arm, like you would do with a friend. I looked at him through the corner of my eye, my face still facing the window, when I noticed his fly was undone again, and he was exposed again. He must have noticed me looking because he said, "Oh sorry, the safety pin keeps opening. Just don't look." Fine by me, I thought, but I said okay and continued to look out the window. He kept nudging me and saying, "Don't be looking, don't be looking," giggling at the same time. He was doing it in a playful way, like it was a joke. Mary started giggling too, because when she is nervous, she laughs. I know it wasn't her fault, but I was getting angry at this stage. He wouldn't stop telling me to stop looking. Then he said, "Your friend is laughing. She must be enjoying the view." This made her laugh even louder. Now remember, we are both polite 15-year-olds that always respect their elders and are a little shy and would never speak up to an adult. The nudging on my arm and my friend laughing was getting too much. He asked if this was the first Willie I've seen and told me once again to stop looking. I was turned facing the passenger window so much that I had my back to him. There was no way I could be looking. I lost my temper. I shouted at the top of my voice, "I'm not fucking looking. Mary, shut the fucking laughing up." Silence followed. He said he was sorry, that he was only joking, and I didn't need to be so serious. I said nothing and sat there, red with temper. I should have told him to let us out. I should have told him to cover himself up, the dirty old perv. But I was in shock too, and a part of me wanted to believe it was all an innocent mistake. We finally arrived in my teeny, safe village. We got out and he said again that he was sorry about the whole thing. My friend got her voice back and assured him it was okay. I said it was all okay, not to worry about it, and said thanks for the lift. What he said back sickened me. He looked me up and down with a creepy smile and said, "Girlies, thanks for everything," and drove off. We were left speechless. We sat down on a nearby bench to process all of this before going home. We made a deal we wouldn't tell our parents, or they'll never let us hitchhike again. My friend got her voice back and repeated, "Pervert sicko, smelly bastard." He had this planned the whole time, over and over. About 5 minutes after sitting down on the bench, who drives by going in the direction we just came from? Only pervert Farmer John, waving and smiling, while we both sat stunned. He had beeped to catch our attention. So much for just passing through our village. Went to the back of my mind. Occasionally we would talk about Farmer John, but we made jokes about it and told some of our friends what happened. One day, I told a friend of mine named Brid, and a cousin of hers had told her a very similar story. The cousin lived in another village about 20 minutes in another direction from town. She was a few years older than us. While hitchhiking home one day, the same thing happened to her and her friend. The exhaust, the safety pin, and the undone fly. It was no accident, and my worst fears were confirmed. Farmer John really was Pervert John. So to the man that smells like cow shit, has worn clothes, and uses a string to hold up his pants, and to the man who gets off exposing himself to young girls, let's not meet again. This creepy encounter happened to me almost 20 years ago, but it still gives me the creeps. It's a long one. I'd booked a taxi with a licensed taxi firm to take me from my friend's house to my home early in the evening. It was about dusk as the driver arrived. As I left the house to get into the car, he was coming to the house to get me, and for some reason, as he turned to walk back to his car with me, he briefly touched me on my shoulder with his hand. It wasn't lingering, but it was deliberate, and I immediately thought, why is this guy touching my shoulder? My intuition said that it wasn't right, but I was in my 20s, and this guy must have been in his 50s, and I convinced myself that that was just something people from his generation did. I sat in the back. The journey should have been around 20 minutes, from north to south London, and in the first 5 minutes of the journey, there was some initial chat where he told me that this was his last job of the day, and he had no plans afterwards. When he told me that, I felt a bit of fear, but I thought, this guy is from a licensed firm. He's been identity checked and approved to do this job. His ID card with his name and photo and registration number was clearly displayed on the dash. He was from a firm my friend used regularly and had an account with, although she never met this particular driver. My logical brain told me that he was clearly traceable to me if he decided to do anything, so he just wouldn't take that risk. Plus, it was an early evening in a very busy area that made me feel safe. Regardless, by this time, we were already on the road. I spent the next 15 minutes or so of the journey looking at my phone. I really don't know why. Maybe I was deliberately trying to distract myself because I was nervous, but I felt my nerves were unreasonable. This was in the early 2000s, so the phone would have been basic compared to today's standards. But there must have been a game. I'm thinking snakes, or something on it to distract me, because I didn't look out the window for some time, until I noticed it was mostly dark. And when I did, I expected it to be very close to my home. To my horror, I saw that we were in some very deserted part of town I had never seen. This area was most certainly not on the way from my friend's house to mine. It should have been a straightforward drive through central London, and this was a very remote area, with what looked like an abandoned housing estate and abandoned cars. I looked at the driver to ask where we were, but before I had a chance to say anything, I noticed that he was repeatedly looking left and right down the dark alleyways we were gonna pass, and I noticed we were slowing down. I also noticed he was breathing weird, very audibly, like he was sort of pumped, wound up kind of way. That's when this overwhelming sense of knowing hit me. He was looking for a deserted place to stop. At that point, a very clear voice in my mind told me that he was going to rape and kill me, and I had to think fast. I blurted out, "I don't know where I am." He didn't say anything. I then said words to the effect of, "My friend asked me to call her when I was home safe, and I should be home by now. So I need to call her and tell her I'm not home safe, or she's gonna call the firm and call the police, because she's really over the top like that." This must have jolted him into thinking about the consequences of whatever he was planning to do. These really were the early days of mobile phones, and not everyone had one then, especially the older generation. Perhaps it was a lifeline he hadn't considered I might try to use. With that, he turned out of the abandoned area, and we came back to the main road, and after a while, I saw places I recognized, and we were heading towards my home. He said, "I'm sorry if I made you worry." But there was something weird about the way he said it, and that wasn't the end of it. When we got close to my home, I decided I did not want him dropping me off at home. I lived with my sister, but she was staying at her boyfriend's house that night, and we lived in a communal block. I was concerned he might come in the main front door and try to access my flat. So I said I realized I didn't have milk at home, and if he could drop me off at the store in the next street. He agreed to do this, obviously. I entered the store and hung around there for a bit. I remember being completely broke in those days. My friend even paid for my ride via her account. I did have milk at home, and certainly wasn't gonna buy some unnecessarily. So after a few minutes, I left the store and walked the 3 to 4 minute way back to my flat. As I approached my flat, it was completely dark now, and the area around my flat was poorly lit. As I approached my flat, I saw a car parked facing the main door of my flat and thought, "Oh my god, it's him." And I knew he would clearly be able to see I had no milk, as I didn't even have a bag on me, and he would know that I was lying. As I passed the car, I couldn't bring myself to turn to look at him. So I got my keys out, quickened my pace, and entered quickly. Once in my flat, I plucked up the courage to look out the window, and sure enough, it was that guy. He had driven from where he dropped me off to my flat and sat in his car staring at my flat. Just then, my friend called, and I told her I had just got home. She couldn't believe how long it had taken, which was around an hour when it should have been 20 minutes. I explained the whole thing to her, and as I was on the phone with her, I looked out the window again, and he was finally gone. I didn't report any of this at the time, and from my safe vantage point of 20 years down the line, I regret it. At the time, I still doubted my gut instinct, even though I had a strong sense of knowing in the car. After I convinced myself it was fleeting hysteria, and my logical brain returned. My logical brain also told me that if I reported him, nothing would be done because he hadn't actually done anything that I could prove, and if he admitted the detour, he could just say he took a wrong turn, and could have denied returning to my flat. This was about 8 years ago. When I was waiting for my parents to pick me up, a man approached me. He asked for directions for a specific supermarket, which was strange because everyone knew where the supermarket was located, but it was nowhere near our location, so I was really weirded out that he was asking me to give him directions for some place that wasn't even close by. I was always really awkward at making conversation, so I shrugged and said something like, "Just turn right and then go left," so that he would leave me alone. I started to walk away from him, but as I took another step forward, he asked me the same question again and took a step closer towards me. I think at that point, I might have sensed something was wrong and that this guy might harm me if I didn't think fast. Thankfully enough, I saw my mom's car approaching me just after he asked that, and I was relieved to safely sit inside as quickly as I could. I didn't think much of it until recently, when I came across a post about a very similar thing happening to another woman. She suspected that the man might have abducted or assaulted her if she hadn't threatened him with a call to 911. I was instantly reminded of my own incident, and I don't know what to think. Would I be safe today if my mom didn't come by on time? I'll just get right into it. I moved to a large American city back in February, and this happened one of my first weeks living here. I got onto a pretty crowded subway on my way home from work. A lady got on and sat down next to me. She looked in her mid-30s and was pretty and put together. Two girls got on right behind her, and I immediately noticed her watching them. Pretty much straight away, she started talking to them, saying, "Oh, don't touch the subway pole. That's gross." Pretty normal so far, and considering how forward she was being, I figured they knew each other. But she kept going. "No, seriously, don't touch it. What's your names? Where are you from?" Still not too weird, yet I started feeling nauseous. It seemed off. She was too persistent. They answered all her questions at first, but when it got into more personal, "How old are you? 14 and 15? Are you sisters? Where are your parents? Where are you staying? Times Square." She tried to figure out exactly which hotel they were staying at. They would dodge the questions or answer vaguely. They were visibly uncomfortable. When she asked them for their room number, they turned their backs to her. Meanwhile, I wanted to say something, but I'm new here, and I'm freaking out. I would have just brushed it off as some weird lady being too friendly, but the alarm bells were going off, and everything felt wrong. I felt like if I stepped in, maybe she would turn her sights on me. I'm also a younger looking girl. In retrospect, of course, I wish I'd stepped in the moment I was frozen and trying to downplay the whole thing in my mind. It's that feeling of panic when you're not sure if the panic is justified. Also, she would mumble something under her breath every so often, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. I didn't see a phone, but there may have been headphones under her hat and scarf that I wasn't aware of. Also, I should note that the subway was packed at this point, so it would be very difficult for the girls to move away from her. I'm assuming that the girls got the attention of the lady in front of them, sitting across from me, and signaled for help, because she started pretending to be their mom, answering questions for them, though the creepy lady was still directing her questions to the girls' backs. I don't think she had been paying attention the whole time, because she seemed to be more confused than alarmed or concerned. The fake mom's answers were contradicting the girl's answers from before, and the lady didn't like that. She started grilling fake mom, saying, "I thought you were from Florida. The girl said that their parents are back at the hotel," among other things to show that she knew this wasn't really their mom. So the Times Square stop rolls around, and lady's like, "Girls, this is your stop. If this is really where your hotel is, get off now." And she started to stand as they get off as well. They're completely ignoring her now with their backs turned. At the next stop, they hurry off with the mom lady, almost running, and of course, to my horror, creepy lady jumps up to follow them out. That's everything I can recall. Once I had a few minutes to process everything, I had a panic attack. I got back to my apartment and cried. Like the title says, it still messes with me months later. I have some general anxiety, but I don't usually fixate on things like this. I think what gets to me is my instincts were telling me that this wasn't your average subway weirdo. This seemed bad, like possibly sex trafficking or something. The way she was so persistent, even though there were witnesses, even though this mom figure stepped in to help. Who was she talking to so quietly? What do you guys think? Weird lady, motel scout, or something worse? Thanks for listening. I feel a bit relieved to get this off my chest. For a bit of context, I am 13 and have a younger brother who was 9 at the time, and my mom and dad were living in our house together. Every now and then my brother will ask me to lay in his room with him. It usually happens if he can't sleep, is scared of something, or just wants me to lay with him and watch a movie sometimes. So this story happened on some day around June or July. It was late and I couldn't sleep. I was so tired, but for some reason I couldn't bring myself to fall asleep. It was like something wanted me to stay up. I was squirming around, trying to get comfy, but it wasn't helping much. Our upstairs is arranged like this. When you walk up the steps, there's a hall. The first door on the left is my room. First on the right is a storage room. The second on the left is Dennis's room. The second on the right is my parents' room. Finally, the door at the end of the hall is the bathroom. So I was laying there trying to sleep when I heard a door creak open and then shut from downstairs. I thought it was really weird, but figured it was just my mom, who usually stays up late. I was paranoid and tired, so I texted her just in case. What she replied with really freaked me out. It was something along the lines of, "No, I'm in bed. So is your dad. Why?" My eyes widened, and obviously I was pretty freaked out, as I was hearing footsteps by now. I told her what happened, and she told me it was just my imagination, and to just go to sleep. I was skeptical, but I listened, and tried to sleep. Then I heard more footsteps, and other noises, so I texted my mom again. She said she heard it too now. I wasn't crazy, which calmed me. Then again, that meant someone was downstairs. I texted her, getting panicked. She walked into my room, and she was pretty panicked too. We stood there until we heard a crash. That's when we both absolutely freaked out. I started pulling my hair, trying to think of what to do, as she ran to my dad and started shaking him awake, saying, "Get up! Wake up! Someone's in the house!" He got up quickly, grabbing his BB gun. We didn't have a real gun, but it looked exactly like a pistol. He carefully walked downstairs, and I heard running as he left our vision. I got my phone ready to call 911. But then, my dad yelled up, "Nobody's here. The cat's laying in the dining room." I was very confused. My mom chuckled. It was just the cat. I didn't believe that at all. I shook my head, explaining that the cat wasn't big enough to make all that noise, let alone open and close the front door. My dad came back upstairs and said he checked the entire first floor. I asked if he checked the basement. He said no. "Wow, I bet they ran into the basement and hid when they heard you," I said, worried. My mom insisted no one had been in the house. I sighed, but grabbed a pipe. I don't know where it came from, but I still have it and use it for cosplay sometime, and I laid down. I fell asleep that night, but could have sworn that I heard the door close once more. That night still gives me the creeps. I was sleeping over at a friend's house with a bunch of my friends, and the house that we were at was pretty old, but we live in a fairly big and crowded town. There are apartment buildings outside this kid's house, and the middle school and high school were right down the street. He had this one room on the side of the house that was the playroom. It's basically where we would all hang out, and where we would sleep during sleepovers. It was spacious, and the thing about this room is it had a huge window on the side, and I mean the entire wall was a window. And this so happened to look out on a busy street and sidewalk, and you could see the apartment complex from the window. So one night, we were sitting on the couch that was right next to the big window, and it was late, and the darkest it gets there. We were all in blankets around the room, watching YouTube, and it was about time for everyone to settle down. When I saw this person, he was standing about 2 feet away, looking in the huge window. My friend saw him first and yelled for us to look, and we saw him just standing there, watching us. We all ran to the kitchen and hid behind the counter, and sat there for like 35 minutes. When we decided to go back into the room, the guy was gone, and we never saw him again. We saw all kinds of people walk by and look into the window, but something about this guy was weird. Whenever we sleep there again, we always talk about that night, and every time, it gives me chills. Okay, so very weird experience my ex-girlfriend and I had back in 0405 in Royal, Louisiana. We were hanging out at her parents' house on a summer night watching movies, nothing out of the ordinary. We were around 16 or 17 at the time, so when 1 a.m. rolled around, it was time for me to head home. I didn't have a vehicle at this point, so she would usually drop me off. Keep this in mind, it's a rural area in Louisiana, and we lived on the complete opposite sides of town. At this time of night, there were hardly any cars on the road, and it was rather spooky driving through the wooded areas to get to my place, which was secluded to say the least. We were about halfway to our destination, and in mid-conversation, when she stops talking and asked me if I noticed the headlights that had been behind us for quite some time. I replied no, that I hadn't noticed, but assured her that there was nothing to worry about. We continued our conversation, but now I was really paying attention to the headlights behind us, and noticed that they were getting closer. To get to my house, there were a lot of turns down roads that weren't main roads, and these headlights were staying with us. At this point, panic starts to set in for both of us as we try to come up with a worst case scenario plan. I thought of just pulling up into the first driveway, but then thought, what if no one's home? And would they even help us at this time of night? Scratch that idea. I had one of those old flip phones at the time and decided that the best course of action was to call my house phone and hope that my dad would answer. Between that point and us turning down my dead-end road, I probably called 8 to 10 times with no answer, with the headlights still following us at every turn. I told my girlfriend to just pull into my driveway and lay on the horn. We pull in and do just that. The other vehicle pulls in right behind us. No one is coming out of the house, so she decides to cut across my front yard and try to get back on the road, while I'm still calling. As we go to turn around, the other car cuts us off, and that's when I look at this man, probably 50 to 60 years old, large rimmed glasses, and smoking a cigarette. Our eyes met, and he gave me the weirdest, creepiest grin. And that's when I made up my mind that I was gonna have to get out and confront this man. Right as I was building up the courage to do so, my dad ran out the front door, and the man in the car sped away. Needless to say, we didn't get very much sleep that night. She stayed at my place, and we reported the incident with the best description we could give, but to no avail. My mom left our family my freshman year of high school. She moved a few hours away with her new boyfriend, and we had no contact. Around my junior year, my mom reaches out. She tells my dad that I need to be inside at all times. She had recently left her meth head boyfriend, who was about to go on trial for conspiracy to commit murder. I know, he was a real winner. She was going to testify against him, so he sent people to kill her, as homicidal dirtbags do. He sent people to her apartment complex, because that's where she tended to go after they got into fights. Really abusive guy. So we get this call, and I don't really take it seriously at the time, because why would they ever come after us? I started seeing a lot of bikers and random cars doing laps around our complex, slowing down right in front of our door. Until one day, I pull up to my spot and there's a guy leaning on his car. He perks up when I get out. I turned around and we just stared at each other. He then climbs back into his car and drives away. I go inside, tell my dad. My dad goes nuts and I'm standing there like an idiot, wondering what the heck was going on. He then proceeds to tell me that the reason she reached out to us wasn't because they were after us, necessarily, but because she and I looked identical. So if I hadn't turned around to face the guy, who knows what would have happened. To my mom and her crazy, hopefully ex-boyfriend, let's not meet. When I was younger, I remember that I was home with my family. It was dark outside, and there was a knock on the door, and one of my parents answered the door. I was in a different room, so I didn't hear or see what happened, but he was asking about his pink dog. I guess the guy left, I don't know what happened next, but my dad was rushing to the back of the house and went outside via the back door. I could sense the tension and it scared me. I asked my parents about it and they told me that they were worried that there was another person going around the back of the house. I didn't realize what they were so worried about, but it still made me terrified at the time. I now realize that it could have been a home invasion attempt. I think it's part of the reason why I'm so terrified and paranoid about a possible break-in or robbery. Every time I'm in the house on my own, I stay in my room and keep the dresser drawers open because I don't have a lock on my bedroom door, and it would prevent anyone from entering. Another poster inspired me to tell the story of how I creeped out a creepy person. My dad used to have questionable habits. That's polite code for being an addict. Therefore, strange folks used to come to the house. When I was younger, we often had strangers come to the house while my siblings and I were alone. They'd knock on the door and try to get inside, and if they saw us, they tried to coax us into opening the door. Obviously, we never did. This particular situation occurred when my parents were actually home and my siblings already moved out. A car I didn't recognize started pulling into the driveway. Keep in mind, we lived in the mountains and the property was private, so absolutely nobody should be on our property. When the car parked, a familiar person got outside the vehicle. It was one of my dad's buddies, one that I was told was supposed to stay the hell away from us and was not a good person. He noticed me peeking through the curtains and tried to wave, but I shut them and called for my parents. My dad wouldn't leave his room, so my mother had to go inform him of the arrival of his friend. Our door had a glass oval design on it, and we had a clear screen door as well. So I'm staring at this guy through the oval glass door, and it's obviously making him uncomfortable. Ma goes outside and tells him that my dad will be out, but dude wanted to come inside himself rather than wait. From what I'm told, this man was potentially dangerous, so I had armed myself with the largest kitchen knife we had. My mom told me it was fine and he would be leaving soon, so I decided to put the knife away. But dude still walks through the door uninvited and makes eye contact with me, large knife in hand, halfway in the knife holder, with an angry look on my face and says, "You know what? I think I'm gonna wait outside. Just tell him I'm here. Thanks." And left abruptly. He never came back to the house after that day. He actually ended up going missing for 2 days. His mom frantically spammed my parents. He eventually stumbled out of the woods, and it turns out a deal gone bad ended with him getting beaten up and strung up in a tree, by his ankles I think. So I moved into a duplex with my ex about 3 years ago, in what we thought was a safer part of the city. One of our neighbors, Amber, works in the duplex rental office, and her husband, Ed, was at the time fresh out of prison. Later we would see all of the swastika tattoos, and had been and continues to do landscape work for the rentals like mow the lawns, cut down trees, etc. Other than that, he's at home mostly doing odds and end things, like tinkering with his mower or truck or something. They're both super nice people, very kind and loving towards others. We have smoked weed together a few times. Ed smokes more than Amber, and have talked about all kinds of things, so I thought I could trust them, and felt very safe being their neighbor. I once mentioned how sometimes when I'm home alone, I hear steps in the attic over my room, and what sounds like a chair being dragged. How sometimes the noise follows me around the house and always freaks me out, to the point of calling someone just to feel a little safer until the noises die down. Ed said, "What, you think we're spying on you?" In a laughing way, but it creeped me out a little. So then, I break up with my boyfriend and he moves out. This is recent, so a few months ago. Ed starts texting me and asks me if I want to smoke while Amber's still at work. I declined every time, finding different excuses because I still felt uncomfortable around him. Then he asked me if I wanted to have sex with him, because he thinks Amber is cheating on him. I definitely shut that down, and it was awkward as fuck. I didn't tell Amber because I didn't want to be kicked out or have some horrible awkward tension, and I also hate confrontation, so I kept quiet. That's when I start hearing things in the attic above my room more often. It freaked me out even more when I woke up to a loud bang outside my front door about 3 or 4 in the morning. When I went to examine it, there was a small lockpick outside the door on the ground, but no one was around. I kept the lockpick, and the next day I texted a picture to Amber to let her know that I thought someone was creeping around, and she said, "Oh, that's Ed. That's his ice pick, not a lockpick, sweetie. No one can pick your deadbolt with that." But I know the difference in a 4-inch skinny ass lockpick and an ice pick. I was so scared to be alone here, especially at night. Our attics connect, and it's not outlandish to think that he could have been spying on me. I even found freshly drilled holes in the ceiling of my room. I just put wadded up pieces of paper in it and try not to think of it. I honestly hope nothing comes of it and that I'm just being paranoid. Edit. For everyone that's saying I should call the police, I really have no evidence. I have the lockpick and still pictures of the door being messed with, but when I've gone into the attic, it's completely empty. I've never gone in it alone because its opening is in my garage and there's no ladder, so it requires 2 people. But as of now, it's a gaping hole above my washer and dryer, and it's very hard to get in without good upper body strength. I'd call my ex to come home when the dragging would start, but by the time he got there, it would be cleared out. So I'm hesitant to report anything with no evidence. I'm staying with my boyfriend until I move out in a few weeks, despite my neighbors being upset that I'm leaving. To address another thing, I didn't see any of the swastika tattoos until months after I had been hanging out with them. He had his shirt off for the first time, and there were 3 on his body. Confused me because Amber and Ed were super Wiccan, so I believe that his tattoos were for protection in prison. Either way, after that, I stopped hanging out with him, and would only speak to them if we were both outside at the same time. When I was in 6th grade, I was in band. Clarinet. I wanted to play saxophone, but my grandpa had a clarinet, so that's what it ended up being. The band instructor was a middle-aged woman who I'm going to refer to as Miss Fond, so as to protect her identity. Anyways, I didn't have a lot of friends, so I had a lot of extra lessons after school. After a while, she started offering me extra lessons at her house. Even then, that made me uncomfortable, and I refused. She was pretty persistent though, and would offer at least once a week. Eventually, I just stopped going back for extra lessons. One day, Miss Front announced that we had been invited to a Christmas parade downtown. Awesome, that's great. The school is literally a year old. It's great exposure, and best of all, fun for the kids. We were excited. We all had extra rehearsals, and the school made sure we had whatever we needed. Permission slips were signed. Everything went perfectly. The day of the parade, we all met at our designated areas. As we get dropped off, Miss Front tells me that parents were to pick us up at the end, and her and some parade officials were the ones watching over us after they left. The parade starts. Everything goes smoothly, at least from my perspective. I was so nervous that there could have been a 5-float pile up, and I probably wouldn't have noticed it. At the end, everyone gets picked up, and I'm last. Left alone with Miss Frond, she immediately grabs my hand after the last kid's out of sight, and tells me that I can call my mom from her house. She starts booking it with me in tow. I had very little experience of being on my own, and didn't know how to act in this kind of situation, so despite the fact that I had recently been uncomfortable around her, I went along. Looking back, it probably didn't look that unusual to anyone, because she wasn't tall, and I really shot up in 6th grade, so it's not like I was being dragged. I kept up pretty well. I couldn't tell you in particular where she took me, but it was definitely further out than where everyone else parked. Her car is the only one in sight, and she starts beelining towards it. It was one of those dark blue-green SUVs that pretty much everyone had in the late 90s. Suddenly, I hear my name being yelled from behind me. I turn to see my mom, panting and sprinting towards us. Miss Franz's grip tightens and she starts speeding up. My mom yanks me from her grip and without a word takes me to her car, and we went home where she proceeds to frown over me, which was confusing because I was pretty much ignored 99% of the time. I had no idea what just happened. I never saw Miss Franz again in school or heard anything about her ever again. I don't even know her first name to look her up, and my family never spoke about it again. When I was in my early 20s and living in Chicago, I wasn't making much money. When I found this apartment, it was too good to be true. The top floor of the duplex with 6 rooms for $775 a month. The agent who showed me the apartment stressed to me that the landlords were very religious. I didn't have a problem with that, even if it did sound a little ominous. The landlords were an elderly couple that lived downstairs. They seemed okay at first. When I saw them in the yard, they would smile at me. I took good care of the house. Then when they saw me having my boyfriend over, things started to get really weird. One day when I was in my office writing, I hear a knock at the door. I open it and it's the old lady from downstairs. Before I could say hello, she says, "Have you ever gotten an abortion?" I shut the door in her face. No thanks. This was a mistake. The house was laid out kind of weird. There was a door at the bottom of the flight of stairs that I thought led to a communal laundry room, but after accidentally opening it once, I discovered it led directly into my landlord's living room. I unfortunately learned this the hard way. I was in my kitchen cooking. My boyfriend was at work, and I was by myself when I heard what sounded like a click of the door. "Okay," I said out loud. "What the fuck was that?" I didn't really make the connection. It could have been the door that led into their living room. I walk into the hallway and look around. I don't see anyone at the end of the hallway. I poke my head into all the rooms. Nobody's there. Then I look down the staircase leading to their house, and the neighbor lady is standing there, staring down at me. I screamed. She flinched and stepped back into her apartment and swung the door shut. After that, every time I left my house, and I spent every possible moment out of the house after that, I would come back and something would be moved. A window would be shut. Once, the shower was dripping and my towel was damp. I couldn't lock the door because since it was technically a door to their house, they were the only ones that had the key. The knocking was so frequent, 3 or 4 times a day, that me and my boyfriend propped up an old mattress so we wouldn't have to hear it while we slept. The second to last straw was when I opened the door for work and the stairs were gone. I physically could not leave my house because there were no stairs. They had been dismantled and were sitting on their porch. I called them repeatedly, but they didn't answer. Finally, their son came out of the house and explained that they were remodeling their stairs. He told me that I had to cut through their apartment downstairs. I descended the stairs and opened the door, and they were both sitting at their filthy table, staring at me. The phone was in its cradle. They must have heard it ringing. They kept staring at me with this blank look on their faces. I crossed their kitchen and left out their back door. A few days later, I came home from my job and noticed that the bathroom floor was almost completely flooded. It was like someone had left the faucet on or the shower on. The old woman, seeing that I had come home, came upstairs and knocked, screaming at me that I had flooded the bathroom and that her son had to come and fix it. I was so run down at this point that I just told her okay. Her son comes by a few hours later. He is shit-faced. I open the door and tell him that I need an hour or so before he comes in, and he picks up something and swings it at me. It was a massive wrench. I somehow duck out of the way, and he stumbles over. I book it down the newly repaired stairs and as quickly as possible call the police. They come down and take my complaint and claim since there was no physical contact, they can't really do anything. I learned later that this old couple has a daughter on the force. In the middle of the night, me, my boyfriend, and several of his friends pack all of our stuff into a Chevy Astro van. We lived in hotels and the van for a month until we found another house. They never attempted to contact us. Old landlords, let's not meet again. To set the scene, my friends, a married couple, had just bought a house in Central Oregon. The house was a little ways out of town, set back in the woods bordering a national forest. It sits on almost an acre of fairly wooded land, and there's a small second dwelling in the back that is essentially a one-bedroom house. They were letting me rent it from them, as we had all lived together for the last year in a rental house downtown. It's early July, and I had already moved in, a few weeks ahead of them because the husband was finishing an accelerated summer class. I was working from home and was the only one there on the property. This was a bit before I adopted my dog, so I was really alone. All the neighbors are a ways away, since all the plots were several acres minimum, so the little house was fairly isolated. It was about 9:30 a.m. and my work is in full swing. I would start early in the morning, and the phones were generally extremely busy at the time. Suddenly, I hear a knock on my door. This freaks me out because I was supposed to be alone on the property, but I quickly pushed my anxiety out of my mind and figure one of my friends probably came to work on the house and needed something from me. With the way the front door is positioned in relation to my windows, I have no way of seeing who's at the door without opening it. I open it to see a little old lady standing there. She introduces herself as the previous owner of the house and asks if I'm the new homeowner. I tell her no, that I'm renting the small unit from the homeowners, but that they would be moving in a few weeks from now. She then asked me if she could take some flowers from the garden, claiming that she planted them for her dead mother. I told her to go for it because I don't really care and needed to get back to work. So I close the door and go back to work. Later that day, when I clock out for lunch, I call my friends and tell them what happened. They seem oddly unsettled by the whole thing. They explained to me that the house had been owned by one couple since it was built, and their daughter, who was not the woman at my door, as she was selling it because they had both passed away. This left me feeling a bit odd, but I shrugged it off and tried not to overthink about it. About a week later, my friends are doing work in the main house, but I had parked in the garage so it didn't look like anyone was there. I was working again, as usual, when I hear what sounded like someone walking through the brush outside. I texted my friend to ask what he was doing outside my house, but he said that he wasn't at my house and that they were both still in the main house. So I got up and looked through the blinds into the backyard, and there's the woman rummaging through the brush. I couldn't tell what she was doing exactly, as the brush was fairly high back there, but when I went out later, it seemed like she had been digging. Of course, this freaked me out a bit. My car was the only one visible, so it would seem like I was alone. I immediately called my friends in the main house, who came out with a dog to figure out what she was doing. The dog started barking as soon as they walked into the yard, because it barks at everything. But he was still in the front of the house. She was behind it. As soon as she heard the dog, I heard her start moving hurriedly away from the house. At this point, she moved to one of the blind spots on the side of the house by the garage, so I could no longer watch her through my window. I heard my friend call after her, but she took off into the woods. There had been no other cars at the property, so she hadn't driven up. We never managed to catch her, as she had a pretty good head start, so I don't know what she was doing around my house. I adopted a dog a few days later. I had been in the process since before the initial encounter. It's pretty frightened by anything unexpected, so she barks and growls anytime a pine cone falls and hits the roof. Sometimes she will bark at what seems like nothing, especially in the beginning. I don't know if it was my friend or my dog who ultimately scared her off, but I haven't seen her since. To the flower lady, let's not meet again. This happened several years ago when I lived with my ex-boyfriend. We recently moved into a 2-bedroom house and set to work turning it into a home. We turned the back bedroom into an office, as the house only had one bathroom and it could only be reached through that bedroom. We would have people crash on our sofa regularly and didn't fancy them having to trapeze through our bedroom to get to the loo in the middle of the night. So we had been living there roughly a month when this event occurred. My ex was out with his colleagues and I was home alone. I had spent the early evening watching TV and eating takeout. A couple times I heard some strange noises, but whenever I would try to zone in on it and figure out what the hell it was, it would stop. It had got later, so I decided to go upstairs and use the computer for a little bit before going to bed. At this point in time, we hadn't had our phone lines installed, and I was still on a pay-and-go phone, which had run out of credit. I basically had no way to communicate with anyone while I was in the house that night. So I'm sitting in the back room with only a small table lamp that barely forms a glow. While I'm typing away on the laptop, I heard the noises again. It started as a light rattling noise, really faint, to the point where I had to strain to see if I was really hearing it or if I was imagining it. I shut the music off and tried to figure out what it was. I went into our bedroom and looked down to our front door. Nobody's there. I go back into the back bedroom but can't see much out that window. We had a small yard with a high brick wall and I saw a wooden gate with nothing to cast any light. From what little I could see, there was nothing in the back either. I sat back down and switched the music back on. Maybe 10 minutes later I hear an eerie screeching sound, like metal on metal. Again, very faint, as if whatever was making it was trying desperately to be quiet. I was getting more than a little freaked out at this point, so I went out of our bedroom to retrieve a heavy iron rod that we had found in the back of the built-in wardrobe. I didn't switch on any lights as I didn't know what was going on, and I didn't want to alert any possible intruders of my location in the house. Remember, I had no way of calling anyone, and I was getting more than a little concerned that someone might actually be in my house. I made my way back into the office bedroom and closed the door as quietly as possible before bolting and lodging a chair under the handle. Nothing more happens for a good 20 minutes or so. I start feeling a little foolish for letting myself get worked up and put it down as being my first night alone in the house. But I don't switch the music back on this time, which was lucky because I started to hear sounds like two people whispering, both male voices. They didn't sound like they were coming from inside the house though. I had the office window open ever so slightly and the sound seemed to be floating in from there. I headed into the bathroom to see if I could get a better look into the alley that the house backs into. The office bedroom and the bathroom formed a L around a yard, with the bathroom extending further out. I climbed up on the ledge and inched the window open trying to see out into the alley. I couldn't see anything, but the whispering was louder and coming directly behind the gate. I couldn't hear the whole sentences, but I heard enough to summarize. Whoever these men were, they'd seen us move in, and seen that we had quite a lot of valuable equipment. Guitars, computer, my DSLR, TV, gaming consoles, etc. I imagined they'd seen that I was home alone, and had been waiting for me to go to sleep before trying to get into the house. I stayed perched there for what felt like an eternity, until what seemed like the loudest thud in the world echoed up to me. They had grown tired of trying to be stealthy, and one or both of them were throwing themselves into the gate, trying to break it down. I could see it shuddering under the blows, and could only imagine how large these men must be. I'm a teeny girl, all about 5'3", and at that point weighed somewhere around 105 pounds. I was white with terror as I watched the gate groan under the stress. I sat clutching the iron rod, trying to think where I could hide from them. Suddenly, a glaring light behind me. At first I panicked and dropped out of sight, thinking they were shining a torch at the back of the house. But then I heard barking and shouting. I peeked again and saw that the house, which was across the alley from us, had a floodlight installed. and it was illuminating both their own yard, mine, and the alley with light. I heard grumbling and cursing and 2 sets of footsteps hurrying down the alley. I stayed locked in the bathroom until my ex-boyfriend drunkenly rolled in at 4 a.m. I didn't sleep a wink that night, and when I went out into the yard that morning, my gate was hanging on by one hinge, allowing easy access from the alley. When I looked at the back of it, the keyhole was covered in scratches, as if someone tried to force open the lock. If they hadn't woken the house behind us, I dread to think what could have happened. I don't tell this story often because, even in 2019 when it's less and less acceptable to victim blame, I still don't like having to answer the questions like, what time was it? And what were you wearing? I went to a college in a sleepy town near the US-Mexico border. With 100,000 people, it's small enough to know many, but big enough that new faces don't stand out. I frequented this walking trail that ran alongside the main road in town. The street was well driven and the path was used by runners, walkers, bikers, and people with strollers. Unless you were there near 11 p.m. at night, like I was the last time I ever walked it. I was a half mile from home. I had my headphones in and was walking to clear my head from some stubborn anxiety. Ironically, fear that something bad was going to happen. A car, I can't tell you what kind, slows as it sees me. At the time I thought it was a black Mustang, specifically the one a friend of mine drove. I approached the car thinking it was my friend. Smallish towns, you know? As I get closer, I see it's not my friend. It's a man that I had never seen before. Shaved head, glasses, yellow graphic tee of sorts. I distinctly remember thinking that he looked like my Uncle Dan. I stopped where I was, even took a step back. His lips were moving, but I couldn't make out what he was saying. Being the painfully polite person I am, I take a step closer to hear him better. I make out the word campus. Was he asking for directions to the campus? He nodded. I replied to him, which campus? The community college or university? He stumbled, clearly not prepared enough to know that he would have to answer a question. He stammered out the name of the university in a way that it made my head scream. He's not from here. Nevertheless, I told him it wasn't far. He would just need to turn around and go about 3 or 4 miles. Another quiet utterance that I couldn't make out. One more cautious step forward. What? My heart is pounding. I know this guy's a creep, but I don't know what kind of creep he is. I've been staring at his face the whole time, but it wasn't until the last step forward that I noticed the way his hand was sitting and what he was holding. He flashed a handgun. As soon as he saw me see it, he said in a perfectly audible voice, "Get in the car." I completely froze. I didn't run. I didn't scream. Most assuredly, I did not comply. I just stopped functioning for a few seconds. Again, "Get in the damn car." He was getting nervous. His hand was twitched on the gun. To this day, I can't explain why my brain chose to have me turn and walk away from the car. Walk. I heard the car start, and somehow I knew this was the end for me. He was turning around for me. I didn't want to watch. No one would even come for me if I screamed. I just walked, resigned in the moment. I had given up. I can't tell you why. Instead of turning around though, he slammed on the gas and fled, leaving me a shaking, profoundly vulnerable mess. Enough wit returned to me after a minute or so for me to call 911. A couple cop cars showed up shortly after and took my statement. I remember thinking that the cops didn't believe me. One said I was pretty calm for someone that almost got abducted. I was even making jokes. For months after that, I scoured the internet looking for news stories about missing women or attempted abductions, hoping that I'd find a mugshot with his face on it. I never found one. I'm not sure if I'm in the right place, but I've held on to this story for about 6 years because it sounds crazy, and I got told not to talk about it. I went camping 6 years ago with my now ex-boyfriend. The campsite we picked was beautiful. We were able to drive in through some rough trails. The spot we picked was right next to some hiking trails that weren't very far from some natural hot springs and a huge waterfall. We were in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely no one was around. We set up camp next to the car, went hiking, soaked in a hot spring, and then came back and had dinner. It was all very normal until we woke up the next day. I need to give some context as how we slept that night so that you understand my confusion. Before we went to sleep, I put our food in the cooler and the stereo we brought in the car and locked it. I put the keys in the front pocket of our backpack and put the backpack next to my sleeping bag on the far side of the tent away from the door. My boyfriend at the time slept nearest to the door of the tent with a gun next to him. We woke up in the morning and I felt fine. I had slept hard, and from the inside of the tent, everything seemed normal. When we got out, our campsite was absolute chaos. The fire pit we made was ruined. The cooler had been thrown and food scattered all over. The stereo was smashed into pieces and laying next to a tree. All the car doors were open, including the trunk. We stood there for a minute in silence, just taking everything in. The woods felt off now. It was quiet and not the beautiful campsite that I saw yesterday. Everything about those woods felt wrong. My ex accused me of not locking the car the night before and that some animal got into our stuff. I promised him that I'd lock the door and went into the tent to grab the keys from my backpack, but they weren't there. I later found them on the ground right next to the car. We quickly threw everything in the trunk and left. My boyfriend was quiet and wouldn't talk to me about what just happened. He finally spoke up when we were almost home and told me that he had a dream the night before that someone was kneeling over him in the tent, holding his gun and just staring at him. When I tried to ask him more questions, he got quiet again and said that he didn't want to talk about it and that I shouldn't talk about it anymore either. I've tried to forget about it, but I just can't. Something really wrong happened to us in the woods that night. When I was 16, about 7 years ago now, I was at home alone often for as much as a week at a time due to my dad traveling a lot for work. I didn't scare easily, so this didn't bother me too much until one night when I had quite the interesting late night encounter. It was a Friday night and I ordered pizza, planning to devour the whole thing and play some Halo all night. It was a rainy night and heavy winds, and I was sort of worried that the power was going to shut off and ruin the rest of my night. Luckily, the storm calmed down and it got very quiet and calm later that night. It was about midnight or so, and I was hopping out of the shower, ready to keep playing some video games, when I thought I heard a faint knock on the door. I figured it was some thunder in the distance and continued to go about my business until I heard the doorbell ring. Of course, my first thought was, who the hell is ringing my doorbell past midnight? So I slowly crept through the hallway and cut through into my dad's office, which is right next to the front door. I crouched next to the window and peeked through the blinds. Standing there was a girl no older than 13, very pale, dark hair in a ponytail, wearing what looks like to be a Catholic school uniform or some sort of private school. I wasn't too bright back then and didn't think to myself that this could be some sort of trap, so I cracked open the door, thinking maybe she got the wrong house since it was Friday night. "How can I help you?" I asked her. She said that she was looking for Kaylee. I told her maybe she got the wrong house and that there's no Kaylee here. She said, "Maybe, thank you," and gave me the creepiest smile, and even weirder, didn't move away from the doorstep. I told her goodnight and closed the door. I quickly went back into my dad's office to peer out the window, and there she was, still standing at my doorstep and smiling, staring directly at the door. At that point, I was freaked out and wondering how I ended up in this weird horror movie type of situation in a matter of 5 minutes. I considered grabbing the gun we had for self-defense when I started coming to the realization that this could be a scout or a setup for a robbery. After a few minutes, she slowly starts to walk away and goes down the street out of sight. About 10 minutes goes by, and after texting a few of my friends explaining what I just experienced, I go to the kitchen to get a drink. Suddenly, our motion sensor lights go off in the backyard. This happens a lot when animals run through the yard, so I took a quick peek out the back window to check it out, and there the girl is again, back facing the house, in the middle of her fucking backyard, lit up by these extremely bright lights. I crouched down and strained to listen because I thought I heard her speaking as well. After hearing some muffled words, she screams, "Not right now!" so loud that she woke up the neighbors. She turned around towards the house, took one step like she was going to the back door, but turned around again. She calmly walked to the door in the fence, opened it, and walked into the street behind the house, cutting through my neighbor's yard behind me. I watched her for as long as I could on the street until she disappeared from sight. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. I thought maybe some kids were just playing a prank, but it troubled me for a while because something felt very sinister about the girl. This happened recently, and I don't know what to make of this. So I'm a 21-year-old female, not really an artsy person, but I do appreciate, like many, the beauty of nature, and try my best to capture it from behind the lens. I grew up in a major city, and the night sky hasn't always been visible, so moving to a smaller city for school has had its perks. Less population, more wildlife, and I could see the stars. My sister, which was 19, let's call her Ella, also came to my school, and we were very close. So we would do a lot of things together, including living together. This is sort of important for the backstory. I had a small get-together to attend to celebrate my friend's birthday, and drove home pretty late, maybe 2:30 in the morning or so. On my way home, the road is empty and scarcely lit, but the moon was a beautiful crescent, and I was really admiring my view. As I'm pulling into the parking lot of my home, I called Ella. Both of us normally stay up pretty late because of lots of schoolwork. I asked her if she wanted to come down and go look at the night sky and maybe do some night photography. She said yes. She got in the car and we started driving. We live in a suburban area surrounded by a lot of woods, and I turned into a back road instead of the main one. I asked Ella if she wanted to stop and take the photos, and she said yes. There was a large parking lot that we spotted as we drove by a bunch of department stores, and of course, since the department stores weren't open at night, it was empty. I knew that it was sketchy at night, but at Ella's insistence and seeing the sign that said, "No deliveries between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m., kind of important, I turned in. I park, and she starts taking some photos for her social media, trying to take pictures through the windshield, but it was dirty, so she gets out. I'm in the car, engine running, all doors locked except for hers. She knows not to stray too far away from the car because it's night, but then she comes up to my window and told me to come out and take pictures because there was literally no one there. I was a little reluctant because what if something happened and we needed to leave right away? So I said no initially, but she insisted. 5 minutes of her trying to convince me to come out. I eventually got out of the car and locked it. She turned her camera towards me, so I walked maybe 15 to 20 feet away from the car, facing the road we drove in from. I was posing for her, and she was taking a 360-degree video. We may have been just doing this for maybe a minute, and I was on high alert, watching the road and watching my surroundings. I see a white van with tinted windows drive onto the same road we drove in from, and I was praying that it won't turn in, but it's slowing. Knowing that there was not supposed to be any deliveries at this time of night, I didn't have a good feeling. Being on high alert, I booked it towards my car. As I passed my sister on the way to the car, I said, "Ella, get in the car." She was also watching the road, and hearing the urgency in my voice, she ran to the other side and got in, and am pulling onto my seatbelt and locking the doors. Ella tells me to hurry up. I'm watching as the van is in the lot now, stopped where we were literally less than a minute before. The entire van is tinted, so I can't see in, even with my high beam lights on. I can't see who's driving, and I can't see who else is in there. I didn't even think to look at the license plate. I just turned and booked it. Instead of going out the way we came in before, I drove past the entirety of all the department stores as close as I could get because of the cameras. If anything happened, at least there would be a record of us being there. Here's the low-key terrifying part. I drove out the main exit, and the entire time I'm driving, I'm watching out of my rear and side mirrors. Whoever was in the van didn't do anything else. They just turned their vehicle back around onto the main road that they had pulled in from, turning the way they just came from. I didn't go home right away, although my apartment was less than 5 minutes away. I went and drove around for almost an hour around the whole college town and around the city. I took so many different routes. Pays off for being in the area for 4 years. I think I lost the van about a half hour later, but just to be safe, I drove around a little longer, taking a different route home, getting there around 4 a.m. Nothing ended up happening to me, but be careful out there. It felt so surreal, like a horror movie. Ella and I avoided potentially getting into a horrible situation, possibly life-threatening, mostly by getting lucky. When I got home, I couldn't sleep. The adrenaline, plus knowing that we avoided a situation in which we could have been hurt, really plagued me. I was terrified, but I think I handled it pretty well. Had my car stalled or something, I'm not sure what would have happened. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. If you're a woman, please be careful out there. I wish the world was kinder to us than it is. Shortly after my son was born, I moved into a new house with my girlfriend. I felt really lucky as we found an actual house for rent that was cheaper than any apartment we came across, and it was in the school district that we wanted. The house was quite isolated from neighbors, and the front of the house was abnormally far from the street, and the backyard was surrounded by a dense tree line. At nighttime, it looked as if we were surrounded by nothing but darkness. It wasn't long when I started to feel unnerved, like someone was watching me. This feeling almost always came from one window in particular, the window above the sink, where we also had an air conditioning unit. It was the only window in the house where I could fit and reach the outlet. I brushed it off and did my best to ignore these feelings because I didn't want to freak out my girlfriend. I knew if I put the idea in her head that she would never stop stressing about it, as she was diagnosed with anxiety. One night, I was on the couch with my girlfriend and talking when I got that feeling again. I noticed my girlfriend got silent and suddenly was staring at that very same window that made me uneasy. So I asked her if something felt strange. She tells me that sometimes she feels like someone's watching her from that window, but didn't want to mention it to me because she was afraid that I would think that she was crazy. Things got a lot worse from there. I started hearing the dividers of the AC unit open when we were in bed at night. We would hear pebbles and coins being thrown in our kitchen. I would hear twigs snap outside at night, and I would hurry to grab a flashlight and shine it outside the window. I was actually hoping to see someone at that point because the unknown element was driving me crazy. Every night I was terrified that I would come home from work and my family would be murdered. I was still hanging on to the idea that I was just imagining this stuff, but it was all confirmed one morning. I went out back to smoke a cigarette when all of a sudden I catch something out of the corner of my eye and all the hairs on my back stand up. Goosebumps covered my body before I even realized what I was looking at. On the screen to my bedroom window, someone wrote, "Coming," but backwards as if they wanted me to read it from the inside. What made this even scarier was that window was open and I slept right next to it. Basically, you could reach and stab me in the back without even having to stand on anything. I started to keep that window shut and locked. I stacked empty soda cans in front of them, so if someone did manage to open the window, they'd make tons of noise coming in. One night, I got home from work at my usual time, about 1 a.m. We were going out of state for a couple of weeks the next morning, so I really wanted to just get home and sleep. I shower, we get all the lights off, and make our way into bed. Almost immediately, we hear the divider of the AC unit open up and pebbles coming and bouncing through our kitchen. I snapped. I got up and screamed, "I'm sick of this shit. I'm gonna fucking kill you." I got dressed, handed my cell phone to my girlfriend, and told her to lock the door behind me. Told her to call 911 and not open the door unless she's certain it's me. I get outside and I'm just listening for movement. It probably took me a few minutes to get dressed and go outside. Finally, about 20 seconds later, I hear a car door slam on the street directly behind us through the tree line. I hear tires squeal and peel out, and I can hear it driving fast through our neighborhood. I'm hyper aware at this point and can tell the streets it's taking, as I've been in this neighborhood my whole life. I hear it turn onto the main street and realize that it's gotta pass my street next. But it doesn't pass my street, it turns down it. It drives really fast past my house. All I could think to do was to point at it, looking as aggressive as I could. I went to sleep. We went on vacation for a couple weeks, and none of us got that feeling ever again. We never even heard a single noise out of the ordinary again. But the next time I moved, I made sure to buy a house with the windows high off the ground. When I was 15 years old, my family moved to a new state and into a new house. I ended up with the largest of the 3 upstairs bedrooms, one that had a bathroom attached, and interesting enough, a door in the closet. Inside of the normal closet was a door, maybe 2 feet by 3 feet in size. I've always loved the paranormal, and this door instantly reminded me of the one in the movie Coraline, so I was very interested. When opened, you could tell that there was insulation blocking the door, but it had either been pushed out of the way or pulled. The door led to a small attic-like room. It was unfinished, bare wood, and was warmer than the rest of the house. I shut the door after not finding anything interesting and didn't give it another thought for the next few weeks. This was until one day I woke up and the small door was open. My initial thought was maybe I opened it and had forgotten. I walked over, shut it, and went on with my day. The next morning I woke to find the door open once again. Now this time, I knew for a fact it had been shut when I fell asleep. Try not to read too much into it. I thought maybe it was one of my 2 siblings trying to mess with me. But that wasn't really like them, to wake up in the middle of the night to try to prank me. But I couldn't think of any other logical answer. I asked them both numerous times, and they were so uninterested that they simply said they had no idea what I was talking about. I even ended up scaring my little sister, just from talking about it. The next night, I decided to lock the door instead of just shutting it. When I went to do just that, I saw the side of the knob that locks was not on my side of the closet, but inside the attic room. I found this very strange, as this room couldn't really be used for anything besides storage, and if that's the case, it would make no sense to have a lock on the inside. It would make a lot more sense to have a lock on the outside, where it would be easily reached. Nevertheless, I locked the inside of the door and shut it. I gave it a hearty pull and wiggle to make sure it was actually locked, and it stayed put. Confident that it was truly shut this time, I went to bed. In the morning, the door was open. Seeing that small door in my closet wide open after locking it myself the night before was absolutely terrifying. It was at this point that I decided to tell my parents what had happened. Both of them laughed, joking that I had a ghost, and didn't believe a word I said. I was on my own. What happened next is something that I'll never forget as long as I live. I'll preface it by saying I've never had sleep paralysis, and have never had it since the story took place. I went to my bedroom to take a nap. It was mid-afternoon, so the sun was still out, coming through the blinds. I don't remember falling asleep, but I do remember opening my eyes, and the room being considerably darker. I remember laying there on my side, face to face with this dark humanoid figure sitting next to the head of my bed. It was just black, like a 3D silhouette. It was sitting cross-legged, mere inches from my face, and I couldn't even scream. I was frozen. It felt like it was hours, but probably only a few seconds, before the room was lit with the warm afternoon sun, and the figure was gone. I was still laying in the same exact position, and the door was open. This was the last straw for me. I was completely terrified of that door, and whatever came with it. I grabbed one of my scarves and tied the doorknob to the shelf of my closet so that it couldn't be opened. Thankfully, that worked. I moved out of that house 3 years later, but my little sister moved into my room after I moved out. My parents and sisters moved out of the house a month ago, and up until the day they left, that scarf never left the door. I've never had sleep paralysis before, and I don't know if that's what I experienced, but it never happened when the door was shut. I can't sleep, so I thought I'd write out this experience I had a while back. Someone I loved very much passed away 4 years ago, and I was devastated over their death. The graveyard he's in is beautiful, and it became my spot. Before he died, we actually used to walk his dog there together. I would visit his grave for hours sometimes and read, listen to music, walk around. I would go at night, often after I got off my second shift, around midnight. One night, I was really upset about something and wanted to visit him. I pulled in and drove over to his site, but something felt off. I got out of the car and immediately wanted to get back in. I have really good intuition and tend to always listen to my gut, which has never lied to me. I drove back, but you have to go all the way around the cemetery to get back to the entrance. As I got to the top of the hill before the gate, which is pretty far in, I see a person walking super fast, like almost speed walking towards my car. I jump a mile. I look closer and an old woman was walking directly towards my car with that gigantic smile on her face. After seeing the creepypasta, The Smiling Man, it became one of my irrational fears. It was pretty chilly that night, and she looked like she was only wearing a long sleeve shirt and pants, no parka or anything. The woman walked almost into my car, then turned and walked off towards the woods on my right side. I drove farther towards the gate and looked back, and she was literally walking straight into the woods. Now, at this point, it was like 1 a.m., and the cemetery isn't in a good neighborhood. It was bizarre. I drove out of there as fast as I could. When I was 11, my dad was letting a friend stay in the trailer that he bought for road trips. We also had a dog. So one night, around midnight, a man opens the gate to our house and just strolls in. He manages to befriend my dog, and then he just goes to the back of my house. My room was in the area where people do laundry, and you were able to access it from outside of the house. So this man comes in through the back and just stares at me while I sleep. My dog is right next to him, not doing anything. My sister eventually comes in for some reason. She calls my cousin's name, thinking it might be him checking up on me. After a while, the man just looked at my sister and walks back out of the house. My sister wakes me up, slightly scared. It seems like she was trying not to freak me out, and she follows the man. She sees him walking out through the driveway. After he opens the gate, he just collapses on the ground. The police eventually came, and we saw that he was just a drunk. I didn't feel like I was endangered, but after that, I definitely locked my door, since I didn't feel safe with just my dog. I used to live in a small farm growing up, but as soon as I was 18, I moved out instantly, and let me tell you why. When I was 12, me and my best friend Zach, who lives down the road, used to go in the woods and play. Since we lived in the country, there was almost nothing to do. We would always explore and pretend to be treasure hunters. I used to always take my dad's old cowboy hat, and Zach would take a small shovel every day. But if there was bad weather, we would just play games on the Nintendo 64. We would always go a bit deeper into the forest every time we went in. We usually managed to find something interesting in the woods, like old coins, water bottles, some nice looking stones, and some other things. Yeah, you know, really lame stuff, but we were kids at the time, and we always thought of it as some sort of treasure. I had a small box under my bed that I put things that we found in it, and so did Zach. We had an awesome childhood, but then some creepy shit started happening over some time. One day when we were exploring the forest again, we came across a well. We got really excited, thinking we found something good, and we checked it out. But there was nothing special about this dry well. We pretty much got our hopes up for nothing. The next day was Friday, and when we got back home from school, Zach went back to his house and I went back to mine. Not long after having a snack, Zach was at my door. I grabbed my dad's hat and opened the door, and when I opened it, Zach was there with two other boys. They were much bigger than Zach. Zach introduced them as his cousins, saying that they were staying with his mom and dad for the weekend. Their names were Danny and Simon, 3 years older than me and Zach. They wanted to come with us to the woods, so I agreed. It was just a normal day for the most part, but Zach's cousins were total assholes, saying it sucked being in the woods and asking how we never got bored out there. Later that night, around 11 p.m., I got knocks out my bedroom window. It was Zach and his cousins. They told me to come down. I managed to get downstairs without awakening my parents. I opened the door and the cousins asked me if I wanted to go back to the woods. I had never been there at night before, and to be honest, I didn't want to go, and I told them that. And then they said, "You're lost." They went off in the direction of the tree line. I then changed my mind, grabbed my dad's hat, and ran after them. I caught up with them, and we started walking deeper into the woods, and I was scared shitless, and by the look of Zach's face, he was scared as well. The cousins stayed in front of us, shining their flashlights on the spooky trees. I noticed that we were going in the direction of the well. I had known that forest like the back of my hand, so I had a plan in case shit hit the fan. We were coming up on the well, and suddenly the cousins stopped and turned off their flashlights. We asked them what was wrong. They stood there like statues. Then we went around them since we were behind them, and I froze as well. There was a person standing in front of the well, not looking in our direction thankfully. I stood there like a statue, not knowing what to do. Then one of the cousins, I think Simon, whispered, "Turn around slowly and walk slowly. Don't make any sudden moves." I complied, and we turned around and started walking back slowly so that the figure wouldn't notice us. Then something terrible happened. I stepped on a stick and it made a loud snapping sound, and we weren't far enough away from the figure yet, so we stopped again. We all looked back, and the figure was now looking at us. I almost fainted in fear, and Danny screamed, "Run!" We floored it, and I dropped my hat while running back, but I didn't stop to pick it up. I had no idea if this figure was following us, since our footsteps were all loud and I couldn't make it out. I didn't look back either, so I didn't know. We managed to make it back safely. I ran into my house and slammed the door shut. My parents were awake and I got yelled at, and I was grounded for a week, but they also looked really relieved. My mom hugged me and said, "I'm glad you're safe." I was confused and asked them what they were worried about. They told me something that made me even more scared. They told me recently an escaped killer was on the loose, and he was last spotted a few miles from our area. When my dad saw I wasn't in my room, since he would usually check up on me, and the front door wasn't fully shut, they thought I'd been kidnapped, and they were about to call the police when I came to the door. After hearing that, I started crying. My parents asked me why, and then I told them what happened. Their faces were full of horror after me telling them that, and then they called the police immediately. Later on, they arrived. I explained everything to them. They said that they would take a look in the woods, so they did. An hour later they came back with nothing, but said the next day they would bring back more cops to search the area, and warned me not to go out in the woods again. I barely slept that night because I was so afraid that that man would come back again. The next day, more cops came to our farm and started investigating the woods. They also went to Zach's house. My mom came in and said that she found my dad's hat on the doorstep. Then I remembered last night, I had dropped it. How did it get there? I thought about it some more, and the man in the woods came to mind. I started panicking again. My parents calmed me down and asked me what was wrong. I told them about the hat, and they had a nervous look on their faces. My dad took the hat outside to the cops, and I managed to calm down again. And for the rest of the day I just played video games, since my parents grounded me. Around lunchtime, we get a knock on the door. I answered it. It was Zach and his mom. I told my parents they were at the door. Then they told us to go in my room and play something. I put my ear against the door and listened. Zach's mom told my parents that Danny wasn't in the house that morning. After hearing the news about the creep in the woods, she began to worry. One thing didn't make sense though. All 4 of us made it out safely. I was confused. Then Zach told me something that scared the living shit out of me. He said Danny had left the house when they got back. He left when Simon and Zach were sleeping. Although Zach wasn't really sleeping. Zach said he looked out the window and saw him walking into the woods. He wanted to stop him, but he was too scared to go out there again. And he never came back. I asked him why he left, and Zach didn't know. Then Simon came over a little later. I asked him if he knew why Danny had left the house. He said he had an idea. Danny always used to carry around his dead mother's ring with him. He always used to keep it in the box, and he would take it wherever he went. Simon checked the box in the morning and it was empty. He must have dropped it while running from that guy that night, he said. After that day, weeks went by. The guy in the woods was never caught. The cops started to investigate Danny's disappearance. He was also never found. And me and Zach never went back into those woods again. This happened years ago. I was using a Motorola flip phone, so that might help date it for you. I was on the last train home from a night out in Manchester. The train got in around 11:40 p.m. and I had about a mile walk to get home. This is a very familiar route along the main road, but I lived in a pretty small suburban town, so by that time, the roads were dead. The only other passengers quickly dispersed, and I found myself walking home alone. I hadn't really noticed how quiet it was, as I was using my phone to talk with a friend. I became aware of a beat-up old car creeping alongside me at my walking pace, and a guy with a gut looking at me from the driver's seat. I couldn't make out any facial features in the dark, and he was alone in the car. I remember the car was a mess, rubbish on the dash, just really messy. I was suddenly on high alert. This wasn't normal. For some reason, I ended the conversation as I wanted to keep my wits about me. But in hindsight, I probably should have stayed on the phone. I looked at the guy and shrugged and made signs for him to drive on and leave me alone. He just kept driving at my pace. His face, now lit up by the streetlights, was expressionless. This went on for a few excruciating minutes, and then all of a sudden he sped off. I relaxed, thinking that he was just messing with me, and he had his fun, and is now driving off. I then saw him turn into a petrol station up ahead. The petrol station was closed, all lights off, and there would be no reason for him to pull in there. It was also right on my route home. I would have to pass it. Everything was telling me not to walk past, and that he was waiting for me. I then held back and decided to call my friend who lived nearby, and he said that he would be right out to meet me, so I needed to give him a couple minutes to get dressed and get out to me. I waited by a bank and obviously didn't walk past the petrol station. He hadn't came out in this time. He was still there. When an amount of time had passed and I hadn't walked by, the car pulled out and headed towards me again. I was freaking out now. This guy then just parked right next to me where I stood, just staring at me. He didn't make any moves to get out of the car. I then start to run to the direction my friend would be coming from, and he starts following me again and again at my pace. Luckily, I see my friend running towards me, and I guess the driver saw him too, as he then speeds up and drives away. I think he was just trying to fuck with me, but it does creep me out wondering what would have happened if I had walked past the petrol station that night. It was a summer right after I graduated high school. A good friend and I decided to try our hand at camping. We grew up in the greater Los Angeles area, so our knowledge of the great outdoors was nothing beyond a couple years of Cub Scouts when we were in elementary school. In other words, we had almost no idea what we were doing. We packed a tent, a couple sleeping bags, supplies, etc., and headed off in his car. Note, I grew up in the 80s. We drove north of the 395 for about 6 hours, and then headed westward into the mountains in the area of the Inyo Canyon. First mistake, we didn't plan on which place to camp. We played it by ear, i.e., like fools. Second mistake, we left in the mid-afternoon. It was pitch black darkness when we arrived in the general area. We had driven off the main road onto a dirt road in order to find a spot to camp. The dust from driving on a dirt road overwhelmed the headlight high beams when we finally decided to pull over and set up camp. It was around 11:30 at that time, and we were exhausted and famished. Any place was a good spot to camp for us, given our only reason to do so at that point was our hunger and exhaustion. Third mistake, we didn't bring flashlights. We only had Bic lighters for our cigarettes. We tried to set up our tent using the lighters and the headlights from the car, which was parked about 10 to 15 feet away. The wind was blowing, so the lighter constantly went off after a few seconds, either directly because of the wind, or indirectly because the wind would push the flame to our thumb. Clearly, we were being complete idiots. We finished setting up the tent, but at that point, I was too tired to eat. My friend managed to make some instant ramen. We smoked a cigarette in the car, and then crashed out in the tent. We awoke to a very cold morning. It must have been around 5:30. Immediately upon exiting the tent, we realized that we were camped at the entrance of a hiking trail. There were at least 2 no camping signs in visible distance from us. We dismantled the tent, cleaned up, and cleared out. That morning we ended up buying some cheap flashlights and a nice hot meal in a very small town. It wasn't really a town, more like a few storefronts and shops on a main road, about the length of an average city block. We went into some office, though I don't recall exactly what it was. It might have been a park ranger station, or the office headquarters for a campground. In any case, we found and reserved a site for the night. The campground was basically a large circle with campsites along the circumference, with each campsite being around 50 yards from its neighbors. In the middle of the circle was a common area for bathrooms and showers. We circled it once, and I think that we saw that one family was all set up with their tent and camper. We found our spot and set up our camp, which was quite far from them. That night was when we had our creepy encounter. My friend and I were laying in the tent, shining our flashlights upwards and chatting. Our new flashlights would eventually give out. Yes, broken. Our fire pit was about 6 feet from the opening of our tent, and it was just glowing embers at that point. We probably should have completely put it out, and we probably shouldn't have had our tent so close. In any case, there we were, chatting away and having a good time. My friend began to be distracted with his foot. After the 3rd or 4th time, he got up to check his foot. I asked him what was wrong. He told me that something was tapping his foot from the outside of the tent. His foot was against the side of the tent wall, so from the outside you'd be able to see the bulge from the tent side where his foot was. It was as if pebbles were being thrown at his foot through the tent. There it was again. What the hell? Each time it happened, there was a sound like pebbles or a light tap. We sort of laughed it off, assuming it was a twig or grass moving in the wind, or perhaps a loose strap on the outside of the tent. I don't recall exactly how it happened at first, but I do remember we suddenly became silent at the same time. A sound came to be audible for both of us, footsteps slowly moving towards our tent. We wondered if it was a bear or other non-human animal, but it seemed distinctly bipedal. They were very slowly and measured, like a step every 2 seconds. I finally said in a whisper, "Someone's coming." My friend didn't move. His face had an expression of fear. At some point, my friend bolted up and said, "Fuck this." He grabbed his pipe, stuffed it full of pot, and took the biggest, deepest drags I've ever seen a person take. About 1 or 2 minutes later, he was out. Drugs aren't my thing, so I was alone in the tent, as far as conscious bodies are concerned. I was sitting up at this point, and I had taken out the only weapon I had, a Swiss Army pocket knife. I took out the big and small blades, as well as had the ice pick in the middle, and held it in like some ridiculous melee weapon. I could see the glowing ambers in the fire pit through the sheer nylon material of our tent, and I was able to roughly, but barely, discern some of the rocks around it. I watched and listened intently. The footsteps came closer, and at the same slow pace. With each step, I could hear the dirt and rocks underfoot crunching and grinding. At some point, it was clear to me that whoever it was standing between the tent and fire pit. From my fuzzy line of sight to the burning ambers through the nylon tent became obscured by something outside the tent. The footsteps stopped right in front of the tent, about 8 inches from the tent, no more than a foot from the entrance of the tent. It was silent for about a minute, and then I heard a click. At the exact same time, I saw through the nylon wall of the tent a flashlight turn on. I was able to see not just the flashlight, but the outline of the hand holding it. The flashlight was shining on the zipper of the entrance of the tent, just inches away from the zipper. Blood drained from my head, and my palms instantly became dripping with sweat. I yelled, "Who's there?" There was some fear in my voice, but it was mostly an aggressive tone. Whoever it was, the person immediately turned off their flashlight. I didn't move, but neither did they. The person just stood there inches from the tent entrance. My friend is out, totally unaware of what's going on. Nevertheless, I pretended that he was still awake and whispered loud enough to be audible to our visitor. "Yes, loaded. One in the chamber," as if my friend was asking me about my gun. Fourth mistake. We didn't have a gun or any real weapon for self-defense. It felt like an eternity, but after sitting there for almost 10 minutes, I heard the feet slowly turn in the dirt, then slowly walk away from the tent. I stayed up the whole night, and it wasn't until the light of day came through the tent that I finally crashed out. The heat inside the tent woke us up, and it was near noon by that point. We went outside to inspect the site, but found nothing missing. However, we did find boot prints leading away from our campsite and outside the campground. That was the last time I camped in a tent. When I was in high school, I was home alone and listening to music loud in my room. We have a security system that causes each door or window when open in the house to make a beep beep sound as an alert. For some reason, I thought that it would be funny to joke that someone had broken into my house while I was home alone. I tweeted something along the lines of, "Someone just came into my house," followed by, "Just kidding." I don't know what drove me to post something so stupid. It was ridiculous, but I was also 15 years old at the time. A few minutes after that tweet, the song that I was listening to ended, and it was silent before the next song started to play. All I heard was, beep beep. It was the front door. I heard it open, but not close. My dog was sitting on the staircase, which led straight up to my room. She was in the view of the door, but I couldn't see her. I heard her growl in a way I had never heard before. At that moment, I just got a gut feeling that something bad was about to happen, so I shut off my music and stayed as quiet as possible. My dad was out of state traveling, and my mom and sister were at the park. I had a gut feeling that it wasn't my mom, so instead of asking if it was her, I texted her asking if she was home. Right away she texted me back saying no, that they were at the same park. At that moment, I snuck into my closet and called 911. The operator told me to stay on the phone with her and to stay quiet. The police showed up after what felt like an hour. My mom came home at the same time, and they reviewed the security cameras. The cameras would record in sections, if that makes sense. So all they could find on the cameras was a silhouette standing in the front of the door with the light shining in from behind them. Nothing was showing that could identify whoever it was. I have no idea who opened the front door, but it never happened again. So I've had quite a few bad experiences with strange people at my house. From when I was young, an old man would come bang on our door late at night demanding to see me, causing me to have to hide in the house and not being allowed into the garden alone for years. Or when a man came knocking on our door late at night with a knife because he mistook our house for our neighbor's. These experiences all caused me to be very cautious when opening the front door to anyone or being alone in the house, especially at night. But one evening was definitely the worst. It was around 6 p.m. in November 2018. I'm from England, meaning it was already pitch black outside at this time of the year. I just got home from work and sat in my room upstairs watching YouTube on my laptop. My mom shouted up to me that she was going to pick up my brother from work and they would be stopping off at the petrol station on the way back, so she would be gone for a little bit and asked if I wanted to come. I said no and carried on with my video. I heard her close the front door and pull out of the driveway. I was 17 at the time, so being home alone at night was nothing new to me, and I was used to the eerie feeling of it. After 10 minutes, I start hearing noises coming from downstairs. At first, I thought nothing of it, and just related it to my cat nosily searching for food in an empty bowl, until I remember him sitting at the end of my bed. I paused the video and listened more at the sound of banging on my door. This instantly creeped me out, until it was followed by keys jiggling, and I thought, oh, Mom must have just dropped off my brother before going to the petrol station, and he's trying to get inside. So I let the noise continue as I was watching my video. He can get quite angry sometimes, so loud banging was not out of the ordinary, but just kept carrying on. The banging sound and the key jiggling, then dropping, then banging again. Then the fear really hit me. I don't think it's him. I walked out of my room slowly and sat at the stairs, listening carefully to the noise. It definitely wasn't him. I'm a very anxious person, and everyone gets those times late at night when they hear noises and immediately thinks the worst. This was just one of those, I told myself. So I decided to bite the bullet and just walk straight into the kitchen and face whatever was causing that noise. Our kitchen has a door straight into the garden, but as I turned the corner into the kitchen, I heard a loud bang and clatter of footsteps running away. The cat flap had been ripped off the door and there's plastic pieces from it everywhere. In fear, I still try to console myself into thinking that it could be anything other than people trying to break in. I sat back on the stairs and called my mom, just to check again that it wasn't my brother home early and just in a bad mood. But then he answered my mom's phone while still in the car. "Are you home?" I shouted at him. "No." Then my voice started to break with terror. "Please be serious. Are you at home right now?" "No. What do you want?" Even though he said he wasn't, I still begged in my mind that he was just joking, just to get a scare out of me. But he heard how scared I was and began to worry. I explained to him what happened, and he started to scream at me to call the police. He's never been the protective type, but I could tell that he was now worried, and he told my mom to rush back home straight away. While dialing 999, I tried so hard to calm myself. I told them exactly what happened as I hid in the back room with the door tightly locked. Then I heard talking and the banging of the doors again downstairs. They were back. I burst into tears to the dispatcher out of pure fear and sat on the phone for what felt like ever until my mom, brother, and police pulled up at the same time. Everyone charged through the house to the back door and we instantly saw what they had done. The people saw the keys to the back door on the side of the kitchen, took a broom from outside, broke it in half on the door handle, got the broom through the cat flap, knocked the keys off the side, and pulled them through the cat flap. Although, out of pure luck, as they broke the broom in half, they also managed to snap off the door handle, making it impossible for them to open from the outside. Otherwise, they would have gotten in no questions asked, and I would have been sitting in my room quietly, completely oblivious. It was clear afterwards that they had been watching the house for a while, waiting until the exact moment they saw my mom's car pull out of the driveway. I'm not sure if they knew I was in there alone or not, but I know after they initially saw me and ran away, they made the choice to come back. So dickheads who don't know how to open doors properly, let's not meet. My friend Sally has had bad run-ins with the neighbors, but this one was the worst. Sally lives very close to me, about 10 minutes walk. We were both around 14 years old when this happened. We live in a rural area, so we both have a lot of land. Sally and I decided to go camping on our land. We bought cheap hammocks and went through the bushland. The days prior, we spent time clearing some of the razor grass with a cane knife to make a path. We probably should have worn long pants because we ended up with little cuts all over our legs and some of our arms. We set up our hammocks and brought quite a few blankets because it gets pretty cold at night, even though we were sweating throughout the day. We were still on our property and hadn't gone into our neighbor's boundary. Her neighbor had just leased the land to new tenants. Sally and I were on our hammocks talking and laughing at around 9 p.m. We heard something in the bush. We thought it was a wallaby. There are plenty of wallabies around here. Then we could see a figure of a man. We were whispering to each other to see who it was. At the time, we thought it was her brother. He came and scared us the last time we were camping. Then the person got closer, and we were thinking it could have been her dad. It was dark and the bush looked like the same from every angle. We realized that this guy was coming from the opposite direction of her house. We didn't dare move and covered our torches under our blankets. The man came up and said hi and introduced himself as Ben. Now Ben was extremely drunk. He staggered around and reeked of alcohol. He started saying how we had a little nice camp and said something pretty unsettling. I'll have to come out here and sunbake naked on one of these hammocks. Sally and I gave each other a worried look, but didn't say anything. It got worse from there. I can't remember everything he said because it was a while ago and he was mumbling on for what felt like forever. But some of the things he said that stuck out were, "Off to kill yas, Wolf Creek style," and said, "You're nearly legal then," when he asked us our age. Ben was probably in his 40s. Sally and I were texting each other while he was talking and coming up with an escape plan. He also offered us Puff the Magic Dragon and pulled out a glass pipe. We declined. Sally then said that we were leaving back to the house to make food. He told us to come back. We left our blankets and most of our stuff and legged it there. We told her dad what just happened and we slept inside. The next morning we went back to the campsite to find everything burnt. A circle with probably a 20-meter radius was all burnt. Coming from the circle was a line of burnt grass going towards the neighbor's house. I'm not a firefighter or do forensics, but it seemed obviously that some kind of fuel was used. Sally and I were talking and it dawned on us the possibility that Ben, thinking that we were in the hammocks due to the pile of blankets. Ben was definitely drunk enough not to be able to tell the difference. We went and told Sally's dad, who checked it out, then went next door. Ben's roommate answered the door and said that Ben wasn't home and apologized. He gave Sally's dad $50 for the blankets and hammocks. Nothing more happened for a few months. Sally told me at school how Ben had been caught on camera sneaking around her yard. I went to her house after school because she was going to be home alone until her dad finished work. I ended up sleeping over there that night. That's when he came over. Ben was drunk and came out of the front of Sally's house, started yelling and accusing Sally of stealing his dog. Sally's dad called the police. They arrested him. The next day we found a knife in the yard. It wasn't from Sally's house. The police came again and we told them about the knife. and they got the footage from him on camera as well. I don't know what happened to Ben, but he no longer lives next to Sally. So Ben, let's not meet. This is an occurrence that takes me pretty far from the setting of most of my other encounters and finds me in good old Ohio. You see, I was in a hiatus from my life in general at the time, debating on a fresh start in a new corner of the country. I'd been in Ohio before, but only for a short time, and my memories were quite fond. I decided to go back there to see if I still felt the same way about it. I was not employed at the time, but I had a substantial source of income due to the fact that I do tattoo work. It was my tattoo work that allowed me to rent an extended stay motel room for the time being, and was unfortunately also the reason this encounter came to pass. I'm going to cover this now to save questions later. I am not a licensed tattoo artist, though that is soon to be changing, and I'm not licensed at this time in this state. I am, however, a good artist with excellent sanitation practices, as two people in my life are professional licensed artists and taught me everything I know. Back to the story. I got a text from someone who had seen a post about my work. She said her name was Kimberly, and that she was interested in getting something done. We talked for a bit and compared schedules, all that fun stuff. We were at odds with our timing and decided that I would meet her at her job to further discuss it and so she could see my portfolio. Kimberly worked at a small deli not far from my motel, and I headed over there at the appointed time. It seemed as if it was empty, with only one other car in the lot other than mine. I grabbed my equipment and went inside, and the little bell dinged. A little small Asian man came out to the counter and asked if he could help me. I said I was looking for Kimberly and explained that I had business with her. He said sure, hold on, and came out into the lobby area of the deli. Then he went over to the front door, pulled out his keys, and locked it. It was one of those doors that had no other locking mechanism, only the key. I couldn't have left without the key. It was needed both ways. Then he turned to me and told me that he was Kimberly and told me to sit down. I reached into the pocket for my phone and realized that I had left it in the car. Then I went to the door and tried it anyway, and of course it wouldn't open. The whole time Kimberly was staring at me with a smile. He told me again to sit down, so I did. I asked him why he locked me in, and he says that it was for our safety. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. He looked harmless, and we were in a bad part of town. He started talking about the tattoo, asking questions. He wanted to know if I could do portrait work, and I explained that I could, and that some of my portrait work was shown in the post where he had gotten my info from. He said he needed 7 faces and wanted it to be a whole sleeve. This was beyond the scope of anything we discussed, and I told him it could be done, but it would take a while and would have to be more than one session. This seemed to make him uncomfortable. He asked how long, and I said, I don't know. It's hard to estimate portrait work, as each pick presents its own unique challenges. He asked me how many sessions it would take, and I told him ideally 1 for each face, but I might be able to do 2 at a time. Then I asked him who were the people, if they were family. He didn't answer me right away. He just had a spacey look in his eyes and seemed to stare right through me. After a while, he started talking. The first one he wanted, he said, was a woman he knew in high school. I found it strange the way he said it. Like you don't just get casual acquaintances tattooed on you. You just don't. So I asked why he wanted her tattooed on him. And he told me that this was because she had been his first kill. I just sat there in disbelief, didn't even know what to say. He started talking again after a few minutes. He said that all of the people he wanted portraits of were people that he killed. He also said he killed more than that, many more, but these were his favorite ones. I didn't know whether or not to believe him, but given the situation, I didn't really want to find out. I asked him why I should tat these people on him when he'd probably just kill me afterwards too. and he looked legitimately surprised and told me he never even considered it. Odd, especially knowing that I knew where he worked. He went on to tell me some really horrific things about what he's done, things I won't even repeat here. He gave me names and locations. He was going to give me pictures of the victims for the tattoos. He said that before long he would get caught, and he wanted these tats on his arm so he'd never forget those faces while he's in prison. I don't think this man felt that I could be any threat to him. He was so casual about everything, wasn't really even defensive in the least. But I grew up in the hood and done several years in prison, so I knew how to handle myself. I didn't really even need to know how, as it turned out, because I stood up and hit him once and he fell down, seemingly unconscious. I took the keys from him and unlocked the door and ran to my car and left in a hurry. I called the police and reported everything as I drove, and this is where it gets really scary. They dispatched officers to the deli and sent one to my motel room so I could file a report on everything. The officer that showed up looked puzzled when I told him where it all happened and asked if I was sure. I said I was, and he told me that the deli had been closed for a few weeks now and the owner had disappeared. The owner's family apparently believed that the owner had went to Hawaii for whatever reason. I guess he told him before that he was thinking about it, but he hadn't been in touch, so they reported him missing. I told him I was sure and I had proof. I still had the keys to the place. The cop went pale, looked pretty disturbed, but wouldn't say anything more about it. Later on, through means that I can't mention here, I found out a few things that were pretty disturbing to me. One of them was that the owner's family hadn't been able to access the deli at all because it was locked up, and they had told the police that the owner had been the only person with the keys. I never heard anything more about it, but I did a little investigating on my own. I searched all the names that he told me and got a few things from it. I can't be certain of these things, as they were unrelated to what happened. I got hits on two of the names. The first was a prostitute with several arrests for prostitution. The arrests weren't in the area, but hadn't been too far away either. The second was a similar story about drug charges, but no prostitution. And like the other, she wasn't in the area, but wasn't far off either. No hits for the other missing people under those names at all, but a prostitute might not have anyone who would report them missing. Same with a narcotics woman. That, or the people who would possibly report, assumed that she was on a using binge somewhere and neglected to report her missing. I found out nothing at all about the rest. I don't know what to believe about this, but I lean towards the possibility that this guy was dead serious. His demeanor, the vacant stare in his eyes, him locking up the deli, his behavior practically screamed that something was wrong. I left Ohio very shortly after that and went home. I haven't been back since. I forgot to mention that the police found the deli empty, but it was now suddenly unlocked. Okay, this might not be as scary to others as it was for someone who was in the situation. This is a recent and still ongoing story. I'll use different names for the sake of the story. Imagine a 5'4", average weight 16-year-old girl. That's me, Lily. Now imagine a 27-year-old tall, muscular guy. That's Jace, also known as my half-brother. It all started when my mom got a phone call and Jace saying he had lost his home. He said he didn't eat every day. So my mother obviously wanted her kid home, so she asked my dad and he let him move in. All was good because I stayed away due to not liking to be around strangers. I had not been raised with him and knew nothing about him, so I never talked to him. I finally did, and God, was that a mistake. He began to make comments about how sexy I was and how I could please him. I was repulsed. He's on drugs and crazy, so I thought he was just joking, because he is known to say stupid stuff as jokes. Well, I quickly learned he wasn't. He repeatedly talked to me in sexual ways and would look me up and down whenever I was near. It made me highly uncomfortable. I texted Jace on Facebook saying it was fucking weird, that he needed to stop, and that he was making me feel uncomfortable. He agreed to that and apologized. End of the story, right? No, that would be too easy. He stopped for a couple days, then continued like normal. I turned 17 a little later. I'm still 17 right now. He had uncontrollable anger and was awful to my siblings and me. My dad didn't and doesn't know. My mother is crazy and doesn't do anything. She just watches us suffer. She has heard the things he said to me and has said nothing. There's so much more, but I'll keep on with the basics. One night set the terror in me. I woke up in the dark to Jace close to me. My lock on my door was broken, so it has a chain that he was able to unhook from the outside. I jumped up, shoved him off, and yelled at him. He admits his feelings were real, and he knew he was fucked up. I told him if he ever did anything like that again, I would tell my dad. I've slept with a knife ever since then, but my knife was stolen. Jace is a kleptomaniac, meaning he's obsessed with stealing stuff. But that's another story for another time. For unrelated reasons, I went and stayed with my sister for 2 weeks, so he never said anything because I have blocked him on Facebook now. I come home and he's being rude as usual, has my little sister terrified that he's gonna kill her or something. I don't know what the fuck to do. You don't mess with my little siblings. I asked my older sister to come with me to tell my dad everything tomorrow. Because last time, I didn't tell my dad something important. He yelled at me, and I have bad anxiety and bipolar, so I try to avoid confrontations at all costs. But it's been going on for too long. I'm not going to give him a warning either. Jace needs something done. It's around 3:30 in the morning, and I have scissors next to me just in case something happens again. Yeah, it's that bad. I know it was dumb to wait for so long. I know that I'm doing the right thing telling my dad, but I know my mother will deep down hate me. But at this point, she can go fuck herself too. Remember guys, never wait to report or do something, no matter how scary it is. I was on a solo road trip several years back and had fancied that I could make the 18-hour drive in one go. I was wrong and started to pass out at the wheel, so I decided to take a nap somewhere. The closest thing for miles was a little gas station set off in mountains in the middle of nowhere. Just dark landscape as far as you could see, and some truck drivers ahead and behind on the road. There is one car at the gas station that I assumed belonged to the clerk. I parked where I was, still illuminated by the station's lights, but away from the main parking spaces so that no one would reasonably need to pull up next to me. I set my alarm for 45 minutes and figured that I'd see how I felt then. I woke suddenly and glanced at my watch first, and about 20 minutes had passed. Then I glanced out my driver's side window and found myself making eye contact with a man. A truck had pulled up about a space away from my car. There were no passengers, and the driver was on his side of the truck with his front and back passenger doors open. He had a long chain in his hands and had seemed to be pulling it from the back of his truck while watching me sleep. A second after we made eye contact, he froze and stood still as he stared right at me, then began quickly to pull the chain and take a step towards my window while not breaking eye contact. My keys were still in the ignition, so I made a hasty exit. As I pulled away, I looked at my rearview mirror, and the man had moved back to his truck and rested his forearms on it while he watched me drive off. I can't prove he was doing anything nefarious, but there wasn't a need for him to park right next to me when I parked out of the way. He didn't need to watch me sleep or make intense eye contact. Didn't need to step towards my window. Not sure what was happening with the chain, because there was nothing in his truck bed visible or around his truck that would call for a chain. Definitely didn't need to stop what he was doing and watch me drive away. I used to ride a motorcycle as a sole method of transportation when I was studying, and I used to work at hotel bars during the summer holidays. 6 years ago, I was working at a historic stereotypical Grand Hotel in a very rural area in the UK. I worked a long afternoon and evening into the night. I finished cleaning up the bar around 2 a.m. and walked to the underbelly of the hotel to retrieve my motorcycle and make my journey home. I can still clearly remember the feeling of the crisp night air and the absolute pitch black silence of the countryside after the hot and seemingly never-ending nights of serving drinks to dinner goers and party goers. It was always sort of intensely relaxing. Now that being an adult meant not being scared of the dark or being outside on a motorcycle in the middle of nearly nowhere at 2 a.m. Riding through the local town took me a few minutes before I left to follow the dark country roads home. At this point, I rode a Honda 125cc, around 11 horsepower, basic and old but clean. It did the job, regardless of its quirks such as a dim headlight, which would dim and flicker even more when coming to a stop. I was riding along these pitch black roads with fields and woods surrounding me, very much alone, for about 20 minutes. Then, I saw a brief blast of bright blue headlights in my mirrors coming from behind. Moments later, dazzling headlights arrived behind me in seconds. Almost immediately, a large Range Rover pulls out and overtakes me, blasting past barely inches away from me. I responded with a large blast of my horn. Big mistake. The Range Rover pulls up in front of me and slams on its brakes in what seemed like an attempt to have me lose control under sudden braking or rear end the range. Bikes can rely on their drum brakes, even when they're old, to stop pretty quickly, so I didn't rear end the maniac in front. I came to a controlled stop. I see the door of the Range Rover crack open, and a figure began to step out. I went for it, using all 11 horsepower of this little Honda's power, pulling out and overtaking. However, in those moments, the anger-crazed maniac had shut his door and stepped on the accelerator, causing us to be level at accelerating together when I had reached his car. He then started to run me off the road, pulling to the right, wedging me further over towards the ditch on the side of the road. This is where I ended up, struggling to control my bike on the wet, dew-heavy grass along the side of the road, trying to stop the 140 kg motorcycle from dropping into the ditch. I struggled to regain balance, but managed to pull the bike onto the road. At this point, I noticed the guy got back out of the Range Rover and walked around the back, opened it up, and was reaching inside. I turned the bike to face the other side of the road, ready to turn either way to make my escape from the escalating situation. Just as I looked to turn, I took one more look at him. I see him pulling out a large, long object out of the back of his Range Rover. I just went for it, taking another glance over my shoulder after 200 meters to see he'd begun to continue driving up the road, away from where I ran off the road. I slowed down to see what he would do next after driving away from me. He reached the top of the road and pulled over to the left, waiting for me. The lights reflecting on the road. It was fucking eerie. My heart was beating so fast and it felt like time had stopped. I just carried on in the opposite direction to find an alternate route home in the pitch black. Just before doing this, I checked my phone for signal to see that there was no mobile coverage at all. This just happened to me yesterday. I live in the northeast part of the country, so this time of year my ventures into the woods tend to slow down because of the weather. I consider myself an outdoor and wildlife enthusiast. There's nothing I love more than going into the deep woods, whether it be camping, hiking, taking photographs, or leaving trail camps to capture the beauty of nature and wildlife. I'm always excited to see what I captured when I retrieve my cameras. When I hike through the woods, I'm always looking for something new, different, or exciting. Something that I've never seen before. Go back to yesterday. The ground was wet, muddy, and still had remnants of snow on it from the previous 2 snowstorms in the area. The ground was in very poor condition, and I was probably a half mile into the woods. I would not expect anyone to have been out there, especially any time in the past 2 weeks. In the distance, I see something strange hanging from a tree. Obviously, I knew it wasn't an animal. I was curious to see what it was, since I myself had left cameras out only to retrieve them days later. I thought it could possibly be another person leaving out cameras of some kind, so I approached the tree. It was a blue cloth bag with a clear front and a clear back so you could see through it. Surprisingly, the back was dry, which I couldn't understand because there was still water dripping from the tree branches and leaves because of the recent storms. I saw no footprints or any signs that anyone had walked up and placed it there within the last 2 days or so. I looked through the clear plastic on each side of the bag, being careful not to actually touch the bag. It certainly was not the something exciting I was expecting to see that day. I could see through the plastic and it clearly contained nude pics and a guy dressed in drag. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Not my cup of tea, but whatever floats your boat. There was a note behind the plastic with an email address and a message stating, "This sissy pig slut wants a good time." I was definitely stunned to see those contents and creeped out at the fact of how this bag got there, why it was dry, and there was no footprints showing anyone had put it there. Could it be from a scorned lover looking to embarrass a man in photos? An unsettling feeling came over me, and I felt like I was being watched. I could hear crackling branches in the distance. Was the person who put that bag there watching me? What if it was some kind of trap? I don't know, but I got the fuck out of there as fast as I could. Maybe it was some sick game. I definitely wasn't sticking around to find out. So this nearly happened 20 years ago. I feel old. Over a few months, all these posters of missing women kept going up in the neighborhood I live in, and neighborhoods nearby. One night, I was sitting at a bar, and there were probably 20 other people there in total. Everyone's having a nice time, no drama, nothing out of the ordinary, when a guy walks in and sits down. He was wearing regular, not noteworthy clothing. He didn't talk or say anything strange. He wasn't even acting in a weird way, but the whole room went cold. People stopped talking, shuffling around in their seats. It was like this dark, unrecognizable energy had entered the room. I remember feeling breathless, and like I just wanted to run out of the room. Everyone else at the bar seemed to be responding the same way. The guy walked over to the bar and asked for a drink, and I've never seen this happen before to a sober customer who hasn't caused any trouble, but the barman turned him away. The guy left. Almost immediately, the atmosphere went back to what it had been. I walked up to the bar and ordered a drink, and asked the bartender why he refused to give this guy a drink. We were friendly, as I drank there regularly. He said that the guy just made him feel uncomfortable in a way that he's never experienced before, and that he couldn't bring himself to serve him a drink. Other people in the bar began to agree, but no one could put their finger on why. A couple weeks later, I was watching the news, and there was a breaking story. It was about how someone found dismembered limbs in a rubbish bag. The remains belonged to a woman whose missing photos we had been seeing for months. They were all sex workers. They showed a photograph of the serial killer that they caught. Sure enough, it was a guy from the bar that night who no one could bear to be in the room with. I can't explain why, because when he walked in the room and asked for a drink, he didn't really do anything strange, but he brought this terrifying, inhumane, unrecognizable energy with him. Sometimes I wonder if he had just killed someone that night, or someone an hour or so later, and that's why the presence of evil felt so visceral that night. So this happened about 5 or 6 years ago. A bit of background on me. I'm a masculine, lesbian woman, and at the time I had been working for a few years as a house painter, so I was pretty muscular at the time. Anyways, I was out partying with a group of girlfriends, as we usually would, which there were 5 of us. We were having a good time, getting drunk, and just having fun. At some point, I'm at the bar with 2 of my friends, just having a beer, and our 2 other friends, Alice and Sophie, were having a blast on the dance floor. Now, I've been raised to keep an eye on people I'm with, so I purposely sat myself so I could see the dance floor. After a while, I noticed that Alice was giving me the side eye and a pained look on the dance floor. I changed my focus to see what was wrong, and I could see that 2 guys were trying to push Sophie away from the rest of us. The guys were fairly big, and from my point, looked like they were trying to awkwardly flirt with Sophie, and Sophie was trying to get away. I got up and walked over to Sophie, wrapping my arms around her shoulders, pulled her closer to me and said, "Hey babe, everything okay?" No, she wasn't my girlfriend, but playing girlfriend for my friends was something that happened fairly often when we went out. My friends give me a special look, or I see them in a painful situation with a guy, and know it's my time to play girlfriend. Doesn't always work, but mostly it does. So the guys are looking at me, and I can see one of them getting angry. He was looking at me, then Sophie, and it didn't take long for him to start shouting at her, yelling that she had led him on, and that he owned her. At this point, I'm very aware that he might try to hit Sophie, so I push her behind me. And yes, I got her out of range as he tried to punch her. He ended up hitting my shoulder instead. I started yelling at him for being an asshole, which in return, he calls me some homophobic slurs. The staff had heard the outburst, and the bouncer came. The bouncer had seen him hit me and grabs a hold of him and tries to get us all out of the club as quickly as possible. We were all kind of shaking and decided to get some coffee before going to another club, a gay club this time because I knew a lot more people there. On our way from the coffee place to another club, Alice noticed that the 2 guys were following us, and Sophie starts to panic, understandably so. We start to take other routes around and just get them off of us. In the end, we got to the club. I talked to the bouncers and the staff members, all 3 people I knew, explained what was happening, and I was escorted to the back room and then to the train station by one of the bouncers. We all took to Alice's apartment and slept there, since none of us wanted to be alone. The next day, I get a call from the police to go to the police station, so we could all give them a statement of what happened and what we witnessed. I was a little confused by this. I knew that one of the staff members had my number and probably gave it to the police, but I didn't know why they had called the police. I called my friend from the staff, and he told us that the 2 guys tried to get into the club but weren't allowed. They had been angry about it and went into the bar right next to the club, where they were later caught in the back alley with a drugged up lady. I don't even want to think about what could have happened to any of us, or Sophie, if we hadn't gotten away. So to the 2 guys from the club, let's never meet. I have a lot of weird, unusual, or just downright creepy instances that happened in my everyday life for as long as I can remember. It's not just me either. Several members of my family have shared some scary stories with one another down the years. What I'm about to tell you is a completely unexplained mystery that happened to my dad in the 1980s when he was 18, and it involves a night out with his best friend and their girlfriends at the time. Those relationships didn't last long. It may not seem relevant, but the events of this story are one of the reasons for that. My dad grew up in Manchester, England in the 1970s. As my dad was looking for work and balancing uni, he had a night out every Friday and Saturday night, usually with his friend, who I'll call Wayne for privacy reasons. Despite my dad's thirst for alcohol, he never used drugs or smoked weed even though his friends did. Wayne, my dad, and their girlfriends at the time arrived at the nightclub in Manchester one Friday night. None of the 4 were intoxicated yet, so the eagerness to get hammered kicked in. My dad bought a round of drinks. Before he could take a sip, he was bursting to use the restroom, so he handed over the drinks to his friend and girlfriends while he went to use the john. The club was not busy yet, and it was only 11 p.m., so the line to the toilet was very small. Security guards keep an eye on it for drug users, or people falling asleep, or simply being too drunk or wanting to fight in the bathroom. My dad did his business within a couple minutes, and after washing his hands, he opened the door to the dance floor. To the pit in his stomach, the last song of the night was playing. The song played every night to signal it was last call. My dad couldn't piece together what was going on. How could the last song of the night be playing? He asked the bartender for the time, and the bartender's watch was 5 minutes to 2 a.m. Stunned, my dad couldn't understand how a bathroom break for a couple minutes went over 4 hours. He was slapped in the face hard by his girlfriend, accusing him of leaving the club to get with another girl. Even my dad's friend Wayne had a smirk on his face as he was eagerly awaiting to hear who the girl was. My dad was not amused. He was extremely angry, not understanding what was going on. Was the whole club playing a joke on him? Did he fall asleep in the club? Wait, the security would have thrown him out if he was asleep. He couldn't process what was going on. He went home and took 3 shots of vodka, trying to calm down. To this day, my dad cannot figure out what happened that night, and 39 years later, he still swears to this day that he was sober that night at the club. Months after that night, he met my mom at the same nightclub, which was his first time back. Questions will surround the night at the club seemingly forever. Was my dad abducted by aliens? Was he thrown into another dimension? Or did someone drug him and bring him back to the club? We'll probably never know what really happened, but if something did, I'm glad my dad doesn't remember it. I still get nervous when I think about this. My boyfriend at the time and I used to smoke weed, listen to music, and go on really long road trips. It was fun and kind of our thing. We were around 19 years old when this happened. Johnny, my ex, suggested to go see the Devil's Tree here in New Jersey. We have this website called weirdnj.com, and it has a list of haunted places to go see. We decided on the Devil's Tree as our nighttime destination, so we got everything we needed and headed out for the hour-and-a-half drive to some random town in the middle of nowhere. The ride there was fun. We were laughing, singing, and smoking. As we got to the town, we realized it was super desolate. It looked like a farming area. It was super foggy and about midnight when we arrived. We got out of the car and examined the eerie tree while reading the urban legend behind it. The tree was terrifying. The silence was deafening. The tree was huge and had a rope hanging from several branches. I started getting nervous because I wasn't familiar with this area and felt uneasy. I feel it's important to mention that Johnny was not street smart. He was born into a lot of money, so his mindset was very different from mine. His dad took care of everything for him. I was much more mature and had a lot of struggles and experiences in my life. So we get back into the car and I decide to find a spot to park so we can make out. I was a complete idiot. We were going to roll a joint and mess around. We did this often. So we found a dirt road that was desolate and parked. This area was so creepy. I locked all the doors, being the paranoid person I am. As I'm rolling the joint, we heard someone attempting to open John's door, followed by aggressive banging on his window. I literally jumped out of my skin. "Put the fucking lights on," I screamed to my boyfriend. He did and cracked his window to see what the guy wanted. This guy was 6'4" and dressed in lumberjack attire. "What the fuck are you doing here? Get out of the car right now." "Are you gonna fuck her? You guys thought you were gonna fuck on my property?" The guy yelled manically, holding John's window. John ignorantly smiled at him and replied, "We're looking for the Devil's Tree and parked here so we could set up the GPS to get home. I'm sorry, man. I didn't know this was your property. We aren't getting out of the car. We will leave." The guy leaned over to take a look at me. I started apologizing profusely. I honestly will never forget how terrified I was. I was hoping John would roll up his window and book it the hell out of there. Before he could even pull away, 2 pickup trucks filled with lumberjack type men pulled up. There were 4 guys sitting in the bed of the truck. I swear to God, it was like a horror movie. One of the guys from the truck shouted, "Do we have a problem?" to the big guy that was still standing on John's side of the car when he said, "They were gonna fuck on my property." "What were you gonna do with a condom?" he asked, leaning in, focusing his attention on me. "You realize your boyfriend is digging your grave." I was apologizing and being as polite as possible. I started crying my eyes out. I kept saying, we weren't gonna have sex, we were just trying to get out of here. I felt really uncomfortable. I was scared, thinking that I was gonna be raped or killed out here. The guy then says, "Why are you on my property? I can kill you both and bury you where no one will find you. You're so lucky your girlfriend has some sense. Get the fuck out of here before I change my mind." I started having a panic attack. "John, let's fucking go." John hit the gas and started driving fast down the dirt road. It was pitch black, and as I said, we didn't know this area. As we were driving down the road, a lady came out of nowhere. John had his headlights on, so we saw her. She had a gun and was trying to block us from leaving. I distinctly remember John saying, "I'll run her over if I have to." I was looking for a weapon in the car. He worked for his dad's construction company, so he had tools in his car. I grabbed a hammer from the back seat as John literally drove towards the lady. She was screaming shit at us. "You're not leaving!" She lunged out of the way as we drove as fast as possible right at her. I remember looking back and seeing headlights from the truck. John took an abrupt turn, ignoring the GPS that was navigating us back home. We got on a highway as fast as we could. We were filled with nervous adrenaline. I said to John, "We almost died. You can't be an ignorant jerk to people like that. You made it worse." John was like, "Fuck those guys. We're fine." When John was scared, he would smile and laugh, so I knew he was just as scared as I was. That's why the lumberjacks were getting mad, because John's attitude and responses. We drove back scared and relieved to be away from them. The guy made me feel so uncomfortable, asking weird sexual questions and looking at me like he wanted to eat me. It must have been family that lived on the property because the trucks pulled up so fast. We never went near the area again. We stopped going to weird New Jersey places, and I still get the chills thinking about it. I was with my parents visiting Florida on a road trip because my dad did a business trip there once a year. Because he would be there for a week, we'd take as much of the opportunity as we could to sightsee around Orlando while we had the chance. One day, my dad headed off to work. We went into a gift shop just to browse around, and we all separated between the shelves. I thought I saw my dad in my peripheral vision while looking at something I found particularly cool. So I walked over to him, still looking at the object in my hands. When I was right in front of him, I said, "Look at this, Dad. Isn't it cool?" And then I looked up, only to find that this was a complete stranger. I immediately got extremely awkward and shy, and started to apologize, looking around for my actual dad. That's when the guy leans over to me and says, "I can be your daddy if you want me to be." My mom immediately flew around the shelves and grabbed my arm, yanking me away from the man, and then tells the man to stay away from her daughter. He backed away pretty quickly and left the store without saying anything else. I honestly thought at this age that this guy was actually trying to be my new father, but my mom explained to me years later what really happened. I honestly just hope he never actually got a hold of a kid. Longtime lurker to the subreddit. Only now did I experience something worthy to post. This happened during a long weekend getaway about a week ago. My friend and I decided that we needed a break away from our usual surroundings and targeted somewhere 3 hours away for a 4-day weekend. We tried booking for a beach house either south or central coast, but due to the demand with the pandemic and everyone wanting a local getaway as well as school holidays, we couldn't find a suitable location which would fit 14 people. Luckily, I found a place about a 5-hour drive away from our area, not the usual place we normally go for. This was a good 1-hectare area, unusually shaped homes in the middle of it, with a saltwater pool right in front of the house, with the next house a good 500 meters away, or even more. We normally go for the beachside accommodations, but due to the reasons above, we had to settle for this one. You can tell when the property ended, as it was fenced around, but the gate is this chest-high metallic gate with a padlock, which we didn't have a key to, and it has this latch, so I'm pretty sure most anyone could just open and close as they please. Important for the story. We didn't really worry about it that much, as we were away from everyone else, which means we can do karaoke, watch scary movies without worrying about noise. It was an amazing break and accommodations, except for one particular event. In total, we took 5 cars, which we parked the cars close to where the fenced pool is, as we came in at staggered times. Check-in was at 3 p.m. Friday, and 9 of our friends were already there by the time we started our drive. They shared photos and video of the place, and were already enjoying themselves, the views, the facilities. Myself, my fiancée, sister, and 2 other friends left close to 7 p.m. and got to the area past midnight. It was a creepy drive for the final 2 kilometers, as it was extremely dark and you have to drive past tall trees with no lampposts and cross train tracks to get to the entry of the place. Our friends greeted us at the gate as they were worried about the darkness. We parked our car and caught up with them before heading to bed at 2 a.m. Saturday came and we went for a drive up north to check out the sights and went back before dark as we needed to use the outside grill for dinner. I didn't really want anyone hanging outside in the dark as there was no visibility. Can't ever be too safe. We played drinking games inside and me and the girls did karaoke while taking shots until about 3 a.m. The next day, the topic was the fun we had the night before, as one of the girls threw up from all the uncontrolled drinking. We had a late breakfast and planned to have sausage sizzle, which is grilled sausage squeezed between 2 pieces of bread with caramelized onions and your choice of sauce, barbecue or tomato, if you're basic, for lunch, which again required the outside grill. Wasn't fussed at this, as this was 2 p.m. and most of us were just hanging around the pool, which was adjacent from where the dining area is next to the grill. As we were eating, my view is towards the cars and where we would be coming from if we decided to go to the pool area from the main house. I see this woman. She's wearing a pink bucket hat, and I was wondering who it could be from her group and quickly realized that she wasn't part of our group. At first, I thought she was one of the distant neighbors, and we were too loud the night before, and that the noises traveled, and she was there to complain. Others thought that she booked the place and there had been a problem with the booking. She approached and said, I apologize. I know you guys are here to have fun and have a bit of a break, but I used to own this place until it was turned into an Airbnb by the current owners. By this time, she was standing in front of us in the center, and she took her hat off, and we saw that she most likely had been going through chemotherapy. I sold the house in 2018, and it was a very hard decision. I was wondering if I could take a look inside, and maybe show some of my friends what it looks like. My fiance's brother quickly said, no. While some of the girls were looking at each other, considering her request, as she seemed generally emotional, and looked like she had been going through something. I followed up with, we're checking out tomorrow. I can contact the current owner and let her know that you want to check out the place after we leave. She quickly responded, no, it's alright. Are you guys from Sydney? We respond yes. And she said that she now lives there too and is staying nearby for the next week and was trying her luck out at having a look at this house. It seems she was establishing that she was the previous owner, as she mentioned that the new owners added an additional tank. She asked if the garden towards the back of the property had been removed, because it was a problem. Before she asked if the red chandelier still existed. We knew the chandelier was white, not red, and she asked if we had access to all the rooms, including the one next to the grill. which we only had access to 2 of the rooms, and the other was padlocked. We said yes. We quickly had a look towards the gate and saw that there was a 4-wheel drive right outside blocking the gate. One of my friends had the wit to ask her name and if she knew the current owners so that maybe she could ask them for permission instead. She responded with, "My name is Karen and we exchanged paperwork online, so I didn't really know them personally." She then asked if she could have a look around outside, and we let her. About 30 seconds later, she comes back out and asked what the current owners had done to a part of the area. We mentioned we didn't know, and it's probably owned by the neighbor. She then responded with, "Oh, the owner's father owns that property." She thanked us and walked towards the gate, all while checking out the house. I messaged the owner, letting her know that a woman named Karen wanted to check out the house. The owner then replied saying, "That's odd. There's no previous owner named Karen. We'll let the caretaker who lives down the road know about this." We created all these scenarios in our head. What if the padlocked room was what she wanted to check out? We didn't see her friends, so we didn't know who she had to deal with. We're glad that we didn't let her, as we don't know what anyone's capable of. Also, we pointed out her bravery in approaching a group of strangers to check out the house when she could easily contact the owner instead if she was going to be in the area for a week. We checked out the property history and found out that the house was built in 2007 and was sold in 2013 and again in 2018. The property photos had a red chandelier prior to being sold in 2013, which means it wasn't hers to begin with. Her spiel made it sound like she built the house and had lived on the property for 10 odd years. We were pretty on edge that night. Every little noise, we would jump assuming it was her or her friends coming back to have a look. Who knows what her plan was? I used to work closing shifts at a certain unnamed fast food franchise. Because of this, my coworkers and I would generally clock out together around midnight. I consider myself friends with all of my closing coworkers, so during the summertime we got into this habit of staying after work in the parking lot to shoot the shit and just hang around. The restaurant is generally in a nice neighborhood, regular patrolling cops, and we were right next to our cars, so we never felt unsafe. One night, we were talking to each other for about 2 hours or so I got into my car to leave at around 2 in the morning. This was probably really stupid of me, but my heart clenched as I realized my gas light was on and had been while I'd driven to work earlier that day. I reasoned with myself that I wouldn't likely have enough gas to get home and then drive out again the next morning to get some. So against my better judgment and my nerves, I resigned myself to driving to the Circle K 2 streets over. This was still a nice neighborhood, and my only other option for gas was a station that doubled as a truck stop and a Greyhound stop, so that one scared me more. Looking back, I probably should have just asked the coworker to come with me, and then this wouldn't have happened. As I pull up to the pump closest to the door, I noticed that the only other car at the pumps belonged to the middle-aged man that was probably in his 30s to 40s. He made me nervous, but didn't come near me or try to talk to me, so I wasn't exactly scared. The gas attendant was a woman, so that made me feel a little less nervous. I asked where the bathrooms were, and when I got out of them, the other man was gone. I thanked the attendant on my way out of the station room. As I was walking towards my car, I heard a man call out to me, "Hey miss." I look over and there's a man coming out of the garbage corral. "Can you come over here?" I noticed that he wasn't in a uniform, so I could tell that he didn't work there. Not that that would have made the situation any better. At this point, I was next to my car at the well-lit gas pump. "No," I called out, and even heard how anxious I sounded. He started walking over to my car. At this point, I'd be satisfied with just filling up my tank halfway. I feel for my back pocket where I usually keep my phone and it wasn't there. Panicked, I figured I left it inside my car, but didn't want to look in case the guy was paying attention to that. "Nice night out, right?" He stepped into the pump area, but is still a few yards away. I mutter out a nervous, "Yeah," and hope he leaves me alone. He doesn't, and asks, "How old are you?" Now, I'd been scared the entire interaction, but brand new warning alarms were going off in my head as I blurted, "I'm 16. I'm not. I was actually 19 when this happened, and I'm 20 now. But he didn't need to know that. I figured if he thought I was a minor, he would leave me alone. He looks at me with narrowed eyes and starts to say, "Oh, well, you look..." He cuts off, but I knew he was going to say I looked older than that. I'm satisfied with the amount of gas in my car, so I start to get the pump gun back in place and leave. "How's your night, miss?" Tell him it's been fine and ask him how his has been. My tone is still very nervous, and I'm only answering because I'm getting into my car, and I've been conditioned to be polite, above all else. He's scarily close to my car, maybe 5 feet away. He looks at me again and then walks away. I lock my car immediately and start to get ready to go. He wasn't anywhere in the parking lot when I looked up, so I figured he left. Either way, I tailed it out of there. As I'm leaving, I pay attention behind me, and as I pass the building, I see him standing there flush against the side of the building, watching my car leave. I was still shaking when I parked in my driveway, because although there was no way he could have followed me home, I knew that I was in a situation where I was either getting trafficked or raped next to a dumpster. So this just made me super uncomfortable. I'm a single mom, 21 years old, and my daughter is 4. We stopped at a gas station on a part of town that isn't awful, but is not great either. I don't usually go there, but really needed gas. First, I noticed it was literally all men there that I could see from my car. They were super rough, scary looking. I'm about to get out, but something just felt wrong. I'm really protective when it comes to my daughter, so I was really cautious taking her anywhere because we were pretty vulnerable. Well, a guy with tattoos covering every bit of visible skin, not kidding, his face was covered with tattoos, and another guy looking pretty thuggish passed my car. I hadn't gotten out yet, but they smiled, and one of them pulled out a huge knife and showed it to me, started laughing, while the other one pulled out a gun and winked at me while pretending like he was going to shoot me. I was so terrified, I got out of there super fast. Thank goodness we made it to the next gas station without running out of gas. Not super creepy, but it felt like it. As I mentioned in my other creepier post, I look younger than I really am, thanks to my height of 5 foot, and the fact that I don't age like normal girls. I only just remembered this story when I was talking to my mom. February 11th was the night of the Valentine's dance I was attending. I wore my mother's golden prom dress, and my friend Anne had a white and pink dress. This is important information. Anne's dad was our chaperone, so afterwards, we got into the car and drove to a gas station. He asked us both to go in and pay for the gas, but since Anne had no idea what to do, I did it. Upon approaching the counter, the man greeted us. "Where are you pretty ladies headed to?" Since he had a bit of broken English tone, I tried to be polite. "We just got back from a dance." Keep in mind, it was around 12 in the morning now. "Oh, I should have went. Maybe I can get some pretty ladies like you two." He had a smirk on his face now. Anne and I were already freaked out, so we just excused ourselves so we could look at some keychains. While we were whispering about how creepy he is, I catch him peeking over the counter and looking at us multiple times. Suddenly, he starts talking. "So how old are you pretty ladies?" "About 18, I guess." We were nowhere near 18. We might have looked a little bit older thanks to the heels and the makeup we wore, but that's it. I'm older than my friend by a year, so I was still 14 and she was 13, but our birthdays were just in a few days. Anne started to tell him our ages, till I spoke up and said, "Actually, we need to go," and dragged her outside. I'm not going to end this with the whole let's not meet thing, but I never actually saw him after that night. I know this is not scary, but it freaked us out. This story happened to me from late July 2012 to late 2014 with ongoing issues for my safety. On that note, I would like to remain anonymous for the safety of myself. This all began in late July of 2012. I came from a small town where everyone knows everyone. I had just turned 18, and as most 18-year-olds in my town, we would like to go drinking down at the beach and have a bonfire. I had a regular group of friends who I would hang out with, and we would go for drives over to the bigger cities and find things to do. I was on one of those drinking nights with a close friend of mine. We'll call him Adam. So Adam and I went for a drive from my parents' house in the rural area of the town and decided we wanted to go to a big city to watch a movie. After saying goodnight to my parents and hopping in Adam's car, we went to the movie theater and had a good time. After the movie had finished, we decided to go to McDonald's and get food. This is where I met the man that ruined my life. He served my friend while I stood beside him at the counter, busying myself on my phone, texting my friends, and whatnot, while Adam placed our orders. The guy who was serving us gave me a smile, and I smiled back as I said to my friend that I was gonna go have a cigarette. He nodded, and I went outside. Moments later, he walked out with our food, and the guy who served us was walking behind him. He came and stood next to me and asked me for a lighter while introducing himself. We shall call him Chris. So Chris sparked up a conversation and gave me his number. He said he would like to take me out sometime for a movie or something. I agreed and made plans to see him the following weekend. After about a month of spending a lot of time with Chris and coming out to his parents' place, we agreed to make our relationship official. He would spend most weeknights at my parents' house. I lived in a granny flat on my parents' property, and he would drop me off at school in the morning to the disgust of my friends, who all had to catch the bus. One morning after Chris had stayed over and was driving me to school, I said to him that he should pull over next to the school bus, which was waiting for students to climb aboard. One of my friends was waiting next to the bus, so I stuck my head out the window and told her to climb in. This was mistake number one, introducing the two of them. A few weeks after my friend met Chris, we broke up, and it was a messy breakup. Shortly after the breakup, the scary shit began to happen. I would hear people walking around the gravel driveway at random hours at night. I would see Chris's car sitting down at the end of my parents' road under the street light before I would go to bed. The stalking progressed to where I could hear him standing outside my ranch slider talking to someone and trying to jiggle open the garage door and walk around on the gravel. Things began to really become scary for me when I would receive phone calls and texts from random numbers during class about how the person was watching me as I would walk to the bus every morning and what my parents were doing throughout the day, and threats with things like how they were going to break into my house and rape me and then hide my body somewhere deep in the forest where no one would ever find me. At this time, it was during the end of the year exams and preparing for university applications and feeding all sorts of information to my friend, who we shall call Julia. She, unknown to me, had been spending more time with Chris since the first introduction when we gave her a lift to school. This was a fatal mistake on my behalf because she knew exactly where I was going to be, what my timetables were, and when I would be most likely alone, and an easy target for Chris to find me. They began to date, and the texts became more frequent from both of them. Even an attempt to harm me one night when I was staying late with people of my drama class, working on our final performance of the year, and would be alone in an easily accessible classroom till about 10 p.m. Some of my classmates noticed his car parked across the road from where our classroom was and said that it looked like two figures were sitting in the car waiting for me to come out. I freaked out and rang my mom and informed her. She came to collect me and took me home while watching the road to make sure that they hadn't followed us. The shit really hit the fan when I became so scared that I had to go to the police about a message I received, and the fact that there was someone coming onto our property trying to break in and harm me or my parents. Chris carried weapons in his car because he liked to hunt. I knew it was also for security purposes, because he was in an underground world of drugs. Once I had lodged a formal complaint about Chris and informed the police about the weapons he had on his person and in his home, the police went around and had a look for anything, but they found nothing, which set him off even more. That evening, he sat down at the end of the road, as per usual, and waited for all the lights to go out. Then he came up along the front of the house and up the driveway. I was sleeping in my parents' living room, which was right beside the driveway, with big windows and a ranch slider all the way to my brother's room. I heard him walking alongside the house on the driveway towards my flat, thinking I was in there, and I heard the sound of a gun being cocked. I sat up for a moment, thinking what I should do. I commando crawled down the hallway to my parents' room and quietly said to my mom, "Mom, get up, there's someone outside." My dad bolted right up, grabbed his robe and his .22 rifle, and ran out the kitchen door, setting off the sensor lights, and bolted down the driveway chasing after something, running through the paddock. After that night, things calmed down for a month, till I was packing up to move 10 hours away to a new city. The night after I left, my mom rang to say someone had been in my house, and had walked in with muddy boots on. And because there was rather large prints all throughout the house, as if someone was trying to scope out the place. Odd things would happen at my parents' place, like trees would be cut down in the middle of the night, or a car would drive super slow past with its lights all off at odd hours of the night. Things started happening to me down at my new apartment. Each morning when I would go out, there would be this car, always parked across the road with its windows tinted, watching me. I received voicemails of the violent nature from private numbers. This kept up until last year when it all stopped. No phone calls, no sightings of random cars, no odd things going on at my parents'. Every time I go home, I never tell anyone when I'm leaving and when I'll be back at my parents' for my own safety. I get flashbacks when I hear something like a car backfire or when I see a car similar to Chris's. I always keep my home address private and my phone number restricted for my own safety because he's always hunting for me and I don't want to put other people at risk. I always say to my mom, if I go missing, we know where to start looking. When I was about 8 years old, my sister, who was 18 at the time, brought home her new boyfriend. He was around 30 years old, which concerned my mom, but it wasn't abnormal for my sister to do this. At this point in her life, she was falling rapidly into deep depression. Drugs and one-night stands were very common at this time for her, so an actual boyfriend seemed better than my mom not knowing where she was every night. The boyfriend was nice to us, especially to me. He and my sister took me different places. He bought quite expensive gifts for me, and my 8-year-old self liked him very much, for this of course. This will be relevant later. I even went to his house for a sleepover, but of course my sister was there with me. I should tell you that I never got any creepy vibes from him. He never said anything weird or creepy as far as I can remember. Fast forward to the day that they broke up. It's quite a blur, so I don't remember all of it, but I do remember him showing up to our house and my sister refusing to let him in. My mom was at home, but it was still light outside, and luckily, we were very close with our neighbors. My other sister, she was around 13 or 14, kind of locked herself in her room, but every now and then she would walk up to my older sister and ask, "Has he left yet?" Now, I was a very curious kid, and I had no clue what was going on. I saw my older sister very distraught and very snappy towards me. Understandable considering I was constantly following her around and asking questions. I remember looking out my mom's window while my sister tried to push my head out of sight. This is also relevant. Her boyfriend yelled at her that he had came all this way. He lived about an hour away, and something about the police, though I can't remember what. He left shortly after. Years later, I thought of that evening and finally asked my mom about it. What she told me left me shocked. Apparently, my sister had found child pornography on his phone. It still gives me shivers thinking about how nice he was to me and why my sister was trying to keep me out of view that night. This isn't as scary as most stories here, but I thought I would share it and let you guys decide. But Sisters X, I really hope me and my family never sees you again. So I was with this guy from August to December in 2019, but I decided to break up with him for reasons that aren't important right now. At the time, he took it well and wished me luck. A few months pass and quarantine starts. He starts spamming me with calls and desperate texts. 29 calls, over 100 texts. I got sick of it, so I blocked him and thought that would be the end of it. And it was, for about 4 months. Then, some of our mutual friends messaged me saying he's going crazy without me. I told them I wanted nothing to do with him, and they tried to guilt me into unblocking him. I refused. Once again, I thought it was over. Flash forward to a week and a half ago. I get a random package at my door. It contained a 12-page letter, a painting from one of my favorite animes, and an album I always wanted. It also had my favorite candy, a candle, a cute keychain, 2 printed pictures of me and him, and his custom jacket. I tell my mom, paranoid that he's stalking me, and she tells me if he comes by again, we're gonna call the police and get a restraining order. It calmed down slightly, but even almost 2 weeks later, I'm still freaked out. I've been burning the pictures slowly, and I plan on burning his jacket. It's the only way I can think to help me move on. This all started when my mom met her new boyfriend, who I'll call Ray. I was 14 the first time when he met me and my siblings. He looked at my mom and said, "Oh wow, didn't know you had a gang. So great first impression, right?" He seemed like a normal guy at first, but after he moved in we soon realized he was a hothead. He would yell a lot and throw tantrums, but he would always sweet talk his way around my mom to make everything seem okay again. And this is probably why she didn't dump him sooner. My mom has always been a bit immature, so I think it made it easier for him. Ray found it difficult to get along with me and my siblings. He would complain about every little thing we did wrong, and he started to accuse us of trying to ruin his relationship because of this. I have 3 sisters, and me and my younger sister were the ones he had a problem with, since we were the youngest. He soon stopped us from seeing friends that he didn't like, and was way more strict on us than my older sister. I realized he was crazy when he picked me up from school one day, which he never did, and while driving home, he accused me and my sister of talking about him behind his back. I said, "What?" And he started going on about me not bothering to deny it because he had proof. When he got home, he showed us a recorder and played back me and my sister complaining about him in our bedroom. So I knew it was when we were in our bedroom. What the hell? Immediately, I asked him, "Why are you recording us in our bedroom?" We had a big argument, and I immediately rang my mother and told her, but I think she didn't want to get on his bad side because she didn't say anything about it to him, which still annoys me. I made him remove all the recorders from mine and my sister's room. When I was 16, I got a job at Chicken Tree, and he had a big problem with that as well. The reason for this was because my boyfriend at the time worked there, and he thought I was going there to mess around. So, his way of making sure I didn't was to come and record me, and he did that for about a month. I was pretty much done at this point and moved in with my dad, who had just moved back from New Zealand. My dad was pissed when I told him about this and wanted to call the police on him, but my mom begged him not to. They broke up soon after over something unrelated, so thankful I never saw him again. Just moved into a new neighborhood and I'm starting to get really worried. My neighbor, who I don't know at all, comes outside every night in the dark and stares at my house with a creepy look. He doesn't move during the staring session, and it typically lasts for 20 minutes to an hour. I have called the police about the situation, but they're not much help, and I don't know how to handle this on my own. One time, I stared back at him, and he just wouldn't budge. I went and knocked on his door one time, and the house was eerie silent, and there was no answer. When I returned to my porch, I turned around. He was just standing there in the window looking at me with that creepy stare. I had been here for a few months, and he doesn't miss a single night of doing this. And he was just standing at the edge of my driveway staring at me, and I said, "Hello, what are you doing?" And he just stood there and wouldn't budge, didn't say a word. I walked away because I felt like something was about to happen. Literally, as I'm writing this post, he is staring at my house. I live alone and I'm 45 years old. What do I do? Update, October 25th. I would like to update everyone and give them some more info, since I'm getting a lot of questions and want to thank everyone in advance. I'm losing a lot of sleep over this, but last night I was actually able to get some sleep, so it's a relief to finally get some answers on what to do next. Hopefully I can clear up a few things. 1. I don't have any pets. I don't have any floodlights or security, but that's about to change. I'm heading over to buy that stuff today. No, I don't have a firearm, and don't have the money to get one at this moment. I've asked a few people about this guy, and nobody knows anything, so I reached out and tried to get more info. He does have a car in his front yard, but it doesn't look like it's moved in years. I've never seen this guy leave his house unless he comes outside to stare at mine. He looks to be in his early 40s. I've only seen him in the day one time, and that's when he was staring at me out his window. He only seems to come out at night. I work during the day, during the week, so I'm unsure if he's outside during that time. The police say they can't get involved unless he steps on my property, which he hasn't done so far. I will be getting an alarm system installed next paycheck. We'll have an extra bill, but it will be worth it because I'm generally scared. If you guys only knew the way this guy looks at my house, it has honestly freaked me out, but I don't have the option to move. This is a nice neighborhood, and I didn't expect to be scared to death. This is like stuff out of a movie, and I'm unsure what to do. I don't know where to go for help. I'm scared to approach him because of the stuff that happened so far. Thanks for your time, and hopefully I can find a solution soon. Have you ever met someone, even just as a kid, and you just knew that they would grow up to be a monster? In our neighborhood, that was TJ and Eric. They were the bad kids, pushing kids off their bikes, assaulting girls, stealing stuff. It was bad enough that even at a young age, my dad looked at them and speculated those boys will spend a majority of their adult lives in prison. Not that that is entirely their fault. When they were both young, they were living with their mom and their stepdad. Their stepdad was an abusive drunk, also a cop. One day, while the stepdad was cleaning his gun, he decided to shoot a stray dog instead. He then shot his wife in the head right in front of the boys. So yes, this fucked them up, but don't feel too bad. One of them testified for the defense. Side note, stepdad only served 4 years for manslaughter. As they got older, the crimes escalated. What started as pushing kids off their bikes escalated to theft, burglary, breaking car windows, stealing cars. They were in and out of juvie and jail. One day, I was standing in my bedroom when I heard a big bang. I looked out my bedroom window and saw a car reversing out of our cul-de-sac. After the cops came, we discovered someone had shot a gun on our street. The bullet had shattered the windshield of a minivan in our cul-de-sac. The bullet was embedded in the car seat of a little girl, a playmate of my little sister. She was not in the car seat at the time, but it was kind of jarring for everyone in the neighborhood. And then, along came Sarah Starling. She was 15, while their boyfriend Jason was 19. Jason and TJ were good friends. Sarah was only 15, but she liked to party, and her mother not only encouraged it, but supplied the booze and the weed to her and her friends, including TJ, including Jason. Jason actually moved into her mother's house, much to the chagrin of Sarah's stepfather, Jerry Rose. Teresa Rose, Sarah's mother, was the puppet master in the events that followed. Teresa approached TJ and Jason. She had a proposition. She was sick of Jerry and his complaints. She had her eyes set on his life insurance. TJ and Jason agreed to murder her husband. In return, she would give him $10,000, Jerry's car, and a trip to Hawaii. The first attempt to kill Jerry Rose was in his garage. When he came home from work, he always entered the home through the garage. They were lying in wait for him. On this particular day, Jerry had eaten something that didn't agree with him. He parked in the driveway and ran through the front door to get to the nearest bathroom for relief. TJ and Jason, upon realizing their mistake, freaked out and immediately left, aborted the mission. There was a third guy that was involved, and he was so spooked he dropped out of the whole mission. A few weeks later, Jason, TJ, and Sarah were all at a friend's house. They all left together, as per the friend's testimony. The story gets hazy after this. The facts are, they parked in the Kingsgate Park, in a neighborhood not far from ours. Sarah was put in a chokehold. Sarah was dragged out of the vehicle. She was stabbed through the throat with enough force that the tip of the knife broke off. She was nearly decapitated, less than a half mile away from her house. She was found the next morning by someone walking their dog. Police closed up the area with tape, and soon enough, Teresa Rose and her faithful husband, Jerry, arrived at the scene, begging for news. TJ also arrived and started asking the officers what was going on. It wasn't long before the police arrested both Jason and TJ. When they were questioned, both threw the other one under the bus. One thing seemed clear from both perspectives. TJ put her in a chokehold until she lost consciousness. Then he dragged her into the woods. Whether or not he stabbed her, if it was him or Jason, only 3 people know the truth, and one of them is dead. We were all interviewed by the police. We discovered that our neighbor had seen Sarah coming in and out of TJ's house. TJ and Jason both claimed that Sarah was mad at them for their failed attempt to murder her stepfather. She berated them, supposedly, and that was the trigger. I call it bullshit personally. They just wanted to experience the thrill of murder. Maybe they wanted to practice before murdering Jerry Rose. No one really knows. We can all speculate, but my dad knew from the beginning. Those kids are bad news. Update. A girl my sister went to school with ended up being charged as an accomplice. She drove the getaway car for Jason when the shit hit the fan. This all started a couple days ago in my hometown in Alberta, Canada. My mom told me to walk the dog before my dad gets home from work. My dad sometimes gets home late from his job as a police officer. This particular day he was quite a bit later than usual, but I didn't know that, so I took the dog for a walk at about 8:20. I usually let my dog lead me on the walk. He is getting on a bit, and now knows how far he wants to walk. He pulled me down the path to the river to get a drink. As soon as we got off the paved path to walk the 100 meters to the river, we encountered this woman. I had never seen her before, but I'm not one to judge from the look. So we exchanged some small talk while the dogs do their own thing. It starts off as a normal conversation, consisting of her saying that she had just moved from the city just down the road. Then the conversation went a little different. She asked me what time I got to bed and what time I got up in the morning. I didn't really catch on at that point. I'm a teenager, so I say I go to sleep at about 3 in the morning and get up around 12. She asked, what did I do during that time? I said I like to play video games with the boys. She then asked, where do I live? I gave her a short description and said I was just a few doors down from the path to the river. We said our goodbyes and parted ways. We got down to the river and my dog drank a lot of the water. I was probably standing there for 5 minutes waiting for him to finish. The whole time I was standing there, I felt uneasy. And when I turned around, that woman I had just spoken to was just staring at me from the paved path. It was fairly open around there. I thought maybe she wasn't looking at me and was looking at something on the other side of the river. I started walking towards the trees, which is just a bit of a walk on the stone beach. When I look back, I notice her head is following me. I get to the path and follow the already trampled down path that's right next to the river. It's fairly a long path that takes about 15 to 20 minutes to walk through. The paved path is parallel to the beaten grass and mud path that I had been taking. I keep hearing sudden, 3-in-a-row footsteps on the paved path. Tap, 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 consistently. It was keeping up with me. I still felt uneasy, like I was being watched, but I kept my composure and just kept walking. I got to the split in the path where you can go back to the path or keep going. I chose to go back up as my turnoff to get to my house was at the top. I'm walking cautiously up the path because we get a few snakes around this area. I look to my left and see that the 3 dogs that she was carrying were running through the woods and her crouched down in and among the trees. I at this point felt really uncomfortable and decided to speed walk home and kept checking behind me the whole time to make sure I wasn't followed. Cut to the next day. I again was walking my dog, but today I went in a different way so I didn't encounter that woman again. I started walking for about 5 minutes and I get the feeling I had from yesterday, the feeling of uneasiness. I look around and surely enough, I spot that woman. She is standing there talking to her dogs. At this point, I thought nothing bad because I talked to my dog too. I thought it was just a coincidence, so I continued to walk and run into some friends. I talked to them for a bit and keep walking. I was still feeling uneasy. When I had stopped talking to my friends, the woman also stopped, and I guess tried to make it seem like she was looking at someone's house that was for sale. And as soon as I started walking, so did she. It's like she was following me. I thought it may stop if I sped up, but she stayed very close behind me no matter what I did. It was about lunchtime at that point, and as a young teenager, I was very hungry. I walked home to make myself a sandwich, but she followed me all the way home. I locked the doors and got my food. Cut to that evening for dinner. It was a really nice day, so we decided to eat outside on the back deck, which faces the backyard that has a path that no one really uses behind the yard fence. We get onto the deck, and out of the corner of my eyes, I see something moving around on that path. I look over and saw that woman walking her dogs. I thought it was creepy. Then she walked past our house over and over and over again, looking up at me each time until she stopped and stared at me for what felt like a lifetime, but was probably only around 10 seconds. Then she walked off. So today, I still feel really uneasy going anywhere near my deck or yard. But I don't have to walk the dogs today, as my dad did it when he got home. But each time I look out my window, I saw her. She always scurries off before I see too much. So to the crazy woman in my neighborhood that I met down by the river, let's not meet again, ever. I'm a new member to this Reddit thing and decided to tell a story about my creepy neighbor that harassed me. So let's get into it. So this all took place 5 days ago, on a Tuesday. I'm 16 and very paranoid about my safety, but after this day I don't think I can go outside by myself again without some sort of protection. After online school I took a shower and decided to go outside with my 2-year-old nephew. So I put on my clothes and shoes and grabbed my nephew's hand and we walked out the door. I live on the bottom floor, so there's 3 more people, but one of them just had to be my creepy neighbor. He's tall, African American, skinny, with a beard, and looks to be in his late 30s. While walking out in front of my apartment, I didn't see his truck anywhere, so I had a sigh of relief. A few minutes pass of playing and chasing my nephew when a white Chevrolet pickup pulls up into the complex, stopping yards in front of us and just watching us. I didn't see him drive past us because I was making sure my nephew wasn't running places he wasn't supposed to be, and I had also been on FaceTime with one of my best friends. But when I looked up, to my horror, I see him staring back at me, just watching. My body was paralyzed in fear. After snapping back to reality and started to speed walk back to my apartment, in fear I slowly looked back to see if he was still watching me, and just as I thought, he was, but this time he put his truck in reverse and started backing up really slowly while still watching me. That's when I held my nephew as tight as I could and ran fast to my apartment, but before I got the door open, I heard tires screeching like he sped away, but I didn't care to look. I ran in my apartment, locking the door behind me, and I told my mom everything. When I told her what just happened, her face went from concerned to pissed off. That's when she told me not to go out by myself again from now on. I just wondered what could have happened to me if I was outside by myself. I know that this story was very long, but I just wanted to get this story out there as a reminder that harassment can happen to anyone at any age. So please be safe, and if not already, invest in pepper spray, a taser, or some kind of self-defense weapon. You never know what people are capable of. This is my first post ever, and I was content with just being a silent lurker, but something happened to me the other night, and I figured I can contribute my own story about how I found out my neighbors are terrorists. I'm sure a lot of you know this as it made rounds in the news, but a few days ago, on October 7th, 2020, there was an FBI raid on a trailer in Michigan. This story takes place the night of the raid around 7:30 p.m. When I came home from work around 6:45, I drove into our neighborhood and turned down the street to our house. All seemed normal as I go inside the house to rouse my sleeping boyfriend and prepare to gather our things to go shopping. It takes me a while to wake him up and we chat for a bit about my day. As we go to leave our house to go shopping, we're continuing a conversation we were having as we step out onto our front porch. I noticed that we were much louder than it was outside, and noticed that there were people standing at the end of the road. I stopped mid-sentence, and it's then I realized how eerily quiet it is aside from my boyfriend, who was still talking, unaware that something was off. I quickly tap him on the shoulder and try to draw his attention from locking the door to the people gathering in the street. We both look around and notice police cars at the other end of the street, just barely in view. There are two officers speaking to some men besides their large SUV. The SUV was a state car and was parked somewhat sideways, so it was blocking the road and had its lights off. I took this as a sign that there was some mild neighborhood scuffle that had occurred and someone called the police. A noteworthy thing, but not too uncommon at a mobile home park. We proceed to our car, and I commented, something irritated, that they better move the police car soon, as they were blocking the traffic. As we made our way out the driveway, another car turned down the street and headed up the road towards the police car. This gave us the confidence we needed as sheep to follow someone else towards the confrontation. As we slowly crawled up the street in our car, we watched the car in front of us stop and turn out of the road that had been left unblocked just in front of the police. We just moved to this area recently and haven't learned the entire ins and outs of every street in the park yet. Unfortunately, this street was a dead end. As we rounded the corner on the dead end street, I caught a glimpse of the police, and my irritation immediately melted into confusion and fear when I noticed the large assault rifles they were carrying. It dawned on me as we made our way towards the end of the road that whatever the police were doing, they weren't here because of some small neighborhood fight. I felt my anxiety rising as I started rambling about how they had their guns and why they would have such massive guns outside our house. We turned the car around, and as we came back to the police blockade, they slightly motioned for us to go back down towards our house. We did, but we're still eager to leave the neighborhood and also hopefully find out what the hell was going on. We passed our neighbor's house and turned down a different road to try to go around. At this time, we thought it was weird that the cop car had no lights on, but there were heavily armed officers standing around it. But we didn't think that there would be any more. We were wrong. As we rounded the street, we were immediately greeted by another police car and 2 more armed men. This time, in full military uniform, with lights flashing. I think my jaw dropped to the floor as the men started towards our car. I started freaking out at this point, told my boyfriend to turn around and get the hell out of there. As we turned around, I noticed out the passenger window that there was someone in handcuffs by the side of the house. He was looking right at us, and I felt really sick. When we turned around, we finally found a road that led us out of the park and onto the main road. We got our groceries and recounted what just happened on our trip to go grocery shopping. It took me a full hour to finally stop shaking and process. We thought it was crazy, but assumed it was some kind of high-profile drug raid. We found out the next day when the news broke that there were multiple people arrested in a plot to kidnap the state governor. The raid was probably about 15 to 30 minutes before we left our house, and our dumbasses had no idea. The second time we pulled up to the police blockade, it was right outside the house the raid had taken place at. It really made me stop and reconsider everything that happened that night and how suspicious we probably came across. I now have come to terms with the fact that I live down the street from a domestic terrorist. I've made it a point of figuring out multiple routes through our neighborhood because I realized how dangerous that would be if we were in a more immediate emergency. I didn't even want to think about what would happen if they weren't stopped and how much crazier the altercation could have been down the street. Sorry if this was kind of long, but I wanted to make sure I explained everything clearly. This just happened to me a few years ago. I'm in my mid-20s, single female, who lives in a rural small town. As a woman, we're taught many things growing up. Unfortunately, I'm not the best at remembering or thinking things through. Because of this, the one rule that always stuck out was keeping a large, intimidating dog with me at all times, which may have saved me from an abduction at the gas station. I'm a bit of a night owl. Okay, completely a night owl. I'm most productive around 2 a.m. One night, I was really on a roll. I finished cleaning my entire house, my homework, regular work, and even got a workout in. The next day I was leaving town for a trip, so I was finishing up that night by packing up my bags and preparing everything. As I finished loading my car, I realized I forgot to fill the tank. This was around 3 a.m., so without much thought for the time, I figured that I'd hop over to the gas station a few blocks from my neighborhood and fill up quick, then I could take a nap and hit the road. Calling for my dog, an American bulldog, we loaded up and went to the gas station. I live in a more rural area, so you don't ever hear of anything bad or creepy happening. So honestly, it didn't cross my mind to be cautious as I pulled into an empty gas station. The place was located on the side of the highway with no buildings around it. Open land waiting to be developed. And since the place was dead, it would be a quick stop. My routine was to always roll down my windows when I stopped the car with my dog inside, as we have hot summers where I live, and he's locked me out before. It's become so ingrained in my head that even in the winter, or with other people in the car, I automatically roll the windows down. Like any other stop, I start to pump my gas and turn to look at my car to keep an eye on my dog as she stares out the windshield. At the click of the nozzle finishing, I turned and found myself face to face with a tall, thin man dressed in dark clothes. There was maybe 6 inches between our faces. Startled, I stumbled back and gasped as he reached towards me without speaking. I don't know if I've ever felt so terrified. It was probably less than a second. My brain was already reeling with ways to escape this man. Before I had any time to react further, my dog flew out the SUV window and landed on the concrete between me and the stranger. I'll tell you what, I've never once felt afraid of my dog, but seeing him at the moment, I found myself taking a shaky step backwards. He looked like a freaking porcupine. Every hair on his body stood straight up. I honestly couldn't take my eyes off my dog as I heard a rumble come from him. His entire body looked like it was vibrating. I could see the corners of his lips pull up into a snarl. His tail stood straight up in the air, a posture that he never held before, and it was like he was standing on his tippy toes, leaning forward with his chest puffed out. His ears were pushed forward, eyes locked on the man, and drool dripping from his mouth. It was like he was trying to make himself appear larger and more intimidating than he was. Maybe 2 more seconds passed before the man turned to run, tripping over the gas line, which caused gas to spill, scrambling back to his feet and disappearing into the dark. My dog didn't move for moments after that, and admittedly, I didn't either. But then he changed back to his normal goofy self, side wiggles, tail wagging, tongue hanging out of the side of his mouth. We ran inside and called the police, but didn't find the guy. I honestly don't know if his intentions were to hurt me, or if he was going to ask me for money, but it was 3 a.m. in the middle of nowhere, and is easily one of the most terrifying moments of my life. I don't go to gas stations in the middle of the night anymore, and probably won't ever again. And you bet, my dog got a few gas station hot dogs. It happened when I was 12 or 13 years old. We were visiting our ex-neighbors and took our 2 little dogs with us. Our parents asked my friend and I to take our dogs on a walk. While on our way back to the apartment, we saw a creepy dude walking in our direction. His behavior was so weird, whistling very suspiciously, looking at the sky with a terrifying grin on his face. I knew it was bad the second our dogs were growling and barking at him, way before he got near us. They never do this. They are so nice and sweet that I would expect them to greet a thief breaking into our home. We naturally ran away and got back home quickly. Turns out, this guy was known in our neighborhood for being a pedophile and had several other mental issues. When I was little, I begged my parents to get a dog every chance I got. For my 12th birthday, they finally said yes, and we got our first puppy. About a year later, I was taking him for a walk. It wasn't late, but the sun was setting, so we just went around the block. One of my neighbors, other side of the block, so we didn't know them, were having a party, and him and some other men were in the garage drinking and smoking. I walked past with my dog. He's an old English sheepdog, so he's big and gets a lot of attention when we're walking. The men called my dog over, and I don't think much of it. I let my pup guide me over to the garage. The men pet him, and I start to walk away when one of them grabs my wrist. A couple of them started asking me questions about myself. How old am I? Where am I going? And if I wanted to come inside for some pop so they can hang out with my dog. I rip my hand away, and he tries to grab me again, and my dog stands between us and starts to bark and growl at the men. As we walk away, they start calling for me to come back and laughing. So thankful that my dog noticed something was wrong and got defensive. They moved not too long after that, but I never walked that way alone again. So I'm a 13-year-old male and live somewhere in Alabama with my family. My dog Boomer has some good genes, so he's a good dog. He's a Doberman mixed with some sort of hound, so he had guard dog genes in him, and hunting. Boomer had different sounds for different things. He had a whiny bark for when he needed something. He had his kind of deepish bark that's equivalent to, "Hey, what's that?" And then he had his aggressive bark when the thing he was barking at gets too close. And then there's his ghost growl, a chilling howl when he finds something. So I'm kind of reading some stories on Reddit when I hear Boomer switching between his whiny bark and his deep bark. I go outside to check on him because he might be stuck or sees another dog. When I get outside, I see Boomer looking in the area behind him, while pacing back and forth, looking at me and the field area. I get close to Boomer, and his ears go back, and his fur on his lower back stands up. He begins barking aggressively. I stupidly get too close to find out what he's barking at. A man lunges at me, and out of reflex, I jerk backwards towards Boomer. Boomer barks some more, but the guy doesn't get the hint and keeps coming at me. Boomer barks a final time before jumping up and bites his arm. The man screams in pain, alerting my grandma, who looks out the kitchen window and sees everything that's happening. She calls the police while my grandpa's outside getting his gun ready. The man kicked my dog and ran off into the night. The police never found the man, but he knows if he comes back, he might get shot. Who knows what would have happened if my dog wasn't a guard dog. For backstory, my fiance, 24, and I, 21, recently got an adorable 2-year-old German Shepherd back in the end of February. She's been a great addition to our family, and she loves her mama so much. I've had many dogs in my childhood, but I've never had one so loyal or smart. Now, this encounter happened a couple weeks ago, but my mind still goes back to it every once in a while, so I thought I should share it here. My fiance and I live together in an apartment complex, which is nice and offers some nice amenities for a new pup, like a dog park and a large space of grass right outside our apartment. We usually take our pup to this space of grass and let her run around and do her business whenever she needs. This one day though, my fiance and I decided to take her out together to get some fresh air. It was a hot 90-degree day, so I was only wearing a sports bra and shorts, trying to combat the overwhelming heat. I am walking her and taking her up and down the hill until she gets done doing what she needed to do, when I notice her turn to where some of the cars are parked. She's the type of dog that loves other dogs, but doesn't care one bit about humans. I assumed maybe there was another dog around. Instead of turning back to finish her business, she keeps her eye on the cars, purposely positioning herself between me and the cars. A few minutes later, I watch a man exit around the cars, me not noticing him before because some of the foliage. During all of this, my fiance was a little bit out of it, so he doesn't notice any of it. But as the man walks around the cars and down the road, around the grass, my pup is tracking him with her eyes, keeping separation between me and the man. Eventually the man stops, pulls out his phone, pointing up to the sky to take a photo. My fiance, still being the goof that he is, stares up at the sky too, comments about how beautiful it is. Because my pup is staring at the sky, I'm staring at him. I just have this feeling that there's something wrong with him. My pup doesn't care about other humans. They could walk by at any time, and she wouldn't give them a second glance. But with him, it was different. When he finished taking the photo of the sky, I watched him turn his phone towards me and my dog and take a photo of us. Now I know. I was scantily clad, but it was hot out, and all I was doing was taking my dog out to poop, nothing else. I locked eyes with this man, and I could tell that it freaked him out a bit, seeing that I had caught him trying to snap a photo. He hurried away after getting caught. My pup and I were watching him walk down the road. I haven't seen him since that incident. I'm not sure if he lives in the complex or if he was just walking through, but I'm happy my German Shepherd, Clementine, was looking out for me. But she got plenty of treats when we got back inside. So this just happened today, a few hours ago. My brother, mom, and I, along with our dog, were staying at a hotel for a few days to visit a college town. So, at maybe around 5:30 to 6 p.m., we were all hungry. My mom ordered some food, and we walked to the restaurant a few minutes away to pick it up. A little background. We got my dog as a rescue back in 2008. She is a pit bull, and took a bit to warm up to us, but now she loves us and wants to protect us. Of course, my dog could not go in the restaurant, so me and my brother stayed outside with my dog on a bench. Lots of people walked by, most of them college-age girls, and they all maybe pat or say hello to my dog. My dog is very friendly and wanted to say hello to everyone. She rarely growls at people. All of this is relevant. So my brother was probably on his phone, and I was just sitting there, petting my dog. I wasn't looking at people, but I was watching out of the corner of my eyes. I see this man, maybe 40 to 50 years old. He was walking down the sidewalk, and then he stopped. I couldn't tell what he was doing, because there weren't a lot of signs around for him to be reading from where he was, and he didn't take out his phone or anything. He just stopped. I look at my dog to see how she's reacting, and she stopped wagging her tail and was just looking at him. He started to take a step towards us again, and my dog growls at him. She doesn't bark, just a little growl. Then he turns around and goes back to where he came from. Now, there are plenty of justifiable reasons for his actions. Maybe he was looking for something. Maybe he went the wrong way, so he turned around. Maybe my dog was growling at something else. I think my assumptions are reasonable. Hey, this is Bad Vibes. If you made it this far, thank you, I appreciate it. Make sure you hit that like button. If you want to support this channel even more than you already are, you can become a channel member for 99 cents a month, which you get early access to my videos. Or you can buy some merch, but if you do, please send me a pic so I can tweet it out. I hope you have a good night. Till next time. So I was like 6 years old. Me, my mom, my stepdad, and my 2 half-brothers lived in a house that we were renting in New Jersey. Our area never really had much wildlife around, besides deer. One night, we hear a bunch of howling in our backyard. So my mom tried to figure out what the sound was on her phone. Apparently the sound that she was hearing was a fox in danger. So my mom told me and my brothers not to go outside in the backyard until they could get the fox out of there if it was still there. I didn't listen, and on the next day I went to the backyard, and the fox wasn't a problem. It was dead, with a giant cut from its stomach to its neck. It didn't look like an animal killed it. It was way too surgical. We never found anyone or anything else in the backyard. But man, that really freaked me the fuck out. Thank God we moved out of there the next month. I'm a 12-year-old boy, and one night my mom and me were at home, and my mom wanted to go out with her sister, and I wanted her to go have fun with her sisters. So she went, leaving me home alone. I was watching TV when I heard a voice. I muted the TV and listened. Then I heard what sounded like a drunk man talking to himself, but what he said still haunts me to this day. "Hey kid, I got this candy in my jacket if you come out of the house." I was very terrified, but I also have 3 German Shepherds and 3 Bulldogs who are very protective over me and my mom, so I didn't think he would try to break in. I decided to call my sister's husband, and he raced over in his car, and when he got there, the guy ran into the woods, and my brother-in-law pulled out his gun and fired into the woods. Sadly, he missed the sick fuck, and my brother-in-law called the cops and explained everything. But the cops couldn't find him, and I still live at that home. I'm now armed, just to be safe in case something like this happens again. About 3 months ago, I was babysitting my younger siblings while my parents were out. It was around 8 p.m., and everyone was watching TV while I was in the room folding laundry. Note that this room was located in the back of the house. While I was putting the clothes away, I heard a knock at the window. Without thinking, I opened the blinds a little instantly, and my soul left my body when I was face to face with a pair of wide, hazel eyes staring back at me. I let out an ear-piercing scream and ran into the living room to grab my siblings and take them into my parents' room to hide. While my siblings were confused and asking why I screamed, the back door was practically shaking, as I could also hear someone banging on the living room windows. My sister was already on the phone with the police, and my brothers were hiding under my parents' bed while I was in the hallway with a long kitchen knife trying somehow to protect them. Minutes later, the banging and shaking stopped, and I could hear two people jumping out of the front yard gates. The police arrived 5 minutes later and took our statements. After that incident, my parents got a dog from the local shelter named Buddy, who we love very much. 2 weeks later, I was alone in the house with the dog getting ready for school. Since school started for me at 10 a.m. because the underclassmen were taking the state exams and the high school seniors like me came to school later. I was feeding Buddy when I hear the front gate shaking, then footsteps walking quickly next to the house. Someone was trying to open the back door. Instantly, Buddy's ears picked up and he began growling and barking like crazy. I was about to call the police when the person fled. Unfortunately, the police never caught the person, so I soon forgot what happened. Then a week ago, someone broke into my dad's car and stole the radio. Yesterday, I was up at 7 a.m. cleaning the living room and decided to have some light in the house by opening the curtains, when sometime later I see a truck slowly approaching my house. I hid behind the bookshelf so that the driver wouldn't see me through the living room windows. The truck windows were very tinted, and I felt like the driver was staring at me, as if he knew where I was in the house. He sped off quickly after that. I honestly don't know what's going on, and I hope it doesn't escalate. It all started and ended the day after I took the last final at this community college. I don't know if he was a stalker or if it was a break-in gone weird. So from the beginning, I was so nervous I was going to fail this one class and was not going to be able to receive my AA degree. Later in the day, I was out in the pool at my apartment complex with some friends and my roommate when I checked my phone and saw that I passed my class. I got so excited and I told everyone that we were celebrating because I was the last one to have a final. It was 3 days before I got to walk and graduate with this degree that I decided we should have some fun before we all went our separate ways. As it got later in the night, we decided not to go out and to stay in. We invited a couple people over and went on with the night. Around 2 in the morning, people started to leave. The only people left were my two roommates, both of the people that they were dating, and one other friend. We were still messing around, and because our apartment was on the first floor, right next to the pool, we went to go night swimming. As soon as we were done, I was ready just to hang out and be in for good that night. My roommates and other friends left to go somewhere else for a while, which was fine. Nothing out of the ordinary for me to be home alone. I got some food and went to my room to hang out until they got back. The way my room was set up in the apartment is that it's all the way back furthest away from the front door and patio door. My room is behind the kitchen, and you have to go through the whole apartment to get there. Because our apartment was the front of the complex near the pool, it was near the front gate, and at times the gate was left open because it was broken. I had never had an issue with living this close up front until this night. My room had this one big window, and it's easy to see into my room when I don't have the blinds or curtains shut. I had a closet with mirrored doors, which if you look through the window you could see every part of my room in it. So while I was waiting for my friends to get back, I fell asleep, the last time looking at the clock being around 3:30 in the morning. Also a key part in this, my bedroom light was on when I went to sleep. I woke up around 5:30 a.m. There were slow flashes going off. It was like a strobe light in the corner of my room. I woke up really confused and thought that it was my friends coming back to mess with me. Once my eyes got adjusted, because the room is now dark, I realized that the fact that my friends were not messing with me, but there was a single man, at least 6'1", wearing a green Nike hoodie with the hood on in the corner of my room by my closet. He was holding a phone and taking pictures of me. Mind you, I had on teeny shorts with my legs hanging out of the covers. I don't think he realized that I had woken up, and when it really sunk in I said, "What the fuck?" And instead of coming at me or running out of my room, This man just put his phone down and walked out of my room, not saying anything, not in a panic, just walked out. Me being a dumbass, I ran after him saying, "Hey." I tried to follow him out, but once I got out of the front door, I didn't see him anywhere and ran back in to wake up my roommates, asking if they were messing with me. When they said no, I called the police. I looked around my room and saw the only thing missing was my laptop that was on my desk chair in the far corner of the room. The weirdest part about that was the fact that the laptop was in the furthest part of my room when my door closed, and outside in the kitchen on the counter were 3 MacBooks, 2 wallets, and at least $300 worth of speakers. But the only thing missing in the whole apartment was my laptop. Later I found out that the front door and the patio door were never locked when everyone got back, and the police couldn't find this guy, nor my computer. What made this worse was that there was a disk from my camera in the computer, with all my personal photos now accessible to this guy. Some things I saw a couple days later while I was getting ready to move out freaked me out even more. Like I said earlier, if you looked in my window you could see my closet mirrors and see just about anything in my room. One thing that was super noticeable was my tapestry. It was very distinct and a different kind of tapestry. It had wolves howling to the moon, and it's all black and white. One day when I was packing up my car and it was starting to get dark, I looked up and noticed the apartment above mine through the blinds in the window having the same exact tapestry as the one that was in my room. What creeps me out even more is the fact that I had these little lights I put on that I got from my mom because she knows that my favorite color is purple. In the room above, the lights and the fan were switched out for purple ones. As if I wasn't creeped out enough, an all-black cat came up to the window and my stomach started to feel weird because a year before I got this baby kitten that was all black. In the end, this guy was never found and I never saw his face, which freaks me out to this day, and I hope I never come across him again. I never got my black laptop back, never found my SIM disk to my camera. The best advice I have to anyone is no matter what, always lock your doors. You never know what you could wake up to. To preface this, I live in an apartment block where there's a ground floor apartment and a first floor apartment. Each apartment has its own front door that faces the courtyard area. The apartments are more like large houses that have been split into 2 bedrooms, 1 bath units, with a large opening for the kitchen living room area. I live on the ground floor. The apartments are surrounded on each side by alleyways, and there are large gates which used to have coded padlocks on them, which do not work anymore. I tried to get the property management company out to fix them on multiple occasions with no luck. This means the gates are effectively left open for everyone and anyone to gain access to the front doors from 2 busy streets. Last night at approximately 2:30 a.m., my doorbell rang. I woke up from a deep sleep and without thinking to check my phone, I quickly wrapped a blanket around myself and went to open the door. I assumed it could have been my sister or a family member who was unable to contact me and arrived due to an emergency. I was wrong. I looked through the frosted glass on the door and could see a light shining through. I opened the door and there's a man standing there whom I have never seen before and knew was not a resident of the block of apartments. He was wearing a headlamp and asked me to open the bin storage for him, which is a shared space only accessible to residents through calling a phone number to unlock it. All the residents have access, so it was even more obvious that he didn't live there. It generally frightened me to have a stranger standing at my door at 2:30 a.m. asking me for access to the bin storage for reasons I didn't find out. I was too scared to actually ask for any information or what he was putting in the bins. I can't see the bin storage from my front door, so I couldn't actually see if he had bags to put out there or what he was disposing of. I was pretty much frozen on the spot, holding the door tightly and not opening it more than a few inches. I blindly accepted his request to open the bins as I couldn't physically bring myself to decline. I told him it was open for him, swiftly locked the door, and pushed my 15 kg kettlebell against it. My mind was absolutely racing and my anxiety hit the roof. I was physically shaking and could barely string a sentence together as I tried to explain to my partner what had just happened when I got back into bed. We got up together to sit in the living room for a cup of tea to try to settle my nerves. We stayed up for about an hour and a half, talking through what happened and trying to explain it or come up with scenarios that made the ordeal make more sense in a positive light, given that all the ideas in my mind were darkly negative. I don't know if he was scoping out the place to break in. He knows there's an adult female living in one of the apartments, presumably alone, as he didn't see anyone else when I opened the door. About an hour after the incident, my partner went outside to check the bin storage. The door had been left open, indicating that someone had in fact been in there. He didn't notice anything suspicious or out of place, and came back inside. We stayed up until the paranoia began to subside and exhaustion took over. I eventually had myself convinced that if it had been 10:30 p.m. or 6:30 a.m., it wouldn't have been nearly as suspect as 2:30 a.m. So I was trying to picture the scenario as though it was a normal time. What won't go away though is the way the man greeted me when I opened the door. Through the gap, the first words I heard were, "Hello, love." It still freaks the fuck out of me hours later.